Yeah, maybe that might be it. Yeah, space. Try the space.
Let me try it. I find it funny that I'm practicing banning him.
I haven't tried to ban anybody with the new thing yet. Not even one person yet. So I don't know how that works either.
Let me see. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, I'm just learning about this now. They've
Is it-
given us our own way to do it.
Yeah,
I
you,
guess.
yeah, you have to put the space, I think, because
It's weird because it takes like 30 seconds too.
It disappeared though, so like
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, if you look down in our mod log, Dino posted has been banned.
Okay, where? I'm in the mod. Oh yeah. Okay, I see it. Yeah, it's gonna take. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, it disappears right away. So you have to do a space between ban and the at.
Yeah.
With the okay, cool. Good shit, bro.
When those like three, I played around with it too. I guess I had forgot how to do it for a second there, but I knew it was a question mark because when those like three guys came in, was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago, where they were just coming in just like as like a group and just trying to bulldoze a conversation, just talking all about flat earthers, and I kept having to remind them like this is not a celebrity gossip channel. You know, we talk about the Earth, not flat earthers.
Yeah.
And then finally they're like, well, we don't like you, you lisp and everything. And then Alpha tried to talk to him. And then Alpha's like, well, this guy's a moron. Someone ban him. Or I'm going to ban him. And I'm like, oh, let me do it. The pleasure's mine.
Yeah. I got my taste of blood. I like that. I'm actually not really mod much, to be honest. Every now and then. But so I talked to Thin Cleanse. I haven't talked to that guy in like a while. He said he almost died at a concert a month ago. I was like, damn, crazy. He hasn't been online though for like a few months. In the parking lot at Atlanta. He's like, said like his brother, I guess.
Well, McToon posted a video about furries. What the hell?
Yeah, he's like in a music video with dressed up like a furry.
He is.
That's old. Yeah, he has like a video like him in a furry like costume or something. You ever seen it? Here, let me look for it, bro. Like it's like what the fuck is this guy doing, bro? He's a weirdo, dude. That guy's a goon, bro. Like, bro. Let me see. I think Robot Polisher posted it on his X account. Let me go look for that video. That shit's hilarious, bro. Fucking weirdo. Let's see it. Who was it?
The spiral is real.
The one that just happened a little bit ago?
Yeah.
He's like, blah, blah, blah. You know who he reminded me of? You guys know what was that dude's name? Something God. God? Where he just like goes off on people in chat and like he starts freestyling and like just he roasts people. You ever see those videos of that dude? I ain't gonna lie, dude, that dude was fucking hard, bro. That dude was dope. Like it was just all off the top of his head, freestyle and just roast people. He roast that chick. I'll post a video later. I'm trying to find this McToon in a flurry outfit costume. I could have swore normally in February. It's too far back. Damn it, who fucking posted it? Let me find it. Somebody thought that he was like one of the characters like that had like a cover on his head, and he's like, no, that's not me. And then he like this one's me. As like a dude, like he's showing his face and everything, and he's like dressed up. Like, man, it's good. It's good. No shame, bro. I can't find it though. I can't find it, dude. We're just waiting for someone to talk, Nathaniel. Go ahead. Have at it.
Oh yeah, Nathaniel, welcome back. I didn't hear the last conversation, but I'm sure it went well.
Good morning. Yeah, I thought it went all right. I'm still trying to figure out how to. I went onto the Discord, and I always end up sounding a lot less normal by text, and I made a couple missteps, but I think I've got it under control. But how are you guys this morning?
Yeah, I mean, hanging in there. Had a couple of different conversations, and a couple of
Good.
trolls come in here trying to derail and freak out.
Yeah, I think that's probably the problem is like you guys have probably hit all the time with just the strangest people, or whatever, or like dishonest folk and whatnot.
I mean, it's not just this topic. If you see the mod log, they go room to room to room. They're very upset that someone has like a minority opinion or idea or whatever or belief. They'll
Right.
hit the atheist room, they'll hit the vegan room, they'll hit the liberal room. They'll just go right down the list. And anyone who is less than 50%, they just kind of just try to freak out. And what's interesting is that they're always upset, but they can't really tell you what they're upset by. Like they're coming here, you flat earthers are dumb. You're like, well, why?
Right.
Earth's
Yeah,
a
there's
globe.
no kind of
Okay,
conversation.
well, how? Yeah, how's the Earth a globe? Or why? If there's a globe, why is flat Earth dumb? Like there's no thinking there. See, I've explained it as kind of the Karen. They don't really care what the Earth is. They care in that someone disagrees with it.
Oh, Karen. Oh, I get it now. Oh, man.
That was philosophical, mate.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
It has to do too with like the lack of critical thinking. Like either they don't understand or don't care that their logic is fallacious, or their brain probably isn't functioning because of like a high caloric, low nutrient diet. They're eating a lot of junk, just straight, processed food with a lot of empty calories. I mean,
Right.
like just give them a V8. Like just hey, drink this V8 and come back tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I mean it's very vulgar and barbaric. Like I'm just an ordinary guy. I was on the internet a little bit like 5 years ago, and then I got married, started having children, and so. But now I feel like I'm supposed to be back on the internet a little bit, and it's just a barbaric culture. There's a guy. He describes himself as atheist, and he's a good friend of mine now. But he's the reason I got into this area. My son's doing something weird over there. But he basically like did like a joke where he tricked me into thinking I was on some kind of like talk show. But I don't know. So it's kind of it's like it's just like forms of entertainment, because I guess that's what honestly it is here. Here is Discord and the internet, and people are just trying to have a good time. But you have all these crazy different cultures that do not see things the same way. Everyone's got different ideas of what honor is, what honesty is. You can have somebody straight up lie to you, and culturally it's considered honest because it's a lie you should have known. It's a joke or sarcasm or something like that. And so I kind of am trying to just accept all that and not offend God myself, but just try to understand where people are coming from. But it's tough because it's barbaric. You know what I mean? But that's kind of what Christians have done, is they've always gone out to these crazy, dangerous places and just said, well, I'm Christian, and then see what happens. So that's what I'm up to. But you have my sympathy, yeah, because it's very frustrating. It feels like a waste of time most of the time.
They call that bread and circus.
Right. Well, and a man needs a certain amount of recreation. I mean, it's definitely a part of things, but most people.
Oh, sorry. Go
ahead.
Oh, well, it's supposed to be No, you first, please.
Well, I could keep talking forever. You tell me what you were going to say. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's supposed to be recreation that expands your conscience, like expands your understanding, like doing a puzzle, building like a model airplane. It's not supposed to be go online and talk to people. Like it will go online and talk to people, but understand, gain something from it. So like all these scientists and engineers, they gave you a device you can hold in the palm of your hand, reach out and communicate with other people with other ideas and understand. But what they do is they don't understand. It's like all those scientists, and then they'll tell you to get off the internet. Flat earther, you get off the internet. Well, why should I get off the internet? I'm using it for the right purpose. You're over here, bastardizing what all these people work for. They worked hard. They put together a system of computers and networks, a device to interface with it, and they told you, use this to understand people and gain information and knowledge.
Right. Well, that's a fact.
They just don't.
Well, and I can kind of sympathize with it because I disagree with you on this fine point. Okay. Functionally, I agree with you. I think that like if you understand virtue and how a man should spend most of his week, he should be doing labor, and he should be doing meditation and these kinds of things, prayer. And so most of that is directed towards expanding his kind of like investing his body and his soul into good things. Now, recreation is the hour or 2 hours a day that you relax your body and soul so that it's not hypertense. You know what I mean? So, but the problem is here's why this matters. This little detail is, I think that because I'm all about economics, and which means management of the household. I think that because men, women, children, but especially young men, and older men too, but young men, is because they are engaged in activity 8 to 10 to 12 hours a day that's totally sterile and does not actually do much but produce garbage that is really just thrown away so that like the machine can keep running. I think that then a kind of a response to that naturally is to then use your recreation in a very abnormal way. And so most guys like you, a lot of guys with virtue, who are in that kind of situation, use their recreation for things that are significant, like you're saying, talking to people and all that kind of stuff, because they can't do it during the day, or it's very difficult anyways. Maybe they can, but it's highly discouraged. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't talk about politics and religion at work, that kind of stuff. Even though those two things are highly worth talking about, you know?
Or try talking about flat Earth at work. It's even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I think I've done that. Carefully, and I mean I've got kind of like a lot of training in like people skills and stuff like that, which has helped me. So, but yeah, no, it's definitely a risky move, you know. I'd say one of the benefits is like if people do think you're crazy, like if you just take a big step forward and just link on to one thing, like one controversial opinion. You know what I mean? Like I used to do it in Seattle just by saying, you know, that Trump seems like he's not strong enough in his rhetoric, you know, which was very controversial out there. Then people kind of like know you as that one guy that's focused on this one thing, and you're kind of like harmless. And then you can say whatever you want. It's been my experience.
Yeah, that's how I try to hold myself out too. It gives you a lot of freedom to move into and out of topics without really seeming committal. And you can also bring enlightening conversation to people in ways that they don't find immediately offensive.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You guys are probably, because I've noticed you treated me a little bit better than some others. And so you guys are probably pretty skilled in that area, I would say, because of your opinion. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of helping out. I'm kind of helping. Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we got good cops and bad cops. Sometimes it's the luck of the draw who you get.
Crazy cops too.
I would not be surprised if it would be directly parallel to what people did for a living. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? Like you have a guy, for instance, like people who work on computers a lot, they tend to be a lot more like self-contained, you know, like software guys, they have their own opinions and they don't have to bang them around with other people. But a guy who works with his hands on carpentry is kind of a little bit different. He tends to have more of like a common person's opinion where his opinions have to be bounced off of like guys trying to raise families and stuff. And not that software developers and raising a family, but he's just more self-contained, right? And then...
Well, yeah, carpenters have to focus on the aesthetics more than software programmers have to with their code.
Right, exactly. Yeah, people look at what they do. Yeah. Whereas with software, you have to build something just so that people can look at what you do. You know? Like something totally separate to show it to them. But sorry, it's been great.
I think that's a great analogy. Yeah. Like ugly carpentry is readily apparent, but bad software code may not be.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this has been a delight. Thank you for giving me a breath of fresh air. I have a small child's birthday to celebrate today, and
Nice.
he woke me up early in the morning, and I made the mistake of kind of like yelling at him for doing that instead of just like loving him and abandoning what I was doing, which was actually literally paying bills. You know, I had to like sort through like, oh, that's right, God wants me to love you and not worry about money, even though I feel like this is so important. You know what I mean? So thank you for giving me a little bit of adult conversation.
Yeah, we can empathize with that for sure. And we've all experienced that level of regret too. So
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how old you are or where you live, but as a kid growing up, I used to get taken to Pharaoh's ice cream for my birthday.
Oh, nice.
So I don't
don't
know
do
if
that.
one of those around, but those places are awesome for kids' birthdays. Then I had 5 kids, and I took all of them to the same place. So
Wow. Well, I might take him. I probably will take him out today. We've got a babysitter coming, but she's been working with my wife on things, and that's kind of like the most fruitful thing I've been doing to fight usury. But my wife made him a cake last night. I went out to a Republican meeting because I was invited with my daughter, and my wife made a cake with my son. So I don't know. I probably got to think about what I'm going to do for him. But it's kind of packed up today. I think we've done a good job as a family.
nice. All right, well, enjoy it, dude, and glad we can give you an adult conversation.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to probably take advantage of this more regularly, especially since you guys are really good about not cussing. Like I was able to have you on speakerphone. It was great. I'm sure people pop in here and just start cussing off the cuff.
Oh, bro.
You don't
Okay,
know the half of it. Okay.
Well, God bless you. You pray for me. I'll pray for you. You see, I'm struggling. Everyone knows it.
Yep. Well, we all do, right?
God bless.
Stay blessed.
Our
and family.
Father. Yeah, thank you. Amen.
Look after yourself.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I hope he comes back.
Yeah, I like having adult conversations. It's rare on Discord.
I wanted to warn him that
What a
don't get
pure
too
heart.
confident about the not cussing thing because it depends on the time of day.
Yeah.
I know. Amish's laugh said it all.
What'd you say, Roots? I didn't hear.
When he says it's nice to be able to put you on speakerphone and not hear any cussing, you laughed, but you laughed in a way that just said a lot. I didn't say, what a pure-hearted guy, man. Wow, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, I like Globers that are honest. It's like I have no problem with people who are honest, and no matter how they perceive the world, if I can get along with them man to man and I can trust them, it's like, so what? You know, we work with Globers in our daily lives, at work, in our family, with our friends. We don't have to make flat Earth the pressing issue for us to build a healthy society around us. We really don't. Honesty and integrity is how to do that.
Yep. And Flat Earth can't help anybody be better anyway. Think
That's
about it.
right.
How many evil people throughout history have done things, and they had a Flat Earth worldview. Flat Earth don't make anybody a good person. Neither does the globe.
Yeah.
None of these things.
Yeah, it's the same mistake people make all over the place. Like they try and take people that are not academically minded and thrust them into academic programs in college and expect to turn academics out of them when they didn't have the academic inclination in the first place. You know, and Flat Earth is kind of the same way. Flat Earth is a natural outgrowth of the consequences of how you think and who you are. And people need to develop that within themselves. You can't foist it upon them.
Can't burden them with too
That was
much
well
either. Like, if the cup runneth over, you can't add more.
You know what you just said, Amish, about sort of people thrusting into things that they're not.
I don't know if you're breaking up for anybody else, but it's hard for me to hear you, Ruth.
It sounds like a microphone's not plugged in all the way or something. Like the jack is loose.
I know what it is. Yeah, let me sort that out.
Tighten the string on that can.
Yeah. Jiggle the cable a bit. Got to find the spot where the wires are frayed inside the cable and just pinch it and wrap it with tape. There you go.
Yeah.
Things that young kids never had to deal with.
Tech was better when it was analog and you actually had some wires to work with. In my opinion, anyway. You could tinker more.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yeah. Haven't been involved since 5 years ago. it's mostly analog. Like they've got digital interfaces and ways to, like, you can play with it on your smartphone nowadays. But running cable, cleaning out cable jacks, and something really nice and honest about that.
Like that direct
Back
connection.
Yeah.
Definitely better now.
You sound clearer to me now than you did before.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you were talking, Amish, about people being thrusted into education when they're not academically minded, it literally, I don't know why, but it just come to mind, like, that's the problem with society. Like, we've convinced ourselves, or the government has convinced us that, you know, that the more high-end jobs you have in your country, that you know, the better it is for your country in general. But that's what we've seen with the West, with America and England. And if you look at it, like, most jobs now are, like, people can't get jobs because the population is under educated for the level of jobs that we've got. Do you get what I'm saying?
You see that in the
Absolutely. This brings to mind a great book called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. And like, what does that have to do with this? It's a book about a man who takes his son on a motorcycle trip across the country, and it's social commentary. And the main theme of the book is regarding how society values outlying forms instead of underlying function. And this has caused a degradation of civilization itself.
look at California there, all those tech bros in that sort of technocracy.
Yeah.
Trying to undermine. I think all these soldiers who basically fought and died on the battlefield for rights, for human rights, and they just want to say throw it all away because of what technological advancement. At the same time, these guys are shit scared to do any sort of military service.
Yeah, they're not meant to adhere to a rigid structure.
Like they're somehow outside the system, manipulating the system to get the results that they think are better. But really, they're just, I mean, no.
They're creating imbalance.
They think
You have a
they're high, like they're one tier up. Like they got the social ladder, they're above the ladder.
Yeah, they think they're system designers and implementers.
Nathaniel posted in the side chat.
They're like the communists that think they'll be at the top of the Communist Party because they're supporting communism when they're the useful idiots. Dunning-Kruger takes on many forms. Check.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I hear you.
We can hear you.
That Nathaniel guy posted in the side chat right after he left.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. I spoke to him before too.
Yeah.
I spoke to him before. I mean, he still believe in the globe or whatever, but he was very respectful for the most part. Yeah, he invited me to his little server and stuff. I usually don't join it, but since he seemed pretty cool, so I joined his little server. Just talk about whatever. Yep.
Yeah. He could be a rare bird, kind of like G.E. Platypus. G.E. Platypus is honest and he could steel man most of our arguments, I think, if not all of them, faithfully. He just doesn't accept them. Matthew Learns might be in a similar boat too, and a few others. Indio was talking about this last night. And
Right.
there are people out there that I can respect if we disagree. Absolutely no problem with that.
Exactly. Except Rich Edwin.
Well, remember, some of these guys wouldn't admit they're flat earthers, even if they were inside, right? Remember that.
Yeah, I understand that settlement. Even if I somehow prove the globe, I would still be flat Earth. Because number one, just to enshrine free speech, like fuck you for silencing this idea. I would just to prove the point. Flat Earth speech is free speech. And number two, like I still be hard to accept because given the globe model, I was promised a lot: a space age, an international base on the moon, this ever expanding a new renaissance. Man, it is not going well. You know, like how you like that meme, how you think it's going to go and how it actually goes. It's really hard for me to square the promises made after the Apollo program with what really happened. It just doesn't add up.
How you think it's going to go? Picture of us in space with all sorts of spaceships. How it's gone. Picture of Katy Perry kissing the ground.
Yeah, like perfect example. Or like how they say when the taser came out, they said the taser is going to save lives because instead of shooting a gun where they're authorized lethal force, they'll pull the taser out, stun the person, and effect the arrest. And now they just whip out the taser if someone gives them a little lip. It was never supposed to be just like, hey, I can just tase you because I'm angry. It was supposed to be you use this instead of a gun. And then it was like, it's non-lethal. And then they faked a bunch of government science to prove that, oh, look, you can get tased, no problem, doesn't do anything to you. Like, barely inconvenience. They say, okay, what about people who are, on drugs? What about people with underlying health issues? Oh, don't worry about that. What if you tase longer than this, like 7 to 11 seconds? Don't worry about that. And then finally, after getting roasted in court, they say, oh, it's less than lethal. Like newspeak garbage.
Yep.
Like how you think it's going and how it's really going. That should have been the showcase. Look at this advancement in technology. Police and technology have eliminated the use of firearms. They can now use stun weapons. Oh, they use it because someone told them that they're a pig. Oh. And then the person died.
Yeah, they call less than lethal what is actually sometimes lethal. The newspeak is what gets to me.
Yeah.
Or the fact that one can say, I was in fear for my life and get away with anything.
My
the other
training
side.
and expertise, which is nothing, which is really just buzzwords.
See, instead of replacing the gun, they've just created a top-end escalation for the crimes that don't warrant the gun. So it's almost just like a torture tool that they've got that they can pull out on misdemeanors whenever they feel like it.
Yeah.
That wasn't
Right.
the story. When it came out, they said this won't be used for that. This will be used in place of. When they're authorized to shoot, they won't. They'll use a taser instead. Like, when the fuck did that ever happen?
Well, that's what happens when you eat up and buy everything that they say, right? They lie about everything, for God's sake.
And then people are wondering, like, why the government would lie. Well, right there. They lied about how safe and effective tasers were. They knew it was going to kill people. They knew it was going to... There's like daytime running headlights. So that's one of the things I looked at when I started looking at Flat Earth. Why someone gets pulled over because they don't have their headlights on. And it's the middle of summer. And it's past, like, whatever, the 7:15 or whatever time this will turn it on. How come no one's ever gone to court and presented the heliocentric model, said, hey, I had my lights on. It was broad daylight. Here's the heliocentric model. Here's how the Earth was tilted towards the sun. It was broad, spanking daylight. There was not night. I was not driving without my headlights on at night. And then see what would happen. But you've never seen that. Because basically all they did was the department in Florida they basically put like this W on a sign, a white sign with a black W, and as soon as someone could see it in daylight and nighttime, then they determine when you should have your headlights on, so you could see it at the same distance. And that's it. And that junk science led to things like daytime running headlights. Like, what the fuck? Like, somehow that's a safety feature. It's a safety feature to have your car just constantly burning its headlights.
More like it's a new industry for the bulb makers. I mean, it's pretty much obvious now that everything they create is not built to last anymore. Everything is built to be replaced, and their argument will be, well, we need an economy. We need an industry. So we're not building anything to last anymore. It's not just a lie anymore, it's a way of life. It's a new philosophy.
Yeah, so they passed a law. They said if someone's driving without their headlights on, they're most likely drunk. All it was just a way to get more DWI investigations. Nothing to do with public safety, none of it.
Dude, I saw a documentary on that, how they were saying that they started saying that certain officers that took this course, like they were deemed like the person with the experience, with the credentials to like say, I think you're drunk, therefore I'm giving you a ticket. I'm giving you a DUI.
Yeah,
And
Drug Whisperers. I saw that little documentary about that.
yeah, dude, and they're saying like that so many people were like, dude, I don't even drink alcohol. And then like they would have to like fight it and like prove like that they don't have and then they do like the alcohol test and they have like 0.0, but then they're like having to pay like thousands of dollars to get their car out of impound because they impound the vehicle. Like they were like this huge like scam that cities were doing like across the nation, like under this guise of like we can train you, like you don't have to do the test. You don't have to give them the sobriety test. You're just experienced enough to make the call. Like, you're drunk, I'm taking you in. It was crazy, bro. And they probably still do it too, by the way.
Yeah, I think that the documentary is called Stone Cold Pulled Over or something along those lines. Oh, Stone Cold Sober and Pulled Over.
Yeah, so I forgot the name of it, but like they did a documentary on it. Like they were like just exposing like this county that was doing that, and like apparently it's happening everywhere.
And they would do is they would target people of low means who really couldn't defend themselves.
Yeah, I could see that happening because they know like they can't afford a lawyer to like do all the like I'm going to subpoena the test the equipment. Well, there's no equipment. Oh, well then like they don't know the system. That sucks, dude. That's those people could be on there.
Yeah, that qualified immunity. They were just doing what they were trained to do. Yeah, collect money.
Yep. Police for collecting money for the courts, and the courts for giving that money to the state.
Even if you beat the rap, you don't beat the ride.
Right.
Like all the court costs and all that stuff, you don't get that back.
Yeah, your fees that you had to pay to get a lawyer.
I want to share something with you guys. It's kind of back on topic a bit, but just a curiosity. So I found this diagram, posting it in side chat. There's something called the Milstar satellite communication system. If you're not familiar with it, this thing was basically put up there to provide high redundancy, low data rate communications in the event that communications become very difficult. Conceivably, reading through the literature, if there's like nuclear war and the air gets ionized and you can't communicate through it, this thing can communicate through it. What's really interesting is when I look at the configuration here, you see how it's got basically, call it a bus, a steel girder system running lengthwise across the middle, and then crosswise you have the solar panels. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. This configuration appeared elsewhere. And supposedly Milstar, right, went up into geosynchronous orbit, which they say is super high up, in order to maintain a stationary position above a fixed point on Earth. So they say it's rotating with the Earth's rotation, therefore you can't tell that it's orbiting. And they had to use Titan and Delta Heavy whatever rockets to get it up there. Well, check this out. So you're telling me that the same design feature works on a balloon the same as it does at a geosynchronous deep space orbit?
Wow. That's funny.
Isn't that funny? Like, what are the chances that you can reuse the same design for something in a completely different environment and different use case altogether?
Right.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
Good stuff. There's a dude that
Yeah.
there's a guy that pointed out yesterday on the flight radar tracker. There's like a balloon, an air balloon that's at 62,000 feet, and it took off from like Idaho, I think he said, and it just went like all the way, like southeast, like from I think it was southern, no, not Idaho, maybe up there, like I don't know, Michigan or something. I forgot where. But then it goes all the way down, like towards like over Florida, and now it's just like in the middle of the Atlantic. And he's like, "What the hell? Why is it going up 60,000 feet? Like, what's this air balloon doing?" Like, you can track it. Like, you can track it on the flight radar. Like, it's literally like right there on the flight radar.
Wow. I do these all day, every day, man, for like studying the weather.
Yeah. It's like, oh, there goes your Google satellite picture taker. Must be getting some more photos. But I thought maybe like, what if that's something like, so it's over the Atlantic. So what would it be like? What are you going to be taking photos over the Atlantic? Probably just for like weather storm, though. Like you said, probably just gathering data. You see like where a storm will brew in or something, or maybe they're starting a. Who knows? And we'll find out. A week from now, they're like, "Oh, a huge hurricane coming in off the coast of Florida." Oh, that's what that was doing. We'll see though.
So if you look at the schematic on the first image, there's like a ring that's right above the center of the assembly, and part of that ring shows a chemical formula along with MMH. This is supposed to represent some kind of 3-axis attitude control thruster system, and then it says deleted. Like this whole thing is deleted, and you can tell this thing is superimposed onto a rocket nacelle.
Yeah.
So why would they delete the space thrusters.
Yeah, well, because they attached a balloon.
Oh, and by the way, there's a ring on the balloon above it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Something screwy's going on, folks. I don't know what, but something screwy's going on.
Right.
They thought no one would notice.
Lockheed Hughes, Raytheon, Harris, and these are all the people behind the project, man. But that means a lot of money went into
Yeah, of note there is a TRW, and I think TRW, I think that was a company that was in the original James Van Allen Saddaloon and Raccoon program around World War II and thereafter.
it. It really is, man. This was
Like
launched
James Van Allen, the Van Allen radiation belts guy, invented the word Saddaloon, and people think flat earthers are crazy for coming up with that term. When the guy who freaking invented this crap, launching balloons off of aircraft carriers in the Pacific, came up with the idea.
It showcases that they really don't know anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Yep.
Thompson
Amazing.
Rammel Woolridge. That's the company. They deal with intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were acquired by Northrop in 2000s. But what was that project you were saying? What was the Saddaloon one, huh?
Yeah, so James Van Allen is kind of like the inventor of satellites, modern satellites, and he came up with two different configurations. One was to launch a rocket and deploy a balloon off a second stage payload into a high altitude position. The second way is the opposite, where you use a balloon to lift a rocket up. And why would you do that? Well, that way you use less fuel to push through denser air. You can just use a buoyant force instead. So use a buoyant force of a balloon to lift a rocket up to a higher position to launch, and then set off the rocket to use thrusters and take care of the rest.
Mm.
Yeah. Which one's more effective? I don't know, but I know that we have examples of Saddaloon launches where you use the rocket first and then deploy a balloon, like the Echo project, Echo 1 and Echo 2, and many others. So it seems to me that version won out. Yep, that's James Van Allen, the Van Allen radiation belt guy. Like I mentioned before, you can read books, historical books about his projects. Like he would take his equipment out on deep into the Pacific on these carrier fleets and would do launches off the flight deck.
Hmm.
Yep. Around the time Admiral Byrd did his thing, strangely enough.
It all ties together, huh? They're all part.
It is like NASA being an outgrowth of the space race, and the space race being an outgrowth of something bigger called the International Geophysical Year Project. And the International Geophysical Year Project goes back to the late 1800s, organized by the Habsburg Empire. And you sound like a fucking conspiracy theory lunatic when you bring this up, but this is just a history of so-called scientific exploration, right? Oops. Freaking stopped. Didn't mean to do that. Fucking city driving, guys. Pardon my French.
Oh yeah.
A guy left of me blasted through a stop sign at an intersection. I'm like, what the hell? And so I got confused and I started to blast through it. I'm like, oh shit. And then there's a biker in front of me and just pulled in front, like Holy crap. It's hard to talk on Discord and do this at the same time. I'm not an Uber driver.
Oh damn.
Anywho,
That's interesting that it's shaped the same way.
Yeah, I hate city driving. If I have to go into the city, it's like a week-long process to like get myself mentally and physically prepared. I got like make sure
yeah.
the vehicle's in top condition. Like all the tires are filled. Like windshield
Map out the
cleaned,
parking garages.
Yeah, I got like exact directions written out. Like a paper return directions written out too. Because sometimes you never know; it might not be exactly the same path back. Got emergency kits, like overnight kit, emergency kit, first aid kit.
And then, God forbid, there's road construction and detours and one-way streets that the mapping software didn't account for, and then your day's ruined. Yeah. I'm a country boy, man. I'm with you.
Yeah, I used to do it when I would drive into the city. It would be like an overnight trip. I would spend the night there. And then now it's because I got to the point where like I want to get in and get out as soon as I possibly can.
Funny to hear you
I
guys
had to
talk
be a
about.
juror for a grand jury case in the Capitol, and I'm like, oh shit! It's like 3.5 hours away, and it's in the middle of a city that was strange, and I'm like, I have no idea how to get anywhere. Help!
Reminds me of my girl's house in Arkansas. Like, we drive 30 minutes at 65 miles per hour the whole way just to get to like the first sign of like town, like with the store and a gas station, or like with the McDonald's, like I don't know, like standard stuff, for a little tiny town, fast food and market. But man, it's way different out there, man. Never any traffic, and she's like, and when she had to come here to LA to pick me up once, um, she hated it here, man. She was like, I can't stand this place. She can't stand California. I'm like, oh, I've been driving here since I was 14 years old. Oh, I know the streets. I know the city drivers. So she's like, well, then you drive all the time. So I drove the whole time we were down here. She was down here. But it's definitely way different to be driving way over there in the countryside of America. Way different.
I wonder if city people feel the opposite in a way. Like, do they get agoraphobic and they have to leave, and suddenly they see a wide expanse, no traffic, and roads going for miles? And
bro, like, it was, no, it was the opposite. It was like, oh my god, like this is a breath of fresh air. Actually, remember when like the C-19 hit back in 2020, and like only like the essential workers were driving? Dude, the freeways were never clearer, dude. I was like, I can get used to this. Like, it was awesome to not have a million cars on the road around you. Like, it was good. Like, it was. Yeah, but there might be though. There might be people that like they won't be able to like handle, like, there's no one around me. What? Scared? Help me! I'm not cluttered by cars. I need traffic. I loved it, dude. It was like, yep, I'm gonna retire out here.
The only thing I've ever heard city people complain about is that the stores are all too far away.
Yeah. Yeah, like what? You have to drive 20, 30 minutes to a store?
Like, she was like, let's go get coffee. I'm like, all right, cool. 30 minutes later, I'm like, what the fuck? Why are we barely getting coffee? I'm like, and it's not like we were like driving bumper to bumper. It was like 65 miles all the way. I'm like, how the fuck far do you live from there? It's like, not too far. But then it became nice though. Like, it was an awesome drive every morning. It was an open road, no traffic, going through the mountains, seeing the deers on the side of the road. Like, dude, it was beautiful, bro. Like, that's what I've been missing. The good country life. People don't bug you. Like nicest people, bro. We stop for gas. The nicest freaking. I'm like, oh my god, there's nothing like Los Angeles. Coldly dark.
Yeah, it's like for me, I've always wanted to get that city that's like in between like two big cities, like the one spot where it's not like well, here a good example is like in between Fort Lauderdale and Miami, there's a spot called Hollywood. And it's just perfect because it's got all the same stuff. That it's like the urban sprawl. Miami all the way to Fort Lauderdale. So you get all the same stuff without the same, like tourism and whatnot. Because all the tourists go to Miami or they go to Fort Lauderdale. They don't really go in that in between area.
Yeah, I guess it. One thing that my girl loved about when she came to LA is we didn't have to leave the hotel room. Like she stayed at the Radisson, and she's like, and we never go nowhere. We had everything. She loved DoorDash and Uber Eats. Like she doesn't have that out where she lives in Arkansas. Like she's like that. We don't have this. You know, how amazing this is. I have everything delivered. I never have to leave. When all we did was just chill and have fun, but just ordered everything was ordered to us. She loved that. She's like, I wish we had this over there in Arkansas. I'm like, what? She's like, well, they have not where she lives.
Yeah, go ahead, son.
She lives in the hills. Wow, go ahead. My bad.
No, nothing. I wasn't gonna say anything important, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, Uber Eats and DoorDash make people lazy, bro.
Big time. She don't go nothing. Well, she's like an introvert. She hates people. Like she doesn't like. Put it this way, she never gets out of her car when she drives. The only time she does get out is to pump up gas. That's it. Everything else, she'll order from like Walmart pickup because she doesn't want to go. Like she never gets out of the car. She can't stand people. She
Yeah.
doesn't like. So that's why for her. Any Glovers in here yet? No, huh? Well, no one's here. That's an anti-flatter though.
Yo, I hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah, we're good, brother. Well, just hurry up, get better, get home. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, man. I had to tune out for a second because I had to talk to some folks came in the room, but I'm back.
Ooh.
Slow day today.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, maybe no one got some glow proof today. Man. No one. Would you like to speak to her today? Because I remember yesterday or the day before, you just sitting here without talking and just use the side chat. But yeah, feel free to open your mic.
Oh, I am absolutely certain that no one has globe proof.
That was funny. I didn't realize I said that, but that's funny. Did you see what you put in the side chat?
Well, he just popped back in too. You know what I mean? He was here and then he left and then he just came back. So.
Just because folks are muted up doesn't mean that there's no one here, but no one is here, so that's fair too.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank goodness. No, just a big swollen elbow and rest in ice. Yeah, we were all like, oh no. Like, he's going to be more upset that he can't do gymnastics than anything else. But Doc said, no, this heals up. He can go back.
Amish. I think he's hot micing.
Hey, are you?
Oh yeah, I was wondering what the. I thought
Yeah,
maybe
his
it's
skull
something.
is a lot more robust than joints in your elbow.
I'm tapped out. Can someone get them?
I got it.
He could unmute himself. Any Glovers here? No one's here. I didn't even catch myself saying that too. That's funny. Hilarious. That's the kind of comedy I like. I'm actually writing a script. Me and my girl.
Hey, Park. So you in well, I don't want to get too much info, but you from LA, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Bro, but this LA, that's a whole nother world.
It's a whole, and there's so many different areas. Like you have LA County, which is humongous, and it's. But dude, if you drive like for 10 minutes, you'll go through like 3 different worlds, bro. Like it's so weird. The way I don't know, it's just weird here, bro. And you have to know the area you have to go and where you can go. There's so many neighborhoods that are just like not good. Like so many areas that are just not good. Just stay away. If you don't know this place, like don't just freely drive around.
Yeah, just go. Yep.
Like Crit was saying earlier, like you just go to your destination. That's it. Don't go anywhere. Don't. If you have a detour, oh my God, sucks to be you if you have a detour and you don't know the city. I was born and raised, so, like I know the city really, really well. But
well, I mean, maybe it's not as bad, right? But before it used to be worse, right? It's like a war zone out there at certain parts, certain neighborhoods, like war zone. Yep, people don't know.
I used to live. That's a long time ago, early, like the late '80s. Just briefly, I lived in there. I was with my dad out there.
Damn, I mean, how old are you? 80? I mean, I was born in the late 80s. Like, holy shit, you older than a lot of us?
Nah, I'm 46.
I mean, you're not that old, yeah. You're old, but not that old.
I'm up there, but I'm not. But yeah, so I lived there, and man, that was dude, that was crazy over there, man. South Central is not. That's not a city that you put it this way. At night, no one goes out. The only people that go out are the people that are like up to no good. Every house has like bars on every window. Like it's just not a city you mess with. But then again, it does have its really nice areas, like old school, like Los Angeles, like beautiful places, bro, like that are like movie like. They film like a lot of movies in those houses because of how beautiful it is. But
right,
block away, bro. Yeah, one block, beautiful. The next block over, fucking like all bad.
Right. Yeah, my boy's actually over there right now.
Really?
He moved from Florida to LA. Right. I dropped him off at the airport a few years ago. Right. And yep, he called me from time to time, but he's like, man, it's a whole different world out there. And it's very dangerous too, anywhere you go. But like how far are you from Long Beach?
Long Beach is right on the coast, so I would say a good 30 minutes. Inland.
Oh, okay.
30 minutes. Yeah. But that's because there's traffic. Without traffic, it's only like, it's way less, but there's always traffic, you know what I mean? So there's always traffic. It takes over to go like 10 miles, bro. Like you can go like to downtown. Downtown's only like 12 miles away, but it takes like an hour to get to downtown. It's stupid, bro. The traffic here is retarded. But on a perfect time, like where there's no traffic, it'll take like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Right.
Fly around.
Well, have you ever thought about moving out of there, go to a different state?
Yeah.
Explore?
Well, when I was out in Arkansas with my girl, I was like, okay, I'm going to come back. And she's like, yeah. Even her. Arkansas.
Arkansas? Okay, yeah.
It's beautiful. She lives in the mountains. She has like 7 acres of land. It's beautiful over there.
Yeah, you sound like you need to move over there.
Oh, it's nice. Leave this place behind. Did you say California's like fourth highest GDP in the world. I think it said it does like $4 trillion. I forgot what it was, bro.
Oh.
It's crazy.
I mean, if you go to Arkansas, right, you can do some elevation angle to the star, right? Because you live right there up in the mountain, right, and away from the city, so you can see the sky pretty clear. You just need some equipment. You know what I mean? Testing out the sky. That would be amazing.
Tell you, that's where I went to go see the. Remember they had the full eclipse last year. I went out there, or was it? Damn, I went fast. Was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago? Check it out. I got
a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. It hit San Antonio too. I was here when that happened, but I was working, so I mean, I saw the darkness outside, but I didn't see the what was going on, right? But everybody was kind of going crazy a little bit. I was just busy, but yeah, I think it was last year.
Yeah, that's the photo I captured. I'll tell you what, dude, that's the craziest thing. I can honestly say the most weirdest thing I've ever seen is to see like just like a black hole in the sky, bro. It was so weird.
Yeah.
And then like it's weird because like it everything goes like you don't hear any crickets, any bugs, nothing. It just goes dead silent. And like everything looked like tintish, like it was like dark but not dark. It was like a tint, and then you just feel this like weird energy. Even she was like, "Do you feel that?" I was like, "Yeah, what the heck is that?" And it's just like this weird. I don't know. I can't even explain it, bro. You just gotta experience it. It was
It's
like
talking about. I'm not sorry if I interrupt you, but I went away for a second. Are you talking about earthquake? Like right before an earthquake?
no. I was talking about with the full eclipse. But you're right about the
Oh, the
earthquake
eclipse.
too.
Oh, okay.
You're right about the earthquake too. Like right before an earthquake, there's like this weird buzz or humming, like, and then like it just goes dead silent. Like you'll hear all the birds tweet, 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 and all of a sudden they just will stop, and then like it just starts rolling. It was
Yeah, I
weird.
experienced a really small one. I was in Oklahoma, and it was weird. It was like all of a sudden like everything just stopped for a second, like the whole world, like you just like this really sort of like you like those like sci-fi shows where like they do that bullet time where you see the clock go click, click,
Slow down.
click. Yeah, it was like it was almost a super. Like I would describe it like how would you know if you're in a supernatural event or not? You really wouldn't, but something would have been off. You just something about the event just would have like it made your skin crawl type of thing, and that's the way it felt. It felt like suddenly like shit's about to happen, and I didn't even know why. Like the hairs in your neck just randomly stand up. Like all the birds went quiet. Everyone just kind of stopped and looked around, and then brrr, it was a really small one too, like a 3. But that was like imagine someone getting in like a 9 or a 10, or something like that. Like like
yeah.
Because I just heard about this because there was an earthquake not too long ago, and they had talked about the way the elephants reacted at the zoo. Like they made a circle right before it happened.
Yeah.
And they noticed that someone said, "Do you guys know this? Like every time before, like at the San Diego Zoo or something. Like I can't remember what zoo it was, but in California, the elephants always form a circle right before the earthquake happens."
Damn,
Like
that'd be crazy.
Yeah, like they're really. It said because their feet are able to send vibrations or something, right? They said there's something that they're able to do that they know, like, hey, they got formed their defensive circle.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
They were like the baby, right? Like they protected the baby.
Yeah,
baby.
and all of them, they all know where to go. Like, so they're definitely communicating with each other because it's like the adults go to the outside, the little ones go into the middle, and they know exactly where their places are. Drill, like they practice like a response.
Yeah. Hey, can I point something out in a photo that I just posted that I actually took the day of the eclipse? I wanted to show like that didn't look normal to me when I was looking at it through the camera. I was like, why is there not like a ball glowing? Like it didn't make sense because that doesn't look like the moon going in front of the sun, because where's the other half of the moon? Like, where is that at? It looks
Exactly.
it looks literally like
Yeah.
it's just it's like look like the sun itself is like like oh my god, bro, how do I even fucking explain it? I can't, but I hope you guys get what I'm saying. The circle of the sun, it should be blocked out by the moon, so there shouldn't be a circle, a full ring like that around, making a circle for the sun. There should be like a like, it should look like like two circles together, like a eight, like an infinite sign. It should look like there should be two. You get what I'm saying? If you, like a
Yeah.
master logo, you know, it has the two circles together. I think MasterCard is trying to tell us something. I think they're talking about eclipse too, but it's not the moon, bro. Like, if you look at I saw this with my own fucking eyes, dude, and I was like, how's the moon like not? It did. I was like, I even told my girl, I was like, look, and she was looking at the screen because I had I was just recording it. I was like, why does it look like that? And she goes, wait. She goes, why does it look like it's just the sun is eclipsing? Like nothing's even going in front of it. It just looks like it's something's going, like if you had a like closing a window, right? Like the window itself is like I don't know, bro. I can't even explain. Maybe I can draw it.
Well, see, bro, I mean, I don't remember the whole story in my cosmology, but there's a phrase and word that we said that Rahu swallowed the moon or something and then spit it back out. Right?
Yeah, the old.
And it just swallowed it somehow and then spit it back out. But I don't know what that means, you know. And with the whole Rahu and Ketu things, right? But I've been hearing, like, I didn't know what it was too when I, first heard it when I was in Cambodia, right? Like, we having song, poems, and all that stuff. But when I came across the flat Earth information, I was like, oh, I know, you know what I mean? We have this in our cosmology, you know what I mean? But I didn't know what it was before flat Earth. So, but in the text or whatever, if I remember correctly, it says that Rahu swallow, the moons or whatever, the sun, and then spit it back out. If they spit it back out, so I thought that was a little strange, but yeah, it looks crazy though.
The black sun, Rahu, they call it Rahu or something like that.
Watch, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna post. Oops. Yes, this part. Okay, I'm gonna post what I think it should look like. Okay, and I this is what I was trying to explain. Like, the green is me shaving out like that perfect circle look around the sun. You shouldn't see that, because the moon should have its own ring around it as the light is coming from behind it. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, because you shouldn't see the light coming from that side, like at least part of it, because the moon blocking it, right? But then when you see the light around the sun, right? So but then you've seen all the light. You don't see anything blocking it. Just in the front of the sun only a little bit. What happened to the rest of it? You know what I mean? And yeah, I guess that's the whole mystery, right? We don't know what the fuck's going on. Right?
It makes like zero sense, dude. Like that. I was like, it looked weird to me, bro. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Why are you posting? I can't even like delete that fucking photo, bro. Like, it's just fucking. Why are people fucking? How did you delete it? How do you do that? Oh, it's that command. You have to do the delete.
Did you catch his user ID?
Yeah, it's Heru.
Just ban him.
Yeah, I got it, bro. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yep. Just a / and then I was gonna text suppress him too, but yeah, delete the message first. Stupid.
All right. Cool.
And that's the best that the globe has.
What did he post? I missed it. I was tabbed out.
Some statue. Alice.
Oh, okay.
That's the best. That's the very best. That was his evidence.
Appeal to degeneracy.
Exactly.
I like that, Quit.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like yesterday when we were talking, like I don't know what the one guy said. What's the meaning of life if the Earth is flat or a globe? And I'm like, well, yeah, I'll tell you why you're here.
That's a non sequitur in every. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, because he's trying to say why does it matter? I'm like, because like you get to witness, you bear witness. You are here at this time and space,
Right.
put here by the Creator to bear witness to the downfall of Western society. And then also, while you're here, though, you got some time to do some things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. That's the three things you're here for. Bear witness and enjoy it while you can with some people that are tolerable.
Right. And I like to say too, Quit. Every time they saying, oh, sorry, Nico, sorry. Every time they ask this question, oh, why would it matter? Well, it matter enough. That's why you're here, right? Because if it doesn't matter, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I like to say too, it's all about mind over matter. If if you don't mind, it don't matter.
I remember that before.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Like if you don't mind and it don't matter, don't even bother clicking on the channel. Go to a different one.
Right.
My answer is always the same when they ask that question. So it's something personal. So it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me because for me, when you know something, you just get rid of your ignorance about that thing. It's just automatic. It's just normal. Something normal. When you know something, you stop being ignorant about that thing. You were ignorant when you didn't know about it. So you not having knowledge about something is just being ignorant about that thing. It's just normal.
Yeah.
So I prefer to know where I live instead of being ignorant. Yeah, I'm ignorant about many things that are related to Earth because unfortunately I can't verify those things, like where this surface ends, if it does have an edge or no edge. I can't verify that. I can't verify what are the things in the sky. Yeah, but at least I could acquire a bit of knowledge about the earth that I'm living in, instead of that blind belief that I had before that.
Really, it wouldn't matter when it comes to folks who always appeal to the next guy. I don't have to know because someone else knows. So they think it doesn't matter. It's rooted in basically an appeal to the authority of their priests of scientism. The fact that a lot of them deify science, because they'll say things like, science says, as though science is a person.
That's also blind belief. So if you believe that person who knows, so you believe the thing that he says, okay, but you add to that you believe another thing, which is that person knows something. You don't know if that person knows or just is just making some stories intentionally or even not intentionally. That's the major problem about the society. They give some people values that they don't even have. They know. Are you sure that they know? Once you get good first.
Moment of silence.
No, what's up?
You guys having a moment of silence right now?
No, we're here. What's up?
No, I was just trying to see if you guys were like debating anything or anything. I'm just trying to listen.
Okay, you don't have anything to talk about. You just want to hear people talk.
I just want to hear people talk. That's it.
Yeah, we're debating against about people that believe or people that know. That's the debate. Which one are you?
People that know. I feel like if I know, I wouldn't have to believe.
That's right. So I have to go pretty soon, but what do you think the Earth is?
I think the Earth is well, that's a tricky question. When there's so much there's so much stuff on both sides, you know. What can you really believe when there's so much information come out on both sides, you know?
Well, these people will help you guide you through this process, but I can guarantee you, and I would put money down on it, that what you think you know about the globe is only a belief, and we can prove it. And therefore, and then on the other hand, there's some of us here that actually know for a fact 100% that Earth is flat, stationary, and contained, and we can prove that to you if you're willing to listen. So these people will walk you through it. I have to go, but there you go. There you are. There's a beginning.
Yeah, I am willing to listen to anybody, so, you know.
Well, how about, do you got a question you want to ask? Is it something you want to hear?
Well, the consensus he just gave me essentially is the Earth is flat, and you guys can prove it. So, like, if you guys want to like try to prove flat Earth to a person who like doesn't know anything about flat Earth or globe, you're more than likely to, because you know I've never had somebody try to like prove flat Earth to me or prove globe theory to me as like, you know, hey, this is what this is what's real, you know. I've always just heard both sides, you know.
Did you ever look into either side? Like really look into both sides, or?
No, I have not studied both sides yet. But you know, I know some of the arguments that are like commonly used. I know that, but you know, I haven't like studied both sides. That's why
What
I'm
type of
just more
arguments
open
are
to
you?
like listening, you know.
What type of arguments are you familiar with? We can start there, I guess.
Oh, I've heard of the refraction argument and then the curvature argument.
What's your take on? I guess we can start with curvature. What's your take on curvature?
Honestly, I haven't grasped the concept of curvature yet. If you want me to be honest,
But you say you don't grasp it, or you do? I didn't catch that.
because you know, oh no, I don't grasp the concept of curvature yet.
So if I ask you if you went to see curvature for yourself, what would you see? What do you see? Like in your personal experience, like what type of curvature have you seen?
A sailor went to sea to see what he could see.
Did he leave?
I think so. I'm not seeing the person here anymore. My God, that's atrocious. I apologize for my mic. I'm going to see if I can correct that.
I heard you just now though, but the other ones are weird. Well, I learned something interesting about that whole Katy Perry thing that happened, I guess, yesterday or whatever.
What, the door opening?
Not that. It was more about the Daisy thing.
Daisy.
So she says it's because her daughter was named Daisy, which is fine. I mean, I can get why she's doing that, but if you actually look up the meaning of what Daisy stands for, there's an old 14th century thing where it actually represents keeping a secret. It's like a 14th century meaning for another when you give somebody a daisy, it's because you kept their secret. I thought that was very interesting. So,
Hey, check.
a little bit of static.
Calling London. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Yeah, that's terrible. I don't know how to get rid of that.
That last part, it kind of went away, but I don't know.
Maybe it's your electrifying personality.
Thanks.
Oh no, it's still there. Yeah, I didn't even hear about that door thing. That's weird.
Someone posted a video of it last night. It was absolutely hilarious.
Of course, the big red flag for me is the 11-minute thing, for like all the way up and all the way down. That just is weird. Like it's not just 11 minutes, like in the like floating part, or whatever, where they were supposedly in anti-gravity, like on their little video thingy. It's like 11 minutes. Like the full trip was 11 minutes. Like lift off, do that floating thing for like I guess 3 minutes, and then all the way down to the ground, exactly 11 minutes. Like really?
I don't know why everyone's saying they went to space, because even in their own paradigm, they didn't go to space.
Yeah, they just went to that part where you can supposedly float, or whatever you call that floating around part,
No, that's not true.
Supposedly, I'm just saying.
No, that's a misconception. That's a misunderstanding. So they only experience zero gravity because they begin falling, and because they're falling at the same rate as the capsule, they can like leave their seatbelt, get out and float around because they're falling with the capsule, inside the capsule.
Right.
But there's no magic place you go to in the sky and you start floating around, right? Just because you're far away from the ground. No.
Yeah, I knew that. It's been a while, sorry. So thank you for that. So.
Yeah, no, but they make it seem like that. So they'll use these terms like, they went in a rocket, they went to space. Oh, look, they're floating around, right? So people get it in their head because they've seen all these science fiction movies that when you go to space, you start floating around, right? So
you're right. I fell for that.
Yeah, no, they intentionally do it. Like they intentionally leave out the details just to let people's imaginations run wild.
But yeah, I do remember the whole point of that plane thing is when it accelerates and it falls and all that. So I sometimes forget little details. So.
Let's see if I fix the static.
It wasn't as bad, but it still was there, kind of.
I'm thinking it might be the jack in the port, or the port maybe. Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, still got a little static in the background, but yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's still just in the background.
Yeah, no, I'm listening to myself on YouTube. But,
I got you.
I don't know how to fix it.
I mean, we can hear you a lot better than we did before, so whatever you did sort of helped, but it just got a little static in the back, but at least your voice is clear, though, so.
Sorry, I thought I was muted. How's this now?
Talk again.
No, it's still terrible. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Is this on your phone?
Yeah, it is.
So I used to have a problem with pocket lint getting in that jack. If you have I don't know if you're using a Type C or an 1/8 inch, but I had to take like a paper clip and dig out that lint.
Use putty.
Yeah, cheers. I'll have a look. I'll give it a go.
You sound good to me, T-Dub.
That's a good idea, Flatsy. He always has such a good ideas.
Until the putty gets stuck in the freaking hole.
Well, man.
You got to use that. You have to use that putty that is used for cleaning. It doesn't get stuck in the holes. It's really good for cleaning your keyboard and stuff too, or air duster. Either one, that'll work. Do you guys know why baking and cooking are so different?
Because one uses an oven.
Well, yeah, but no. Yes, but no. Not the answer I'm looking for. Because baking, you have to be precise because you're having to get the right chemical reaction, whereas cooking, you can measure with your heart.
Yeah, according to my brother, it's a difference in baking and cooking is following the ingredients or not. Or, following the rules of how to do it, whatever.
Yeah, like you can have a little bit more added to like baking. You can like add, let's say, like berries or something like that to muffins or whatever, but everything else has to be on point, and you can only add so much of that stuff to it or you'll mess up the entire chemical reaction. Like maybe like 1 cup of frozen berries to like a batch of muffins. Like you have to still be kind of precise with what you add.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Although, Flatsy, it seems like, both baking and cooking could be precisely from the heart.
Yeah, but you can measure from the heart in cooking. Everything involves me adding love to what I'm making. But, I get what you're saying. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I just made a...
Oh, this election. Oh, we got Flatsy Klein. I remember him.
You just missed her. She was talking about what she just baked. Some biscuits and stuff. It was pretty cool.
What?
She was just telling us what she just got finished making. Because she likes to cook and bake and stuff.
Oh, shit. Old dude! Oh, my fucking god, bro. Old dude, what's up? What's up, old dude? Bro, come on. Jug talk, there's no talk. Here, it's dead quiet, man. Live it, love it, live up the conversation instead of shaming the one who is doing that.
Well, the channel topic is flat Earth, so I guess I can ask them what is your opinion on the flat Earth?
Shit, I don't even know right now, but well, I always argue that it was round, I believe.
What makes you believe that?
Well, when I was like 8 years ago, I went on a plane, right? Ooh. And like right before I landed, not right before I landed, but it was like a very steep landing. It was like not protocol. It was all the wrong triggers going. We were going down way too fast, and we were not going forward as much. And in that moment, it was just then. It was like sunrise, right? So when I saw the sun go down,
Well, you're gonna need a flat Earth to fly that plane anyway. But continue.
unnecessary comment, but whatever. Oh shit, my phone is almost. Anyways, I saw it once. Or I saw it go down. Right.
So what go down? The plane?
Yeah. No, the sun. Let me fucking.
Sun go down
over the
or fall around.
Then I landed, and since I already seen it way up there, it was like right up there. It was sunrise or sunset. I mean, but when I got down, it was basically like fucking dead of night.
Okay. Well, with the height, you're gonna increase your like your view angle or your field of view, right? And when you're closer to the ground, that field of view, well, a lot of it's gonna hit the ground.
Yeah, but when you're on the ground,
that's not really exclusive to any shape.
True, but like when you're on the ground looking up, since the sun is either in front of us. I don't even know what I'm saying right. Hold on, I gotta repeat my thoughts. Fuck, what was
Sun
this?
go down. That's why you think it's round?
No, right, well, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're standing on the ground. Hey,
Well, I mean, have you ever been in a long hallway, like at a hotel?
Sure. I suppose.
Right. And for the most part, you know that the hotel is pretty square, right? It's like a long rectangular prism of space. Right?
Sure.
You got the floor, the left wall, the right wall, and the ceiling. Right? And if you look down that hallway, right, the lines of this hallway are going to converge to a point.
No, that's just a figure of optics, though.
Right. So how do you know the sun's going down and not just actually getting farther away from you
in that retrospect,
and appearing like it's going down? Like the ceiling, even though the ceiling didn't change height in the hallway, but it does look like it's going down, doesn't it?
Yeah, but though if you
So how do you know in this situation that that's not the same?
Well, first of all, the analogy you gave was kind of
on point and perfect. Yeah, I know.
No, it was kind of arguing for me because if you're on the end of the hall and you look out, the lines seem to be converging, but of course that's just a figure of optics. So if you were to zoom in,
right, and if you get higher, they're going to converge differently. And if you get closer to the floor, it'll converge differently too. But it'll still go to a single point.
Yeah.
Because yes, your optics.
Yeah.
So how can you definitively say that it's not your optics when you're looking at the sun?
No,
Aren't you using your eyes?
Optics. I never said it wasn't the optics. I'm not arguing for that it is the optics. Because
so it's not the shape of the Earth.
We got better
in this
optics.
Case.
We got better.
Definitely not going over a geometric horizon just because of this phenomenon.
No, but on that, if it is just we have too bad optics, then of course a telegram. No, hold on. The fuck is it called? Fucking scope shit. They zoom in on
a telescope.
Yeah, telescope. Fuck, I'm retarded. Anyway, a telescope, and you'd zoom in, and then you'd see further. When on Earth, that is impossible if it's just an optics problem.
Well, actually, if you do get, like, say, an optical zoom, you can bring the sun right back up from the horizon. Have you ever seen that before?
I'm pretty sure you're bringing up the. Yeah. Okay. Okay, can you bring it fully into view, or is it just like a tiny corner? That could be just.
Go ahead and take a look at the side chat. We have it in 2 resolutions for you.
Let me see. I don't see that.
Maybe even 3.
That sun did not go down though. That sun was. Yeah, that's a camera.
Yeah, no,
glare.
watch when it zooms in.
Yeah, when it zooms in, the camera glare, it's removed. The
Camera glare?
Bro, you can literally see the sun glaring.
Well, no, you're actually zooming in, right? You're getting more out of it. I mean, it is very fast, and I know, being under the influence, this probably just looks crazy, but...
No, for me, what it looks like right now is someone zooming into the sun before it's gone down the horizon. Has a ton of camera glare when they're zooming in, right? So it looks like the sun is lower than it actually is. And I'm gonna bet you like $100 that it did not look like that from the girl, like from your point of, like, if you use your eyes to see it.
Well, when he zoomed out, that is like the equivalent of using their eyes, right? I mean, he's completely zoomed out.
Right? You realize the camera resolution and camera quality will never ever compare to the human eye. That's why like things like glare and fucking what's it called? I forgot what the other one's called, but like glare and shit.
But I thought you said the sun was going down. It goes away. I couldn't zoom it back.
Not in this clip. It's not going down. It's about to go down.
But it appears that way without the optics, right?
Because
it appears it's going down.
No, it's like I said. If you were to watch it yourself with your own eye,
yeah, I've definitely seen it before, haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen a sunset before.
And have you ever zoomed in with a telescope?
Not personally, no.
Maybe you should do that. I mean, don't take this gift for it, right?
No,
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to. You just said it couldn't happen, and bam. I mean,
but it doesn't happen.
Does happen.
What you're doing is you're making a camera glare look like the sun is shifting positions when actually what I'm asking for is for when the sun has gone down over the horizon and then gets zoomed back up. Like you can't see
over the horizon.
Yeah, over the horizon, you can't see the light.
Is the horizon geometrical or is it optical?
No, don't.
Right? Is it apparent?
We're talking about this one. I don't care about if it.
Well, you're saying it's going over something as if it was physical.
It can still go over something visual.
Well, I can show you the sun, quote unquote, setting without it going over the horizon.
No, I'm not gonna jump on some other train.
And it's not glare, as you were saying.
Okay, send it then.
You can kind of see it like just fading into nothing. It's kind of trippy. To be fair, I've never seen this one myself, but I have no reason to believe that it's fake or anything. Let me find it real quick.
Does the guy who made the video have like a Patreon or something?
Not sure.
They say not true or not sure.
I said not sure, and I'm not really sure why that would be important.
Well, that would be a pretty good reason to make like a fake flat Earth video.
For money? It would be a good reason to make a fake image for money.
Yeah, for money. Oh. Okay, I don't know how you can fall for this. Like that looks incredibly edited. This has got to be the most edited thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This is actually crazy how it's because instead of what it should be doing, going over the horizon, in this video,
That is what it's doing. It's just fading in, right? I mean,
no, because what it's doing is the camera doesn't zoom out until like the very end after the sun disappears. Yet the sun completely vanishes.
And then he zooms out.
Huh?
So why is it now above the horizon? Look at that. Look.
What is above the horizon?
The sun.
That's an edited image.
You see, it faded above the horizon. I mean, how do you even have a horizon on a globe anyway?
That's an edited image, gang. You're trying to prove something when
How do you have zero change of slope on something that's supposed to have constant change in its slope?
Well, first of all,
and I mean, you're stuck on the sun. And I mean, we've been just showing you the sun, and all you can say is "nah." And that somebody could make imagery for money. Well, there's a certain company that gets $60 million a day to lie to you for money, and give you fake images for money, and tell you about a outer space vacuum that can't even exist.
Are you happy
because it breaks natural law? And guess what, buddy? They get $60 million a day.
60. I'm assuming you're talking about NASA.
Is that their Patreon? Our taxes?
Wait, what's? Oh, yeah, we're talking about NASA. Well, you do know NASA does more than just space, right?
Sure, Velcro and Tang and research and funding.
Mm-hmm. How much goes into space, like space development?
You tell me.
Yeah, you seem to be where.
You said they do more than just go to space. You know that, right?
Yeah, do more.
Implying that you know something more about NASA than I do, and their spending.
Yeah, but I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, but you're the one implying that they don't get $60 million a day, and that's like not a lot of money, and maybe that is going to something else.
No, I'm just asking how much of NASA.
What about RASA? What about JAXA? What about ESA? Do you think they have similar budgets?
What about
gross amounts of money going towards their space program? Because you know that it's called a space program, right? Not a charity or Velcro Incorporated.
Yeah.
And even those silly inventions, they didn't even really make themselves anyway.
Yeah.
How about the $1 million toilet they needed for, what was it, Artemis? Oh yeah, wait, that failed. They couldn't even go back to the moon. They decided to just tell you that it was a robot. When meantime, we all know that you can't break the second law of thermodynamics and have gas pressure next to a vacuum without containment. Last time I checked, there's not a plastic ball around the globe. At least that's not what you were taught, right?
Sorry, the ecstasy is hitting high as shit right now. Hold on. Right, no drugs talking about back. No, my bad.
Maybe you should sit down.
I'm laying down.
Yeah, you're probably not going to remember this conversation, dude. Just saying.
I'm not gonna remember anything, bro. I'm fucking all of it.
Yeah, your subconscious might.
Hope so.
Yeah, I'm fucking. I don't know how many. I think like 8 beers total. So like, that's still some. That's still quite a lot of. So I'm also like really. What's it called?
Whatever you're doing it on a flat earth.
Huh?
Because we live on the same earth, man.
Not me. I'm on Mars.
Well, maybe not this very second. Quite a subjective reality, I'm sure, but
That's right. Subjective. That's a weird word, you know. Subjective. Like it's
below sub.
Is it like the bench warmer or something? Is there a wait? Hold on, what was it? Sub. What was the fucking word I was thinking of?
Subjective.
Subjective, right? Is it like a starter-jective also?
No, there's objective and subjective.
Yeah, but he's sub, like he's a sub, or it's a sub.
Well, sub as in below.
Or
right,
sub,
like a submarine.
Substitution.
Below the water, marine.
Yeah, but a substitution for a basketball player, perchance.
Beneath. No, a substitution is beneath the star player, like the second one below.
Yeah.
Substitution.
Oh my god, my
subcategory. There's a lot of subs.
Why the fuck? Oh my
sub sandwich. Below a sandwich, maybe.
What? Fuck. I think I'm sweating through my socks.
What's your name again?
My name. Do you want my real name or do you want my Discord?
No, your Discord name.
Svartmjölk. Oh no.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how you said that either, but okay, cool.
It's Swedish. It's Swedish.
That's right. You've been here before, right?
Yeah, multiple times. Not when I was fucked up like this though.
Well, be careful, man.
Careful is not my middle name, actually.
Well, there you have it. Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. That's funny. He's like, "Are you a hippie?" I'm just like, dude, you're like freaking high on shit, more things than one, and it's like, come on.
It's like, nah, I'm a person. Yeah, I do get that a lot with the hair picture. It's even longer actually now.
This is funny how he is like resorting to that, even though he's like high on all this stuff, you know.
Yeah, some do get hung up on the sun though. My dad was like that. My brother's still like that. But the sun, it's going around the ball. And, you know, a good example too, I mean, for anybody is, you know, are you falling backwards right now? You know, because that's what you should be kind of seeing, right? It shouldn't look like it's going away from you. You should feel, you have to believe if you're on a globe that you're spinning backward from the sun. Like, just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's one thing I never really noticed it before, but I always, when I come home certain times in the day, I've noticed that the sun really is in a different position, like horizon wise too, in a sense. I don't know, it's hard of what I'm saying. Instead of just like being like, you know, straight back, it actually is in a different position, like parallel, if that makes sense, I guess.
A little. I think I get what you're saying.
And I never noticed that before, but I definitely noticed it now. And since it's easy when it's based on my house because of the road I take, it's like right. Certain times I come when it's like almost at sunset, and it's like the road's like even with the sun, but then when I get to my house is only like right there on the street. As soon as I park into my driveway, it's like it's only been a couple minutes, and like the sun's like completely shifted to where it's like different at a different angle.
Really?
But still parallel though, like horizon angle wise.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it reminds me. I would travel from, in Texas. You kind of like travel all day, and you're still in Texas. But I would go to Lubbock, and it's about a 6-hour drive, and sometimes it would be nights, and you'd kind of see the moon kind of have that weird parallax thing where you've been going a long distance, but it just seems to kind of just budge, and it's weird because it's like the same image. You know what I mean? Almost like eyes following you in those weird paintings, right? The eyes aren't really moving, but of course, for some reason, because you've moved, there's this strange phenomenon of like, wait, I'm still looking at the same base. You feel a little, maybe disoriented is the word, but
for sure.
It's kind of like the old video games where, in order to make that false sense of perspective or depth to like the elevation, they would, you'd move the ground really fast where Sonic is running, but the second layer is moving just a little bit slower, and the last layer definitely even a little bit slower than that, in order to kind of give that parallax, right? That sort of shifting and making it look like you're traveling a larger distance. Does that make sense? But you get kind of the same effect with the moon. I mean, especially when you're out in the middle of flatland Texas.
How do they do that to the moon?
In video games?
No, like how does the moon do it in real life?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't know? Okay.
Kind of like why you see the same face. I mean, if it's supposed to be a ball, that's kind of weird. I mean, why no specular highlight? I mean, it's a bit strange if it's supposed to be reflecting the sun, but it's this space rock, and yet there's no space because, well, second law of thermodynamics.
So true.
So don't get me wrong. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to luminaries.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Entropy. Gas pressure next to a vacuum without containment is impossible, which is what the globe relies on to be spinning and wobbling and tilting out in the middle of space, quote unquote.
Then how do we have an atmosphere?
Atmos means air, and gases, right? Air have no inherent shape. So calling it a sphere is kind of weird. It's a contradiction of terms. You can just say, well, what about the air? Well, what about it?
Yeah, like what if I had like a big room filled with air and then I punched a hole in the wall? Would the air all instantly like rush out?
Depends what the differential is. If you had a vacuum outside that wall, it would be violent, actually.
So does air need like a physical lid?
In some cases, right? I mean, like, if it's already in a contained room, like, I mean,
like a physical
there it is. It's already contained, right?
Does it always? Like, always?
Yeah.
If it's not contained, then it will just shoo.
I wanted to show you the violence of entropy and basically that really quick transfer, right? Well, I guess there's no transfer of energy.
Yeah, no, it's not like sucking it out. It's just it's a place where the pressure is incredibly low.
But I mean, in an open system, yeah, eventually the gas will dissipate, right, or move, or be dynamic in some way, right? It's not gonna like get stuck to the ground, right? You're not gonna have like nowhere at the top of the room, right? You're like, oh, there's no air up here, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be gas pressure in the whole room because there's containment, right? So when you go outside, can you still breathe?
Of course, I can take a big old breath while I'm taking my morning piss.
And that's how you know you're in a container. Or at least that there's containment, right? A physical container is what ideal gas law states. But, I mean, I like to say containment.
So Earth is a open system?
No, and actually, even according to Bill Nye the Science Guy, he was famously interviewed saying Earth is a closed system. It was really weird, too. He was kind of cryptic about it. He was like, there's one thing I want your generation to understand. We cannot leave the Earth. The Earth is a closed system. He said it just like that. Which is kind of weird, right? I mean, if you're supposed to believe in this globe, you're calling it a closed system when they say that the globe is a open system. That's why rockets kind of get to go wherever they want, right?
Well, I thought that you were saying Earth was an open system because there's no like lid. So why hasn't all the gas left? Why do we have an atmosphere?
Lid? No, I mean there's containment. I thought you were talking about the room with the lid thing and the punching through the walls and the.
What is the containment?
There's no lid in the
I don't know.
globe.
You don't know?
Well, having gas pressure doesn't necessarily tell you the color of it, the shape of it, the
pressure gradient. And having we have a stable
a
hydrostatic.
pressure gradient is still gas pressure. So you're still going to need containment.
It's high at the bottom, low at the top. Like it's not just a.
So what? You got temperature. Have you ever seen what temperature does to gases? They go up, they go down, they coagulate. I mean, have you ever looked at a cloud and just been like, holy crap, why isn't it on the ground? Or have you ever even seen kind of evaporation or noticed, the water evaporate out of the cup? Oh, crap.
Better get some more.
Turn into a cloud.
But you don't know what causes that?
Heat. Right, the temperature.
Heat.
You have gradient because of, a multitude of things, but that's not what's in question here. The gas pressure or gas pressure gradient, whatever you want to, how complex you want to get it. All right. But what's in question, right, is how do you have gas pressure without a container, according to this globe? Don't hurt yourself too hard.
No, I'm not, because I know the answer. But
yeah, it's flat, and we're contained.
I don't like it.
Yeah, you're talking about delta X, and we're just talking about X.
What do you mean we're not going to like it? The heck you mean?
What causes delta X?
Delta X, gas pressure gradients, a container and gas pressure.
What causes the delta?
The delta, the change in pressure?
Yeah.
That's not our question. We can get to that next, but how do you get gas pressure to begin with?
Well, you say that, gas fills its
Which comes first,
right?
gas pressure or gas pressure gradients, the delta? Which comes first?
Neither.
Oh, you're a fucking retard.
Okay, so you're just...
Yeah, you're a retard. Bye. Just shut the fuck up. Go play at Captain Kangaroo University. That's where you belong, or Romper Room 1.
Why'd you mute him?
I didn't mute him. Shut the fuck up.
We're not
If I fucking muted him, look, I didn't. It wouldn't matter any fucking what, because he's being a fucking idiot.
He said like one thing.
He said like one thing.
And you're mocking me like a.
He needs to get back to his deck. He needs to get back to his
moron
deck
too.
grading class.
He needs to get back to his cake decorating class, and you need to shut your
That's why he was muted for cause.
time.
Because he can't answer the question like you can't. So you said we won't like the answer. What answer might that be, you second law of thermodynamics violating moron?
Why are you being so hostile?
Hostile because you're a fucking retard. What's your answer we're not going to like?
The answer is gravity.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Even if I gave you fairy tale fuckwit gravity that doesn't exist, Newtonian and Einsteinian times 1,000, it would not affect the entropy of gases one fucking iota.
It would, though.
Oh, it would. Oh, so nah.
Yeah, because
let me ask you a question.
Air molecules.
Oh, yeah, it pulls air down. Yeah, how can it do that, you dumb fuck, when all the air created on the Earth is at or below the surface? You train wreck moron.
Can you say that again?
Shouldn't your
all the gas, hold on, Flat Lloyd. All the gas created on the Earth is at or below the surface.
Okay, you know that gravity doesn't pull things down in a
No, gravity doesn't
way.
exist.
It pulls radially inward towards
It pulls radially inward. It pulls gases. Then how did it ever fucking rain on the Earth?
Excuse me? How does it rain?
Excuse you, you fucking imbecile. Explain evaporation. Explain the rain cycle.
Why are you...
Explain the rain cycle right now, not why am I. You'll see why am I after you explain the rain or evaporation cycle. Do it now. Do it now, dumbass.
Can you stop being so hostile?
Do it now. Go on mute. Go back to your cake decorating forums, dumb fuck. You're in standing violation of not only the second law of thermodynamics, but Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Galton's law, Avogadro's law, and Brownian motion. You moron.
Can you explain to me how...
Yeah, I can explain why you're a retard. Because
so you don't
went to school and you didn't pay attention in class and you're a baltard dumb fuck. That's my explanation for your situation.
I was a real zinger.
That's right. Bye now.
Can you explain?
You're exposed. Shut the fuck up. You're the dumbest fuck in here. Shut up.
Can you explain?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Is this what happens when you ask every flat earth to explain?
Yes, this is how we treat ignorant, dumbass pretender clowns that come in here. Yes.
I asked the question. Why
I asked the question, but we're going to be afraid
Why
of
are you
the
mocking
answer.
me like a
You
child?
fucking moron. Shut the fuck up.
How old are you?
Shut the fuck up.
You sound
Your sister doesn't
mid-30s,
seem to mind. Shut the fuck up. Stop speaking to me.
You sound like you're
You fucking clown.
pretty harsh.
Oh,
Now you
mods.
take it out on Discord.
It's time.
Explain to me why I'm
About
violating.
5 fucking minutes ago. Thank you. Shut
Classic diarrhea of the mouth.
Gaza, you dumb fuck. You and your feigned appeals to the mods like that's why he was muted, to save QE. You fucking go back to your cake decorating forums or the equivalent over the Land of Misfit Toys. That's where you belong. We've drug around you by your short hairs for about, 658 times. And your dumb fuck appeals, get your dumb ass out of here. Fucking clown. No one's listening to your fuckwit appeals, your little Nancy appeals. Clown ass dumb fuck. You're dumber than he was. Sorry, Flat Lloyd. Good.
Good. You know what Daz has got his GPS every single time.
GPS, that's flat earth proof.
Exactly.
Based on a Cartesian coordinate system. Simple. What's Cartesian? X, Y, Z. Don't even fucking try it, Daza. Get your dumb ass out of here, like I told you. We're not dealing with you anymore. We're not dealing with you We're not going round and round we go with you anymore, dumb fuck. You're a demonstrated dumb fuck. Okay? Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye now, dumb fuck.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Quantum.
Snicker, we got another white knight. Hold on, we're dealing with Daza until Daza leaves. Then you can say Quantum after that, Mr. White.
It's just not very
Knight.
interesting to
Shut
talk
the
to you,
fuck up,
QE.
Daza.
You're not very
Get your dumb ass out of here.
intelligent.
You
You
fucking
don't-
clown. You'd fail logic. You'd fail fucking scientific method for sure. Yeah. All right, Mr. White Knight, go ahead.
Quantum.
Oh, we got Leaf. He's dumber than Daza. No,
Quantum,
fuck
why-
you. Fuck off. Fuck you.
Why the fuck you so hot?
Fuck you. You're a fucking clown. Because, why am I so hostile? Because I have pure contempt with demonstrated pretended clown morons that come in here day after day and get their ass ripped up and then come in here the next day and pretend like nothing's happened. That's why. Get it? You got it? Is
No,
this clear?
I asked why the fuck are you so hot?
Is what I said clear?
Yo.
Yeah.
Why so hot?
Now
though?
we got State Department, Mr. Running Bumfuck. Holy
How's it
shit,
going?
fuck off.
Flat Earth. One of the problems with these pretender clowns is they all think they're the ring. Then.
Tracksuit Timmy. Just put him on mode. Tracksuit Timmy. Or I have to go get Mickey to go ahead and do it. On his break. Yeah, but just, yeah. Whenever you see him, you should just fucking mute him. Why? How many months? Over and over and over and over again. Just mute them. They'll leave. Then you get new people in here. That's how that works.
Yeah, just fucking mute them.
Yep.
Dumbass.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Shut up.
No, you shut up. Boy.
I got your boy right here, brother. It's hanging.
Better watch who you're talking to. Like
Said it's hanging.
if QE walked in the same room you were in, you would piss your pants. Shut your five. No.
Yeah.
Calm down, Playboy.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up. Do you have any Globetard proof, moron?
Take it back.
Take it back. Take your sister back. No, I don't think so.
You're gonna hurt my feelings.
Just mute him. He's got nothing.
Dude, I'm already having a
Little
real
fucking
bad day,
second
bro.
grade
Stop.
playground games. I'd fucking kick you in the face with that kickball.
Dude, please.
That red one? Yeah, you'd be down.
Dude, stop.
Fucking second grade playground horse. So shut the fuck up.
Fuck you, pussy.
Shut the
I'll
fuck
beat
up. Shut the fuck up. There you go. Good job. Mods are on top of this shit tonight.
Whole clown show in 5 minutes, man.
It reminded me of that scene when he starts slapping everybody at the party. That's hilarious. Was that from Scary Movie or something like that? One of those funny comedy ones. Or maybe an airplane. They're on the they're taking turns slapping the nun to calm down.
Like, hold on.
I think that one, the first one you're talking about, is from an Australian sitcom or an Australian comedy skit show.
Wasn't it a commercial?
Or it could have been an Australian commercial. I'm pretty sure it's Aussie though. It's Australian or New Zealand.
I don't remember where it's from.
I like how they sequentially got worse though. Like they didn't even talk yet, right? It ended with tracksuit Timmy. Didn't even let him talk.
Why should he be able to, right?
Oh, he's the worst. Absolute garbage.
Yeah. It's already been demonstrated. You guys, you mods should have a list, right? Of the ones that got their ass ripped up like 650 times. Yeah?
Well, we did have a list, and then, somebody messed with the room. I'm not going to point fingers, but it wasn't us. And it looked like, yesterday, the entire list it had no people in it. When the ban actually went through, it lists all the people that are on that ban list.
Yep.
And, we were filling it back up. They're like, oh man, we got a second shot, guys. It worked.
Second shot. These people have more than what? Yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean, today, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Over the past, let's say, 4 months, you got your regular dumbass fuckwits that come in here. You guys know who they are. Dazza, Charlene, Tracksuit Timmy. What's his fuck, Mr. Rasta Hat? He doesn't come in here anymore, does he?
Brother.
Brother. Yeah. You guys know him better than I do.
No, Joe.
Dogs are gods.
Dogs are, yeah. Joe. Yeah, but he comes in on many socks, right? But you know.
God, he's got like 15 or something up there. That's a globe. You can see. You can see.
I win flat earthers.
See, what you do is you get the circumference. I'm from the circumference. The way Robert says circumference.
You keep on chopping, Flatman. You might want to drop that. Come back in.
You know, the funniest thing, whoever was doing that impersonation of that nerdy sounding guy, he actually sounds like that. That's the worst part.
He does. That's why I was laughing.
It's great. I thought it was actually him for a second.
Then you got fucking Blutarski, right? He's in here, won't say anything. He'll just chat, skank away, right?
Dog, every single time I talk, all you do is just sit there and belittle everyone. You can cry all you want. I tried to have a conversation with you, and you just constantly talk over me and just insult. That's all you do.
Right? When you get your ass ripped out. So that's what you got. You got diarrhea.
It's all right. I'm gonna make a point,
You'll be on
and then I get muted.
Yeah, we got your Do 7 offsuit. There it is. That's all you got, you little clown dumb fuck. Your ass has already been torn to pieces like 3 times before by me personally. So you're on the list, by the way. You got nothing. Do 7 offsuit, diarrhea, projectile diarrhea of the mouth. We all know the routine. It's season 10, dude. Season 10. Fucking retard.
See, Black Mage just came in. What's going on? Welcome to the room.
Stonewalling us.
Just chat skanking, I see.
Oh, really?
Admitted it.
You know who I haven't heard in a while? Bumba Clock. Where's that guy?
We were just talking about him.
Brada. Black Swan? Black Swan's fake.
I'm a little worried to ask. What do y'all think of TFE?
Oh shit! I thought it was going to be fucking Katy Perry. TFE. What have you been freeze dried or doing hard time, dude? That's fucking ancient history.
I don't really think of anything of it. It's like, okay.
Exactly.
Cool.
Earlier, I was watching Will debate Sean, and Sean's wrecking Will. But in McToon's watch party, he's like just doing constant damage control. It's hilarious how desperate he is. He even like slows down the video so that way you can hear Will's answer, and then he'll commentate and then purposely speed up Sean so you can't hear his answer. Like, dude, talk about fucking damage control, bro. Like, he's even manipulating that you can't hear Sean's fucking answer. It's hilarious, dude.
Oh, McBooker Eater, he's a retard from.
He is such a deceiving piece of shit.
Deceiver. He's a fucking moron. He thinks the sun is a solid.
he's stupid, man.
That's just one of the Mr. Hyperbole. The sun is a solid. He's fucking stupid.
Yeah, dude, that guy is. I can't believe how many people go and view him and just like on his jock. It's crazy.
Well, see, the scary part is all his subscribers are dumber than he is.
Yeah, I know, dude. In the chat, they're fucking retarded.
They are fucking. Yeah, I don't even watch them. So
that's that's like the bottom of the barrel of Globers over there for reals.
But dude, just think about this: these people are on the highways driving with you at 70 miles an hour.
Like these people like function in a society and probably shouldn't be. Fucking idiots, bro.
I take a nuclear defensive driving course every 3 weeks.
Wow. It's just funny to watch them fucking squirm. And he's just so desperately trying to do like straight up. No, that's not true. It's like, yes, the fuck it is true. Why are you telling your audience nuh-uh? It's funny, dude.
And then when you corner them, right? All they got is what these other fuckwits got in here. Projectile diarrhea of the mouth of nothingness. That's all they can do. I force them into it. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tend to do that a lot.
Yeah.
And then the stupid thing too. So Sean's like fucking laying it out, just like bang, 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 like lining him up and shooting him down. And then McToon's like, word salad. And then his whole chat, oh, word salad, word salad, word salad. Like, I can just imagine like those fucking mine, like those seagulls. And then I go like, word salad, word salad.
Yeah.
Like those fucking idiots, bro. Like, I literally said, I'm like, I can't watch this no more, dude. I'm about to fucking like break my phone just from hearing this bullshit.
Oh, yeah. I stopped listening to those dumb fucks 8 years ago. Yeah. It ain't worth it. You just get them one-on-one, and then you tear them to shreds. Good luck doing that. They're not as stupid as they look. They ain't going to go one-on-one. They need their group.
Yeah. They all support each other's bodies. Like simple shit too. Here's another example. So Will Duffy goes, "There's not one flat Earth pilot, right?" And then Sean's like, "Well, I personally know two, so I don't know why you guys keep saying that." And then McTwo's like, "No, there's not." Like, what the fuck? Like, the guy just personally knows these pilots. Like, how can you say that? Like, just blanket. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, that's why I said he's such a deceiving piece of shit. Like, he's just lying to his audience. And then we get those characters that come here and repeat the same dumb shit that they heard from McTwo's mouth.
Oh, I hope and pine for people to parrot their shit.
So you can wreck this shit up.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wish for. It's in my hope chest.
Yeah.
But you don't hear too many people parroting McBooger Eater's stuff because it's dumb fuck. Right? You get a lot of Professor Dave parroters though for some strange reason.
It's that algorithm, bro. It sends them all there. They all go there.
Yeah. It's too funny. Same routine, different person. I just wait for them to parrot fucking Professor Moron Dave. I destroyed his dumbass like 5 years ago. Just rubbed his fucking nose in it. Second law of thermodynamics, his chemistry background, which is woeful, to say the least. That was easy. It was like shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl.
That was a visual, actually. I literally saw that in my head when you said that. Yeah, that guy's just an asshole, and he just, I don't know, he thinks being a complete prick fucking will get his point across somehow to his followers, and it works, I guess.
Hey, Jim Brewer is describing what you're talking about in the chat with that person in the side chat. I posted a video. Check that out. It's a quick one. He's describing those very people.
Oh, the Trust the Science hit? Oh, yeah, I actually seen this comedy hit. Yeah, it's a good one. Jim Brewer, man, dude. I like that guy.
Oh, he's funny.
He's funny. He's like a weird funny, too. Like an insane funny. Like, the dude's like, he's insane, I think.
He's a crazy man funny, bro.
Yeah. But then again, he's also like really smart. Like when he really gets to like when he gets into like talking about Hollywood and stuff.
Yeah. He knows what's up.
Yeah, that dude. He's got a lot of knowledge just being in the industry for so long. I guess he just has a lot of fucking. He knows a lot. Let's just say that guy knows a lot that the average person like won't know because they're not in the industry.
Yeah.
There's a visual for you, Apocryphon. But the chat skanks are in there. Up at 29 minutes after the hour, there's a visual.
You're exposed. Oh my god. Is that Platter? What the hell? He didn't even put a name to it. Piss slice flat as rest.
It's like second grade retards, right? making little drawings and stuff and think that they're on top.
Wow. Hey, did you see what Platter commented though? He said, "Piss lies flat at rest."
Is that what he said?
That's fucking great right there.
That's too funny, man.
Oh my goodness. That piss is flat, baby. Oh shit.
Yeah, whatever.
Hilarious.
What's happening, Dan Fessler? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. Where you been? Dan Fessler. Yeah, I know you're changing a diaper. So get back with us when you're done.
You know what's funny about that? I'm literally changing a diaper, like exactly on the nose. Literally, like, you got me, man.
Been there.
Yeah, I'll be back later.
Even before you said that you hit it on the nose, right when you unmuted, I heard a baby in the background, and I was thinking, "Oh shit! Oh shit!" Right. And then he said
Literally, oh shit.
it. Right.
Kind of miss those days, but I don't. I'm caught in a catch. I'm caught. Miss them, but I don't miss those days. It's weird.
No, I know what you mean, man. My youngest is going to be 15 in 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Good luck with that.
Four of my 5 kids already have their own cars, driving around in the streets. They bought their own cars already. I'm like, man, fuck, they grew up fast, and I do miss when they were little.
Yeah.
I miss when Booger was a baby. I miss him as soon as we drop him off at the grandparents for a date night.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what should happen because you're a mama.
We made dinner centered around Booger because he asked for biscuits last night. So Sterling was already planning, like, to stop and get the stuff for me to make breakfast for dinner again tonight because Booger asked for biscuits.
Biscuits? What do you mean, like dinner rolls?
Listen here.
No, just messing with
You better be.
Yeah, I know what biscuits are. Those British idiots, they don't have a freaking clue.
My homemade biscuits are so good.
Yeah, I could believe it.
You'll appreciate this alliteration. I call them the Bussin' Buttermilk Biscuits.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to fuck up biscuits. You could do it, but you have to work at it.
Really, once you get hit a certain point in making them, you have to hurry. So you can't mess up during the part where you're like doing the folding and then spreading it out and then folding and spreading out. You have to hurry up and do that part.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. Just add butter.
Well, the butter, I take very good care of the butter. I freeze it, then I shred it and keep it frozen in the freezer until I'm ready to add it. And then,
That'll do
so
it.
it's a whole process, like all day kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to raw dog that biscuit, right?
Exactly.
My wife just got a new cooking implement. It's pretty fucking cool to have to set. Let me show you.
Okay, while you're doing that, Platter in the chat said Biscuit gets it.
Biscuit gets it. Yeah. That's too funny. Oh, it's this some bitch right here. That looks familiar. That's it.
How dare you edit a cookie in there, Platter?
Yeah, they said it was a cook. Yeah, they're fucking idiots. So she got this bad boy yesterday. I bought it for her birthday.
You cook your wingies in that thing, and you
No,
love it.
not yet. No.
Is it an air fryer / instant pot?
It's air fryer, pressure cooker, broiler, sauteer.
Oh.
It's badass.
Yeah, my instant pot I can saute or in there also. I can do a lot of things, but I can't air fry. I have a whole other air fryer.
Yeah. You got the lesser version. This is the fucking cream of the crop.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, but the Instapot that does some good stuff. It does similar things.
Yeah, it's a pressure cooker. Yeah. I make noodles in that in 4 minutes. I love it.
Yeah. I need a good deviled egg recipe. So start throwing them in there, guys. Deviled eggs. Simple. I don't want, the bougie fucking deviled eggs. Just the raw dogging deviled eggs. All right? Just a good deviled egg deal.
Man, so I've made them bougie. I've put those little cocktail weenies in them before, and called them like peckers.
No, I don't want peckers in the fucking deviled eggs. All right,
I like my deviled eggs simple also. I got you.
Yeah. So put a recipe in there, and I'll try that.
Maybe meatloaf. Try meatloaf.
Not fucking meatloaf.
Yo, QE, what's up, bro?
Bro.
Yeah. So I've heard Nathan Oakley say that the Earth measures flat. Would you say the same thing?
I don't say the same thing. I know the same thing.
Oh, okay, you know the same thing? So I'm trying to understand exactly what that means. Do you mind explaining to me?
Sure. Yeah, it's measured in multiple different ways. It's measured through celestial navigation. It's measured every elevation or depression. Altitude or depression is measured against the mean sea level. It's also measured by a bunch of globetards. It's on my website. In fact, I put it there I don't know, 8 years ago. Want me to grab it?
You can if you want. I'm just
got it. Hold on a second.
Sure.
There's a lot of people typing in text chat, man, so it's going to come in pieces. We got chat skanks everywhere. Putting deviled egg recipe. I looked at those $1 million deviled eggs. I don't fucking like the way he did it. I looked at that one earlier. I don't like that shit.
In case you don't want to write down anything QE is going to share with you, you might want to get your crayons ready.
All right, hold on a second.
I'm only asking because typically when I hear something's being measured, for example, it'll be, let's say there's some piece of a 2x4. They'll say, "Oh, we measured this. It is 12 feet long," right? So, but if you're saying the Earth measures flat, but you're not actually giving a unit of measurement, I'm wondering in what sense are you using the word measure? If it's not
Not me, you're making a hypothetical. I never said that.
But so far your answer there hasn't been any unit of measurement in the same way that you would say this 2x4 is 12 feet long.
Yeah, there's units of measure. Yeah, there are. With celestial navigation, definitely. Miles, kilometers. Those are all linear measures.
With celestial navigation. Oh, navigation. It wouldn't just be. Okay, I thought maybe with celestial stuff you'd be referring to the units of measurement for getting elevation angles.
No, it's the distances to the GP.
I'm only vaguely familiar with what that means.
All right, that we don't have to talk about that one. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get the one off my website. 1 second.
Does anybody else know what does GB stand for? I've heard it
Ground
before.
position or geographical position.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to scare.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the whole devil egg.
That's okay.
recipe.
Oh, the deviled egg recipe. that one was in here. That's why I brought it up. So, what? Hold on a second.
I got you the deviled egg recipe right there.
Yeah, could you DM it to me because I'm trying to do fucking. I'm a man.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll put it in Skype.
All right. I'm a man. I spell M. A.
I just want to know what's sweet pickle juice.
And sweet pickle juice. That sounds really bad. All right, hold on. Who am I talking to, by the way?
This is Rebel Andres down here at the bottom.
Okay. All right, 1 second. Yeah. I used they used the Bolivian salt flats. This is one of my, let me take that back. This was like the third day I was out here, so it would be May 15th, 16th, 17th, right around the 17th or 18th, I had this proof. So let me try to put it in here. I'll probably get boned by everyone posting in side chat. I'm not posting them all at the same time because it's hard to see. You gonna post that one? Hopefully. 4. This is, and one more after this. Hold on 1 moment. And 5. That should do it. What the fuck? How did that come back in there? I don't know what happened there. Okay, at 42 minutes after Rebel enters, you hear you in text chat?
Yeah.
All right, so I didn't measure it. The Globetard Fanatics did. So this is on my website. I just pulled it off of there. So according to the heliocentric, sun-worshipping, spinning ball space monkey religion, every point along a tangent in every direction from your feet, vertical drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. Good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is from Borsa AA et al. Topography of the Salar del Uyuni from the Bolivian, from Kinematic GPS. Geophysical Journal, Volume 172, Issue 1, page 31 to 40. The Salar del Uyuni in the Bolivian Andes is the largest salt flat on Earth, exhibiting less than 1 meter of, there's your unit of measure, less than 1 meter of vertical relief over an area of 9,000 square kilometers. Longer wavelengths in the DEM, that's digital elevation model, correlate well with map gravity, suggesting connection between broad-scale solar topography and the geoid. This is horseshit. Who really gives a shit? Less than 1 meter of vertical relief. Well, you can't have less than 1 meter of vertical relief on a ball tard. So if you go to 42 minutes after the hour, we'll skip the rest of that. Doesn't really fucking matter.
Do you, just really quickly, do you mind explaining what they mean by vertical relief?
Vertical relief, yeah, that is drop. That's elevation change.
So, okay, I mean, are they not just simply referring to just like topography in this context?
Yeah, that's what, yeah, vertical relief. That means
what?
Vertical elevation change. So there's not less, there's only 1 meter. Here, I'll give you the definition. Hold
on. In other words, okay.
Just hold on. So from Summerfield, global geomorphology relief or local relief refers specifically to the quantitative measurement of vertical elevation change in the landscape.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Sure. But I'm just wondering in this context if all they mean is there isn't much topography where that would cause elevation as opposed to there being curvature.
No. You got to understand. No. So, like I said, at where'd it go? Got me off my game. 42 minutes after the hour. No, it's not that one. Let's go down to the 781 millimeters. So, if you look at figure 6 in this study, I can pull that up if you want. It shows 100-kilometer measurement. That's 62 miles north to south of the Salar. There's less than 1 meter of vertical drop difference. So on a spinning ball space monkey, over 100 kilometers, 62 miles, the vertical drop has to equal 781 meters. The Bolivian salt flats vertical drop is less than 1. Where does the 780 meters go? It's at modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere tarred with a radius of 3959 miles P, then there must be a measurable 781 meters of vertical drop over 100 kilometers section of Earth traversed. That's Q. Not Q. We do not measure 781 meters of vertical drop over 100 kilometers of the Salar, therefore not P. Earth's not a sphere, dude.
QE, I like that. I like that you put it in a formal syllogism like that. I would say it's valid, and perhaps sound too. So I'll give you that. But what was I going to ask? Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought.
All right, take your time.
Oh gosh, I was just there. Yeah, modus tollens. Yeah, P therefore Q, not Q therefore not P. Is that how it works? That structure?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I got it. So, question is, if the globe, according to the radius value, whatever, does predict a certain amount of curvature. You're saying at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, right? From any
roughly. Yep.
From any tangent point, like your first picture showed.
Yep.
Okay. So if it is actually the case that is in fact what the globe predicts the amount of curvature to be observed, well then, do you know exactly?
No, not observed. Stop. Not observed. Measured.
Measured. Okay. Oh no, actually, even better. Okay, if that's the predicted curvature that is predicted to be measured, then exactly, like hypothetically speaking, like what tools or like whatever would someone need to use in order to actually measure that? What would that look like? Like
they use kinematic GPS.
Kinematic. I don't know what that is, or I mean I know what GPS is, but
well, I don't really give a shit what they used. There's a less than 1 meter of vertical relief. It's not mine. I'm using them as a hostile witness. They said they did. I don't give a shit what they did. They could have used toothpicks. I could give a shit less.
But I'm just trying to like visualize, if that amount of curvature should be measured, exactly what is it going to look like? I mean, this measurement. But I know, but I'm talking about from the local scale of the person doing the measurement. I mean, doesn't the measurement also have to be observed in order for you to know what the measurement is?
Yeah,
I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, right?
They did with GPS. They did with the elevation. Yep.
Okay. In other words, QE, the question is, if what would a glober have to do to demonstrate that there is 8 inches per mile squared of curvature on the surface of the Earth? What measurement or experiment, whatever, would they have to present in order to falsify the flat Earth? That's
it wouldn't be an experiment, and they're already dead right here, so they can't do it because Borsa already train wrecked them. So I don't know. I don't think they can do anything.
So you're saying flat Earth cannot be falsified?
No, flat Earth is validated. So I guess you could say flat Earth. Yeah, it can't be after this. That's just one. I've got many, but after this, they really can't do anything.
But how about if but let's say maybe you were agnostic on the shape of the Earth. Mm-hmm. Could you come up with what possibly it could look like for a glober to like demonstrate that the Earth is in fact curving at 8 inches per mile squared on the surface? Like, what will they have to present to demonstrate that?
A measurement of vertical drop.
Okay, but in like the actual practical sense, what is that going to look like in the real world? I understand the concept.
I don't know. That's not my problem. I don't know what that looks like. They're going to have to demonstrate measurable drop over distance. So whatever they come up, I don't know.
Doesn't that confirm your biases?
I'm not their counselor.
Doesn't that confirm people's biases, though? Shouldn't the pursuit be total knowledge, even if it's round or even if it's flat?
Total knowledge? I don't know. That sounds like a metaphysical sort of point.
I thought it was a haiku.
It's my skibbity haiku.
Skibbity dibbity haiku. All I'm saying is I don't know what they would have to do. I'm on the prosecution, so I tell the defendants that you better come up with something. You better destroy Borsa right here. Like I said, I have many other ones, but I don't need to really go anywhere else. Really? Because Borsa already did it for me. Can't have horizontal planes on a globe.
Oh, I see. Borsa is do they have a some job title? Like what actually are they?
Yeah, let me give you the original paper. Hold on a second. Let me snatch that paper.
Maybe they're a geophysicist?
It's I don't know what Borsa is. I've never really researched what he is. Okay. Let me snatch his the paper's actual link. Hold on a second. That was unfair. I should have posted that. Butter Bruce, where are you? Oblivion Salt Flats.
I mean, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to commit like the...
Yeah, I know. You're good.
Genetic...
No, you're good. Copy. Here, I got it. You can check out the study.
Okay.
And you'll see where I pointed that the figure... What was that figure called? Where'd you go? It was C figure 6. It's in part 4, results in discussion. That's where I mainly pulled it. They have a north-south distance over the Solar, 100 kilometers. I think it's Alpha Prime in the north and then Alpha in the south. You'll see it.
Okay.
I'm actually just using that measure right there, the 100-kilometer one.
Yeah, I'll have to bookmark this for later because, as you know, scientific literature tends to be a little...
There's no science in that.
There's no science in this?
No.
What type of paper would you consider this?
A digital elevation model.
Is it because you're going by the strict definition of science being that which pertains to the scientific method to establish causative...
That's not a strict definition. That's the definition of it.
It only pertains...
You can't have natural science without hypotheses. There is no hypothesis in this paper. Therefore, it is not scientific. Simple.
Are you saying the okay? Are you saying the entire discussion of the shape of the Earth isn't even a scientific endeavor at all?
Correct.
Shock horror, right?
It's not. It's brain dead. Yes.
Sure.
No, it's not sure. It's a definite yes. Hard stop.
Serious, sir. Serious, sir.
Yeah, it's serious because it's a category error. Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing to do with elevation or fucking shapes. Nothing at all.
Okay.
That has to deal with geometry.
So, if you had to put a label on the discussion for the shape of the Earth, what would you do? What would you say it is? Geometry, geodesy, cosmology? I don't know.
Geometry.
How about geodesy?
Not geodesy. Define geodesy.
I'll probably have to defer to the dictionary on that.
Me too. I don't know what it means.
I mean, I'm sure you've heard it before, though, right?
I have.
Okay.
I can't recall it right now.
Yeah, I actually first heard it from Gregory.
Geodesy is the study of geodesics. Come on, guys.
Which?
Geodesy. I guess it's the science. It's not a science of accurately measuring and understanding the Earth's geometric shape, orientation in space, and you can forget the gravity field. There's no gravity, but Earth's geometric shape. I guess that would apply. Yes.
Okay. I just thought maybe geodesy would also entail that the Earth is a sphere to begin with, because isn't that what geodesic surveying sort of means?
I don't think so. It says,
in our surveying,
it says geodesy, accurately measuring and understanding the Earth's geometric shape.
What source are you reading?
That's from the National Ocean Service, NOAA.
Oh, okay.
So that's how they define it. I don't know. That's what they say. It's not fucking science. They fucked up there. It's not orientation in space either.
Yeah, it's an earth science. Yes, it is.
It depends on what context it is. And there's fucking gravity doesn't exist, so everything's fucking wrong after geometric shape.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's how they define it. I guess they're certifiable being the NOAA, right? No, there's no place higher you're going to go. All right, give me a minute. Jetty, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you answer any? Just give me 2 minutes, man. I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries.
Call you Jetty?
What's up, man?
I thought it was Jedi.
He gets to call me that because he gets to call me that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it is fair enough. He says it every other time he's referencing things like a Jedi mind trick. He knows how to say it properly, but when it's me, it's Jedi.
I guess that's the privileges that you get as a flurf daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Huey's never been a shithead. No way.
It's delightful.
So delightful. I always say I've never been a shithead because I've never been one. I've never been silly. Never been silly either. So serious.
Dealing with a clown in the chat. He's trying to
No.
Yeah.
I'm the clown you're dealing with.
Oh, really? Have you got a hypothesis for this gravity you keep talking about?
I need a hypothesis. I gave you 4 separate videos of different universities that are proving the theory.
So
are you going to say anything at all about the videos I posted?
Yeah, one of them's like a reification of space-time by putting a bowling ball in a pulled-out tarp. That's not an experiment. So experiments are based on Yes, it's not an experiment. So scientific experiments are based on hypotheses. That's why we want the hypotheses, because the hypotheses will contain the variables, the things in the experiment. So what's the hypotheses for any of these videos? Any one of them? I'm presuming you know what science is.
Okay, well, I was asked about the proving Einstein's experiment. That's literally what I posted.
No, you didn't. You reified it. Now, what we want you to do is post a hypothesis. I'm going to have to say it again, aren't I? A hypothesis, the prediction of the cause and effect relationship. The cause being the independent variable and the effect being the dependent variable that are actualized within an experiment. That's what we want. We know the answer to this question. We know you're not going to be able to. We know that you've just given us mathematics and reification, as demonstrated by your video with a bowling ball and a pulled out top.
So is this the way that you argue with people? Is that you fine tune things that are almost impossible as far as like stuff that's never been done? Like, are we going to disprove the millions of hours of footage of rockets going up in space in curvature? We're just going to say that's all not real?
Excuse me, you seem upset.
I'm not upset at all. I'm asking questions that every single time I bring up, I get muted because people don't like it. So it's pretty ironic, right? That they complain about government censorship, but they mute people who they don't agree with.
You stop being triggered. This is all irrelevant to the point. You've made a claim, Einstein science. We asked for experiments. Now we're based on hypotheses. You posted a load of shit. Can we get to the hypothesis, please? This is how we debate and you prove your claims.
Okay.
Okay, so give the hypothesis for Einstein.
I'm not going to play your fucking game because I brought stuff up 3-4 days ago and I got muted because I don't know why. I hurt Quantum's fucking little ego, so
can't do it. Can't defend the stuff that you brought up. I'll tell you what, I'll help you. In his papers in 1915, pull out the hypothesis and then isolate the dependent and independent variables for me and then show them being actualized in an experiment. Can you do that?
Yeah, the experiment are the videos that I posted.
No,
Einstein's theory of gravity.
Excuse me. Experiments aren't videos.
Wait, I'm confused. What? Wasn't this guy?
I tell you what. Can you describe the experiment in the video? Try and do that.
Wait, wasn't this guy arguing for the flat Earth? Just like
Einstein, gravity. You said videos. Define the experiment in the videos.
Yeah, my whole point of bringing them up was not to try to go on a rabbit hole of explaining the theory. It's something that's been constantly proven when you're in high school in science.
That there. Constantly been proven. Okay, constantly been proven. That's what we're asking you to do. So the experiment, please. In the video. Describe it with the hypothesis associated with the experiment. Point to the dependent, point to the independent variable. Tell me what the control variables are.
Well, Jedi, sorry, that was me. But is this guy a flat earther or not? Because he was arguing.
No, I'm not.
But why were you arguing that water doesn't curve earlier in the chat then?
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
It bends to whatever object it's around. I can't. I honestly, my brain is actually being destroyed right now because the amount of idiocracy you have to just to be around to think that every single video that exists of rockets going up in space are fake. It's just insane. That was my original point.
Blutarsky, shut your.
We know your brain's destroyed.
Blutarsky, shut the fuck up. You're a moron. So I just caught the tail end of that. Jetty, you have a problem?
Welcomely leave.
Jetty.
Yep.
We good?
Yep. Bye.
He's weird.
It got weird?
Yeah, it got weird. Somebody was trying to talk about Einstein and gravity and shit. We just asked them for the hypothesis and they sped out.
Oh, that was Blutarski. He's a fucking idiot retard. He should be on the list, by the way.
Fucking hell.
He was so frantic, like, wasn't he? Sorry.
Of course, he came in right when I left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what usually happens.
That's only because I brought him up with his chat skanking about shit he couldn't fucking defend.
Yeah. But we got Jetty here, and maybe a couple others can handle that, but probably not too many. Oh, there's Sonny, but he's on deaf and mute. So you should have you took care of him, didn't
you? Of course.
All right. What about our gentleman down here?
Oh, we kind of got
sidetracked because fucking Blutarski white knighted.
Yep, that's basically what happened.
All right, you can continue. Don't let me interrupt. Go ahead.
That's right. We didn't really get anywhere. You fucked off, then this numpty jumped in. So as you were,
as I were, as I should be.
You got called a flurf daddy as soon as you left.
Flurf daddy. Well, Betty says I'm the queen of flat Earth.
Betty's correct.
Too funny.
You are a diva.
I'm not a fucking diva. All right, Rebel Landers, what's happening? Where were we at when I left?
Not sure. Where do we leave off? I don't know. We might have settled with the.
Well, you were going to look into the Borsa study, so I think that's where we left off.
Yes, I did. I did make sure to bookmark that. So
that's fine.
Yeah, but by the way, just to be clear, I am a flat earther. I like to have questions from the like you could say maybe playing devil's advocate a little bit from the Glober side, if you will.
There's no problem with that. I don't have an issue with that. You seem like you're not a pretender clown. If I would have sensed that, then your ass would have been grass.
Appreciate it.
Yep. No, it's no appreciation necessary. I can tell right off the bat. Within 5 seconds.
All right. Well, I'm glad real recognizes real.
Yep.
Amen, brother.
Yep.
So anyway, because before you came back, Jedi and the other guy, who does seem to be a pretender clown, funny enough, they were discussing gravity. So the question is, do you if a Glober asks you if gravity is not the force or whatever it is that causes objects typically to go down towards the ground, then do you have an other explanation for it, or do you guys not even entertain that question because it doesn't matter?
Don't entertain it because I don't need to respond with any replacement to debunk their horseshit.
Do you mind elaborating on why gravity is false or horseshit, as you put it?
No. Well, I say gravity doesn't exist, so that's a non-existence claim. That is therefore the onus is on them who have the positive claim to scientifically validate it.
So you're saying there hasn't been enough sufficient evidence to demonstrate that gravity is like true or real?
Yeah, they can't even define it, and the scientific validation that's kind of an academic after that.
Well, to steel man their position, they would say from Newtonian sense, gravity is mass attracting mass.
And that was debunked 110 years ago.
You mean through the Einsteinian's relativity or whatever?
Yep.
Okay, so then does gravity exist through the Einsteinian perspective?
Nope. but they have to be in accord with that because that is their current paradigm. Not mine, not anyone else's, but theirs. So I hold them to their story.
But wouldn't they just say those two things are the same? It's just from coming.
They're not the same. Well, if they can say that because they're fucking morons. Number one, they're two different geometries. Newtonian universal law of gravitation that is debunked is Euclidean 3 space, and Einsteinian horseshit is pseudo-Riemannian force space, so it's not even in the same geometry, number one. Number two, if they would say that, then it's really glue sniffing, because the universal law of gravitation, that debunked piece of shit that's not from Newton, by the way, but I digress, violates special relativity. So that's a convoluted piece of fucking horseradish.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
what I would say.
I personally don't get too involved in like the more technical side of. I can see that. Like I couldn't tell you, for example, I couldn't tell you the difference between general or special relativity to save my life.
Oh, I got you. You're saying what they would say. I got you. I'm tracking with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. That's fine.
Okay. So then, can you tell me why well, maybe you wouldn't consider an experiment, but just for argument's sake, can you tell me why the Cavendish, whatever you want to call it, is not sufficient evidence that gravity is a true force?
Yes, because Cavendish falls under Newtonian mechanics, or the universal law of gravitation. That wasn't really Newtonian. He gave that shit up. He said if you believed in his gravity, then you need to be institutionalized. We could provide that for you if you wanted here in a few minutes. But all of Newtonian or classical mechanics is debunked. Universal law of gravitation. Cavendish falls under Newtonian mechanics. Therefore, Einstein just thrashed it. How about that?
Okay, sure. But let's say, and look, and I myself am not even a big fan of hypotheticals. I don't like entertaining them.
Yeah, that means you're going to give me one?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Somebody said yes.
I just wanted to preface it with that, just to let you know. I understand.
Oh, go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah. So let's say in the instance that, I don't know, we were, living a couple centuries back, or I'm no history buff on when these things were coined or these different concepts, but let's say we're living in a time where the Einsteinian theories for gravity weren't, come up with.
They're not scientific theories anyway, by the way, but go on.
Okay. So then would the Cavendish experiment actually be demonstrable of gravity being some universal force?
No.
And why not?
Number one, it wasn't an experiment. Number two, that's not what he was trying to find. He was trying to find the density of the Earth, if you go back to his original paper. The original paper is having to deal with density. And he fucked that all up too, because he didn't know. He'd have to know what the mass of the Earth was, even though they couldn't define it. He would have to know that, and he didn't know that. He didn't know two variables, and density equals mass over volume. He was trying to find density of the Earth, so he didn't know the mass or the volume. How the fuck can you find density without mass or volume?
So okay. So I actually have heard that about the paper. But then why do so many people cite it as evidence for gravity then?
Because they're wiki parroting morons that are going off, like I said, what Wiki says, or Discovery Channel. They're absolutely clueless. They just blurt out these terms, phrases, and names without having any, even Formica deep knowledge of what these topics and people did. That's why. Yeah, it's all horseshit. And I could tear it apart in my sleep.
I mean, but were there not... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, were there not... and I'm probably butchering this. I remember actually reading the original paper and looking this up, because it seems like Globers weren't familiar with it. But from what I remember when looking at the paper and the methodology of it, did he not set up some type of some type of like independent variable, whether it be the size of the ball or the distance between the two.
Nope. He didn't set. He not only didn't set an independent variable, he had no dependent variable. That's the first step. What was his dependent variable in his trying to calculate the density of the Earth? What was the dependent variable?
Well, if you're gonna say density, then I'm not too sure. But
no, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying that's what his paper is titled. That right?
It's titled. What is it? What do you mean? What is it titled?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Do I have it here? It's trying to find the density of the Earth, but that's not. I'm paraphrasing. Hold on.
But
I may not have it. Say again. I have it floating around somewhere, but I've got tons and tons of shit. I should have it here, but I don't. I don't see it here. 1 second. It's going to be more than 1 second. Give me a minute, maybe.
Yeah, sure. While you go grab that, I was just wondering.
Don't ask me another thing now. I'm a man. I can only do one thing at a time.
Okay.
Experiments to determine.
Shut up, Flatsy. Did you say something, Flatsy?
Yeah, I was going to tell you what his paper's called, but never mind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. If you found it.
Just mean ass.
Shut up. I thought you were going to say something about men or some shit, but go ahead.
Oh, I could, but I'm not trying to do that. Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish.
FRS, right?
Right? No kidding.
Yeah, no. That's the original paper. Let me snatch it up. Like I said, where the fuck did I put that?
Determined the Earth's density to be 5.48 times the density of water.
Yeah, he couldn't do that. He didn't have mass, which is undefined. He could never find that anyway, or the volume of the Earth. So density equals mass over volume. You can't find density without mass and volume. For fuck's sake. Let me go on the next page. Hold on. I got it in like 20 different places. I just can't find one just yet. What in the fuck? All right, let me do this. I should just put Cavendish in here. 1 second. That should make it easy. Gravity, let's see if it should have it here. Hold on. Does anyone have that at hand? Cavendish's original paper, so it doesn't take me 15 minutes to fucking find it.
Yeah. So I was just like researching a little bit, and some arguments I'm hearing from the Glober side is that they don't necessarily have to appeal to the original because the Cavendish has been replicated numerous times.
It's been debunked. That's fucking stupid. It's fucking been I told you, Newton. It falls under Newton, and Newton was replaced, and it wasn't an experiment. So I don't give a fuck what they did. Reproduce something that was debunked 110 years ago? Really? That's not an experiment? Come on, dude. Reproduce a fucking train wreck. What's the dependent variable?
Two objects moving towards each other.
No. Do you know what a dependent variable is?
Well, it's like the not desired effect, but like the predicted effect, maybe? I don't know.
A naturally observed phenomena. I got it. Here it is. I knew I'd find it eventually. Yeah. What is the naturally... You can't observe a natural observed phenomena in the apparatus. By the way, that was Reverend John Michel's apparatus. FYI. There we go. There's the original paper right there. At 20 minutes after the hour.
Where do you first, before the experiment, observe the naturally observed phenomena? Trying to give the game away without giving the game away.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out.
Yeah, the paper is Experiments. It's from the Physical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Experiments to determine the density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS, and AS. That AS is asshole.
That'd be AH.
In England, maybe. Doesn't matter anyway. It's not an experiment. Never was. What's the dependent variable? Let's say they did it today. Let's say they did the debunked pseudoscientific non-experiment today. What's the dependent variable? That's what I thought. It's not. They're
Mass attracts mass.
Huh?
I'm just parroting what they say. Mass attracts mass.
And then what's the independent variable? Mass attracts mass.
Right, yeah. That's it.
Given mass, then mass attracts mass. You got a big fucking problem with that. On a number of fronts.
I liked it when they say the dependent variable is something false, because then you ask them what falls in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Falls in it. It wouldn't be in the experiment. They would have to see that before the experiment. That's one of the issues. So it's not an experiment. That's what they would say, because they collectively, and I've been doing this for 10 years, I have yet to hear a single baltard provide a valid scientific hypothesis for anything. Nothing. Zero. And I've asked.
Oh, wait, QB, I got it. Okay, are you ready?
You don't... I can say with absolute certainty you don't got it.
Okay, well, here it goes. The dependent variable of the Cavendish experiment is the angle of the rotation of the horizontal bar, which corresponds to the gravitational force exerted between the masses.
Yeah,
I observe that in nature all the time.
Yep. Tripped over one yesterday. Damn it.
Yeah.
You guys talking about just words, you know? Well, about the, like, you know, knowing the Earth is round with proof. So
I mean, you got any proof of that, my friend? Bitco?
me personally,
Bitto? Yeah.
I never been trying to specifically, you know, get my own proof, but it's pretty obvious from what we study and by understanding science and...
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I'm talking to my dog.
And understanding science, you know, it's pretty obvious. Like, you learn that in elementary school, bro. That the Earth is round.
Science?
With scientific proof as well. From the past.
You got one for us?
From the past. Me, personally,
From the
I told you...
past? What are you talking about?
You know, like even the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth was round. You know that.
Oh,
right?
really?
You don't know, but
tell us more. I didn't know that.
I mean, you believe the Earth is flat, bro. Like
Me?
the one
I don't have a
acting
belief.
smart over in this call should be me, not you, bro.
I'm asking you if you have a belief. So tell us more. How did I know?
Belief is not a belief. Earth being
Belief
round
is not a belief. Right. All right. That's a good start.
Yeah, you did not hear what I said. The Earth being round is not a belief. It's a proof.
I'm asking you to see if you have a belief or not.
Belief? What a belief? Why you talk about belief? We're talking about science here, not belief. Why are you bringing belief?
I didn't hear one. You didn't substantiate with anything. You just said science.
I told you everything you need to know.
You said the word
everything you need
science.
to know is learned in elementary school. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but you're saying words. Provide something.
No, you're all saying words. You know what these people said? These people said there's a wall.
How about you provide something?
Hey, I told you. How about you provide something that is an ice wall? Like, why don't you go there right now?
Claim. You said
show me proof.
You said it has been proven with science. So show us how. How? Tell us. I mean, show us, not tell us. Show us.
How do you want me to show you right now in this call? Evidence. Just open a book,
science.
Bro, read.
Where's the evidence for that?
Yeah. Open a book and read about science. That's it. That's my evidence.
I feel enlightened, man. I feel like I'm going back to the globe. Oh, tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe.
Well, what's wrong about it? Well, like, you ever read a book? You know how to read? Is that the problem?
Oh man, I don't know. I haven't touched a book in years. I don't know.
Like,
all we asking you, bro, do you have any direct evidence for your claim? That's all we asking, right?
Yeah,
don't tell us to go read a book. I think anybody can read a book. You can read a book too. I'm not saying you can't, but what is the direct evidence for the Earth being a globe, right? And if you're talking about science, what is the scientific evidence for the globe? That's all we're asking, my friend.
Like,
if you don't know, if you don't know, just say, "Hey, I don't know. I believe it to be true." But you think this is like a concrete of facts that the Earth is a globe?
Because if I search it up on Google right now, I can tell you.
So you don't know. You have a belief. There you go.
I don't have a belief. What are you talking about? Why are you calling it a belief? If it's proven, why you think it's a belief?
Okay. Let me ask you something.
I'm gonna Is it proven to you that?
Okay.
For example, the engine of the car is gonna start.
My friend, let's start.
It's gonna work.
Let's start slow. Let's start slow, real quick. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this, right? So, what do you experience every day when you go outside, right? Do you experience the globe? Okay. Do you experience the globe? Do you feel like we're spinning 1,000 miles around the equator and then chasing the sun at 66,000 miles per hour? Do you feel any of that? Do you experience or observe any of that?
I drive. What do you mean experience the globe? I just drive. What are you saying?
So, I'm asking you a question. Do you experience any of that? That's what I'm asking you.
If I experience the globe, I leave. Yes, I leave.
Tilting.
I'm alive, so I guess yes.
Look at him. I'm alive.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, dude? I'm asking you.
You're
I'm
asking me if I experience the globe. What does it mean?
I'm alive.
I don't think, dude. I don't think you even qualified to talk about this topic. Yeah, maybe you should believe in the globe. Yeah,
bro. What?
You're not qualified. You're not qualified, man. You're not even listening. Fucking hell.
You make no sense. You're asking me.
Okay, let me try to rephrase it. Maybe something.
All right, thank
He's
you.
asking about your first-hand experience. Now, remove the whole idea about the globe. You've never seen it. You haven't seen it on the TV. Nothing. You go outside. Yeah. Where do you experience the globe? How do you know it's a globe? Your first-hand experience. Your first-hand experience.
My first-hand experience. Yeah. Okay, so actually, I have one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, I live in a city that is near the sea. And basically, like, if I look at the horizon, is that how you say in English? This is not my first language, but like, when you look like far away, horizon, yeah, you can see a curve. You can see a curve clearly.
You see the horizon curving? Where? Can you show us?
Right.
Do you have a picture? A video?
Nah, I don't have a picture actually.
Photograph?
Wow. No, that's my personal experience over there. Why you don't trust me? You think I'm with the government? You think I'm like?
I haven't seen the horizon curve, so I don't know.
I think I'm like a spy of the government. Is that what you think? If you don't believe me, it's fine, bro. Like,
no, it's not about that. My experience doesn't tell me what you're saying, so that's
Have you ever read? Okay, so So you're going off the fact that this is not a belief. This is something that's proven, right? And remember, I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, it is proven.
Simply thinking with logical. Right. Now that is proven. Who told you that? That's the U.S. government and the school
in
system.
the U.S.
Telling you that, and the scientists. Now,
I'm not in the U.S.
You're not in the U.S. Okay, perfect.
No, this guy.
Well, let's go.
So you think it's a worldwide? Yeah,
No,
okay, let's keep going.
Every single government has, and it's also been proven that they lie, that they steal, and they're not always correct, right? So, you cannot say it is a belief, or if it's not a belief, because it's been proven by the government. Simply, like they simply stated, if you put that aside and you go out there with your observations, simply with just your observations, what are some of the evidence that you have that prove that Earth is a globe? Because you cannot rely 100% on the government and your school system. That's simply what they're saying.
All right. I mean, by that point, then you cannot believe anything, honestly.
Not necessarily, but you'd have to be open.
You cannot believe anything. At that point, anything that is taught at school then is to be like thrown into a garbage can, and like.
What?
But that's why you have free will.
What do you mean? What? What? Because you just said the government is telling us that the Earth is a globe, but no, you guys have like the ultimate answer by saying that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
So why? So
First-hand experience.
So, by that point, why would you believe anything that is taught at school?
No, we question the things that are being taught from school, that's being shown on the media.
So
and
only about
being
the
told
globe.
by the governments. Yes, you scrutinize
So
that
only about a
information.
topic that
You
is
just
taught in elementary
believe
school.
like you do, man.
So only about a topic that is taught in elementary school.
We don't just purely believe. It's not a blind belief here. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you got a proof.
Yeah, but I'm asking about your proof first. How do you know it's a globe?
Okay, I showed you my proof.
No,
Right,
you
now
didn't.
what's
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I told you like I live near the sea, and my proof, my personal experience.
Either you're lying or you got issues with the eyes, man. You need a.
I'm lying because I'm the government.
You cannot see the curvature of Earth.
I
I
did.
even tell you that. Mainstream tells you even that you can't see the curvature
Also,
on the
like,
surface of
imagine
the
it
Earth
is because of the
standing.
government.
Yeah, even your own.
Oh yeah.
Your own people say that. You going against them? Who are you?
Dude, you know who Aristotle is even?
No.
Aristotle.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, tell me. You brought him up. Tell me.
Aristotle is like, okay, it's hard for me to explain in English, but I will try because basically Aristotle, it comes back to the ancient age, not the ancient, but like classical age in Greece.
Okay.
And even then, he himself proved that the Earth was round with calculations,
What's the measurements of the Earth being round?
Hold up, because I don't know, like, but I can search it up for you. I mean, you can search it up yourself, like, was Aristotle. Since, like, this is your topic, like, you're supposed to, like, know everything about anything about this topic, not me.
What do you mean? You're saying
you're the one claiming that the government is lying. You're supposed to, like...
I never said I am an expert. I never said that. I never claimed that.
Okay, but you should be. Like, if you're defending this topic so much, yes, you should be an expert. Okay. Otherwise, why would you say that someone is lying without proof? No, because you're saying someone is lying without a proof.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so like what? I can say you're lying. I can say anyone is lying.
So
like,
people with
does it make me smart?
Look, if you're gonna be intellectually honest with yourself, you need to actually look into the stuff you're being told. If you're gonna believe it, not just straight up believe it because someone told you.
That's what I'm saying to you, but you don't even know who Aristotle is.
I want you to do that the same way. I want you to learn how to think for yourself, how to look and scrutinize information, look into the evidence, what was provided, what was done, and so forth. Yeah.
What's the evidence you're talking about? That is so fake.
But how about this? How about we show him a black swan or something, right? Cute. How about we show him a black swan? Let me post.
What?
Black swan. Yeah.
Black swan. What is that? What does it mean? What the fuck are you guys talking about?
You will see in a moment.
A black swan. All right. It's like a thing, an American thing, I guess.
I'm trying to find you. Anybody got it?
Yeah.
Like
Do you have the? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it, bro.
Yeah, we can show you one example, I guess, so you get the idea where we come from.
Yeah, but okay.
And I'm also gonna post the math from university too, so he can't say that we just make up the math and stuff.
Yeah. Which university?
Which university?
Washington University, my friend.
Yeah.
I will show it to you, bro. But listen,
ones.
dude, I know
ones.
you.
Yeah.
I know you think you know about
Like
the
San
globe.
Luis?
You defend it with your life, but look, all I'm asking for you to do is, can you please be cordial and respectful for a little bit, so we can go through the information.
I am
right?
respectful. I
And
just hear a
after-
guy
and-
laughing on the background, like it makes no
And
sense.
after we show you, right? And if you have, if you say, "Hey, I don't want to take this information, whatever," right? Then
No,
you can
I'll
say it.
take
But
it. I'll
for
take it.
now,
I'll take it.
let us show you the information real quick. Can we do that?
Yeah, sure. I
Because
wanna learn,
if
bro.
you can hear me laughing, bro, it's because I have my dog next to me and he keeps licking
No,
my
not
face.
you, bro. Not you.
No, it was me. It was me. Sorry. Man, he's funny, man. He's laughing himself. He's like, which university? What the fuck?
Yeah, you need to.
It need to be a specific one for you in this case. What? No
Like,
university is good
like
for you.
if you want to assume information, you need to clarify what is it from, who wrote the information,
Right.
anything else, a background. You do a background, but like I guess you don't know, but it's fine. Like I believe the Earth is flat, so I believe.
Look, relax.
I believe that you don't know on the.
I didn't say that. I didn't.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Background check. I get it. Yeah, I get it. We got plenty of citations to back it up with prominent, sources. Whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, do you see the side chat?
Oh yeah, hold up. Open chat.
We have a observation that we can provide the video as well. Now, this is measurements with observation, fixed position of the oil rigs. Oil rigs are only distance markations. We're not actually using those, whatever they look like. This is just some effect from the weather effect conditions. Well, what the argument is about is the horizon, which you spoke about earlier as well. So if you can read the top part, the white part, to understand the argument, what's in contention.
Wait, can you ping the? Okay, the one you're sending right now.
Yeah, the Kimbo post. Wait.
Oh,
Kimbo post citation for the distance to the geometric horizon on your ball, your model.
For all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459. Or perhaps even more simply as just 1.2, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet. Okay, feet. Hold up. Feet. You guys use feet.
H is height.
You guys use feet. Okay.
Yeah, it's feet.
Environment of mathematics. Miles. Okay, so hold up. 3.4. So almost 6 kilometers. No.
You can convert the numbers in the calculator. Yeah. I think it has both units.
Okay, so.
Yeah. So I posted. So if you go up a little bit, he posted an image.
Oh, there you go.
An image of the observation. The two oil rigs. If you read the top part, so you understand the argument of the whole thing. What's in contention here?
Well, you want us to read it for you?
No, he's reading. I think, yeah.
Yeah, read it for me as well. Read it for me. Like, try to explain, because...
Just read it. Just read it. It's very simple.
It's just hard,
It's very simple. No, it's not hard. Just read. Open up the image. Zoom in.
Like for Nappy. the Earth is a sphere with a radius, then every horizon distance measurement must be more than 1.2
No more than 1.2.
per square root of calculation. No, you gotta explain. You gotta explain, honestly.
Okay. So on your ball, your sphere, the geometric horizon at 1 foot height should be at 1.22 if you want to make it short.
Okay.
Round it up at 1.22. Though the problem here is we have those two oil rigs, which I mentioned are distance marcations, just to know. Because Platform Hill House, you can look it up. You can cross-check that. It's there. 6.2, 9.4. There's a video with more information, of course, where he was standing and all that with the camera at the beach, zooming in. But what's in contention is the horizon. If you see the horizon, is it behind those two oil rigs, or where do you see it?
Yeah, it's behind. I can see it.
It's behind. So we have the furthest on the left side oil rig at 9.41 miles, and the horizon, we could run it up safely, say 10 miles. So we have 10 miles. Now, the issue here is the observation does not match what's in the...
So you're saying because the horizon is above?
Mathematically. So the model doesn't match with reality. It should be at 1.2, the horizon. Yet the horizon has 10. We say it safely.
So you're
10.
saying because the horizon is above and not like below the
No, it's too far. We see too far. It's not being obstructed by the curvature, according to the math of the globe. So if you do the math, 10 miles from 1 foot should be about, I don't know if it was 66 feet. You can convert that. I posted a link down below the image. Do you see that this GitHub link right below the image? That's a calculator.
Oh yeah.
Calculator. Yeah, you can punch in those numbers. You can use metric or imperial, whatever. You can switch between units. Put the eye height, how high is 1 foot, 1 feet. And distance to the horizon is the 10 miles target distance. And then it gives you...
distance.
Yeah. So we are expecting a curvature drop, basically a vertical drop according to your math of a globe. But we're not seeing it in reality in this observation, for example. We are seeing way too far. The horizon is way too far out there. From 1.2 to 10 miles. That's huge. From that observer height.
And, this is just one of the many long-distance observation. Right? There's many more out there, even with laser tests and stuff too. Would debunk the globe radius.
I know I'm not the best of debating this because, it's not a
debate. We're not debating.
I'm not even like
we have a conversation. We're not debating. No, I know we're not debating because you don't have a point. What the fuck?
Yeah, so
so we're having conversation. I'm sharing some information with ops. Yeah, that's all information. That's all. Yeah, and you can look into it yourself. I'm not saying believe me because I show you something that contradicts your globe model. I'm showing you there is some issues with your globe model. Maybe you want to look into it. I don't know. That's up to you.
Yeah, and hey, if you're interested, bro, I got some information. I can DM to you, so you can check it out later if you want to. Just say yes, but if not, it's okay. I'm cool with that.
I think this proves enough, but
and this is not just a one-off. There's plenty. You can repeat this type of observations yourself. Others have done that. You can go through their data, videos, whatever. We have those materials. Provided we can provide those. So it happens every day, every time, and not one single glober has provided one single evidence of showing us exactly where that geometric horizon should be according to the globe model. It has never been presented or demonstrated in such manner, not once. It's been years.
Okay, so the curvature at 1.22 miles.
That's the distance to the geometric horizon.
Yeah, should be
according to the globe.
0.00031 kilometers, so 0.31 meters. Okay.
1 foot. Yeah.
So let me see your picture. What does it say there?
For examples like this, right? So let's say, well, in this observation, like the observer height, which is the camera that the guy set on the beach, is 1 foot above water, right?
Okay.
And when he zoom in, yeah, he like according to the globe, you can only see about 1.225, right? But then you also said earlier that the horizon, it's way beyond the two orbits, you know, and let's just say 10 miles, right? And that's showing that it's falsified the globe radius, which is the 3,959 miles, right? And for example, a 6 foot observer height, you can see about maybe 3 miles. Anything beyond there would start to obstruct or obscure behind this physical curve, right? But that's not what we're seeing in our reality, right? Yeah. Anytime anybody go out there and do long distance observation or laser test, basically, it's falsified the globe radius, not by 100%, 500. We're talking about 1,000% over and over again, right? And the reason why it's so important, because they need the radius, which is 3,959, to put this so-called satellite or rockets or in outer space, or do orbital mechanics and stuff like that, right? So that's why the globe radius is so important, and this is something we can test it.
You guys ever see or like watched video on YouTube that explains this in particular about the horizon, or no?
What do you mean?
Just sort of like, do you guys ever watch or like taken information from the internet from like people that actually like, you know, do this and studies every day and explains you this horizon thingy?
What is it to explain? What are you trying to say? What's the point you're trying to make?
My point is, like, did you ever try to see what the other side is saying about this? That's
the other side. Oh yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, they say refraction.
Magic word, refraction. Yeah, it's called. Yeah. Even if
you came to the conclusion with
their model of refraction doesn't cover that distance in difference. It is way beyond. There's nothing. They just chant the word refraction, but they back up with no citation, that nothing, no data, nothing that covers the whole thing with that distance of huge leap of difference. It's impossible.
Yeah, it's even. Yeah, homie, it's even weirder than that.
Even extreme refraction, it wouldn't cover that.
Yeah, they invented a new type of refraction called superlumin, and they said with enough superlumin, you could see the back of your head with enough superlumin and a powerful enough telescope. So yeah, we've listened to what they've said, and it's utter garbage.
No, like accurate information for like from people that are like, you know.
Yeah, we listen to
known
people.
And
do you think it's
not
possible?
for randoms? Like,
yeah, do you think it's possible that you could see the back of your head?
Me see my back of my head with a mirror. Yes, right now with a mirror.
No, with enough
meters.
refraction. If you just on the globe, you look forward, and you add in a new type of refraction, just invented out of thin air, called superlumin. Would you be able to see the back of your head?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this topic.
He doesn't know for sure.
It's an honest answer, at least. I don't know.
No, but listen though, even if we grant you with the atmosphere refraction, right? Yeah. And it would be the 7/6R, right? So basically, you increasing the radius by 1/6. And even if we grant you that, right? So instead of 1.225, we'll even give you 2 miles. right? We'll even give you 2 miles, but I think like after you add the 7/6R, right? It's probably around maybe 1.3 or 0.4, right? But we even give you 2 miles, right? And even if we give you 2 miles, it's still that long distance observation, which is the one that we show you, the black swan. It still falsified the globe radius by a lot, right? It's by a lot, bro. It's not by small number, 5%, 10%, anything.
Who said you can see the back of your head even like?
Look, I don't think this guy
People have
is
said
even
that.
aware of like the ridiculous anti-flat earther claims, right? I think he was just asking if we've looked into the mainstream explanations. Was that what you were asking? Like, what are you talking? You didn't mention refraction, did you?
No, he
He
was
had
trying to
asked,
figure
do we
out.
listen to what the other side says? I don't think he meant mainstream.
He's
I think he
talking
meant.
about the mainstream. I don't think he's talking about
I thought
the
he talked
anti.
about Discordians, like the anti-flat earthers.
No. I never heard anyone like, or myself even, people saying that you can see the back of your head.
Well, how about this? Like when you see their room open, there's a cult room called the 24/7 Globe Earth room, which is only like it's almost they're open even less than the live stream, the 24-hour live stream from NASA, which is really open about 90 minutes a day. They're even less than that, and they call it 24 hours. So go in there sometime and say, "Hey, is it possible to see the back of your head?" And just watch them defend that. They'll defend that.
No, but I was saying, like, did you ever try to like watch like some YouTube videos, like actual Google documents, Google anything, like search it up?
We've been researching this topic. Some of us, some of us for 10 years, dude. We've been researching this topic. We know the globe side very well, right? Better than most globe earthers. Okay, so we know the claims, right? And they tell. Okay, so they tell us that that the horizon has to be a certain distance away from you, depending on your observer height, right? And we have observations that completely destroy that claim. Yeah, we've looked into it, dude.
Here, look at this video right here. This is Jeopardy. This is Jeopardy 5 basic questions or 6. They asked them about, or 5, 5 questions, and see how Jeopardy contestants. These are supposed to be trivia. People who specialize in knowing, bull crap, useless knowledge. How do these 3 expert people, based on that they know a lot of, these are smart people who go to Jeopardy, how well do they do representing the heliocentric model? And
Is that a video?
questions?
It's not playing anything.
Yeah, it's a video. Maybe it's not loaded yet.
Oh, it's not loaded. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, check this out. And these are imagine what your average Joe Snuffy, like man on the street jaywalking, how bad they are at representing the globe model. And these are like just watch when the video pops up. It should be momentarily. Just check it out. So you say, yeah, do we listen to their side? Yes, they don't know what they're talking about. They really don't. At best, if you ask them anything, this is about what you get. About 40% of the right answer, if that. That's if they can't Google it. If they Google it, they'll do a very poor read of a Google based on some keyword they think you said.
I don't know, bro. These are all sketchy videos.
Wait a minute, it's not sketchy. Just play it. It's right there loaded into. You have to download anything. Just
I
hit the
know.
play button.
I didn't. I don't have to download. Just I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm not trying to there's no software here that you have to
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like
there's no link you have to click. It's right there embedded in Discord.
What is Saturn, correct?
I still can't see the video, man. Wait, it's not playing up for me.
I was playing it.
Weird.
Should have gave him that 3 hours instead, Crit.
You can
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the half-hour one because I can refresh it. He knows he's not supposed to engage with me.
Who?
This guy modded the shit out of me on another server, and I told him, "Don't worry about it. Someday the shoe will be on the other foot. Let's see how you like it."
Which server is that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is it?
No,
anti-flat
really.
server? What kind of server?
Yeah, it was an anti-flat Earth server.
Oh, damn. All right.
It wasn't the anti-flat Earth server. It was a PocketFun server.
PocketFun. And you're a mod there?
I was a long time ago, yeah. I deleted Crit's message one time after the server owner said to stop talking about a certain topic. And so now he's got this grudge against me.
Well, I guess you two
That's why you follow us?
Oh, no,
I don't have a grudge against you. I just told you that if you're going to mod people, I will mod you to your own standard until you realize it was a pretty shitty thing to do.
Wait,
Just
there's
admit
people in here
that is a grudge, yeah.
of the other side, bro, like your enemies in this Discord?
Well,
yeah.
We have no enemies, dude.
Like there's a call and this.
They make us their enemies, but we have no enemies. I don't have no enemies.
Yeah, they're hovers. They're like fans of Flat Earth. They follow you server to server. They tell you the conversation shouldn't happen. They delete your comments. They'll ask you questions and then tell you you didn't answer. They're insufferable twats. So they're not given a lot of charity when they come around. Like, this isn't a topic that is hard to grasp.
Amish, you're hot micing.
Oh gosh, sorry.
Yeah.
A topic that a few can fully explain. You know, it's a topic that like either you study or you don't know shit. Like I'm in a position where I don't know shit. I don't know much, but what I know is that there's multiple figures in history as well that say the opposite that you guys say. And yeah,
obviously there's a lot on the table, but I would recommend, if you're willing to know the truth for yourself for whatever reason, look into it. We can provide you with the materials, information. You can cross-check between the globe side and the flat Earth side.
Yep. Hey, I got some good news for you, bro. I send flat Earth information to your DM, so you can check it out whenever you want. If you don't want to, that's cool. But if you need it, it's there.
Yeah.
And you gotta also make a separation between what people say from whichever side and what can be demonstrated, tested, and verified, right? So you were asking about, have you guys checked the claim of the other people, the experts, whatever?
Yeah.
So what they claim is that the Earth has a certain geometry that is according. It has a certain diameter, a radius, right? It has certain measurements. Yes. So when you put that to the test, they tell you that the horizon that you were asking about, if you're like 6 foot tall and you are at the seashore, right?
Yeah.
The horizon is around 3 miles from you, and behind those 3 miles is dropping, is the edge of the ball, right? But in reality, when you go to the seashore and you can see 5, 10, 15, 30 miles, right? You can see beyond that geometrical claim that the globe nonsense has to claim, because it's a geometry thing. Once you check it in reality, you test that claim, that geometry, you test it in reality, and you don't. Is that curvature, that drop over the distance, is nowhere to be found in reality. That's where the claim falls apart, and what explanation or people say. You're saying, oh, people say certain things, but it's not about what I say or what the other guy said. It's the actual acknowledgement of reality, what is actually happening out there in the real world, not what explanations say.
Okay. 6 foot. Hold up.
So in reality, water doesn't attach on the outside of a spinning ball. You know that in reality, that's real physics. And it has to be contained, and it's also a horizontal frame of reference. You cannot have horizontals on a sphere, and we have horizontals in reality. And that's just fundamental stuff that the ball claim has.
If you're small on a sphere, if you're very small, you're on top of a sphere. Eventually, you will see an horizon. Doesn't mean you will not see an horizon. The thing is,
you can't. The curvature will be the change rate of slope of non-zero. The horizontal line will have a change rate of slope of 0. And in reality, we have horizontal lines. You can do navigation. Not really? You never seen the horizon?
Navigation as well. Navigation both on sea and air. I'm pretty sure they use the round,
Not at all. No, they don't.
When they
In fact,
travel both air and
pilots treat the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface for all flight dynamics, regardless of altitude.
Yeah, especially listen, when the aircraft is being built, like the people that actually build the aircraft to make it work in reality, they never take into account the ball. They actually have to pre-assume a stationary horizontal flat plane to build the aircraft in the first place.
But for example, the plane, from what I know, from the only things that I know, like small things that I know. For example, like if he has to go from USA to Europe, it doesn't do a straight line. It goes through Greenland. Like it does a round line. Why does he do that? Why does he have? Because he does that to.
The airplane goes
because
from
it's the shortest way. It's the shortest way to travel from USA to Europe.
Yeah, it's not about the distance though. The distance is not necessary to come to a conclusion. The airplane goes from airport to airport, right?
Yeah. So you have to see the travel line as well. Where does it go?
Well, exactly the travel line.
Go.
When the airplane goes up into it goes from the ground up in altitude, and it goes in a straight line towards its destination, and then it lands.
Yeah.
It never, ever, at any moment, takes into account neither the curvature of the claimed globe or the spin of the globe. It never takes that into account to accomplish anything.
There's no curvature. Well, like if you're small in a sphere, you will not feel the curvature. If you're very small, like on top of a sphere,
if the airplane is going 3,000 miles to a distance from here to 3,000 miles away flight, it will have to be adjusting to the curvature, and whenever it's going to land, since the ground is a different frame of reference, it will have to adjust to the rotation of the ground that is in the equator is going at 1,000 miles per hour.
You don't take gravity in account. You're not counting gravity. You're not counting.
Dude, define gravity. Do you know what gravity is? Can you actually properly define?
I told you before, bro. I'm still in high school, and like either like if you want to debate, either like know everything about this topic, or like you don't know shit. So like I'm in a position where I don't know shit. But
so are you claim stacking away from what is actually used in reality? Because the airplane navigator.
That's what I studied.
Bro. Listen, you gotta take into account what is done in reality, not what your imagination is trying to tell you, right? In reality, the builders of the airplane. You said gravity. You said that you have to take into account gravity for the airplane to work. Whatever. Nobody takes account that gravity that you imagining of the ball to make the airplane function. Neither the builders of the airplane nor the pilot that is operating the airplane will ever take into account the ball imaginary physics that you think are in reality.
Oh, really?
Do you think that math is a force or your frame of reference. Your reference.
You know that gravity is a factor.
No, Doc, this is about
in
gravity.
airplane flight, bro.
This is about gravity. You do not know what gravity is.
You just
so
said
we're gonna have to
gravity.
teach
You just said
Yeah, we're
pilots
gonna have
don't
to
take
teach you.
gravity in accountability.
We're gonna have to teach you what that word
totally wrong, bro. That's totally wrong.
Let me tell him this, bro. Listen.
What are you talking about? Why are you saying gravity is not taking accountability by planes?
Listen, bro. Listen. When you operate in reality, you have to account for real things, right? When you say gravity, you're saying a word, and this word that has no meaning behind it, because you don't even know what it means, and you're saying gravity, like a parrot. When parrots say
you're saying
word,
gravity does not exist? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're saying a word, and you're saying this word causes things to happen.
What?
But this word doesn't, bro. What does when you say gravity? What do you mean? That's what you're saying, because you don't know what
force. The pulling force to the Earth. That's exactly what gravity
force. There is no pulling force.
Oh,
See,
no?
the problem
So you
here
can
is
fly?
you don't understand. Hold on. The four-dimensional manifold of space-time is a mathematical construct. This is a framework. Math is not a force. It doesn't pull you down. And your frame of reference, your reference frame, that is not a force either. That is not pulling you down.
No, math is not a force, but
Exactly.
with math
So
we can prove there is a force with math. We're not saying the math. We're not saying the math as a subject is a pulling force. If you open a math book, doesn't mean
understand what it is. You don't even know the meaning of the word gravity. And I'm trying to explain to you that the four-dimensional manifold of height, width, depth, and time is space-time, and that is how they describe gravity in Einsteinian mechanics. Now, with the Newton shit, that's the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. Gravitas. Now you know what gravity means, and neither of those are a force. You are not being pulled down. You are finding equilibrium at balance.
So when you jump, why do you land back?
You jumped up. You exerted energy to go up. That's the reason why you went up. You went back down.
But then why did you go down? Then why did you go down?
Nothing's pulling. Your imagination is the only thing pulling you down because.
Why do you go down then? Explain me. Why do you go down after
you
you
weigh
jump?
more than the medium you're in. You weigh more than air. Duh.
What? You weigh more than air. So
yes,
why isn't Earth?
Therefore, the air goes above you.
Then why isn't Earth constantly falling? Because Earth weighs more than air, bro. Right?
It's a medium density relationship.
What is Earth in space? What is Earth in space?
It's a medium
according to you.
density relationship.
No, wait. Because this guy said that I weigh more than air. That's the reason why I go back on my feet, I land on Earth. So
yeah, you're light.
So is Earth
lighter? You don't have.
Is Earth landing on something else, or is just floating, or what is it going on Earth, bro?
You are on the floor of the universe. Welcome to the ground. Welcome to flat Earth. The horizon is horizontal. You're on the floor. You're on the floor. You're on the ground, and everything above you that you see moving above you is indeed moving above you. Welcome to the ground. Welcome to flat Earth.
So you can dig down infinite.
Nope. Nothing can be infinite.
No. So what's below Earth? What's below Earth? Why isn't Earth falling constantly?
Nobody's ever dug further than 7 miles down in that deepest borehole shit. So nobody knows.
Okay, so the whole point of you being a flat Earth it's a theory basically. It's nothing proved.
It's not a theory. It's an observation. I go out.
An observation of what? Well, no one digged more than 40 miles, right? What you said, 40,000 miles.
I'm going to mute you if you keep talking over me. Do you understand that?
You know, I'm the only one here that.
When he talks, just let him. Don't overtalk. It sounds really annoying for us listening and others. It's just one at a time. One at a time.
All right.
Yeah, it's much nicer that way. Yeah.
It's not answering me though. It's not answering me. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying.
You don't like the answer you're getting.
It makes no sense. I told you, is the Earth constantly falling? What did you say?
That doesn't make any. That question doesn't make any sense because
exactly.
If you say that question, listen, the ground that you're standing on is fixed in place. It's motionless. Yep. There is no motion to the ground. So if you're asking if it's falling, that will be a nonsensical question because you cannot sense nor detect any movement of the ground going anywhere.
No, but what is said before is when you jump, you go high because of a force, the kinetical force. Of course, you do that, but then you go down because you weight more than air, bro. That's what he said.
You fall down because you're returning to equilibrium in the medium that you were within. That is the reason you return back to the ground to where you were after you leap into the air.
Which equilibrium?
What part? Now, which part of that do you not understand?
Listen, buddy, if you go to a lake. to a salt lake, you're gonna float on the water. You're gonna float because the water is denser than your body, and you have buoyancy, right? You have air in your body, and you're floating. So when you're in the air, you're denser than the medium that you're in.
You know, you can still drown, but whatever. But yeah, you do float. You do float. Yes. What?
Non sequitur. Try and stay on topic.
That's
He just
you
explained to
flow.
you
You
about the
flow
medium.
because the density of the water counters like
Buoyancy.
the. Huh?
You float because of buoyancy.
Buoyancy? What is
Do
buoyancy?
you not know what buoyancy is?
I'm not English, bro. Like English is not my first language.
Okay, fair enough. Just look up buoyancy real quick. Or density and buoyancy. They go together.
Basically, how like one thing floats and another doesn't.
Buoyancy. How do you spell buoyancy even? Like, can you type it? Buoyancy? Never heard of it, but it sounds like
boing boing.
Like it sounds like boing boing, bro. What are you guys saying about buoyancy?
Oh god.
What language do you speak?
Beyonce. I'm Italian.
Oh, you could have said that. I talk Italian.
Really?
Yeah. Oui.
Pretty lost, bro.
French.
Pretty
No,
lost.
I posted in the side chat though the correct spelling for the word. It's buoyancy, man.
Buoyancy.
Buoyancy density.
Buoyancy is the upward force exerted by a fluid. There you go. That opposes the weight of an object in the fluid.
Yeah.
So gases and liquids are both fluids. Fluid dynamics applies to both gas and liquid.
Bye gravity. I mean, the one that you're thinking about.
Gravity, buoyancy, as you say, like whatever the fuck is pronounced. Buoyancy opposes gravity. It literally says there. It says there. Buoyancy opposes gravity.
Listen, you could label that specific gravity, and you could search that term, specific gravity. But the thing is that you believe that when you say gravity, you're thinking about is this thing that causes things to fall into balls in the vacuum of space and spin around each other and cause planets to move and form. You have a whole story, a whole mantra, a whole cartoon imaginary thing.
Mantra.
Away from the gravity thing.
Well explained. The gravity thing is well explained. Pretty sure.
No, the gravity that you believe is there, that goes next to the sphere that you believe you're standing on, is not there in reality. That doesn't exist. The sphere doesn't exist. You're not standing on a sphere. You're not.
Yeah, but what's the proof then of gravity not existing? I don't get it though.
Because there's scientific communicators who'll straight up tell you that it's a pseudo force, that it's not real, and that they don't know what it is. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example. What it is?
So the whole thing about space, is a lie. Is what you're saying? The gravitational things, everything.
Exists. Clearly, upper space exists. We're telling you that the official narrative and fairy tale story about outer space is not real. It's a thermodynamics violation. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without physical containment.
Yeah, I don't know that in specific, but I told you, like, I'm still in high school, so I'm not an expert, you know.
You're breathing, ain't you?
But this whole thing that you guys are saying, it makes, in my opinion, makes less sense than what I'm taught.
So me saying that the horizon is horizontal doesn't make any sense to you?
I'm pretty sure if about the horizon that was explained before, if I look up on the video, like I ask some questions.
If you look up
listen, your senses, right? What you say when you claim something makes sense and doesn't make sense, you have something called part of your sensory system of your body. You have something called the vestibular system, which is it has a liquid in the inner canal of your ears, and it has it triangulates a horizontal frame of reference that whenever you move from that horizontal, you know that you're away, you're off it. And if the ground starts spinning, your senses will let you know that the ground is moving. Okay, so your senses tell you that the ground is motionless. So claiming the opposite, like the globe, that the ground is spinning, that's the nonsense. And also another of your senses, your eyes, right? Your vision, right? You observe the horizontal, non-curving, right? You observe.
Actually did once.
So claiming the opposite, that the ground is curving and the horizontal is curving, that will be the nonsense. So when you're saying that the globe makes sense, that's literal nonsense by definition, because you're going against your senses, where you can experience, where you can test, where you can sense, and you're claiming the opposite of all of your senses, making it nonsense. The globe is nonsense.
I don't know, bro. I told you, like, I'm not an expert, but
it's all good, man. All good.
Because there's an explanation on everything you said there.
Yeah,
there's an explanation.
You look up the word horizon and horizontal. They're synonymous, basically, together.
Yeah.
It means a straight line. A horizontal line is zero slope. So you can't have a horizontal line on a ball. So that's impossible, geometrically speaking.
Just a word used to explain, but
no. It's not just a word. Words has meanings. You don't throw words just randomly like that. Oh, horizon. It means whatever you feel like it's gonna mean today to you, or next day on something else. You know, we don't speak like that. Man. So yeah, think about that. Just look it up. You know, understand the words you're using as well. Whatever you saw, I don't know. Maybe you talking about the dome vision type of thing, like on the side, like it's circling around you on the left and right. Is that what we're talking about? Your own vision makes that. I mean, the eyes can do that. That doesn't mean the horizon is curving.
That's what I saw, bro. That's what I told you guys.
With your own eyes, or you used equipment?
With my own eyes. With my own eyes.
What do you see? In front of you, on the left, far left?
No, far left, far right. But it was slightly. Yeah, it was slightly. But of course, like
slightly.
Like
okay.
A curve, you know.
Yeah. It's
Talking about the nonsense. When you look at the sky and you see the sun. Is the sun moving when you see it across the sky?
If I look at the sun, bro, like I go blind, man.
Oh.
But yeah, it's moving. Yeah, the sun is moving. Yeah, why?
So the sun is moving. You can observe this with your vision, your eyes, right? So that makes sense. Is the ground below your feet? Is the ground that you're standing on? Is that in motion?
Yes.
Do you sense that motion?
No. I mean,
so
the Earth
if you're
does,
claiming,
right?
if you're claiming,
and the atmosphere does.
Hey, listen. You don't sense the motion of the ground that you're standing on.
The wind, there's winds, there's like tornadoes, there's multiple factors in the atmosphere that they do sense, you know, their motion. But we as humans, I guess maybe because we're too small, or like I don't know. It's probably explained. Like I'm not an expert, but from what I know, I know the atmosphere does sense that. I know
the atmosphere. Listen, the atmosphere. Winds. Listen, the atmosphere is another word that you're just throwing around. It's a contradiction of terms, because atmos is air and sphere is a shape. Air, gases have no inherent shape. So you're saying atmosphere, that's only goes with the story, like that goes with the story of the globe that you believe in. It's like, you know, when you watch an anime or a movie, and the movie has like the Force and the Jedi and the dark side, and these words you can comprehend them and you can hear the words, but in reality, the meaning in the cartoon, they don't mean what it means in reality. It's like you're saying about gravity, paka. You don't know what it means. It doesn't attach. What you believe it is, it doesn't conform to reality, right?
Okay.
So when you're saying atmosphere, that's another term that is in the cartoon that you believe you live in, like exoplanets or black holes. That's all in the anime that you believe you live in.
I posted a citation, Victor, talking about gases, how they behave, and how they move. So they don't have a inherent shape or inherent vector. It goes in every direction. That's how gas behaves.
Just the fact that you're breathing air, that debunks the cartoon you believe you live in, the globe, because the globe doesn't have a container around it, and in reality, you are breathing pressure, air pressure, gas pressure. When you expand the volume of your lungs and the pressure rushes towards that expanding volume, right? That's how you are able to breathe. And gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So as an antecedent cause and effect relationship, a container is required to have gas pressure in the first place. So just the fact that you're breathing air, that demonstrates that there is a container in place, and the globe belief is just a nonsensical claim.
The atmosphere blocks the air from going out in outer space.
The air blocks the air. You're saying that the gases contain the gases?
It's the gravity that pulls the gases towards us.
Oh, the gravity that you don't know what it is and what it means.
Impact. The gravity has massive impacts on these things.
You're saying that the word that you read on a book that has an explanation or a definition in a book, that word is causing things to happen.
I mean, you read words from books as well. So what's the point?
No, but you're reading from. Remember, you're using a word like you're using it from an anime, like the Force of the Jedi, or the Sith Lord Darth Vader, or Goku Super Saiyan 3. Those are the words that you're using. They have no meaning. When I use a word and I say when I say gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, that is demonstratively so. That's the only way you can have gas pressure, unless you can demonstrate the opposite. But based on reality and what can it be demonstrated and verified, gas pressure stands to be the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. But here you are believing that the opposite is truth, just based on a word that you don't know what it means. Gravity. You're going against your senses,
the atmosphere
against the laws of
the air
nature.
we breathe, which is crucial for respiration and survival of most living organisms. Shielding. It blocks harmful ultraviolet radiation from the sun, protecting life on Earth. The atmosphere helps to trap heat, keeping the planet warm enough for life to thrive and preventing extreme.
You see, that's the Jedi story. The planet warmth. The planet. You think you're standing on a light in the sky? That's
planet warm. Yeah. What do you mean?
You're not in a planet. A planet is a wandering star. When you look up to the sky and you see the wandering stars that travel between the sun and the moon, and they're labeled the wandering stars or the planets, those things are not the ground below your feet, or the ground below your feet is not those things up in the sky. Those are different things.
Why?
Okay, when you look to the ground, you look down, right? To the earth or to the waters across, right? Or you look across. When you want to look to the wandering stars or the planets, those are things up, the celestials, up in the sky, away from the ground, not the ground.
But different if you land on one of those planets, if you look down, what do you see?
That is more of the mantra. That is more of the idea that you believe you live in a cartoon and you can do these things in the cartoon. You listen, bro. I'm trying to
make you. Yeah, whatever.
Listen, you know when the girl opens the wardrobe and goes into Narnia, right? And talks to the lion and to the a witch war against the witch. you're saying that you know there is a talking lion and you've been to Narnia, and therefore it has to be truth because you read it in a book.
So what are you saying here? Like no one went to the space. No one ever like landed on the moon. No one landed.
Listen, there is space between you and I, and there is space between our ears, right? But we live in a contained environment. No man can go outside of reality. You're saying, can we leave reality and show you Narnia and the talking lion? That's your question right now. Do you think that makes any sense?
No, I believe that's the opposite. But
that's your belief. That's that you're holding a belief that is without any evidence.
I believe it's the opposite. But yeah, but you got plenty of words over there. You got plenty of words.
Your belief is accepting without evidence. You're saying that you decide
You're denying everything with evidence. That's the thing, though. You're denying.
You don't have any evidence at all. You don't have
me. No, I told you. Me personally, like I'm not an expert.
Okay, but you're under the impression that you're experts too, but they don't either. We've been doing this for a long time.
I've been saying multiple times that I'm not an expert. I'm in high school.
You say the experts in Narnia, the ones that
like some small details to you guys, like about the atmosphere, about the tornadoes.
Listen, these experts have not been to Narnia. These experts, no matter how many ways they say to you,
up on Google, like on YouTube, anywhere, in books.
Bro, these
and well explained, but
he's rambling. Did somebody order a Yappuccino?
Bro, listen, the experts that you claiming, they've never been to this place that you claiming exists. They cannot go against, they have never done anything against the laws of nature. They cannot deny the second law of thermodynamics. They have never been outside of the contained environment that everybody's in. And they're telling you that they know stories about places they never been to outside of reality.
Why? Why they never been? Why would they lie about that, bro? Like, what's the reason of lying?
They're not lying. They're just believing just like you. They're making shit up just like you.
They're making shit. But why though? What's the reason behind all that?
Doesn't
matter. What would they lie?
Why does people make shit up? I mean, I don't know. People make shit up.
Exactly. You don't know, bro. You don't know shit.
Listen, because someone makes some
exactly
story.
Why they would lie.
Sometimes.
But the point is that it doesn't matter. If I walk into a place where it's obviously a murder scene, somebody was obviously killed, I can say, hey, this person's dead. They were obviously killed by somebody. I don't need to know who killed them. They're dead. Just like the globe.
So? What? So it's like, what? So I don't get it. So why would they lie again? About people
it doesn't
who went
make a
to the
difference. You are basically asking us, why do people lie? I just don't understand. Why do people lie? Why does a person tell a lie?
Yeah, if someone lies, there's a meaning behind it. If I lie to you, it's because I want something to gain it. Yes.
Okay.
If I lie to you because I want to gain something, what do they gain?
No, people will lie just for
listen, lying will have to be with the intent of deceiving, right? So most people like yourself, you're not lying when you say, I believe I live in a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space and someday I'm gonna go to Mars and meet green girls in Mars. That's not you lying. You actually believe it, right?
Yes. Because there's proof.
Okay, so that's
not just
lying,
a belief.
There's no proof.
It's not just a belief, but keep going.
There's no proof.
Yeah, keep going.
Listen, when your neighbor is watching Star Wars and he says, "Bro, I'm a globe believer and I believe in a galaxy far, far away there is this Jedi people." He's not lying, bro. He believes it, right? And I live in a globe and the globe is so cool and all this stuff. He believes it, bro. And when your teacher tells you the same thing, Italian little Timmy, you live in a globe. She's not lying to you, bro. She believes it too.
Why would the first guy lie?
Okay, so have you ever heard of the story of the Emperor's New Clothes?
No. Hold up.
The Emperor's New Clothes. That would answer your question. It's a small parable. It's not that big. It's a very, very short story.
if someone is lying, there could be many reasons. If whoever is lying, if someone is lying with an intent to deceive, right? They might be doing it for what? Maybe monetary reasons, or maybe to have you do work that they don't want to do. They want you, the believer, Timmy, the good slave, right? Or me, the good slave, to do their work, because if they can lie and you believe whatever they say, I mean, they're gonna have a hand above you.
Oh, Big John, listen to me, bro. Like, I understand that, but there's
maybe they're hiding. Listen, if they hiding. Listen, if they're hiding, if they're lying about God's design and God's creation, maybe they're trying to lie about God. Because if they're lying about reality and lying about your senses and telling you, hey, big toe, don't trust your senses, don't believe in the laws of nature that God put in place, your God-given senses, don't trust that. Maybe they're trying to convince you to just don't trust in God.
But God is not something that you can prove or cannot unprove.
Bro, the necessary antecedent to a container. Listen, the necessary antecedent to a container is a designer, and you're breathing air.
Yeah.
The necessary antecedent to a design is a designer. So you cannot deny reality.
Yeah, of course, you cannot deny reality.
Yeah. So when you look at this design environment that you're in, when you look at this design environment that you're in, this design place, terrarium that is put in place, design, like everything you see around, you see a code that requires a coder. You see a design that requires a designer.
So you believe in God?
You're breathing air, and the container is in place. So the antecedent to the gas pressure will be the container, and the antecedent to the container is a designer. So you have so many clues about an actual creator or designer of the place that you're standing on that it will be nonsensical to claim the opposite.
I know there's a design. I mean, I personally believe there's a designer, but
there you go. So the globe belief is they're telling you that you're just an accident, that everything happened by chance.
No. That's another topic. That's another topic you're bringing right now.
The globe beliefs go hand to hand with you came out of nothing.
Okay, but that's another topic.
Something out of nothing.
That's another topic. Trust me.
The globe belief also goes against your God-given senses, against, the ground is motionless, like your vestibular system is letting you know. Water, the physics of water, right? Water is not on the outside of a spinning ball. You've never seen that in reality, but you believe that's happening.
Yeah,
gas pressure. Listen, to have liquid water, water in the liquid state, you require a contained environment. Yeah. If there was a vacuum, if the water was in the vacuum of space, the water wouldn't be in the liquid state, bro.
Yes.
And you wouldn't have water.
The atmosphere. That's why we got the atmosphere.
That's the gas pressure. That debunks the globe right there.
No. It blocks. Bro, it blocks it blocks radiation from the sun. It keeps
Victor, you're saying that you can go to the tire shop and you tell you have a car, you drive, right, Victor? You drive?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that you're gonna go to the tire shop and you're gonna tell the guy that, hey, can I have gas pressure or air pressure around the rim of the car, the four rims, but I don't need the tire because I got gravity that is gonna hold the pressure around the rim. That's what you're saying right now. You're saying you don't require a container for the gas pressure, and that goes against the laws of nature.
The atmosphere is the container.
The atmos is the air. The air is pressurized. To have the pressure, a container has to be in place as an antecedent cause and effect relationship.
I believe I don't know if you know what the atmosphere is, but I believe we.
Okay, so you can say atmos, because the atmosphere will be a word that is made up to give gases a shape, right, to the story of the globe. But in reality, what we have is gas pressure, air pressure, right? And in reality, to have that, you need an antecedent, something that precedes, right?
Why, if you go up Mount Everest, why you need the oxygen? For example, oxygen. How do you say, like,
within a container? You have depth, right? You have also gas. Listen, you have
why, bro?
You have you are in a dynamic system. You have high pressure, low pressure, heat, cold, right? You have gases being produced. You have listen, Victor. Listen, bro. You have gases. You have the gas cycles. Gases being produced at the surface and below the surface, right? So you have a dynamic system where heat is being introduced. The sun is beaming into the system and exciting the particles, and changes are happening: high pressure, low pressure, heat and cold. So you have all of those conditions in place. But the important thing that when you ask about the lower pressure in the high altitudes, that is still pressure. That's pressure. And the pressure requires containment. Doesn't matter if it's a lower pressure or a higher pressure, you still require a container, because if there was no container, there will be no pressure. You wouldn't be breathing air.
In an endless conversation, because that's literally what the atmosphere says.
It's not endless.
What the atmosphere
is not endless.
It is endless, bro.
No, if it was endless, if the container was endless, there will be an infinity volume, and you wouldn't have the pressure.
Saying we're in an endless conversation, because I'm saying to you that's the atmosphere, bro.
But you have to acknowledge the realist level. You have to come back to your senses, come back to reality, and acknowledge the real stuff.
I don't think so, bro.
The atmosphere is a contradiction.
I mean, you believe people
Atmos
never went to the
gas. Gases do not have an inherent shape. I digress.
How can people go to a second law of thermodynamics violation place? They did that in Hollywood. Hollywood basement movies, cartoons. Like I've been trying to tell you, Narnia. You're saying, oh, someone went to Narnia. Therefore, talking lion.
No, you know very well Narnia does not exist, man. You know very well Narnia does not exist.
And you know very well that the second law of thermodynamics cannot be violated.
Because if you see the moon right now, if you look up, you see the moon.
I need to ask you something.
You know damn well you can go there, bro. And people went there, so.
Are you under the impression that anybody believes that Earth is some kind of space frisbee or pizza planet?
How would you guys be honest?
Because nobody believes
planet.
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys believe.
You're on the ground. Just to clear things up, just to clear things up, nobody here believes in that. We're just saying that you're on the ground.
So like it's just ground, basically, like Minecraft.
You're not flying in space, is what we're telling you. You're not floating or flying or spinning. When you feel inert, like you're standing on solid ground and it's not moving, you can trust your senses. You're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
So Minecraft, basically.
Nobody said Minecraft.
I mean, that's basically the explanation.
Go ahead, Veritas.
You know, Minecraft requires a designer. Go ahead. Someone was going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, Alpha Veritas.
Yeah, I believe in God, but I don't think we believe in the same God, bro.
So you think you live on a globe, right? Victor? You think you live on a globe?
Hold up, can I go piss?
Yeah,
go piss, bro. Hold up.
Alpha, have you been listening before? Or
I was hearing him.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's regurgitating basically. He doesn't know anything to defend it, like in that case of debates or whatever. So, but if he listens more, pay attention, so he will learn new things.
Yeah, I think he's just being defensive because it's new information, and being a young person, you're kind of conditioned to listen to the authoritative figures, and online discussions are not a place for him unless it's like a forum where there's people that are accredited to have, academic discussions. So he's going to just disregard everything anybody else is saying in here. So he's just he's memeing a lot. So you could just tell, man, from this young person's standpoint, he's very standoffish because he doesn't have to accept anything you're saying, because at the end of the day, you're not like some academics resource. So he could just make fun as much as he wants to, and you guys are just going to accept that.
I mean, he's been all right. I say most of the time. It's just new stuff for him. He's in high school still, at that age. So
Yeah, it's a dismissiveness, I think, that really irks people because he's so dismissive, and then he downplays it to like equating it to like Minecraft and stuff like that because maybe that's how he's thinking. He's never been challenged. Let's put it that way. He's never been challenged. He's only told to accept every paradigm that comes his way from academic or authoritative resources. So he doesn't know how to. People like him, they're young and they don't know how to think. They're being told what to think. So this is a new thing for him. Like, trying to think about something that he's never thought of.
Fair enough.
It's very different. But the mind state, I think, is kind of the angle that I usually go with someone that sounds that way. Because I could go into the information, but it's not going to be as effective as like trying to get him to realize how he knows what he knows. And
I'm back.
What's the route to that?
Welcome back, Big Toe.
Hello.
Big Toe, I've been listening to the conversation you've had with the panel, and I've kind of realized that it's not your fault. The reason why you're standoffish with this topic, because I would say that you'd probably just trust academic resources for information that, anything in regards to like the Earth, like Earth science or anything like that, like you would only appeal to, people who have academic backing, right? Like anybody in here is probably to you just another meme on the internet. Is that correct?
Not a meme. I would not say a meme, but I would say like that I trust more. As I said, people with like a background, like.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. We all came from this world that has that kind of structure and format, and so it's not beyond the fact that I don't understand like why you're being the way you are. I think with reason, I think you have that kind of feeling. But do you think that people in here haven't done research and looked into things? I mean, do you think that we're just saying, "Hey guys, believe the Earth is flat," and then everybody's like, "Yeah, I believe it." Like, do you think that's what it is, or?
That's what I asked before. I asked if they look it up for, as I said, like the other side research. So what the other side says.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But here's what I want to tell you about that is that everybody in this room that is a flat earther, I would say 99.99%. So the majority, there's only like maybe a sliver of a fraction of a person that was actually born a flat earther. I don't think anybody here was like just thinking that the Earth is flat right off the get-go, like as in never told that the Earth is a globe, never shown that it was a globe. So, but everybody has been told at some point in their life, their young life, that the Earth is a globe. And just like you, right? We're brought up to believe the same things. So we come from that side. So it's not that we don't know the other side or we haven't challenged ourselves with the other side. We've come from that side. The reason why we're on this side now is because we've already looked at all the different research that could lead us to be where we're at today. That's why I was telling you, it's not, I get what you mean. Like, we're not talking about globe Earth and not challenging ourselves. Well, maybe it could be a globe. It's none of that, man. We've already researched every avenue about how it could be a globe, and it doesn't turn out that it's an actual globe.
Like, you know for a fact that it's not a globe. Like,
yeah, all of us here.
All of you.
Yes, me personally, yes.
It's important to also mention that we all come from different walks of life. Some of us have been through academia. Like, some of us have done that. Some of us have field experience. Some of us are field engineers or have had experience doing that too. Some of us have been in the military. Some of us have been pizza delivery drivers. I mean, you get a little bit of everybody. So you never really know who you're going to talk to. Most of us don't want to reveal and dox ourselves on the internet in general, let alone ourselves as flat earthers. And we're just here trying to give you information, man.
Yeah, I really just want to reason, Victor. You sound amenable, dude, but I really want to just reason with you. I understand that I could give you information about the Earth being flat and stationary, but I think at this time, I think what you need is just a perspective, where we come from, why we're the way we are. That's all. And then maybe later on, you can investigate yourself and look into it. And then, I would say the biggest thing for me to tell to you is to always stay curious. Never, ever settle with somebody telling you, well, that's just the way it is, and you can't know anymore. That's all. right? You can always stay curious. You can always ask questions. You can be skeptical. And if somebody says, well, the Earth is a globe, we figured it out. And if you're at the moment you say, okay, that's fine, that Earth's a globe, I'll deal with that, then you've given up that sacred ground that belongs to you, which is your mind. And I think what all of us in here fight for is people actually having that sacred space back, which I think is very dear to everyone, right? We value our ability to discern the physical natural world for ourselves. We don't need somebody telling us that the Earth is something we don't see it as, because we don't see the Earth as a globe. None of us perceive it that way. And then the idea that we're just like amoebas on a giant beach ball, that stuff is out the window too. Because a long time ago, they said that the Earth was discovered to be a globe thousands of years ago, before this technology that we have today.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of ideas of how they figured it out before we had technology. So this is interesting, right? So I'm saying it's not beyond you that you couldn't figure it out, but they're making it seem like it's too hard for the common person. Like if you really wanted to know, like you have to be somebody in academia to figure it out. Like you're not a scientist, let's say. So then you couldn't.
It's a lot of study behind. Like there's a lot of studying behind, and explaining this topic is very, very hard.
It's difficult, and you're young, and you don't have all the knowledge. You're not an expert.
Yeah, exactly.
You
I never said I have knowledge on this. I actually don't know shit, as I said before.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Like, it doesn't matter either way. When you leave this chat, you can still think the Earth is a globe. That's not a problem. But when you start researching more, right, at least start to think about the questions that we're asking. How is it possible that it's a globe when it doesn't measure like a globe? It's not observed as a globe, and it's not practically used like a globe. Like pilots and sailors, they never treat the Earth like a globe. So nobody's treating it that way. They only think that it is a globe, based on what they've been told, like what you've been told, what other people have been told. So people, like a tradition, right? They're just believing like a tradition that the Earth is a globe. They're taking it like, okay, my teacher said it was a globe, and that's okay. And everybody's telling each other, hey, it's a beautiful day on this globe Earth. So you think in your mind it's something that it's not measured to be, it's not observed to be, and it's not practically used to be like one. So it goes against a lot of logic and reason that it is a globe. Is all I'm saying, man. Like you can, when you leave this chat, like you can think whatever you like, but if you challenge yourself, you're gonna find out it's not what you've been told, and perhaps maybe you can start questioning some more. You can obviously you can accept the Earth as a globe. That's not going to take effort. What takes effort is to use your mind. Always stay sharp and listen to the questions and the answers. Like when I don't know, what grade are you in, Victo?
Last grade, like my country, last year of high school.
Is that like a high school?
Yeah, high school. It's like 5 years of high school, then there's university after it.
Have you studied Earth science?
No. I mean, this is the only the things that I got taught at school, like from elementary school till now.
Okay, what? Let's see. I don't know what category it would fall in your school, but what type of category does it fall in to tell you about the planets and all that? What did you categorize that in your school?
I guess science.
Just general science?
Yeah, general science.
Okay, so general science, and then did they go over that with you? Like anything to deal with that?
With that, like if you want to study more about it, you have to take like a specific grade in university, not high school. High school is everything in general.
Okay, so
biology, like we learn biology and physics, but other than
that stuff is good. That stuff is good science. But what I'm saying is the idea that the Earth is a globe, like
university. That's a grade university.
Okay. So when you get, I don't know, are you going? It doesn't matter. So if you do get to university, right, and you study this in some way, maybe like in a undergrad course or something, who knows? Like, but whatever it is that you take this class, you're gonna find out that it's all built on assumptions. It's not built on any solid foundation. So there's calculations, right? not how big the Earth is and stuff, and distances to planets and all that. It's all built on an assumption about the size of the Earth. So the radius, right? You have to know what the distance is to the center of the ball Earth to where you're standing on the surface. And you're going to know that if you have this value, then you can know the distance to like the planets and such. Like that's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, to know linear distance as far as like getting a cosmic scale going. So if you don't have that first value, then you don't have any of the other values, because they're going to study like 1 astronomical unit, which is like the measured distance from the like the speed of light and such.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have that value until you discover how they went about knowing that it was empirical method. Like, so the one-way speed of light, if they've got this value for the value for what the speed of light is, then you're going to use that and incorporate that into what an astronomical unit is, so that you'll know a distance between from here to the sun and such. That's why they give you the values of like, how far away the sun is and all that. But the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder to even know any of that stuff is the radius value of the Earth being a globe. So it takes basically the radius of Earth is kind of like if you've ever seen like a sweater that has one thread on it, and you pull that thread on the sweater, it just starts coming apart. Like that's the thing with the radius. If you don't have the radius, if you pull on that string and you don't have a radius value to the Earth being a globe, then you don't have any of the other values that you know from the cosmic distance ladder for like how far away planets are and all that stuff. So the radius value is paramount in the cosmology aspect. So that you live in a solar system and all that. So you need to know that value if you're going to establish any distances to planets and such. So one thing that we talk about here is that the radius value.
Everything is public, so I believe that it's explained how to find that value. Like they explain how they found the value.
No, well, that's what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like because of it being public, you're gonna find out whether it's a calculation or where it's a measurement. So you'll know if it's a calculation or a measurement, and that's gonna lead you to more questions. Well, if it's a measurement, it's a distance that has been measured, and we know it, right? But if it's a calculation, that's something that somebody thought of that it could be. It's a possibility, but it's not necessarily contingent upon it being known as a value that's been measured. So a measurement and a calculation are two very different things. So this is the interesting part, right? When you start discovering whether or not they know the radius value for sure, or it's been a calculation that they're using to think of the Earth as a globe. And this is you need this value, right? It's extremely important for everything else. So if you don't have the radius value, you don't have anything else for distance, for any of the planets, for anything. The distance to the sun, the one-way speed of light, like there's a lot that you need. The radius value has to be certain. It has to be measured. It has to be known. And if it's not known and it's an assumption or an inference, then you're going to realize that you can't base a foundation of knowledge on this, which is where we all are in here. We're giving people the distinction between what is knowledge and what is, assumed or, inferred. So that's what we're saying. We're drawing a line in between, because we know that you're going to be told a lot of things about Earth and all that, but you need to be inquisitive enough to figure out what is the difference. Because, like I said, the thing that's sacred is your mind. And once you start giving that away, I call it outsourcing, right? You're outsourcing your mind to like an expert or something. Then you're going to realize that it's not true, because you've given away that thing where critically you could think about it.
Yeah, when you go and try to find where the Earth was measured to be a globe, it'll take you back to Eratosthenes, who assumed it was to begin with, and then maybe you'll run into Al-Biruni, all based on the assumption that the Earth is already a globe instead of measuring it to be such.
Yes. It's important, man, for young minds to actually apply their critical thinking. Go ahead, Victor.
I said there's a lot to look up into, a lot to study, a lot to know, a lot.
Yeah, take it in strides, man. Take it in strides. What I would say is just be curious. At the end of the day, you just got to be curious and be a little bit skeptical about what people tell you is already like settled science. when they say that word, settled science, you understand that there always is something to learn. So if something's settled, then there's something that's known. It's a known thing. It's not assumed. It's not calculated. It's measured and it's known. So I'm just saying, man, like a lot of people these days, they don't think anymore for themselves. And that's why we have the issues we do in this room, because we're dealing with not the information, but how people think. That's what we're dealing with, like the person's mind, because they don't know how to apply critical thinking. So they're just mocking us and saying, well, we have the information already, so we don't need to look into this. The earth's round. And that's not intelligent, That's not intelligent to be acting like that. It's more intelligent to be wondering how they found out that information is true. That's more intelligent.
Anyways, I have to go. But guys, it was nice.
I would like to add something before you go. The people who claim to have all the answers, the people who claim to have all the answers are the ones that should raise a red flag. The people that are intelligent are the ones who know how to ask the right questions. But have a good one and welcome to the conversation.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. We'll see you
Bye-bye.
around. Take care, man.
Well, that was a nice conversation I came in on.
Yeah, it lasted quite a while.
And the way you know that it is when he's attentive. When he's not, then, he's standoffish. I think nothing's getting through. I think you have to there's a different path I choose sometimes depending on the mind. If it sounds like they're amenable, there's somebody that can actually listen, they're a bit charitable, then I go a different way. Because I could talk about the facts, but I don't know. It doesn't affect them when I talk about the facts. I'd rather just talk about how people can think for themselves and give them a different path.
Yeah, I like your methods.
Yeah, like he was in here earlier and he was talking about how he thinks the problem is that flat earthers aren't listening to what the globe people said. That we're like stuck in our own worldview and not understanding what the globe, and then we started repeating back like globe shit. I go, we know the globe. Amish was talking too. Like we know the globe model better than they do. And I played that clip from Jeopardy where they just completely butchered like basic heliocentric questions. Like one of the questions was, this planet has a large red storm, and they're like, Venus, Mars. Nope, sorry. Wrong.
Yeah. He started to be more tentative after we present the Black Swan.
It was like he came in here first thinking like he tried to troubleshoot the flat earther. And we're like, huh.
I like Jemsy's nonsensical approach, the way he talks about sense and nonsense. That when I first heard him saying that to the guy that came in here, but he was mocking Jemsy at that time. He says, "You're speaking nonsense," and I think that's where the whole argument came up for Jemsy when he came up with this. He I don't know, I can't even tell you. It was like, when QE comes up with his talking points, some of the ones he's come up with. That was one of the times that I think Jemsy, when he came up with it's his own argument. It's Jemsy's argument, but I use it sometimes. Nonsense and making sense. Because that's what you're doing. You're using your senses. So it's applicable. It's has a meaning,
Oh yeah, I brought it up because he multiple times he said, what you guys are saying makes no sense and the globe makes sense. So he was something like that. I'm like, bro, the globe is the opposite of your senses. Claiming the opposite of what you actually experience and sense. How can it make sense?
Also, in Spanish, like the word sense and nonsense are like completely opposite words. It's not just like in English where you just throw nonsense in front of sense. Like the word nonsense in Spanish is like someone who's like delirious, like they're dreaming or something like that. If I don't speak Spanish, so I'm just trying to guess here.
Delirar and nonsense will be different things. Nonsense will be no sentido. Sentido will be sense, that you're sensing.
The sense, yeah.
So, if you don't sense, no tienes sentido, you don't make any sense.
I think was it 2 meanings or 3 meanings for sense? Because there's sense in like you're touching something, you're sensing it. Then there's sense like you have a feeling, and there's a sense of like a knowledge. Well, maybe it's got more than 2. It's like 3 meanings or something.
Well, there's many senses. I think there's more than 5 senses, in my opinion. But when it comes to the globe, and they say, the curving, spinning, atmosphere, pressure without a container, that makes sense. When they say that, that's the opposite of what actually makes sense, because you don't see any curvature. Your senses actually telling you that the ground is motionless. Because if it was spinning, you'll know, in my opinion. But your senses will at least give you something to say, hey, it's curving, it's spinning, and you're breathing air in an open system that is not contained. You will somehow know it. I mean, if you're breathing, you know it's contained already. That's your sensor. Your breathing is also part of your senses.
Yeah, it's a good argument, man. And if anybody listens to You Have It, they can adopt it and be like, hey, I want to use this as a... Because it only comes up sometimes when they start saying, nah, this is nonsense. And it just like, you could turn it back around and use that argument. Like, that's the time I think when you use that argument, when they say that, I think that has value right there. So...
Yeah, it also goes when they say... oh, the sun is moving across the sky, right? Oh, the sun is moving because the ground is spinning. That's complete nonsense, because the ground is motionless based on your senses, and based on your vision, another of your senses, the sun is moving across the sky. That makes sense, but claiming the opposite is nonsense.
Yeah, good point. So we still got Thymorical in here. Jedi is back. Jedi, I haven't talked to you.
Oh, that's the Thymorical guy. That's the Thymorical guy's a riot. Then yesterday he's like, Crit banned everybody in the chat till the chat was dead. And there's like 40 people in our chat. And he said that in the Globe Culp channel, which there's only 3 people. And like,
that's more nonsense right there.
Yeah, complete and utter bewilderment. And the logs are posted. I didn't ban anyone at all. Like, you could look at the log. You could see, I wonder how many people Crit banned today. 0. Like 0. But apparently I banned so many people, the channel died. Like, complete and utter bewilderment. This guy lives in a complete fictitious world. He's just immune to facts. Just straight facts. Just
a dead channel would be the 24/7 Globe channel. That's
right now, like 0 people in it. They banned everybody till there's 0 people in that channel.
I wonder how Thymorical feels about that. Oh, he's somebody muted him. Did somebody mute Thymorical?
The same guy. I'm tabbed out. I don't know. It sounds like the same name.
Do you mind if I unmute him, or?
Go ahead. It might not be the same guy, so I could be wrong. And so I'm not seeing the name. I'm just like based off the,
He's unmuted now, so go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Hey.
Thymorical, you there?
No, I'm the same guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why are you so retarded, dude?
Whoa.
Straight up.
Well, Mr. Crit. Well, let's see here.
Yeah. Tell us why
you wanted to talk about yourself, and we wanted to talk about the flat Earth, and you just started muting everybody.
You came in here with a group of retards trying to bulldoze a conversation.
I didn't come in here with a group of retards. That's not true.
What were they a group
of?
Are you worried about my list today? Are you okay that I have a list today, or are you going to go spiral out of control?
Did I say anything about your list? I don't.
Yeah,
think so.
When do I get my braces off? And you want to throw a party for me? And
that was definitely someone else that said that.
No, that was you yesterday. I was here.
That was a BizBoz, I think, maybe, or I don't know. I did not understand when you were saying Kansas, and I thought you were saying canvas for a long time. And I was like, yeah, I guess a canvas is flat. I don't know. And then I realized you're saying Kansas.
You were commenting on his braces and all about.
That was not me. That wasn't me. You're just blaming me for what other people were saying. I just said all I wanted to know was what you guys thought, and then I got muted along with everyone else.
Well, we thought about what?
I just want to know what you guys think. Like, we know what the globe says.
Yeah,
I want to know what a flat earther says, but you guys won't tell me. That's all it is.
Have you heard us having discussions with other people while you're sitting in here, or are you not?
Yeah, I've been listening. So
what have you? What have you gathered over your listening experience? What have you gathered by what we've been saying?
I gathered that you guys are very. You guys won't speculate on anything. You'll just debunk globe stuff. That's all that's going on.
Why don't we speculate?
I actually made a theory on what is actually happening in here.
Thymorical.
What's that?
Why don't we speculate?
It won't make any sense, I think.
Okay.
You guys just don't have any. You guys just don't have anything to actually say, or you don't have anything to think about it, and you just don't think about it.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just it's useless. It doesn't have any relation to the physical.
Well, I came in here not to grief you guys, not to do anything like that. I came in here because I wanted to know about flat Earth. Like, I wanted to know how it works. Like, it doesn't make sense in my head, so I wanted to hear what other people's.
Yeah, but still,
other people think.
Still, it doesn't make sense. Still.
So now, even more so now after I talked about a eclipse with you guys, and then I heard you guys talk to someone else about the eclipse.
I was talking to you about the eclipse yesterday, wasn't
it? Yeah.
And so we got down to the fact that
I went from globe skeptic to I guess I'm what you would call I don't hold any weight to what you guys are saying after yesterday.
A what?
I went from globe skeptic to just globy. So that's what you did yesterday.
Yeah, but there's a problem. There's a problem because he was asking for it, and I don't know if the rest of the people in there are gonna know this. He was asking for a replacement. So he wants a replacement theology. So if we're saying that it's not this, it needs to be that. And he's saying, what is the that it is? He was asking me, what's the that? What is it? And I was like, I don't have to replace the thing that. Hold on, Marco. I'm telling the audience. I was telling him that I'm taking down the paradigm that he thinks is true by asking him what is the cause for the effect of the lunar or solar eclipse. And he doesn't have a positive affirmation of what he knows it to be, like the cause. So there's nothing he knows the cause. Like it's an assumption. He's got an assumption for a cause, but it's not true that
picture of it with my phone.
You're still interrupting. Yeah, you're still interrupting though. So he doesn't know what it is, the cause. He just thinks it's something like the Earth getting in the way or the moon getting in the way of the sun, but he doesn't know that it's the Earth or the moon getting in the way of the light, interrupting the light, causing an eclipse. He doesn't know that. And we've established that yesterday. But then he says, okay, now you need to tell me, because you're a flat earther, you need to tell me what that is. And I was like, I don't need to tell you what that cause for the effect is. I see the effect of something happening, the phenomena, but I don't need to tell you what the cause is. And he's like, well, you do. And I'm like, no, I don't. I don't need to tell you what the cause is.
But why not?
Because I told you, speculations are not a part of what we do here. The physical and natural world deals with empirical information. When you look at something, you test it, you verify it, that's true. Not something, well, I see that stuff happening in the sky. I think it's Ketu and Rahu eating the sun and the moon. Yeah? Does that make sense? Because that's a story. You want stories all day. There's stories in history. You can go back in time and go like, oh, well, look at all these stories. People used to think in ancient times that it was this thing happening. And today is no different. I even told you. You think it's a giant ball Earth getting in the way of the sun, causing an eclipse. So you're no different than those guys a long time ago.
I mean, I have a picture that I can see it.
You're not even using all the eclipses. You're cherry picking a very small subset.
I've seen like 5 eclipses. I've seen 2 solar eclipses, 1 partial, and like
Time Oracle. It doesn't matter though. Listen to me. You can use every eclipse that's ever available in human history. I don't care if you talk about the impossible eclipse to the lunar to the solar. It doesn't matter. What you're ascribing a cause to is going to only be an assumption. Always. It's never going to be something you know to be true. Just like in ancient times, they said a giant dragon was eating the moon, and that's exactly what you're doing today. You're like a giant ball is getting in the way of the sun's light. It's no different. You're just
the ball.
You're putting you keep saying that. You're just like the guy.
I have a picture.
So does the people that think that's a giant dragon eating the moon. The same
They
thing.
don't have a picture of a dragon, though.
Dude, it's no different. You're giving me a story just like the stories they said of a long time ago, right? They think that the gods of are the planets, Zeus and
Well,
you
it's
got all
not a
these other
story.
guys.
It's what I witnessed, and I was just simply asking.
You didn't witness a bird going in front of anything, you idiot. You didn't witness anything.
You don't think I seen an eclipse? I don't understand. Like,
the
this
Earth
is
go
just
in front of the sun and put a shadow on the moon. You never saw that. You're a liar.
okay.
You didn't
All
see
right.
that. What you
Bradwood, you know what's
the moon and you see
I don't know how you can argue that. I don't even understand.
If I wave my hands, I should be able to see my hands waving on the moon, right?
Wait. Can you? He said he has a picture of it. Can you post the picture?
I cannot. I would love to post it, but I physically cannot post the picture.
Send it to me. Send it to Jamesy. Send it. I want to take a look at it.
You want to see my picture of the eclipse? It's actually really good.
Yeah, send it to me.
What's the name?
Jamesy.
Jamesy? Sure. I'd love to share my eclipse picture with you. Let me just so you can debunk my photo that I took with my phone. Hold on. Let me just try to click your name here.
Photo I took with the P900 from my driveway.
Can you just make a reply? I don't know how to my phone, and I can't click your name well. I don't know.
I DM'd you already, so you can go to your DMs. So you're gonna find me in your DMs.
See, the problem here is you don't know how to address your assumptions. Your assumptions being that the Earth is a globe, that the moon is a globe, and that the sun is a globe that can obscure each other. You don't want to address those assumptions because that's what they are, assumptions.
I just have to figure out how to click your name, I guess. I don't see a message from you. There it goes. Okay, here we go. I got you.
What's interesting about your logic is that you'll use everything other than the surface of the Earth as your only proof of what the surface of the Earth is. Everything else. Don't look at it, pay no attention to the surface of the Earth. Use anything else. Everything other than that. And then be like, I used to be skeptical about the ball, but you guys
I just don't trust NASA. It's not going to change, regardless.
You feel victimized
of how you guys
by
treat
flat Earth.
people in here.
Well, how about that? Like, just go into a globe server. Just go into a globe server and just pretend to be a flat earther, or just say you've got some doubts, and watch them dehumanize you, and then you can really cry foul. They'll call you a flurman, a vermin, a flat Earth vermin. You could be like,
I heard you guys calling people Skittle munchers and
they muted
telling
you after
women to
you
go
mocked
get you
someone's
sandwiches
list for a half
yesterday.
hour, and you got muted
probably
for
be the
being a
same thing.
retard. You got muted for being a retard. Oh my God, now I got to be a globalist. Try the other side. Watch how they act if you disagree with their worldview. Then you'll have some way to compare the two. On the flat Earth, when you act like a retard, you get muted. On the globe Earth, if you disagree with them, you're no longer human.
There you go. I sent you a bunch of them. I took these all myself, so there's some really good ones there where you could see what I think is what I personally think is the moon. You may disagree.
Does it look like my picture that I just posted?
I don't know.
You don't know what your pictures looks like. You didn't know what your pictures look like. I know what mine look like. I've seen.
I'm not looking in the chat right now. I took these with my phone, so I don't know.
Point to the moon in my picture.
Let me open up the chat so that I could.
Yeah. Anyway, this whole time.
Why is that?
Because this goes with the conversation. That's how YouTube live streams work.
I was just muted. I didn't even think you guys were gonna unmute me, so I was just like, oh, I'm unmuted. I can talk now.
I like to unmute people who spiral and go freak out. It's fun for me. So
why do you think I'm spiraling? I just am interested in what you guys are saying, and I think it's entertaining.
Looks like my picture. Can you point to the moon now?
I don't understand what you're really trying to say there.
I posted what he sent to me in the DM, so it's similar to your picture, bro.
I mean, what's not the moon about it? I don't understand.
I can't see the moon. Do you see the moon?
You guys just don't believe in the moon or something. I don't understand.
Oh my God! Now it's a belief system. You see the fucking moon in that eclipse.
I see the shape of the moon because it's blocking. It's on the other side.
It's on the bottom of the soup can too.
Okay. I mean, it's what I took a picture of with my phone. It's what I seen. I only asked. I really am not going to say it again. I'm done saying it. I just wanted to know, and you guys aren't going to answer me. That's fine. I just wanted to know what you thought, and you think it's no. That's all it is.
I think they're fun. They're neato. Now, let's get back to the reality. How about an hour before? Did you take a picture of the moon approaching the sun like everybody else didn't? Nobody takes
the nice.
That picture.
Yeah, that's boring.
That's boring. You see that all the time. History of photography. That picture's never been taken in the history of photography. Approaching moon, then eclipse sun, then it goes away, and you still see the moon. Never done.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know how to address your assumptions. That's the problem.
Well, that's fine. Okay, but that's what you guys think. That's all I wanted to know, really. I guess.
Yeah. So, can you address your assumptions? Can you list off all of your assumptions?
That is what I just did. I just assumed. There you go. I assumed that everything I saw that I thought was going to happen happened, and it looked like
you saw the moon approaching the sun like a missile shooting at an airplane. Is that what you saw? So you knew.
Well, the sun is. You just can't see it like that.
That day because you saw the moon, you saw the sunrise, and then you saw the moon coming after the sun faster. Is that what you saw? Or did somebody tell you there's an eclipse today?
I planned for the eclipse for a few days before I went to see it. I have the luxury of being a truck driver.
That's wonderful.
So
Did you see the moon? Did you see the moon approaching?
And days before, I did see the moon in the sky. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't there.
I don't know how many days, but you know that's where the moon was. So you see the moon in the sky sometimes, and I know it's up there. It appears to be in front of, in between where the sun and the moon, you know, the sun and the earth are. So it makes sense to me. I just wanted to know how it works for you guys, but you guys tell me, and I heard. I understand what you guys think now. It's fine. You have no opinion.
Logically, we think logically. We don't have to make assumptions.
I if that's what you want to call it, that's fine. I don't know why you guys are being so hostile. I just asked the question, and that's what happened.
The victim status.
Victim status.
Yeah.
Okay.
Being hostile.
What's victim status about it? Explain yourself. I don't know.
Did you have a shirt on that says "Me Too" today?
Oh shit! Hey, listen, we're not hostile. We're from Ohio. All right, just get used to it.
All right, whatever.
See, this is what he'll do.
That was
He'll
my
be like,
question. So
I had to leave because the flat earthers were hostile. You're like, well, what about all the other people in this call?
I didn't leave because I enjoy.
You are, dude. You're so subjective.
It's fun.
Your worldview is so subjective. Even you can't use it.
I'm fine with my worldview. I just wanted to know
It's
your
fucking
worldview.
broken.
You know, that's
you
all.
think everyone in this room is being hostile to everybody else but you. But when you leave, the conversation continues without you.
You guys are pretty hostile to me too. Yeah.
No one's hostile to anyone. You're making shit up because
You're literally we're started off by calling me a retard.
You are a retard. That's feedback.
And you don't. I don't know. Like if that's not hostile, that's fine.
I'll demonstrate
It's
it.
not hostile.
Okay. I mean, I think this guy Crit is also retarded. That's fine.
You're letting your feelings get in the way.
That's an unconditional acceptance. I know you're retarded, and you know I'm retarded. But the thing is, though, I'm not going to ask you your opinion on something because I already know you're retarded. Meanwhile, you'll ask me about your solar eclipse photo, proven even your own take on something is utter useless and garbage.
If that's your opinion on it, but I believe that it. I'll say believe because I'm not a scientist. I believe that I believe it was the moon in front of the sun.
You also believe that a room with 4 people in it is alive in a room with 40
I was looking at the wrong Discord channel. It was an empty one. There was one person in there.
That's not. You're also now excuses. You're dropping the excuses.
Okay, that's
So you're
what
retarded.
happens. So I don't know.
You're just retarded.
All right.
Like, look at this. Did Crit ban everyone that did not want to talk to him until
You wanted to talk about yourself. We wanted to talk about
moving
flat
forward.
Earth. That's all it was.
We can change the subject now.
Me right now, pussy.
Yeah, the guy with the lisp is kind of aggressive.
Oh no, it's aggressive.
Oh my god, you guys are so aggressive.
I mean, I don't care. Like, if this was my Discord, it would be a lot worse because I always
just
filter
cry.
as much.
Right now, all the
You
feelings.
cry until it's no longer. You realize it's not aggressive anymore, and you want to be here. You click this channel.
Yeah, I
So
wanted to
just
hear what you guys
cry.
think, and I do
Just
enjoy it.
cry.
I'm not crying.
Crying about everyone being aggressive towards you.
Okay.
Go
It's
on.
silly to say that. I don't understand.
So listen, go into channels and asking people to give you some assumptions. Don't you have imagination and create assumptions other than the first one that you already have, like the one that you are telling us the moon is getting in front of the
Yeah, but I
sun?
think he's asking for our assumptions instead of.
I just wanted to know what you guys thought. Literally, why I joined in here. I said it again. I said I wouldn't. I don't know.
This is our reason we should have a day off that day because everybody should watch a solar eclipse. I think. That's
You
what I
can
think about eclipses.
What's the
And
solar eclipse
lunar
proving?
eclipses take too long, and I get bored with it.
What's the
Oh, it's
solar
fine.
eclipse proving?
But just listen, you can create different assumptions just beside the moon. You can imagine, you can go and study, for example, Ceros.
You guys are just yelling at someone for living in Narnia, and then you're saying this stuff. So it's like, come on. There's one of three things going on here. I figured it out. All right.
Just try
If I
to
may.
hear what I'm saying. If you can,
What are the three
if you
things?
can try. So you can study Ceros cycle and go and claim it is a black disk.
No, I'm sure.
It is black disk that is made from some light absorbing material, like that black paint that absorbs 99% of the light. So a light absorbing material that is getting in front of the sun. You can claim whatever you want with that, and you can name that black disk Rahu, and you can claim it, name it Afshuchen, whatever you want. Doesn't change anything. It's just like that claim that you already have, which is the moon is the thing that is getting in front of the sun.
All right.
So it's just a claim. So you can make those assumptions by yourself. Why are you claiming? Why are you asking people for assumptions? Don't you have imagination? Yeah, I can think about
I
it.
figured you guys would have general, like some kind of
how about
something to
this?
say about it.
We're
I don't
talking
know.
about flat Earth, a topic you wanted to talk about, and you just
I wanted
don't.
to hear about it. Yeah.
You just don't talk about flat Earth. You want to say, "Oh, let's talk about the sky."
We're
Let's talk
talking about this is
let's
a
talk about
debunk
the sky
globe
instead.
channel. That's what it is.
No, let's talk about the
I
flat
wanted
Earth.
to know
the
about
surface
flat
of the
Earth. I'm sorry.
Flat
But
Earth.
isn't it fair to kind of talk
flat
about
Earth, the surface of the Earth. You want to talk about everything other than that. You want to talk about people. You want to talk about what they're doing, how you think they're retarded, how you feel harmed, how they're aggressive. You want to talk about everything other than. This channel says flat Earth 24/7. We live
And that's what I
stream it,
wanted to talk about.
and
Yeah.
you can't. You just don't. You want to, but you don't. You're a retard. You're just a retarded dude.
Okay. I just wanted to know what you guys thought. Then I'm retarded.
Yeah,
My bad.
flat Earth. What's the topic?
So
Is the topic
I do have
your
I do have a
feelings?
theory on what's actually going on
topic
here,
your
though, if I
feelings?
may.
Is the topic your feelings or is the topic flat Earth? Does he
I
know?
want to hear the three things after he answers.
Seems like this guy only wants to talk about the meta.
Yeah, facts. What are the three things?
All right. So there's one of three things. It could be a combo of all three. This is just what I gathered from being in here a few days. It's either you guys are simply trying to make money on YouTube.
No.
Two, you guys are just griefing or just practicing to debate nonsensical things. Or three, you guys are actually retarded. That's my theory.
You're not really coming
with that one.
Dude, listen,
And
you're gonna go
you guys can be
viral. I'm
embarrassed.
telling you. You're making this yourself. You're making.
I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know
talking
a
all about people
question.
again. All about
I just
people.
wanted to know a question about flat Earth. You guys won't answer shit.
And then he talks three things about flat Earth.
You guys won't answer shit. That's all it
the
is.
topic again.
I'll answer it.
What do you tell me? What you think flat Earth is? I don't know.
It's just the
Just a
Earth.
flat, endless plane.
No,
It's just Earth.
It's
like, come
it's the
on.
Earth.
Give me
It's the
something.
Earth. Okay, well you gotta stop talking.
Globe.
First.
You debunked the globe when you presented eclipses.
Damn. Well, dude, it's just the Earth when you go outside. Like, what else? What else would it be? What do you mean? What is flat Earth? It's the Earth as it is right now. What's the confusing part? You're trying to like visualize it, like close your eyes and see the whole thing, or what are you talking about?
You're retarded for that.
Sort of, yeah. I would like to, yeah.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah,
well, let me show you.
He's too retarded to visualize anything at all.
That's fine. You don't need to visualize it anyway. Thimo, can you
Hold on,
visualize the whole universe?
Can I jump in real quick, brother? Can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry.
Of course.
Hey, Marco. It's very disingenuous, dude. We talk a bunch of times. You used to come in here. We told you what flat Earth is, and now you pretend that you don't know what flat Earth is, dude. We explained to you and everything. If you
I
actually pay
understand.
attention, If you
It's
actually
just the
pay
ground
attention
below
and
my
be
feet.
honest,
That's it. That's
dude,
all you guys will tell
if
me.
you actually pay attention and being honest about it, bro, you like at least you understand where we coming from. But the problem is this: like you don't fucking listen, and now you lying about it. Like, oh, I just want to know what you guys think. We explained to you a bunch of time, dude. So
Nothing. I got
just be
nothing
honest,
from you
dude.
guy.
Just fucking be honest about it, dude.
I
Don't
am
come
being
in
honest.
talking about, oh, I don't know what flat Earth is. We explained to you though. Did you listen?
He says he
It's
got
just the ground
nothing.
beneath my feet. That's all you guys told me, really.
What else would it be?
That's the wrong
Exactly.
answer. It's not the ground that it's not only the ground that is below your feet, that's the dirt. Because the earth is not just those dry surfaces that you are standing on. No. It also have more than 50% just water. So yeah, earth is that dirt and that water surfaces, mountains, hills. So those are composing the earth. But the dirt, no, we are not saying flat ground or
Wait,
flat
Earth is water? I'm confused.
No, it's not water. Water is a component of Earth. So the surface of the Earth is composed of dirt, and most of the surface is composed of water, where we navigate with using the ships, boats. So that's called water. It's not dirt or rock or something like in the dry.
Oh, it is, but it isn't. I'm confused now.
It is, but it isn't. It is what?
You're confusing me, bro.
Why I confused you?
You said the earth is the water, but it's not the water. I'm confused.
No, the water is one of the element composing the surface. The surface is not just dirt.
Oh, the surface, yeah.
Yeah, the surface of the earth is not
Because you didn't say the surface, you said the earth.
No, the earth itself. So there is water that is
the surface of the earth. Because the earth below the surface is not the surface of the earth, right?
The earth below the surface, yeah, but we can find
Yeah, so the surface and the earth below the surface is not the same thing.
Yeah, but water, we can find water also underneath the surface.
And the water below the surface is not the same thing as the water above the surface.
Why? Isn't it water?
What do you mean why?
Why? So the one above the surface is water, the one underneath the surface is what? Alcohol? Wine?
So what are you talking about then?
So the liquid that is above the surface that we call water, you said that the one that is underneath the surface is not water. What do you call it then?
You were talking about the earth, right? And then you said the water is the earth. And I got confused there. But then you said, no, it's the surface. But then there is earth below the surface and also water below and above the surface. So which one are you talking about?
Can you call water an element, which is retarded?
When you say blood, it's not the human. So water is not the earth, it is part of the earth.
So you're talking about the surface, not about the whole of it, right? You're talking about the surface of the earth, which is one thing, one aspect, one area, the surface.
Yeah, the thing that we call
okay, that's I got it now.
Call flat earth because the guy didn't understand the meaning of what we say, why we are calling it flat earth. So the guy was thinking about the ground underneath our feet. So no, it's not just that. It's also the surface of water. That is, taking
the flatness of the surface is an aspect of the whole thing. It is not the whole thing, right? The earth and all of the components of it is not one aspect, the flatness of the surface or the surface. The surface is one aspect of many things that make the earth.
Yeah, exactly. The surface is one aspect. There is many other things. So thickness.
Many other things. Yeah, exactly. Like water, water above, water below.
So
somebody was saying that
thickness
this flat Earth is in a container as well. It's contained somehow.
Hey, we focus on the flat part, the part that's not a globe. That's the one that ruins the globe.
Well, the container also ruins the globe, like he just said. Yeah, the container.
Well, I mean, what I want to know about the container a little bit. Like, I want to know what the theory is. I know it's got to be a theory, right? Because no one's seen this container.
It's not a theory. It's not a theory. We have gas pressure on Earth. You're breathing it. That's the only reason you're able to breathe, because we have gas pressure.
That's got to be a theory as well, because
That's not a theory. No.
Globe Earth has a theory on why that is, and it's gravity.
Are you familiar with the gas law? Are you familiar with the gas law?
I debunked your theory on gas being pulled to the ground. How do you like that?
Well, I mean, that's doesn't seem.
Are you familiar?
Really debunked.
Are you familiar with the gas laws? The second law of thermodynamics. Are you familiar with that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, it's not a vague thing. It is what it is. It's always that way. That's why it's called an axiom. So gas pressure, the antecedent for gas pressure is always, that part is important, always contingent upon the container. That's the only way you can actually achieve gas pressure is with a container, the surface area of a container.
What about water then? Because water could be gaseous, but it lays on the ground.
Yeah, those are two different states of matter. So water requires a container also, but the top surface.
Hold on, Sonny, because he's just about gonna cry. He's gonna ask about feelings and people again.
I'm not gonna cry.
Wait,
don't worry. I'm tough.
Stop talking.
Okay.
So when the water starts turning into gas, which way does that go?
It expands.
And what direction?
Now it expands? I thought it went down. You just got done telling me Globe has an explanation. It pulls gases down to the ground. And now you said when water...
Well, I wanted to get... I don't care about what the Globe says, honestly. I wanted to know what you guys thought. I wanted to know about the container. Like, how does that work?
Listen, here's what I think. I think water lays flat and level in all directions when it's not disturbed. And I think gases go in all directions. What do you think of that?
So there must be a container you're deducting. That's what you're saying.
Are you telling me there's an outer space? Are you telling me there's a space vacuum that we can go to?
I think there's less and less material as you go up. That's the one guy was saying about mountains. It's harder to breathe at the top of a mountain because there's less oxygen, right?
Why are you claiming a container?
What?
Why did you just claim there has to be a container?
No, that's what I heard you guys saying about how the gases stay in.
Space is fake, and we have gas pressure. Now, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, okay, but what's the container? Like that's what I was getting.
Why are you claiming a container?
I was using what you guys said. That's what I heard in here.
If you can repeat what I said. Space is fake, and we have gas pressure.
And there must be a container to keep the pressure in.
Yeah, repeat that so the rest of the room hears you say it. So next time you come in, and we can all say, we've already told this to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Get pressure.
And yeah. I heard what you guys said, that you guys don't believe in space because whatever. And so obviously there must be a container to keep everything in. I'm just trying to. I don't care to debate actual globe. All right, I want to know what flat Earth is. That's why I joined here. All right,
it's flat and level, all directions.
It's flat, level, all directions. Okay, and then there's a container that keeps everything in.
You go to the beach and you point straight ahead. You're going to be pointing at somebody else on some other piece of land that's pointing out to. So
that way.
Go ahead.
That way. Or the other way.
Water.
Yeah. You keep saying believe. So
I'm referring. I know you guys don't use belief.
I was.
The belief is the space part.
I was in the middle of my sentence. So yeah, you want us to believe like you do. Gas pressure and the laws that govern gas pressure are not beliefs. You're the one that has a belief.
I'm
So
not
when
trying
you
to change your
say-
guys' mind.
So when you say that we don't believe in space, we don't have to believe in space. Gas pressure and the laws that govern gas pressure requiring a container. You're asking us, like, what is the container? That's like saying, what produced the sirloin steak? Because
So
you
you
have a
guys just don't
sirloin steak,
know that.
because you have a sirloin steak or a filet mignon on your plate, we know there's a cow.
Okay.
So do you. So that's the same sort of relationship in gas pressure and the container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So all you would need to do to debunk us and to prove that your space is true,
I'm not
show
trying
us
to
a
debunk
condition, show us a condition, an actual demonstration in actuality. That means a for real demonstration that we can all go test of gas pressure without a container. Achieve gas pressure somehow without the container, and we want to see that. So can you do that?
Sonny, are you claiming now?
I am not trying to debunk any theories that you guys have.
What did you say, Radwin?
Sonny, are you claiming that space has to be there, that we need a container? I say we have gas pressure and space is fake.
Yeah, no, I wasn't claiming space is real. No.
So no container, it's just endless or
wow,
endless
dude.
gas pressure? Is that the theory? I don't know.
Do you know anything about gas pressure at all?
I do.
Okay, so
I
we
do.
live in a fixed volume, obviously, because we have 14.7 psi at sea level, and it's so much always there, almost on the nose all the time, unless a storm's coming in or something weird. Yeah, but it's almost always like that because I build all kinds of devices and I put barometers in them. It's always the same kind of shit, and I also put other kind of GPS devices to get altitudes, a couple different ones. And they're off. So anyway, so Earth is flat, right? Because water lays flat and level. You can't say it doesn't because we can just show you it is, and you've seen it yourself. Or you claim
I'm not. I once again am not interested in trying to debunk any of your notions or any of your ideas. I want to know what you guys think, and that's what I'm hearing. So that's fine.
Why? We think that you don't understand anything because you keep repeating yourself. That's what we think.
Really don't like to repeat myself. I feel like you're asking me the same question over and over, or you're trying to get the same thing out of me. You want me to try to debunk the? You want me to try to present some evidence to debunk the flat Earth?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I'm not interested in doing that. So I just wanted to hear what you guys thought.
Okay, just well, so the fallacy is that you're asking us what we think, like as if actual measurement of the surface of Earth is a thought. That's where you're wrong. I don't have to think. I don't have to add my thoughts or my presuppositions into what gases do. These are things that are known to exist in this world. And the same goes for the fundamentals of water. Like the fundamental nature of water is we know that when contained, water never takes the shape of the outside of any object. Water doesn't curve on the surface under any condition. You would have to show us that water is curving on the top surface somehow. Are you able to show that?
You never seen water go down a waterfall?
Holy crap. We're not talking about water in motion, bro. We're talking about water that is contained, that is still, not rivers or waterfalls. You're out of your mind. Here's another nonsensical glober. So, yeah.
I don't know. When water is in, when it's laying down, it appears flat. Yes.
No, it does. Yeah, it's actually measurably flat. Every water that you've ever known that's contained from your kitchen sink, your bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, a pond, or the oceans are measurably horizontal on the top, level.
I believe it.
What's
Yeah,
an
it's not a
8-inch
belief.
drop look like on actual material? Now,
It's
since
not
you
a belief.
understand,
Yeah,
right? It's not a belief.
that water is flat. That's not a belief. That is actually measurable. So you would have to show the opposite of that to show that water can obtain the shape on the outside of a container or the outside of an object. Like you're saying, Earth is a ball and it has water on the outside. The top surface of that water would have to be curving. You would have to be able to show this. It's never been shown. We know all the oceans are horizontal level. That's why we call it sea level. That's why we measure all the elevation changes, mountains, hills, and elevations from sea level. No one uses the Earth as a ball. Practically speaking, we navigate on a flat, stationary Earth.
Yeah, it's practically flat. So yeah.
Yeah, 3959 aquariums were one of the aquariums would have to start. Well, they'd have to start curving the water.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a reservation, though. You're saying, yeah, practically speaking, but...
Well, I haven't done any of these experiments myself. I don't know.
Okay, it's not an experiment. You see
I did hear about. I don't remember exactly. It might have been the George Washington Bridge. I'm not sure, but the bridges are further apart at the top than at the bottom.
Just water, not the bridge.
That's something if you guys want to talk
Yeah,
about. I
great.
don't know.
So we don't care what
Then the water
bridge
would
is
be
doing.
farther apart at the top than the bottom.
Yeah, is the water below the bridge curving? That would be what we would need.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. The top of that water at rest, underneath that bridge at rest, to be curving like the bridge. Does the water climb up in the center like the bridge? If you're saying the bridge follows Earth curve, but the water underneath isn't following the same pattern, you have a problem.
Are the poles level? You know, I don't know.
The water
I don't know
following
either.
the curve of the fucking bridge.
Yeah, we
want
I would assume. It's an assumption, I guess. I don't know.
Well, stop assuming. Go figure it out.
Yeah, you don't know anything about about bridge manufacturing or manufacturing.
I don't.
You don't manufacture water. It's at rest on its own accord, no matter what you do to the bridge as a human. You manufacture bricks. You don't manufacture the waters horizontal. It ain't going to happen. So your bridge can be made like a dinosaur's butt. Doesn't make your water do anything different than be horizontal. Do you comprehend, brother?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, now, where could you go in your backyard or anywhere in reality and make a sand, dirt, granite, rock, grass, any kind of real physical earth curve dirt thing to show me that you could walk away from me within a mile and be walking down around a curb of 8 inches? Put any object on it. What would that even look like to you? Just an 8-inch drop from right to left of an object. One side of it dropping down. What would that look like?
I probably couldn't even see it, honestly.
You couldn't see it? What about a side view?
I don't know. I just don't think I'd be able to.
You don't think you could make a dirt pile, a pile of sand or dirt 1 mile long with 8 inches higher than the other part? You don't think you could do that as a human? Are you stupid?
I mean, I probably could, but I don't know.
So let's do it. Why is that so hard for you boys to do? Then get your little dirt roller toys, cars, whatever. What are you laughing about? Drive out on the garbage and show us what it looks like that after you just went down an 8-inch per mile piece of dirt. What would that really look like? You don't know. That's what you need to know.
Well, again, I'm not really. I'm really not trying to.
Yeah, but you don't even know that
information about that. I get roped into it.
Yeah, I know, but you roped us into some stuff. You're roping us in the globe.
I just want to know what flat Earth is. You know, that's
I'm not roping you into anything. I want to know what 8 inches drop is.
I'm going to just listen and hear other people talk because.
So what's more technologically advanced? You stuttering over me talking about you not knowing what you're talking about, or you just point out 8 inches of drop?
I'm just not interested in that topic. I don't know. Like I'm interested in what you guys think.
I know, but you're not getting it. It doesn't matter what we tell you. Tomorrow you'll act just as stupid.
Hold on. DeMarco, what he's saying is important. That he's pointing out that you are not interested in kind of one of the.
I'm not interested in debating globe science, whatever, to you guys. Like, because You guys said you
Not
guys
a
been doing this for
debate.
10 years. It's not a debate.
If
That's
you
the
want to know,
problem.
you just said that you want to know our worldview. So in order for you to understand that, we have to cover certain things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's
the
why
8 inches and what it would really look like. And
I'm
when
going to
you go
explain
out
to you
and
what
see
the
what it looks
worldview
like,
is.
and it's not what you've been told, and it appears to be something of flat Earth. And then now what do? You come back and say, "Huh, I was only able to prove flat Earth too." Wow. Now I understand. Now I don't have to ask dumb questions. I know left and right aren't up to space, and down isn't either. It's real simple, brother.
What you need to do is get a good view of the horizon. That's the worldview everyone shares.
Okay.
And that horizon remains horizontal no matter how high you go. The 8 inches per mile squared, you measure no matter how far you go. There's no curve or drop over distance that goes downward. You should be on the top of a hill at all times if you're on a ball.
Yeah, above everything. Above. That means pointing down is up. Pointing left and right are up to space. But you can't prove that. Only vertical from your position is up. Not left, right, or down, which would be every direction for you on a sphere from your feet, would be to space from that ball, from your feet.
Let me ask you something. If you keep going to the left or right, you won't eventually get to space on your flat Earth?
No.
Why not?
Because if you have, say, what are you orienting yourself around? Your orientation, right? With your left and right. What is going to be your north?
The sky.
No.
Well, can I
On a
leave this
flat
place?
Earth, it
Can
would
I,
be.
Why
can I
would
just
it
go
be?
south and then just leave?
No, why would north be up in the sky?
On a flat
I
Earth,
really
it
want
makes
you to-
perfect sense.
I could, if I go south, can I
You have
leave?
a compass.
That's the question.
I don't know. I'm not going south. Like, screw that.
On a flat Earth, you have to go under the ground to go south.
Dude, you need to stop clowning because this silly reduction to absurdity shit's going to piss somebody off real quick.
Now that's retarded for you.
I don't know. That's what I'm interested. I want to know what happens if
You hold a
I
compass in
go
your hand,
in a
right?
direction. You know.
You hold a
You go
compass
that
in your
direction.
hand. Never mind. Go ahead, Sesu.
You go that direction. What's so hard about that?
Or if I just keep going that direction,
I guess you keep going that direction.
will I leave here if I just keep going
Leave where?
direction?
Leave where?
This location, and find somewhere new. Is there
Yeah,
new
of course
continent
you
I
would.
can find, or what?
As soon as you leave 1 micrometer, you're going to be in a different location. That's kind of a stupid question. How dumb are you, bro?
You can leave your city and go to another city. You're in a different location. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a trucker, right?
Then
you're in different locations all the time.
He thinks this.
We're talking to a guy that drives trucks for yeah, like, of course you're going to be in a different location. What the hell? Do you have any other brain busters? I just want to know what you guys think.
Yeah, you might want to go to the "What do you think" channel because you're asking us what we think, but you don't care about what we actually know.
I already heard what you guys know.
He didn't ask you what you know. He didn't ask for facts. He just wants to know what we think about.
Yeah.
I'm holding a flashlight right now. I was going to go fix something and thinking about that.
He wants a replacement for Santa Claus, and since we don't have any replacement for his Santa Claus belief.
Wait, don't you have to think about what you know to be able to say it into words? Or you just say words without thinking
Globers say words without thinking.
I speak without
I
thinking.
get it. I get it. You guys think I'm retarded? That's fine.
No.
Hey, when you say you guys, you mean you and I?
I mean, there's a lot of people here that are just.
So why do you think I'm
throwing in
retarded?
the whole-
What are you calling me retarded?
I don't think anybody's retarded. I think some people.
I'm not really trying to.
You're not really trying to shut up for 3 seconds ever. People pay attention to the wrong things, bro.
That's a given. That's a given. He's not trying to shut up for 3 seconds. That's a given.
Talking about each other isn't going to go anywhere. I think that we should.
Yeah,
bring the subject back.
I know. Every time I try to tell the guy something, he starts talking.
Yeah, we gotta drill it until he just gets happy about it. That we're drilling the points that we're talking about people and not the topic.
Yeah, that's going to keep on.
What are you going to do
Probably
today?
make an active decision to stop.
Dempsey, what are you doing today? This is what he wants to hear.
I'm thinking about what I know that I can do.
I'm thinking about
I'll do it
8 inches of tilt. What's that look like to any Glober? How come a Glober doesn't even know what that looks like? Isn't that weird? The very thing that would make us shut up and be stupid and be so stupid, we can't even see up close and personal. Nobody even knows what that would look like. A tilt, 8 inches of it. Just standing right next to it. Drop something, tilt something. Make it a song. Get it in people's heads. Drop that, tilt that, 8 inches. You know, make it a song.
Yeah, man.
Well, they figure it out.
I like the side view of Earth thing. Let me see Earth from a side view. You got the
I just want to see. I want to see one box of cereal tilted at the end of 8 inches per mile squared, where one piece of the cereal box is dropped down 8 inches more than the other. I want to see what that looks like. Or a car, or a building. What's a building look like when it sinks into the dirt 8 inches? Does that look level still? Does it not look tilted? Haven't you ever seen a building sink into the dirt and one corner's going down and the other corner's still sticking up and the cement basement part's in the dirt? Like, that's what we're looking for, Globers. We're looking for that. Exactly that.
What are you looking for now?
One corner of the building.
In a wooden house with no foundation, so his house tilts. That's why he can tell you this, because he lives out in the woods, away from everybody. It says the internet and Discord and us, and that's it.
Well, I'm just saying, you can build porches. You got to keep them level. You can't drop it 8 inches or 1 inch down at the other side.
You feel it on a porch when that thing's not level. You're like, what the fuck?
I know. I had to build my porch. I know all about it. Yeah. Yeah, mine's level and sturdy as hell.
It's a good thing you didn't account for curvature and be 8 inches off.
It's built into the formula 1 + 1.
Yeah. So if you want to know what we think, like Jemsy was saying, yeah, you do think about what you know. So you are thinking, yeah. So here's what we think. We looked at the globe size, the dimensions that they gave us, and we went out and looked in nature, and they don't match because you would need to have 16 feet of drop in 5 miles, 66 feet of drop in 10 miles, and then exponentially higher and higher. Further and further drop from your line of sight. So we can easily go out and see islands 25, 30 miles offshore, like I can do on a clear day. You would not be able to see those islands. You'd only be able to see the peaks of the islands. Let alone, I can look from a distance, I can see the top of a bridge, and then off in the distance I can see a shoreline. That shoreline is higher in level than the top of the bridge, higher in my view, a higher level up. So as it goes up further, it goes up higher in your vision. The only way this can happen is on a flat plane, that you see water extending out, just like the Black Swan. You have the surfers down near the, closer to the shore. As you go out, the water goes out and higher up in your vision. It only happens on a flat plane. So what we think is that Earth is not a globe. That's what we think and know. Otherwise, it would measure to be curving. It would measure to be dropping over distance. And it doesn't do that.
Yeah, when you think about the nonsensical claims of the globe, you can come to realize that the globe is nonsense fantasy. And when you think about reality, you acknowledge it and debunk the globe pretty easy, just thinking about it. Timori.
Yep, what's up?
You asked about the container, and the container will be the antecedent to the effect, the gas pressure, the antecedent that causes the gases to push against it. Because the container is the cause of the gas pressure. Because the gases are behaving, expanding, right? And pressing against the container. So that will be what you asked about the container, and it will be the antecedent cause of the cause and effect relationship of the effect that we observe.
But we have no idea how to determine this container. Then
you're breathing air. You're breathing air.
Yeah, I meant like you wouldn't be able to
when you
determine
breathe
like
air,
how big the container is. That's all.
Oh, how big is it? I mean, that's like asking when you have a ribeye steak on your plate, and you're thinking how big was the cow? What color was it? What colors were the cow's daddy and mommy, and what type of hair they had? And you have the steak. You know there was a cow, but what color was the cow? Or how big was it? Or how heavy? Is that gonna deny the fact that you got the steak from a cow?
Okay.
I'm a blank steak.
You don't believe in steaks?
I didn't say that.
I mean, if you're saying that you don't believe in gas pressure in the the container, so you're having some issues with reality.
Did I say that I did not believe in gas pressure? I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, so you do. So you do acknowledge there is a container, then?
There must be, right?
Well, you're breathing air, aren't you?
Yeah, you said
obviously.
You use the word when you use the word pressure with Gemsy, you invoke a container.
That's fine. Container, yeah. There's must be a container. What that container is up for debate, I guess, because there's no. I'm not hearing anything from you guys about what the container is.
Yeah, we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna be able to tell you?
I agree that there must be some sort of container to contain the gases in some manner. Makes sense.
It's the antecedent. You know what an antecedent relationship, right?
Hey, what?
You know what's an antecedent relationship, right?
A seated relationship?
Antecedent.
I don't know what that is. No.
It's something that is required for the other thing to exist.
Oh, that's what we have then.
So, welcome to Flat Earth then. What's the problem?
I was going to say, if he doesn't want to talk again, we do have some other new people in here if you need to ask.
Yes, please, somebody.
We have up on the top, Wow, are you there? Right. Who's next? Lime Soul, you there, brother? Dang, we got a lot of listeners today, huh? Wait. Are you there?
We got the Doug, but he's a anti-flat earther.
Oh, nice,
So,
nice. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can feel free to ask questions whenever. If you have any questions or just have any statements or whatever you want to say. Welcome, by the way. I just want to remind people that are new here that the Earth is measured and utilized, but outer space is also fake. Yo, Jenna, I don't know if you saw in the Globe Earth room underneath us. Rich was asking if you could handle TFE in a debate.
You're busy being a text warrior. Jenna!
No, she's doing good. She's good. I don't want to distract her from her other stuff.
Bro cannot get his shit right. He just can't get it straight. Right? He wants to describe gravity as this attractive point. I'm like, that would be, you're describing it as the cause, bro. After telling me that it's the effect, bro. Like, please, for the love of God, understand your own story.
I was going to say, I don't know if you heard me earlier, Jenna, but Rich Evans was asking if you could handle FTFE in a debate.
Oh, yeah, did you give him an answer?
Oh, no, it was just in their side chat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'd be able to handle it just fine.
I know you would. I just wanted to hear you.
That's light work, man. Light work. So, at no one, right? I asked you, what is gravity? And you tell me it's a fundamental force of nature that attracts objects to one another. That would be describing gravity as the cause of things attracting. After you just freaking told me, let's go find it, gravity is the effect. Right fucking there in the chat. Right there. 48 minutes after the hour. Bro. Seriously?
Yeah, so if you're going to jump into the middle of a conversation, you should probably scroll up and read what I was replying to.
Dude, I don't need to scroll up. You just double spoke.
I did not double speak. If you read the comment that I replied to, right, in the context of that comment, gravity is an effect. But in the context of the question you asked, gravity is a cause. Context clues are key. You learn this in like third grade English. It's really not that difficult.
It's just that when you said that that it's a force, right? The force would be the cause, would it not? Class? Anybody want to chime in on this?
It would be the cause of attraction, yes. Do you think gravity just exists alone and it doesn't have a cause itself?
You're arguing that it's an effect and then saying that it's a cause.
Yes, because you can be both depending on the context.
No, the cause cannot be the effect. The effect cannot be the cause. You have to have the cause and effect relationship.
Incorrect.
Where is the cause and effect relationship?
Of what?
What is the cause and effect relationship of gravity? Because you're telling me that it's both. You've just told me that it's both.
Yeah, are you asking for the cause of gravity, or are you asking what gravity causes? This really isn't that difficult. I don't understand why you're having such a hard time with it.
My question is gravity the cause or the effect? First of all, gravity isn't even a thing in play here, but...
Is gravity the cause or the effect of what? You can't just put the question mark in the middle of the sentence.
Phenomena.
What phenomena?
The very phenomena you believe in.
Listen, is gravity the thing falling to the floor, or what is causing the thing to fall to the floor?
Gravity is what is causing the thing to fall to the floor. See, when you ask a proper question, you can get a coherent answer. But when you don't, if you just say, is gravity the cause, question mark, that makes no fucking sense. You can't answer that question.
So when helium and hot air goes up and away from the floor, is that gravity?
Gravity's involved, but it's not the only thing involved.
Also, gravity is the cause of air going up and around. Is that
it is involved, but it is not the only thing involved. Right? Yeah.
Is that like a control variable that you can manipulate and say, hey, it is involved and it's causing the effects that we observe in gas behavior?
Just like if you drop a feather, gravity's involved, but it's not the only thing involved, is it? Because a feather is going to fall slower due to air resistance, right?
Due to air, is gravity air resistance?
Obviously not. No.
You said due air resistance.
Due to air resistance. Yes. A feather will fall slower than a rock on Earth due to air resistance, right?
So not gravity.
What's causing them to fall is gravity, but there's a difference in the way they fall, isn't it?
Oh, the fall is gravity. The fall, right. The thing falling is gravity.
Yeah.
Oh, so I thought you said that the causing the thing to fall is gravity, but now you're saying the effect is gravity.
Well, the effect of what is gravity?
You're saying that the falling, the phenomena that you're observing, something falling, that's gravity. That's the phenomena. That's the effect, right. Not the cause.
Okay.
So which one is it? Is it the effect that you're observing, that's gravity, or is it what's causing that effect that you're observing?
Gravity is what's causing the effect of something falling. Yes.
Is it just me, or he's claiming both things at the same time, but he's not noticing it?
Well, unfortunately, it's not just you, but no, that's not what I'm doing.
So you're saying that gravity is the cause and the effect?
No, I never said gravity is the effect.
It's not the
effect
cause.
Of what? The effect of what? You can't just say is it the effect.
When you observe a phenomena, you said you observe something falling, right? You're saying that's gravity.
No, I didn't say that.
So what did you say?
Said, when you observe something falling, the thing falling is an effect, right?
Left.
The cause of that effect is gravity.
Can you put a citation of that in the chat so I can read it? Because I don't know.
Oh my god! You need a citation for basic
gravity.
fucking
What is gravity?
Gravity pulls things to the ground, doesn't it?
Does it suck you down to the ground?
Does gravity pull things to the ground? Answer that, because we'll just rip your face off with this one too.
Although you mean by pulls, I guess.
What?
I said it depends on what you mean by pulls.
Oh my god. Okay, pulls it to the ground, or does it push it away from the ground? Which is it?
Again, I know. I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic here, but I have to be because I was trying to not be pedantic earlier, and these people lost their fucking minds. So
which is all right? So
what do you mean by pull? Do you mean that it like reaches out and grabs it and pulls it? No, it doesn't do that.
Okay, what happens then?
Gravity is the force that causes massive objects to be attracted to one another.
So they're pulled together. They're pulled towards each other.
I wouldn't use that word, but
okay,
they're attracted to one another.
All right, so you're making my head melt a little bit. What do you mean they're attracted to each other and they're not pulled towards each other? They're attracted to each other, but they can choose to not go towards it.
Again, I don't know what you mean by pull, because if I say yes to this, you're gonna be like, oh, so it reaches out and grabs it and pulls it?
No.
Like I've had conversations with people who do shit like that. So
yeah, so just say yes, it pulls things to the ground, or else we gotta dismiss everything you say.
It's not that it's pulling to the ground. It's that all objects are attracted to all other objects. Right?
Well, how come gases don't clump up?
Because all objects are attracted to all other objects.
So if the sky is a vacuum, what's in the sky attracting the gas to go up and not form gas balls?
Hold on, what?
The gases go in all directions.
Did you just say the sky is a vacuum? What's causing gas to go into the vacuum?
If the sky
a vacuum isn't an object, it's very notably the lack of objects.
Oh, so it's the lack of objects. There's nothing up there?
I mean, there's some things up there, but there's very little, right?
So how does that work? So you have to have a container to have pressure, which we have. We have pressure, so there must be a container. And then you're saying, no, there's a vacuum that's causing the pressure.
Well, hold on. No, nobody said any of that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Vacuum of space forms gas balls?
Nobody said that. I don't know where you're getting any of this information.
Is that possible? Is it possible?
Is it possible for a vacuum to form space balls? No.
Gas balls in vacuums. Is it possible? No, it's not, right? So
Is it possible for gas balls to form in a vacuum? Yeah, but it's not the vacuum that's doing it.
So the sun is no longer a gas ball in a vacuum. You've eliminated that. You don't know what the sun is. What's
no, that's not what I said. You said is it possible? No, hold on. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I said. You asked verbatim, does a vacuum form gas balls? The answer to that is no, because it's not the vacuum that's doing it.
So the sun can't.
And then hold on. I wasn't finished. And then you changed what you said. You changed what you said to, can a gas ball form in a vacuum?
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes, because you've changed what you said now.
No, cannot form in a vacuum. You decided to add that after you eliminated the sun. Then you said, oh, fuck. Yes, they can. That's what happened. Play back the tape.
Yeah, play back the tape. You'll hear yourself ask, can a vacuum form gas balls?
Correct.
The answer to that question is no, because the vacuum is not what's doing anything.
And then you.
This is why I have to be pedantic, because you'll say one thing and then you'll rephrase the question.
So gas balls can form by themselves in a vacuum.
What do you mean by themselves?
Oh, where's it going to come from?
Forces, natural forces.
Forces. Gases go in all directions, yet they form a ball in a vacuum. Do you guys know how twisted you sound?
They don't go in all directions, just anywhere, right? That's not how gases work.
They go everywhere.
Not innately, they don't. They have to be acted on by a force.
Oh my goodness. So if everybody didn't wave their arms once a day, we wouldn't be able to breathe because the air would still be over on the other side of the room? What's wrong with you?
Well, then I'm being moved by gravity force, so that's wrong.
So the first law of motion, inertia, does not apply to gas particles. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
they have their own. They have their own will. They just go wherever they want.
In all directions. Is that true?
Kinetic
or not?
force.
Do gases go in all directions?
Not on their own. No, they don't. They have to be acted upon.
You got a citation you can post so I can read it because I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, it's called the law of inertia.
Law of inertia.
In gases, in the gas laws, so I know how gases work, you dummy. Come on.
Are gas particles objects?
I don't know. Have you ever seen one?
Do you have to see an object to know if it's an object?
You're melting down.
Are gas particles objects? Yes or no?
So I don't see a unicorn, so I have a unicorn.
A unicorn would be an object if it was. Yeah.
All right, then I got a unicorn. I'm going for a ride.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll look over your skies. I'm going to make a rainbow over your house. He's going to fart. If you ever see a rainbow, that's me riding a unicorn and he's farting. Just remember that from now on.
So the question was, are gas particles objects? Yes or no?
I don't know. I've never seen one. I couldn't tell you what it is.
So you have to see something to know what it is.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay,
You've never been.
I don't know that I've never seen before, but I know what it is because it's real.
So you've never been walking around in the middle of the night, and your eyes haven't adjusted to the dark yet, and you can pick something up, and you're like, "Oh, I know what this is," or you've never heard a sound coming from somewhere that you can't see.
Hold on. I understand. You might be right. Wait. Yep, I'm touching gas molecules right now. Now I see what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, so are they objects or are they not objects?
I don't know. I can't see them. I can't tell you what they are. I can't feel them either.
You can't feel them?
No, I don't feel gas particles in my fingers.
Do you have a nervous system disorder?
You feel
gas particles?
So take your fingers, squeeze them together, and see if you can feel the gas particles in there. Which ones are?
I can open and close my hand. And I feel resistance.
Particle?
Which ones are they? Oh.
What do you mean, which ones are they?
Yeah, which ones are you squeezing? Which is the last one to leave you when you squeeze them together? What's it called? Which one? Is it argon? Is it hydrogen? Is it oxygen?
Oh, okay, I see. So since my hand isn't a mass spec machine, therefore I can't feel air by moving my hand.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Can you grab a piece in your tip of your fingers and bring me a piece of air?
I mean, I couldn't do that with a lot of things, but those things are still objects, aren't they?
That's your claim.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's fine. If you guys want to deny massive objects, then I don't really know where to take this conversation.
Did you say massive objects?
Is gas a massive object?
Do they have mass?
You tell me.
Yeah, again, if you're going to deny particulate matter,
You don't know what mass is. What's mass?
Okay, so you're straight up denying particulate matter. All right.
Oh, so
cool.
you're now you don't want to define mass for us? What is mass?
Why would I define mass as someone who denies particulate matter? That's a waste of time.
You're the one that's claiming that they're mass. So what's mass?
Mass is just an amount of particulate matter.
Really? The citation on the put that in a citation on the chat.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'd like to see that.
Skank.
Dear ChatGPT.
Oh boy.
There you go. Mass is the quantity of matter within a given object.
What's that
an
mean?
amount of matter.
What's that mean?
Oh my God! What does that mean?
It is not. I'll post an actual citation that refutes that precisely. At least
Okay,
3 citations. You didn't post yours. Post your citation.
It's in the chat. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
An article. Jesus Christ. No wonder the way you're thinking.
Yeah, what you have is not a citation.
Not a citation, Dreambox. The fuck? Harvard, something where physics, some physics university. Try that.
I told you these Globers are sleepwalkers, man.
Well, he did talk about walking at night, can't see anything.
So, what makes the gas particles move?
He said somebody has to push them. There's somebody pushes them to get them going. Is what he told me. Yeah, requires somebody to push them. They don't go in all directions by them.
That's not exactly what I said. But
you pop a balloon, like you pop a balloon, the air just stays there in a balloon form.
no, that's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
Keep misrepresenting me, though. It makes you look real good. This is recorded, right?
Twice. Streamed live right now, two ways. And probably
Amazing.
more than
Amazing.
That's incredible.
Incredible.
Where can I find these so I can click them?
You figure out yourself.
Yep, here we go, right in the chat. So, mass and matter from the Royal Society of Chemistry. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. By Edwin Wheeler, John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics.
Thank you, Sonny. That's over now. What do you got next?
Also, one more from Max Born, Nobel laureate. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further, the concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It is a measure of the resistance to change of velocity. Thank you very much, Max Born.
Oh, that's it then. The end. Anybody got any guitar music or like from Intervention, something that can be played for this guy?
Mm. You got graded, son.
I'm waiting for why any of that's an issue.
Define mass.
I already did that. I'm not doing it again.
And Sonny said no.
Okay, cool. Good for him.
He's got citations. You don't. You have.
I gave a citation.
You have Dream.
No, you had an article. You had an article. That's not. What kind of citation is that?
Yeah, you got a story that you tell 8-year-olds.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, definitions for words are arbitrary. Congratulations. That's how language works. Why is that an issue?
Yeah, we're talking physics here, not arbitrary language. Okay, they have for now. They have an exact meaning to what we're actually speaking about, not on what they want to speak to in regular places. Like, oh, mass doesn't matter. No,
You can put it in any context that you want. The definition for any word ever spoken by any human will always be arbitrary. That is how language works.
Yeah. So you're saying that theory has the same meaning in a uh, science that it does in regular language?
It depends on how the person using it is using it.
It has two different meanings.
It can, yes, all words can. That's how
Yeah,
words work. That's how
but
language works.
theory does not mean the same in science that what it means in regular spoken colloquially.
Sure, in general, you're correct, but that's not
So are we here
objective
speaking
standard.
colloquially or are we speaking in science terms?
I think you're missing the point of what I said.
No, I think you're missing the point. Are we here speaking colloquially or are we talking about science?
My point was, it doesn't matter how we're speaking. All definitions of words.
This is a problem. It's called a Socratic
It's not a
method.
problem.
If we want to agree on stuff, we need to define terms. And if we can't define, if we can't accept that, we can't come to an understanding, then we have a problem. We can't have a conversation.
Yeah, and there's no way to do that unless the definitions of words are arbitrary.
Unfortunately,
Right.
they're not. What we're talking.
Fortunately for you, they are. That's why we can agree on them, right? The whole reason we have to lay out our terms and agree to them at the beginning of a conversation is because the definitions of all words are arbitrary.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Shut your hole, man. Embarrassing yourself.
That's crazy. So in order to have a conversation with anybody, you all have to find all the words you're going to use in your conversation, define them first, agree that you agree on it, and then you can start talking.
At the very least, you would have to agree on this. Yes. Because if I say chair and I mean one thing, and you hear chair and you understand it to mean a different thing, you're not going to have an effective
Okay,
conversation.
tell us anyone who thinks that a chair is a different thing than a chair. You're fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was an example.
Yeah, retarded example.
So that's not an example.
It is an example.
Yeah, this is the level of intelligence you have, bro.
Yeah. So far, nothing I've said has been refuted.
So we don't need to repeat it.
All you guys have done is go, oh, but semantics.
It falls flat in his face, man. Why would we?
When you are walking in the street, are you walking with your personal dictionary? The one where you put your personal definition for the words?
You can use any dictionary you want. I don't care.
Yeah, just like the Globers do. Mostly words don't mean things, huh?
Just tell me, here, we'll do this. Tell me what you mean by mass, and I'll keep that in mind for the rest of the conversation.
I already gave you the citations. There's no definition in physics of what mass is.
Okay, so if you think that there's no coherent definition of the word mass,
but
then
not
don't
what
ask
he
me.
thinks.
Then
That's
don't
not
ask me what it
no,
means.
That's not what he thinks.
Okay, what does he think then?
You can look at the definition, the citation on the text.
From the Royal Society of Chemistry.
There is no definition of the word mass. Right? So if that's your position, then don't ask me for the definition of a word that you think has no meaning.
Well, exactly. You were using it, and you were trying to make that. You're trying to make the argument that gas has particulates, and you were using mass as your citation for it, as your claim for it.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
Therefore, that's why Sonny posted the citation that tell you in chemistry.
So then the thing to do in that situation, if you want to have a productive, genuine conversation, is to say, hey man, I've seen what experts say mass means, and from my understanding, it has no definition. So please don't use that word. Use a different word. Don't
Yeah.
go,
So
hey,
now
what
what
do
are
you
you going to
mean by
use?
mass?
So now in gas, now what you're going to refer to when we tell you, when you ask you for, okay, what is gas? And you're trying to say it's particles. And we said, then you're trying to tell them, well, you don't believe in mass? And you trying to poke fun at us when we're telling you, experts are telling you right now with those
No,
citations that they
I
have no
wasn't poking
limit.
fun. I wasn't poking fun at anyone. I'm being genuinely serious.
Yeah, yeah,
If you're going to
well, you were
deny
being generally
particulate matter,
serious and sarcastic because you were trying to
if you're
say that,
no,
well, I don't want to define something somebody that doesn't believe in mass.
yeah, because if you're going to sit here and deny particulate matter, there's no point in continuing the discussion.
What you're trying to use as mass is
It would be
particulate
like
matter. When
discussing.
you're
It
trying
would
to
be
say
like
that
discussing
mass, you're
theology
trying to say
with an
that mass is
atheist, right?
particulate matter. And when we told you, no, it is not, because the experts, quote unquote, tells you, no, this mass is nothing. So what are you going to use now for saying that gas has mass? What is mass? That's why I asked you, what is mass? That was the whole point of it, to show you that mass has nothing in physics. Nothing in the Royal Society tells you this.
Yeah, then I'll just use particulate matter.
So because of that, your gravity doesn't pull gas to the ground, does it?
Why not?
He thinks he knows what particulate matter. Oh, why don't you tell us what particulate matter is with citation?
Yeah, definitely.
Just any physical object.
Yeah,
Don't use-
you're using
don't
terms.
use-
We want to know
hold
what
on.
the terms mean. So tell us, put it in citation. Show us a citation. What particulate matter is. Go ahead.
Make sure he's not using like Crayola.com or Sesame Street or anything like that from now on. He has to use real citations.
And the way you use citation is the way that Sonny did it. He grabbed the whatever you think the definition of particulate matter is, post it, and post a link for it.
Yep, citation and source. Dreambox.ed is not a source.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Hey, I got to
Yeah.
tell Overfences something real quick. Not where the wind blows, but where somebody pushes the wind and then I follow that. I corrected myself. Dear ChatGPT, can you give me a citation? Please don't use Crayola.com or particulate matter. He's never going to use these words out loud again to anybody. He'll be afraid.
What's funny is that we all know what he's trying to call the substance, but unfortunately, he
I
doesn't.
know. He doesn't know what to do. This is the best. This is like the best hobby in the world, is ruining Glober's whole worldview from this point on. They can never look at shit with a straight face again.
I do have a question. What do you think is the primary reason why the broader scientific community doesn't take the flat Earth hypothesis seriously? What do you guys think are some of the reasons for that?
Not a hypothesis.
What's that?
Not a hypothesis.
Can you care to flesh that out some more? Like,
The Earth is just flat. Water's flat and level. 70% water, so you can't have a flat ball. And we don't measure any curve anywhere. So if it's not curved,
oh, so you're stating that it's a valid scientific theory?
No, it's not even a theory. It's just a fact. It's just what you can measure it. It's just flat over water. That's all you get. You don't get a curve. If it's not curved, what is it?
So that's the reason why the broader scientific community doesn't accept it.
Let's agree on something. If something is not curved, what is it?
They're not paid to talk about truth.
They're not paid to talk.
What if it's not curved? What is it? Anything. If something's not curved, what is it?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Oh my God. You got two choices. You have a curved surface or a flat surface over a distance. If something
why is that the case? Why is that the case?
Well, how else would you measure curve of the Earth over a distance?
Well, you just presented that as though it was a true dichotomy. I'm not exactly sure why.
Complete fact.
Oh, so if it's a fact, then why are we debating whether it's a flat or a curve?
We're not. You guys think it's a debate. We already know it's flat. We just come in.
Who is we and who is they?
Who's we? Flat earthers that know it's flat. We already know it.
Right. So someone else had said that the primary reason why what you guys would call the conspiracy theorists within the scientific community who reject that as a valid scientific theory is because of monetary gain. Is that correct?
Oh, I don't know.
No, you asked for a reason why the scientific community doesn't get behind the flat Earth truth. I gave you a reason, not the reason. One of the reasons being they're not paid to promote the flat Earth. They're paid to promote the heliocentric model and the idea that there's a planet raining diamonds. That's what they're paid for.
So you think that if scientists were no longer paid
I
to
think
prop
that
up that idea?
if the people paying the scientists said start talking the truth and giving the people the truth, you would start hearing the truth from the scientific community. I.e., there's no curve to the horizon, there's no curvature, we're not on a spinning water ball in space. Truth is, it's flat and stationary. We've known it all along, but we've been paid to tell you all otherwise up until now.
Well, now you're adding in another variable that those same scientists who you're claiming are being paid to spread misinformation are doing so under the understanding that it is a flat plane.
Correct, yeah, correct, yeah. So you don't have wax in your ears. That's correct, yeah. They know what we're on. They know what's what. They're just not paid to tell you that.
Let's get this clear. They don't even necessarily know. They just believe just like you do. So if they just are believers, then how would they be lying?
Yeah, there is that too. Good point, Sonny. Yes. So, yeah, there's.
I don't think you want to. I don't think you want to take
the
that
middle
approach.
of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours. Shut your Dorito shoot when I'm talking.
Oh, so I don't get to respond to the other three people?
There are a handful of them that are just telling you what they've been told. So they don't even know. They're not even looking at it. Like myself, I didn't question things for many years. It took me 9 months of researching to pull my head out of my ass and realize we're not on a spinning water ball in space.
Yep. So if they just believe in the adult version of Santa Claus, just like you believe in the adult version of Santa Claus, the globe Earth, then what's the issue?
So if they were to retort that you're doing the same thing, what would your response be?
What do you mean?
So if someone came to you, right, and said, well, what you're doing and what you're claiming is just the same as an adult version of Santa Claus, do you think that'd be a valid response or a cogent argument?
No, because we actually measure Earth and practically use it as flat. So do they. And they can't refute that.
The globe is a claim, flat Earth is an observation. You don't experience anything other than a flat stationary plane.
Wait, how are both of those?
You are told you're on a spinning water ball in space and that we've been to the moon and we're controlling rovers on Mars and planets rain diamonds and space is great. Don't question the homeless or other issues, cost of living. We're going to space. Look this way.
Look, we sent pretend girls up in a rocket and they floated around and laughed. See, it's real.
So if we took that same train of thought, right, that the reason why a majority of the scientists that disagree with y'all's conclusion or
There's a scientist in here that disagrees with us.
They don't disagree.
What's that?
They just don't
There's a
know any
scientist
different.
in here that disagrees with us. Bring one in here. You won't be able to find one.
Well, I don't think that's true. I just doubt that they would want to come into the room.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
So, yeah, you're wrong there on that account too. We've had PhDs in astronomy, cosmology, all different fields of physics and engineering. They don't know anything more than you do. You don't have a measure of Earth curvature.
Wait. I disagree with that. I would strongly dispute that they don't know anything more than I do, because presumably they've achieved the requirements to gain their PhD, correct?
Okay, bring their dumbasses in here because we've spoken to thousands.
Well, you're the one that's saying that you had already had them in here, right?
Yeah,
I'm just disputing the claim. I'm just disputing the claim that you made that they don't have more relevant information than I do. Clearly, if they have a PhD,
they don't.
Well, that's demonstrably false, right? Because they have a PhD.
It is true. We've had them in here, and they don't have any more information than you do about the globe.
This guy thinks you need to go to college to have a career in your life.
Giving a piece
Whoever
of paper
who said that? Who said that?
You look up the PhDs, that's the top shit.
Did I ever say that?
Uh-huh. In so many words.
Really? You care to recite exactly what I said and how it was exactly that I said?
PhDs know anything? Or do they know everything?
Are you asking me whether I think PhDs know everything?
What they wrote about in their final paper.
Do I think that PhDs have more relevant information than I do? Yeah, presumably that's why they have PhDs.
So get one and bring them in here. That should be an easy thing. And if they can last more than 10 minutes without rage quitting, I'll pay you something. I'm not going to say it on here. Get one in here, a real one. One that we know, somebody. They've all been afraid. And any of them that come in here last maybe 5 minutes and they rage quit, call names, and leave. or all of a sudden they don't know how to use Discord. I can't hear you. What? And they leave. That kind of shit.
So who would you have recognized as having a PhD that's had a discussion in here?
I don't know. Go into our archive. Look them up. There's all kinds.
Professor Phil Bell.
Who's that? I'm not familiar.
Like we said, just, bro. What does it matter anyway, man? There's been plenty of PhDs come through.
And what were some of their common refutations to some of the claims made?
The usual garbage that you'll get from fucking Google. Eratosthenes. Oh, gyroscopes. Oh, wasn't there that Netflix documentary? Oh.
Yeah, they got nothing themselves. They just go with anything else they've read on Google.
Wait, so you think that the PhDs that came in to refute you guys gained all of their information from Google?
The appeal to authority isn't going to work here.
Danny Faulkner was a PhD in astrophysics, and he was asked, how do you have gas pressure without a container? He couldn't say anything.
What was the name again?
Danny Faulkner. He comes in here still. Was in one of these, or in our other politics room a couple weeks ago. We gave him a triangle test. Somebody did on the other server. I think he failed that. Yeah, I think he failed that one.
To whom you gave that? Danny?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, it's on the other server. It's recorded.
Oh, you were saying Danny. I thought you said Annie with an A. I'm sorry.
Danny Faulkner, yeah.
Danny Faulkner. Okay. I'm not familiar with the name, so that's why I asked.
And they're irrelevant now. They no longer have a PhD that's worth anything. We got to find somebody that's got one that's worth something now. Anybody?
Dr. Danny R. Faulkner, Answers in Genesis. Is that the right one?
Yeah, that's him.
MS in Physics from Clemson. Master's and a PhD in Astronomy from Indiana University.
Is that good enough, or does he need better credentials?
No, I was just reading it out loud. I guess what my follow-up question would be, what were some of his responses to the gas in a container?
You just say the same. They just say the same thing, right? Yeah, they say the same thing. Google's going to tell you, right? They're just regurgitating.
Hold on, I've got 3 people talking at once. So who's going to respond?
DJ's going to talk to you now.
Yeah, I was just talking to you, dude. Right? So they just repeat the same mainstream narrative that you're going to get off Google, right? It's not that they did their research on Google, right? But they learned, right? They got their degrees using the mainstream textbooks that they memorized and they're regurgitating the information from. That they don't do any better, right, in these debates, right? A lot of them don't even know many of the basic fundamentals of the globe, right? Because they probably spent a week or something during their university learning about, particular things, right, in relation to this, right? They took all of this as assumed fact, right? The globe, the radius, right? The motion of the Earth, outer space, right? They never questioned any of that, right? They're just repeating and regurgitating information, right, in their particular field that they're studying, and that's how they get their degrees. And then they come in here and parrot it. And then when we ask them to validate the core fundamentals that are required for those things to be able to happen, right, they're not able to validate it, right, because they never checked.
And the good thing was with Donnie Faulkner, it wasn't over a text message or it wasn't over a Discord. It was live when they asked him, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" And he couldn't respond not one word. He couldn't search anything up. He couldn't Google anything. He had nothing. He stood quiet and just looked at the person dumbfounded.
So are there any? Go ahead.
Were you talking about? I walked away. Were you talking about that dude that interviewed the guy on video? They don't know what to say.
Yeah, Nathan.
Yeah, oh, it was Nathan. That's right. Yeah, he does all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah,
that's who I was talking to. Was Lats? Are you there, Lats?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's up, dude?
So I think we were talking past each other in the side chat.
Oh, you guys here to apologize to each other now? That's sweet.
No, so he had pointed something out, and it might have just been the way that I structured the paragraph regarding the experimentation testing for a particular hypothesis. And I think that's just why we were talking past each other.
Well, the thing was, you just claimed gravity as your cause for effective gas pressure on Earth, which is validation of that through experimentation.
No, I was including it as part of the hypothesis, and then we do the experimentation based around that hypothesis. The way that I had said it in the paragraph was... Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. You can state it again.
Right, so the hypothesis being that there would be effects, that we would observe particular effects on gas molecules due to gravity, right? And then you go out and do the experiment that collects the relevant data regarding the change in the gas molecules due to elevation under, due to the effect of gravity. I forget exactly how I worded it. Let me see if I can go find it.
Well, the thing is, we can observe and measure the gas pressure gradient already. We go higher in elevation, so that wouldn't be part of the experiment. We can already do that in the first phase of the scientific method, which would be observation.
Right. I think that was part of the thing that I was disputing, is that within experimentations under a given hypothesis, we use observation to help support the data.
Well, in that case, you would be observing the thing that you're causing with your hypothesis to see if it matches the initial observation. So you would have to cause a gas pressure gradient with gravity to your hypothesis for gas pressure.
I guess I'm not understanding what you mean by you would have to cause that effect if you're observing the effect in nature, right?
Yeah, so it's like the thing that I was telling you earlier with lakes, right? Like if you observe a frozen lake, you can hypothesize that it was the temperature drop that caused that lake to freeze. So you would go home or whatever, and you take some of that lake water, reduce the temperature, see if you can get it to freeze. So you'd be varying your hypothesis, which was the temperature, to empirically prove that temperature can cause the lake water to freeze.
Oh, so if I were to word it like this, right, where we observed the gradient pressure change in gas molecules due to higher and lower elevation, right, and we hypothesize that gravity is the cause of that effect, and we go out and do the experimentation, does that further support? Would that be a more appropriate way of stating that? I think that's why it was
experimentation.
Yeah, so that was
experimentation.
Yeah, so that would be more coherent, but for the experiment, you would then have to use gravity to create a gas pressure gradient adjacent to lower pressure to make it analogous to what you guys claim is next to Earth's quote unquote atmosphere.
Well, we're wanting to explain the relevant data, which is the change in the pressure, right? The difference in the gas molecules and the higher and lower elevation.
Well, if you just want to explain the gradient, sure, but with that gas pressure gradient would still be adjacent to lower pressure.
Yeah, an explanation is not going to be so.
I guess that might not be what I guess that's the part I'm just not understanding, and I apologize. Because that was my thought. I was like, well, if we have we have the available data, the observable phenomenon of that gradient pressure, right, due to higher and lower elevation, and then we posit gravity as being the effect or what causes that gradient. There's some non-validity in that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, you would have to demonstrate whatever you claim as the cause or effect of that gas pressure gradient. If you're going to use gravity, then you have to use gravity to create a gas pressure gradient following the scientific method.
The horizon remains horizontal either way.
So
yeah, this is just to debunk any claims or pictures, photos, videos, satellites, whatever, balls of gas in space, like whatever, anything from outer space cannot have happened or is impossible to happen because you cannot go to a place that is still yet to be proven to exist.
Okay, I can suppose I grant that. I guess I'm still just confused. Is the dispute then that gravity can't be used as one of the relative explanatory mechanisms for that experiment? Is that what you're pushing back against?
Explanation is not enough, bro. You need experimentation.
Well, that's we've already discussed why the experiment is including the relevant data.
You can use whatever.
No. Sorry, bro. You need to physically manipulate your independent variable to see it causes a change.
Wait. Why is that the case? Why is that the case?
Because that's what a scientific experiment is, bro.
Wait, so you think that all scientific experiments rely on manipulating the actual phenomenon, even if it occurs naturally?
What is a scientific experiment? Tell us.
No. I asked you. Do you think that all scientific experiments rely? So say I don't, right? Let's say we grant that doesn't even matter. No. I'm pushing back against this stupid statement that you need to manipulate all of the factors in order to do a scientific experiment.
So you deny what science is. Got it.
So before we have individual tools to do rigorous experimentation, do you think that we can't do science?
Bro, you demonstrated you don't know what science is. Go ahead. Tell us what the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment is. Go ahead.
I still don't understand what this has to do.
I know you
don't understand. No. I don't understand why that's. I don't understand why that's relevant,
league, bro. It is relevant because you're out of your league.
How so? Do you care? Do you care to present an argument that explains why it is the case that you need to manipulate all of the independent variables during an experiment?
All of the independent variables. This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about, bro.
If
it occurs, independent variables. Listen to this guy.
The scientific method requires.
Yeah, you posturing to everybody in the room doesn't prove me wrong.
Independent variable. What do you mean all the independent variables? The fuck are you talking about?
Do you not think there's independent variables in the experiment?
No, there's one. You're talking. It's called an independent, bruh.
Right, there's individual variables. That's why they're independent.
Oh, now it's an individual variable, guys. This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Dude, why are you just stop yapping, dude? Let Tita tell you what science is, and then you can actually learn something.
Yeah. So again, you still haven't explained why it is the case that you need to have.
You haven't stopped yappuccino for 5 seconds for someone to correct.
No, you just haven't actually given a coherent response.
Because you won't shut up.
Yeah, science is about cause and effect. So if you see an effect, you're going to try to find out the cause. So you're going to have to test that cause to see if it is the cause for the effect. How do you do that? Well, you have to vary and manipulate that cause. Yeah, the independent variable.
That's what I'm asking you. Why do you need to physically manipulate the cause?
Why do you need? How else would you determine the cause for this effect? You just guess? And then how do you confirm?
So then what do you mean by manipulate?
All right. Well, let's say we're trying to find the cause for why water boils. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what would you just, let's say one of the causes would be heat. So you would vary the heat. But maybe at a low temperature, the water doesn't boil. Maybe at a medium temperature, it starts to simmer or some shit.
So if I stick my finger in the hot, if I stick my finger in the hot water, does that explain the relevant data?
No.
Why not?
Why don't you walk us through how it would?
So if I come across something that's hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presumably
Like what?
hot, right? I
Like
stick
what?
my hand in it.
Let's be specific. Like what?
Like a natural spring,
Okay, so we go to a natural spring. You put your finger in it.
right?
What have you? Now what?
It burns my finger,
Okay. And then
right?
what?
So that's an experiment.
No, you have no clue what you're talking about.
I don't understand what the
I
distinction
know you
would
don't.
be.
I believe you don't understand that.
Is it just the tools that we're using?
What are you trying to do? What are you okay? So you found a hot spring. You put your finger in. Like, what is your goal here? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, didn't we just say that we're trying to figure out whether it's hot?
No, bro. Science is about cause and effect. So if you're like, the spring is really hot. I wonder why. Putting your finger in there, it doesn't give you the answer. You fucking retard. You have to find out why it's hot it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to figure out, well, why is this spring boiling or why is it so hot or whatever, you could, like your independent variable would be heat, for example. So if you're like, well, I want to try to find out if maybe heat causes this water to boil. So you take some water, which would be the effect would be your dependent variable, the boiling water. So you would need the heat. You'd have to vary that heat to determine whether it does cause the water to boil. So maybe at a low temperature it doesn't boil, high temperature does. Bam. So you have to vary that variable, or you have to manipulate the variable to determine whether it is the cause or not. Putting your finger in the water doesn't do anything. You might as well just be a monkey. You're not conducting any scientific experiment by dipping your finger in a water or walking by and be like, that's interesting. Like, that's not science. Cause and effect. Effect, dependent variable. Cause, independent variable that you have to determine whether that is actually a valid independent variable or the cause. Oh, we got it in the chat as well. Right. So the observation would be, well, we see the springs hot, boiling. I wonder why. Then you put together a hypothesis. Then you conduct your hypothesis test. It's all in the chat, bro. Cooked. Sufficiently cooked. Can you do a cause and effect of a shape question? Yeah, that's a. Vivaci says, of course she can. What do you. What? Is this thing still on? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. You're good. Let me drop out, rejoin. No, I'm just kidding. What happened to 2M? We get cooked? I think you broke his mic.
Yeah, I think so. I think the bell.
I just
bell went off.
roasted him into oblivion. Holy.
In order to do the scientific method, in order to perform it, you have to have a variable that you can manipulate. If that's not there, it's not science. It's not a scientific experiment.
Facts.
Can you hear me now?
You know, it's so funny. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, I was trying to respond.
You're good.
Okay, so let me look at the chat. So this gets back to what me and Latz were talking about when it comes to the test for the gradient in gas pressure, the atmospheric pressure.
Okay.
The manipulation, right? The manipulation of that independent variable that we were talking about.
Yeah, your independent variable is gravity.
Right, because we're using that as part of the hypothesis.
For your hypothesis, yeah. That's your independent variable for the gas pressure, yeah.
And based off of, I guess then the manipulation would be using some sort of, is it more so like what the tool that's being used to manipulate the data? Is that what's causing the problem? Because I think
No,
that's
you
what I'm
have
getting
to-
confused with. Like, sorry, go ahead.
You have to vary gravity to pressurized gas adjacent to the. That's what your experiment would be, because you're claiming gravity as the independent variable for affect gas pressure.
So can I not use the gravity as part of the hypothesis? Is that the problem?
No, you can. That's perfectly fine. You can use gravity, but you have to vary it and manipulate gravity so that you can have pressurized gas.
Okay, that might be the part where I'm getting confused. How? I guess the question is, what am I manipulating? As far as like, what is it that me, the person conducting the experiment, doing to manipulate the gravity as that one of those independent variables during the observation?
Yeah, so that's your claim. Yeah, you're the one that has to come up with some way to empirically prove this to us. Like gravity.
No. That's what I'm getting caught up on is like, why is it the case that what I'm doing as the person conducting the experiment is doing to manipulate the gravity?
I'm not sure. You would have to be the one who would be your claim.
So is it, I guess the question should be, is it required that I manipulate the force of gravity, the thing that's causing the effect?
Yes. For it to follow through the scientific method, yes. The independent variable needs
So
to
I have to
the effect.
So I'd basically have to artificially create some form of gravity in order to
You can
fulfill
figure
the
out whatever gravity is. Yeah. Whatever you think gravity is, whether it's bending, warping space time, mass attracting mass, you can use whatever you want to use to try and pressurize gas. That way you can empirically prove it to us, everybody in the room, that your gravity is pressurizing the gas that's breathing.
So what are the, I guess, what's an experiment that's been done as far as creating some form of artificial gravity? Would that be like a hyperbaric chamber?
I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, because gravity is not proven. To manipulate something that hasn't been proven, it's going to be kind of hard.
How can you experiment with concepts, time and space? How can you pick those two and manipulate them to cause an effect?
How do I manipulate concepts? Is what I don't understand what that has to do with the previous
Time,
question.
space, love.
Gravity's considered the bending and warp. Gravity's considered the bending and warping of space-time. So he's asking you how you would manipulate space and time.
Oh, just put your finger in it.
Yeah, and then you how are you gonna manipulate these concepts to cause an effect in physicality?
Well, presumably you're not manipulating a concept. That's just a principle of language.
Mm.
This
You're
gets
gonna
into the philosophy
manipulate
of this gets into
You're
the
gonna
philosophy of
manipulate.
language.
Is that
Yeah, because these are two separate things, right? The philosophy of science and the philosophy of language. If you want to say how do you manipulate concepts, that would be a consequent of language.
so? It
Yeah, so
wouldn't be
is
an
gravity
experiment.
just
Then my point is that you cannot experiment with that. When you said experiment with gravity,
Well, that
you
would
can't-
allow them
you
to
can't
experiment.
with it.
No,
Well,
well,
he can
that's not true
experiment with
because
the gravitas, the seriousness of it, but not the gravity.
Latz also clarified that I would just need to create some form of artificial gravity.
No. You first you
You
have
can't
to
do that,
identify.
so-
No, wait, hold up. First, you have to identify your independent variable. It's going to have to be something that is actually real, tangible, malleable, right? And then you have to isolate it. Can you do that?
Right. So creating artificial gravity.
No,
Right. That's part of the
You
experiment.
don't even. No, bro. What is gravity?
What is gravity?
Yeah.
The effect of mass.
It's an effect. You're supposed to be proving it's the cause of something.
Wait, he said the concept is an effect of another concept. The gravity, the concept, is an effect of mass, the concept.
Your independent variable has to fucking exist. Should be plenty of it lying around in nature. Just go get some, bro. You don't have to create no artificial shit. Go and grab your bucket full of gravity and then manipulate it and show how it causes a gas pressure gradient. Off you go.
So if I go out in nature and test for the gas pressure gradient, right? What experiment do I need to use to determine that?
That is a you problem, bro.
Well, I guess I should ask Latz because we were the one having the conversation about it previously.
Well, once you have the gas pressure, that's the whole heliocentric ball tart idea debunked right there. Once you got the gas pressure, once you have a reading of that, once you take the first breath of air, that's it. The globe is debunked. And
Wait, so then maybe I'm just misunderstanding someone's position individually in here. Is it the case that all of you hold to a flat Earth that doesn't have an atmosphere, or? I guess that's
Atmosphere
what
is a
I'm.
contradiction of terms. That doesn't exist in reality.
Didn't he just say?
Well, what if I said What if I said atmos partial sphere? How about that?
What the fuck?
It's just it's air, gas pressure. It's the air, the pressure around you.
Gases don't form shapes, dude.
Atmosphere will be a contradiction because atmos is air. Sphere is a shape, and gases have no shape.
So then, under the flat Earth that you guys are proposing, there is no. I guess.
There is real stuff like the realist level, the gas pressure, the water, that stuff.
What do you mean the gas pressure is real? Can you explain that a little better?
When you expand your lungs and the volume, you expand the volume of your lungs and the gas pressure.
Well, the lungs are taking in
the pressure.
Well, they're taking in the gas, the molecules of gas.
Yeah, the gas pressure and the antecedent.
That's creating the pressure.
And the cause of the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. So that's the globe debunked right there.
No, I'm asking you, what is it that's containing the gas under the flat Earth idea? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The antecedent, the cause of the gas pressure, the antecedent to it, the thing that precedes the effect.
Right, I'm asking you what that thing is. What is that antecedent?
The antecedent The container.
You saying what is the container? That's what I'm asking you for. Like, what's the description? Like,
the
what's the
container.
property?
The container.
What is
Don't you get
what is the what are the properties of this container? That's what I'm asking you about. Like,
oh, I don't care about the properties. I don't need to know the color, the taste, the size, the whatever, the makeup of it. I don't need to know that. We have gas pressure.
So you don't know the property of the container that's holding the gas?
We have the effect as a cause and effect relationship of the antecedent, and we require an antecedent, which is a container, because gas pressure, the thing that you breathe in, the thing that we have in reality, requires a container, because that will be the cause of the gas pressure.
May I jump in for a second?
Go for it.
Yeah. So if you asked us to demonstrate, right, to show you like a smaller scale demonstration to back our claim up, right, we can easily show that, right? We can demonstrate that to have gas pressure, you will need a physical container of some type, right?
Okay, sure, I grant that.
Yeah, so if we were to ask you to do the same thing with your gravity is holding down, you know, you can have gas pressure without a container, right? And gravity would be the container. And we asked you to replicate that in a lab or in an experiment of some kind on a smaller scale, you wouldn't be able to do that. That's the difference. Right? We have the definition of gas pressure, you know, says that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. Right.
Okay.
And then we have the definition of gas particle movement, right, which clearly states that gas particles move at random in all directions. Right. They don't have like a down. Yeah.
We just don't have we just don't have the definition. The definition is a consequence of the
No, I don't.
phenomena.
No. That's fine.
No. The definitions is a consequence of the actual phenomena that is being observed. Gas pressure and the way it's demonstrated,
right.
And to be able to have the effect, the cause is required, and as a consequence, the container.
The cause is the container, right? The cause is the container
because the gases expand and in all directions and push against the container, causing the pressure.
So presumably, we'd be able to test the particulars of this container, right? Like what the composite material would be made out of?
I mean, you're going to go to the extents of reality and check it yourself. Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you, right?
Right.
So then is the container over the immediate surface of the flat Earth, or is it encapsulating like, because presumably you guys, I guess I'm just not understanding what everybody's like individual model or what you guys would say the concept of this thing is, right? Like,
no, the concept will be you were saying gravity is the container or something like that. You were mentioning gravity, but that will be the concept. The container is realist level stuff, reality.
Right. I'm asking you what that thing is. Like, can I go out and test the material of the container of which holds
You're asking
all of those,
what is it?
Those gases?
What it is the antecedent to the effect, right?
We've already been over this.
You're asking,
right?
yeah,
you're
you're
just
asking
saying
what
the
is
same
made
thing.
of. What you're actually asking is what it's made of, how big it is, what's the color, what's the taste of it. That's what you're asking. I don't know.
So are you just saying that we can't test the composite material of the container?
Yes, you can test it. You can test for the pressure that is around you. You can expand your lungs, and you're gonna have the pressure going inside of that volume.
So again, we're talking past each other, right? The effect is what you refer to as the gas molecules being inhaled into
the walls of the container, causing the pressure.
Okay, right. So the analogy here is the lungs, right?
The lung is an example of a volume that you can manipulate,
right, that's an analogy.
Will receive the pressure that is already there. If there wasn't a containment, right, the gases will be expanded and you wouldn't be able to breathe air because the gases wouldn't rush towards your lungs. They will rush towards the available medium that is away from your lungs. But because there is a contained environment, you are inside a container, that fixed volume allows you to expand your lungs and be able to get the pressure and you can breathe.
That's what I'm asking you, is what is that container?
Wait, you're asking again, what is it made of?
Wait, nobody's stopping, Maxim, nobody's stopping you from going to, if you're so curious about it, nobody's stopping you from, going to wherever you need to go test whatever the properties.
But that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you guys for clarification. Like, is there a specific direction in which
listen? You're gonna have to pray to God and ask Him for revelation and tell you what is it made of. That's what you're gonna have to do at this point.
Wait. So then you're okay. So then, are you making a reference to like the biblical idea of the flat Earth?
Not biblical.
If that's the case,
not biblical. The thing is that you're asking for something that is out of my reach, right? What we can demonstrate is the gas pressure.
You're saying the same thing over and you're saying the same thing over and over again, right? And I'm specifically asking you, like, is this container something that I could go out into reality and engage with physically?
Why don't you go and try it for yourself? Why are you asking us?
That's what I'm asking you. Because this is part of your model. This is part of the whole idea,
you
right?
Can breathe air. Yes, you can breathe
that's
air.
Not, okay, that's not helping what I'm asking you. I've already granted to you that you can breathe air, right?
You're
breaking up really bad. I didn't hear like the last
the evidence and how to experience it. Like you can do that by breathing.
I've already said this multiple times, okay? I'm granting you that is the experience that we're having, right? I'm saying beyond the analogy of our lungs being this container.
It's not an analogy.
So
you are having a direct experience with pressurized air when you breathe.
Right. So this pressurized air is presumably in another container, correct? Not just my lungs.
It has to be. How do you pressurize
it? It has to be.
Listen.
Okay. And I've granted you all of that. I've granted you all of that.
Good.
What is the container?
What I want from you is evidence from the kinetic molecular theory of gas that gravitation causes pressurization.
I'm honestly not familiar with what you're asking, but I really don't see what this has to do with what I said.
Well, so natural law, specifically Avogadro's law, demonstrates something called the mass-independent nature of gas pressure. If it's mass independent, it's therefore gravity independent.
If it's mass independent, it's therefore gravity independent?
Right. Because there's no mass gravity interaction with gas molecules. Period. Gas pressure is not dictated by the mass of gas molecules. It's dictated only by the frequency.
Okay.
Number of times gas molecules
we're going all over the place.
No, we're not.
Because originally, no, trust me, we are.
No. Gas pressure is caused by the frequency of gas molecules, the number of moles that hit a surface.
What are you talking about when you say frequency?
How many moles of gas hit a pressure plate?
Yeah.
Over time.
Okay, so is there a pressure plate somewhere outside of my immediate lungs and my body?
A barometer.
That's retained. No. Oh my God. So there's a giant barometer outside of the Earth?
No, there's a container. Physical boundary layer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. What is that thing? Like, what's it made out of?
I don't know. I know it's not a gravitational field, though.
So is there any way to test what this container is made out of? Like, that's what I'm asking you guys. I'm just asking, like, is it possible to test the container?
I got you. It's made out of stars, the sun, the moon, clouds, the sky. That's what it's made of. How do you like that?
No, I'm asking you, is it something akin to like the Truman Show where he goes up and walks through a door in the sky? Is it made of composite material like that?
He didn't go through a door in the
sky. Is my mic working? Is my mic working?
Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, okay, so the argument is this. This is a necessary and sufficient condition argument, okay? So why is a necessary condition of X,
right? So container is a necessary condition of gas pressure.
I've already
Therefore, we
granted
know
you.
it-
I've already granted you this.
Okay, fine. So we know there's a container.
That's fine.
Existence, whether something exists, is a different question than knowing its composition. Right?
I've already told you. I've granted this. I'm asking: is there a way to test the composition of different?
Can you answer the question? Well, we don't know the composition.
I'm asking you. Okay, is there a way to test for it? That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
We don't know that either.
Okay, that's fine. Guys. That's literally all I've been asking for.
One part of it we do. One part.
Jesus Christ.
I told you that already. I don't know. I told you that multiple times.
What?
Gemsy did tell you. We don't know. Nobody knows. We don't even know if that question makes sense.
Are there any? Oh my God! Are there any proposed? Are there any proposed ideas as to how you might be able to test it, or is it just like it just is what it is? Like there's no way to test it. It just kind of throw our hands up in the air, like fuck it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can you test where the edge of the universe is?
Well, that assumes there's an edge to the universe, and I didn't think you thought the universe was real because that includes space.
What do you? No, the universe just means everything. That's the definition.
I don't know what that means. Is that everything? Is that everything within my local experience, like the parking lot that I'm looking at? Is that everything?
Yeah, everything is the universe. Universe, all in one. Then the monad, brother. Okay? So, in the modern cosmology, they say that the universe is bounded, even though it's expanding, right? So it has a boundary limited by the amount of time that it's been since the Big Bang. Right?
Okay.
So, where's the edge? That's really the question you're asking. Where's the edge? What's the edge made of? This is stupid, ridiculous nonsense. Okay, so.
Well, no, it's not, because I'm not postulating that the edge of the universe is a physical container. That's a distinction.
Oh, so what's beyond it?
What's causing the vacuum then? If it's not a container,
what is that?
Oh
my God! I never said anything. You guys are jumping all over the place. We're sticking on one point, right?
Yeah,
gas. I've already agreed to you that gas is expanding in all expanding in all directions, right? Well, you can't stick on one point, asshole.
Yeah,
so
I can't stick on one point. No, listen. We're applying.
You're jumping to the edge of the universe and conflating what you refer to as a container as to the edge of the universe, right? So let's say I don't know. Let's say I don't know what's at the edge of the universe. What does that have to do?
You just want a monologue, bro. That shit ain't happening. It isn't the Maxim show. Now we're gonna have a dialogue and not a monologue. You capiche? You understand? It's gonna be a dialogue, not a monologue.
So is it a dialogue between you and me or three other people?
You didn't even rub me when I was telling you that, dude. It's crazy.
You just went on to go on about something completely irrelevant to what we were talking about.
No, I was trying. Listen, I tried to explain to you what the relevance was, but you just decided to yap. Okay, so let me tell you what the relevance is because you're not getting it. When you say the edge of the universe or the edge of anything, that assumes that it is embedded in a larger space. In mathematics, this is called the embedding space. Okay, right? You understand?
No, I don't. You'll have to explain that.
What embedding
I'm not just going to grant to you everything you're trying to push through.
This is in your own paradigm. You don't even know this?
What are you talking about, my own paradigm?
Guess you're uneducated or something. In your own paradigm, there's something called an embedding space. The geometry for which everything is embedded inside. Things like planets, stars, galaxies, all that. They're embedded inside the universe. Outside the universe, asking that question is nonsensical because it's outside of the embedding space. You can't know what's outside the embedding space, right? Can't even know what the embedding space is unless you're outside of it, right? So asking questions like, what's the boundary? What's it made out of? These questions can't be answered by anybody ever. And this was proven like nearly 2,000 years ago by Zeno with Zeno's paradox. So if you say the universe is bounded or is it unbounded, how can you prove that? Can you prove it with logic? Can you prove it with mathematics? Can you prove it with geometry? The answer to these questions is no, you can't. Because no matter what where you say it is, someone can say, oh, that's shit. They can say what's beyond that. You can still hear me because my computer just looks like it died.
No, you're good. Still hear you.
Okay, so someone can always, my screen just blacked out for no reason. Someone can always say, what's beyond that, right? And then okay, it's a million miles from there, there's another freaking container. Okay, what's beyond that? Oh, a million miles from there, there's another container. And you can just do this forever and ever and ever. The question can't be answered because it leads to an infinite regression fallacy. So when you're asking us, where's the container? What's it made out of? You're asking us, hey, what's the earth inside? We don't know what the earth is inside. We don't know if the earth is inside of anything in that sense, as being embedded inside a larger space. The same way you draw a box, it would be on the piece of paper. Piece of paper would be the embedding space. The box would be the object, right? So you're asking us, where does the earth end and the paper begin? I don't fucking know. The earth is the paper. Asking what's outside it is a nonsensical question. But I gotta reboot my computer because this shit ain't working.
So since the gas pressure is defined as being the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles, right? Well, we know that the gas particles are exerting a force on some parts of our immediate physical reality, and that would be the surface below us. So we can tell you something about that, right? If you're interested.
What do you mean by the surface below us? I just didn't understand that part.
Well, the thing that we live on. So we can tell you lots about that because we have direct immediate access to it.
Okay. What you made reference to the pressure of the surface below. So are you talking about the composition of the soil? What are you referring to exactly?
Just stop already.
I know questions are a bitch.
We can tell you that the surface of liquid, which gas, there is an interface between, the liquid and air, right? So gas molecules are colliding with that surface. And when it's what they consider to be at rest, liquid, it's horizontal, right?
Yep, because air pressure is pressing down on it in all directions, straight across.
Took off. No, you see, Maxim's still there.
Air pressure is pushing down on what?
Pushing everywhere in all directions. So if it's if you're walking, there's air under you too.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Air pressure. If you remove air pressure, water won't exist.
Yeah, if you expose liquid to a vacuum, what happens to it?
Okay.
What happens
Mercury too, not just water, mercury too.
So if you expose gas to a vacuum, right, it fills it, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then if you were to just continuously, if you say, okay, Redwin's got a vacuum chamber, right?
Right.
And he's going to fill it with air, right? He's just going to allow it to fill with the same air pressure outside. He's going to take the lid off. It's going to fill with air pressure, right? Just the same atmosphere he's breathing, right? Sorry for using.
Right, the gas will disperse and the air pressure will equalize in the container that's open.
And then he's going to put a container of water inside this vacuum chamber. He's going to put the lid on. Okay, so there's air in there and a container of water.
Sure.
Now he's going to turn on his vacuum pump, and he's going to start removing the air, as much air out of there as he can, right? And what happens to the water in the vacuum chamber?
It evaporates.
Turns to gas and goes in all directions, including leaving the vacuum chamber. I have a vacuum chamber. I know. I do this trick for these people. It made some people never come back. They got so mad at me.
This is supposed to be a critique of the globe Earth idea. Is that correct?
Well, it's a contrast between what you can actually demonstrate, observe, experience, measure, and demonstrate, right? Versus that which you just simply believe and can't demonstrate to be true.
Yeah, it will be a demonstration of what happens in reality, contrary to the globe claim that claims the opposite that happens in reality.
So the biggest pushback, right, is that the idea is supposed to be that given the globe model or their proposed idea for what the composition of the Earth is, shape-wise, is that the water and the gas would just dispel into the vacuum of space, right? That's the problem.
That's not really a geometry claim. That's just a claim that, there's this gaseous pressurized system existing adjacent to an ever-expanding low-pressure vacuum.
Right. The reason
the issue
why
with the globe is the issue about that is that if the gases were in a vacuum, the gases will expand, and then the water that requires a certain pressure to be in the liquid state will also evaporate. But in reality, we have a contained environment. We have gas pressure and liquid water in that environment, contained environment. Which is
we don't have a completely contained environment, right?
We have a dynamic system, and it has to be contained.
Well, gas escapes regardless, right? Like in small amounts, the gas escapes the atmosphere as is proposed.
If you have a container and then you poke a hole in it, you know what happens. Let's say you have a very high pressure, a pressure container, and then you poke it. The pressure it equalizes. It rushes outside of that container violently.
Right.
Yeah. But you don't have that happening within this system. You do have high pressure and low pressure. You have storms and that kind of stuff, right? But within this dynamic system, that you have heat and cold, right? But if the container was open like they claim on the globe, the gases in your lungs will rush out of your lungs violently.
Right, but the model that you're proposing is that the container is the atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere is the atmosphere is the gases. The atmosphere is a contradiction of terms.
The gases make up the container. Why is that?
The gases. You're saying that the gases contain the gases. That's a nonsense claim.
Why is that a nonsense claim? If there's thicker
Can you go to the store? Can you go to the propane guy and tell him, "Hey, can I get some propane? But I don't need the container. I just want to take the gases because I got gases to contain. That's container." Can you actually do that?
Just fill up this container that's made of gases, oxygen. Yeah. I've got some.
Can you go to the tire?
Yeah, I can explain.
I imagine you drive, right? Can you go to the tire guy and say, "Hey, tire guy, can you put the pressure around the rims of the car? But I don't need the tire because I know, there's gases around, and we don't need the tire to contain the gases."
Right. So if I have a gas, right, that has molecules that don't allow for the other gas to escape, there's your container.
Is that like you made up story? You imagining that?
What's stopping those gases?
It depends on what the composition of those molecules are, right?
Yeah. Do you have a citation for that? What type of gas is that? So we can maybe I don't know, make an invention.
I'm literally just telling you what's trivially true, right? Like if
Maxim, what's
trivially true? Then tell us.
What's stopping?
We need a citation, bro.
Maxim, what's stopping those gases?
Oh my God!
What is stopping those gases from escaping? So the gas that you're using to contain this other gas, what's stopping that gas from escaping?
The effect of gravity. This is like right back to where we began. Like I'm just saying, like that's.
You're saying
that explains
to the propane and you.
Oh my God! This guy again! Jesus Christ!
Oh,
you're cutting out. You're cutting out so bad.
Out.
Yeah, you're robot in there, Jonesy. Is science? Let's go back to the beginning. Is science empirical or is it explanations or models?
Is science empirical or explanations?
Is it based on empirical or is it just a bunch of explanations? Because you're like,
I'm not
gravity
sure.
explains it. Well, you said gravity explains it. Yeah, so what? There's no empirical evidence.
What are you talking about? There's no empirical evidence. The empirical evidence is the effect that it has on the gas.
Okay.
Like this goes exactly back to what we were talking about, right? Like if I conduct the experiment, right, and one of the variables is the effect of gravity on those molecules, and we observe that effect, right?
No, we don't. What are you talking about? No, we don't.
I'm saying, oh my God. What do you mean we don't? We don't observe the effect of.
So I'll tell you the experiment we can do to show that we don't observe that effect. We have a vacuum chamber. We insert gas into the vacuum chamber just a little bit. The gas doesn't settle to the bottom. It distributes evenly throughout the entire chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. There's no theory of gravity in the kinetic theory of gases whatsoever.
There's no theory of gravity in the kinetic theory of gases? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
there's no little g. There's no little g or big G.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you saying
isn't the kinetic theory of gases just explaining what gas does if it's not inside of the container?
How would they know?
I'm asking if that's all that it's stating, right? If that's what that independent. What do you mean no? So that's not what it's doing?
It's a model of gas behavior. Okay, I think you're getting confused. Models don't explain things. Models describe things. Describe versus explain. Describe tells you how. Explain tells you why.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. How long has this been going on?
Quite a while.
Yeah, well.
T-Dub, you DM me last night. That dude, man. I listened for a second to, what was his fucking name? I don't remember. Damn, what a douche that guy was. You don't understand what Foucault's pendulum does. Why does the pendulum go in a circle?
Right, yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know, T-Dub. He didn't know it's supposed to be the Earth spinning underneath the pendulum.
No, he didn't. He was totally lost once I started talking about how it remains in a fixed plane while the Earth turns underneath. He was like, "Huh? What?"
Yeah, I think intuitively they think that the rotating Earth imparts some momentum on the pendulum, and that's why it processes. I think that's what they think happens, or what they think the claim is.
If that were true, then toilets would flush the same direction for everybody.
It wasn't him though. I think. Oh, actually, it might have been him. No, there was someone else. That wasn't the conversation why I DM'd you though. I can't remember what it was about now. But I was like thinking, oh, we could probably use a bit of your knowledge or something. But yeah, that's all good, man.
So, Indio, the guy that we're talking to, he wanted to know what professors, why don't professors come in here to actually tell us what's going on and this and that. We gave him some names and that's that. I told him bring in somebody, bring them in, see what they do. I said they won't last long. They never do.
Yeah, was there allowed to be 2 flat Earth 24/7 rooms during the server?
I think the rules are different on this server, but on politics, it's not allowed.
Oh, okay.
They tried to create. They wanted to create one over the politics, but they were denied.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what they're coping over here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that 24/7 Globe Earth room is flat Earth room too. So
The 24/7 Glober channel is the safe space cope for Globies.
Yeah, it's cope. You know, the funny thing is, we are talking over here, and I'm getting pinged in their chat about what I spoke about here.
yeah, bro, they just talk.
They're having a conversation with me on the other side, like across the street, like.
Bro, it's weird. So it's pretty much the 2 24/7 flat Earth rooms now.
Yeah, it's funny. They're watching from afar, so to say.
Just playing on you, bro.
Yeah.
Why is everybody muted?
Eating lunch right now.
Well, how did that guy get silver if he never talked?
Who?
Andy, hold my beer. It's the only way you can get silver. You got to smoke flat earthers live.
Yeah, I never heard him do that once. Even in chill chat, he just spoke about other things. Even when he had new people there, he didn't want to talk about flat Earth at all. I was listening quite often when he was chilling there most of the time. I don't know who gave him that role. Maybe he did it once. I don't know. Then, but if you check his logs, he basically doesn't even talk about flat Earth, to be honest.
Don't worry, I'll nuke it.
Yeah, 99% is just unrelated, just garbage, whatever. You know, I mean, you can check it
He's
yourself.
a flat earther. He can earn it back. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
In India, we're handing out silver. We're only allowed to blame India. He's the boss, so shit rolls uphill too.
No, I'm just pointing out, like, what the hell? Like, I mean, maybe at that time it was different. I don't know. Who knows?
Some people handed the shit out willy nilly.
How come I haven't received my check yet?
Rather than still waiting.
It's in the mail, man. It's in the mail.
All right, I'll look for it.
Chicken mail.
It's actually going to be a bill because I'm sending it from China, and there's going to be 124% tariff. So you're going to owe 24% of it back.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
Blame Trump, man. Oh.
That hasn't affected us. My work, I mean.
Well, what I've noticed is they raise prices on shit that's made in America. Like, they're like, fuck, they're going to raise price on everything else. We might as well do it too.
Yeah, that'll be the game.
I mean, like stuff in the grocery store, like none of that comes like cookie dough. None of that's coming from Mexico, man. Like that's not coming from anywhere else. Like everything in that is from America. There's no reason the price should go up.
Speaking of Indio, your girlfriend's messaging you in the first birth room.
You mean the stalker?
Yeah, the stalker's messaging them.
Yeah, man, it's creepy. They're listening from there, pinging us. What's going on?
Oh yeah, hey, just watch us on YouTube.
Did Indio see his his little stalker?
Yeah, he knows about that.
He knows about it. Oh yeah. I posted his back chat.
Yeah. It's just a butthurt child, whatever.
Yeah, I think the dude is mad at Indio and says who.
Yeah.
Look, you should see the ban list. How many Indio names are in the ban list over in the other server? I got a regular fan club.
That's why.
I don't think I've ever seen Rich Evans in any debate ever. He's like 0-69 right now.
He's
a bunch of hate boner.
How come when rockets are landing, they don't have to make up for the spin of the Earth when they leave space?
Oh, it's because the air is in lockstep with the Earth Velcro.
Oh, they're in outer space, and then they're going to come down.
Oh, space is also Velcroed to the Earth.
Oh, so everything revolves around Earth?
Yeah. Yes. I'm trying to make this make sense in my mind. I guess that's what they would say. Yeah, sure.
So you guys heard the latest horror update. It's really funny you guys are talking about it. It said the universe now rotates every 500 billion years.
Bro,
What?
Google it, man.
Which direction?
How did they come to that conclusion? We can't even test one vector. We can't even test.
I think they're saying there's a space-based Coriolis effect, and there's more galaxies spinning in one direction than the other direction. So the universe must be spinning in a direction. I'm dead serious, dude. I'm not even making this shit up.
So is the universe a sphere then?
I don't know. It could be a flat disk.
Oh shit.
Dude, that sounds worse than the thing I just made up right now.
Dude, they also say it could be a donut. They literally say that.
Oh.
Is the universe spinning clockwise or counterclockwise?
Inwards.
Yeah. It's all relative, bro.
What if it's spinning from south to north in a forward to backward mode? What do you call that?
If it's the universe and it's all rotating, wouldn't that be all directions that is moving? Because it's all of it. So all of it will be all directions.
You know what they're going to say? They're going to say it's spinning in all directions, so it looks like it's not even spinning at all.
You'd need an external viewpoint to be able to say the universe.
But we're spinning too. Yeah, we're spinning too. So we can't tell. That's how we know it's actually doing all that, because we can't tell because we're spinning too. So those two things mean we can't tell, which is how we can tell.
Does
You know, but I think an ice wall would be more viable than the universe spinning once every 500 billion years.
My daughter just got back from an Alaskan cruise day before yesterday and showed me some pictures. She took a picture of an ice wall. They exist.
Are we waiting for Maxim to come back?
He's probably done.
Yeah, I just want to see the demonstration of gas-containing gas.
He's still researching. Putting it all together right now. He's putting it together in a
demonstration
PDF format.
I want to see the demonstration of gravity holding gas away from a vacuum. That's what I want to see.
Right.
Just in case we get a new people listening, people just joining. Earth is measured flat, utilized flat, outer space is fake. If you have any questions during our downtime, more than welcome to ask.
You're going to hurt people's feelings when you say space is fake. Just giving you a warning now.
Oh, I know, dude. Me too, man. It hurt my feelings too.
It's almost like their stomach hurts when you tell them that. They get so angry.
Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Welcome.
Welcome, sir.
Why is everyone so silent? There's so many people here.
Everybody unmute, start talking at the same time for him.
We were waiting for you, man.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, are you new to the topic?
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
Actually, have
Fresh.
How new? Like,
completely.
have you heard about the topic at all? Like, just in the media, just people talking shit on the internet?
Yeah, people kind of meme on it, I think. But I like.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite meme?
Oh, I haven't seen the memes. I just kind of heard the meme.
You just heard? You saw a meme that there was memes out there?
I just kind of didn't bother thinking about it or seeing it. But I know that I don't know anything about it, so like, I'm quite agnostic about it. So,
Do you know anything about what you already believe?
no.
So you don't know anything
I don't.
about the globe
I'm
or
quite
flat
agnostic.
Earth. So you don't know anything about the globe or flat Earth, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you choose to believe the globe and not flat Earth, since you don't know nothing about either?
Who
What
said I
helped you
did?
make the decision? No, like if you don't know nothing about either, right? Then why'd you choose one over the other?
I did not.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
The nothing earther.
Yeah. Cowardly earther.
Maybe it's a sky earther. It's cool.
It's philosophy at this point, so like, I have no proof for either.
Be careful, that's wet right there.
Yeah.
No, I was talking.
No, I'm being genuine actually. I don't know. It seems like you think I'm not being genuine.
No shit.
You almost fooled us.
What was that?
You were so close.
What do you mean?
I almost bought it for like never.
Yeah. Until you said I'm being genuine. And then when you knew you weren't being genuine.
That was a giveaway.
This is
Hey, dude, you joined the 24/7 main server? You already a member over there?
which server?
Yeah, the 24/7. The main
24/7
server.
Flutter server.
Yes.
Discord. Yeah, I just saw it as someone profile.
Discord.gg/flat earth, buddy.
That's the only server I joined.
I know this guy. We've spoken before. He knows lots about it.
I know he does.
Oh,
I remember his face. I remember his voice too. I mean, I'm just playing along with his stupidity.
You joined.
This is good. This is crazy, bro.
You joined.
I have no idea about
You
it.
joined that server Saturday, 26. It's been like a few days ago. Why did you join the Flat Earth?
I just saw it on someone's profile, in Crit's profile. I just tried.
So you probably been scouring the server, the content of the server, possibly.
Yeah,
Have you looked through it?
I was just listening to the conversations here.
Conversations.
And some people were talking about this Flutter topic. I was chilling here, and I didn't understand anything. I just kept listening.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. What do you think about it? Like, what did you hear? Like, that caught your interest?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Yeah.
What do you know about?
Nothing.
He knows he has no idea.
Oh. Oh.
Because we can like if we know like maybe your expertise or what you're interested in, we can try to talk at your level.
I'm interested in.
This topic can get complicated, so we want to tell you in a way that you understand it, right? Everybody has a different way of learning or understanding things. So, what do you know? What are you into? Sports, video games, porn?
Oh, really?
I feel like
maybe the other two.
I feel like anime, bro. I can give this to you in anime terms.
I'd appreciate it. Yes.
Sports?
You know what
the flat Earth in anime? That's crazy.
Do you know what we mean when we say the Earth is flat?
Well, there are many types of flat Earths. I think I'm guessing, right?
What?
There are many
I think
kinds
so,
of
man.
flat Earths.
There's only one, dude.
Only one.
Only one.
Can only be one.
Okay. Interesting. So is it unlimited, or does it have a limit? Is there the void?
Well, I asked I kind of asked you. I left the question open for you to say, okay, what do you mean by flat Earth? But you didn't want to
What
do
do
that.
I
You
mean?
wanted to go to, yeah.
Okay, do you want me to send a picture of it in chat? How I
Well, no,
picture
because
it?
that would be you straw manning our position. Why don't you just ask?
Well, hold on, wait, 1 second.
It's weird.
So maybe ask him a simple question. Do you know what flat means? Okay.
According to the Bebelites, it means impossible.
Oh wait, he deafened himself. What the fuck? What a liar. Come back, Muhammad. Maybe he's gonna look up a YouTube video. What does flat mean?
What does flat mean?
Oh, you said it same. You said it the same time. Nice one. I'm thinking the same. Oh boy.
Isn't that what you do? Like, you know, if you go into a room and you're new to a topic and you don't actually know what they're talking about, wouldn't you say, what do you mean by flat Earth? Like, what does that mean? And then you invite them to ask that question, and they don't. They never ask the question. I find it weird.
You don't really want to know.
No. Even when you say, why don't you ask us? Still don't ask.
Timbo, I'm going to make your day. What do you mean by flat Earth?
Okay. We live on a flat, horizontal reference plane. So the reference plane is the flat part. We have hills, mountains, valleys. Yeah, everything measured from that reference plane. That is the flat surface that we live on. There you go.
Beautiful.
Pretty simple, yeah?
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Okay, do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah, their brain leaves their body when they come in here. Like any other person could tell them that. You're like, oh, I understand that. But because they have such a bias to flat earthers, their brain just leaves their body, and that those words become confusing to them.
Yeah.
PNR's been busy lately, Kembo.
What's up, Timbo? What'd you say? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you
You're all right.
fully. What'd you say,
PNR's
brother?
been busy lately.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Q he did his Quetzal did his little magic, and yeah, it been busy lately, which is good.
Yeah, I've been quite busy. I'm busying myself with getting this place up and running, basically in its proper form.
New pet, mate.
A new what? I didn't hear.
A new pet.
A new pet? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like a
You got the
term we
server
use.
place?
Like it's your new kind of thing that you look after, you know?
Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, this place is nice. I mean, the people is even better than, you know, over at politics, if you're going to compare like that.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not saying like, you know, we're staying here permanently, but, you know, just for the, whatever we go, you know, whatever, you know, the action is, we'll be there. And I think we haven't been treated that good as well over at politics, to be honest, amongst the server ranks, you know, server bots and whatnot, the high ranks. They've been treating us like shit. So it kind of, you know, goes both ways.
You got a problem
What you
with
been up to, Timbo?
Just working, man. Never ends, man.
So I got a quick question. I saw QE post something about 5 days ago, and it looked like a link to some video of Dr. James Tour. And I tried to find QE's channel. Was he debating James Tour, or was he just, do y'all know if he was posting it just so people would watch maybe a debate James Tour was doing against somebody? Anybody have any insight on that?
I mean, you watched the video. What do you mean? You didn't see him?
No, I tried. No. He posted it in the, or maybe he has a bot that kind of posts stuff in the chat.
He was doing a video review of a presentation James Tour gave to Harvard students.
Oh, okay. I think I saw that video. Was he debunking it, or was he kind of agreeing with him? What was? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't watch it, but James Tour is I don't know. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I've been kind of following him for a little bit. But
yeah.
Does QE have a YouTube channel? Because I found his channel, but it looked like he hadn't posted anything for like years on the YouTube channel.
No, you have to.
Oh man.
Doesn't he like
everything he does is live. You got to hit the live tab.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't he save his live streams afterwards in the channel? No, I haven't really looked into.
Yeah, well, it is weird that he does still have a YouTube channel. He just doesn't post anything on there, from what it looks like.
No, he does. That's just live, so it goes into the live category.
Oh, I didn't even think about looking in there.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, different section.
I got a question, Mr. Rally. You said you used to be a flat earther, or used to hang out with flat earther for years, and you said something. You went back to the globe, right? And what was the reason? I forgot, man. It's been a while already.
Yeah, I was constantly, and Denmark can, he knows me. I've been around for a while, and I really haven't had any proof that it's a globe. It's just, I don't know, something happened to me, and I just have to be honest. I just don't believe it anymore, and I don't know exactly when it started.
It's all parallel light rays. It's all parallel light rays.
That did help, but no, the idea that all of a sudden now I kind of don't believe that the government's like trying to hide all that stuff. I just kind of stopped believing that everybody's lying about everything.
Either do I. Yeah, same here. Guess what? I'm still a flat earther.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest with myself, and that I come in here and I'm honest with y'all. I know tomorrow it may be different. You know what I mean? That's why I'm in here. I listen. I'm
Why do you have to believe? Hold on, man. Why do you have to believe the government's lying about everything to be a flat earther?
No, that's just one part of it. I mean, it all started.
None of them. Look, no one knows shit, dude. Those dudes don't know anything. They don't. They're just repeating like everybody else, right? Earth's a globe. That's what they heard, and they're just repeating it. They don't know anything.
Well, one of the ideas I had years ago was maybe what they see from space, just because of how light works and how light will hit an atmosphere and create a circle around you in a very especially inside of a room, like a smoke, a room full of like mist or something. It'll create like a circle around you. So I set up a little thing, and I created, well, what if from space, I do this. So I set up this system and I drew this giant map, right? And then I created the light and I set it up. And sure enough, when I got my phone down to the surface of the map and I looked at the horizon, as if I was like, like a really close to the bottom or to the floor, it looked like a complete sphere. When I moved around on the map, it looked like the map was rolling like a ball, and it even had a circle, like edge. You know what I mean?
Isn't that contradictory to why you went back to the globe?
Yeah. It is, but I'm just telling you, I even had that idea that maybe they're not lying. They just see what they see, and they think that it's a globe because of
Why would that make you?
Who is they?
Well, the people up in the ISS that are taking these pictures.
Dude, the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's the kind of little thing that's the little model I was trying to create by creating something on my floor.
What I'm telling you is that they wouldn't see the Earth as a globe anyway. They don't see enough of the Earth.
Well,
the pictures they show you are fisheye lenses. They even admit it. Chris Hadfield, who was an astronaut, the idiot that plays the guitar right in the ISS, he went on ABC News and said the Earth looks flat and beautiful. What they see with their eyes isn't what's shown in the video, right? They would only see 3% of the Earth. So when I ask you who, the only people that would see the Earth as a ball would have been the Apollo astronauts. Nobody else.
Oh.
They don't go high enough. Low Earth orbit isn't high enough. It's only 250 miles up.
So you're saying pretty much that Neil deGrasse Tyson was right, that up at that altitude it would look flat.
Yeah, bro, it's only 250 miles high. You don't see the circumference of the fucking Earth from that altitude.
Well, I noticed that.
But the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter.
Right.
That's 1/30th.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out, though. I had a couple of these P900 cameras. I traveled to Nicaragua, right? So, and I'm filming because I took these cameras so you can get people surfing way out. And of course, I had the cameras because I was a flat earther and I was doing a lot of filming on the beach and the horizon. But I took it on the surf trip. I zoom out, and all of a sudden, this mist rolled in, but it was very, very, very fine. And I'm still zoomed out, and all of a sudden, the horizon became the way that the light was hitting the mist and the horizon. The horizon became closer, but it also, as I'm looking in the camera, became curved. And you can see it going across the screen. I thought, well,
so that's contradictory to what you're believing now again. So you've got two contradictory things.
I'm not saying it's not.
Go back to the ball.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. So I'm saying that even from the ISS, I'm just saying from
you why. Don't do this to me again. You were fucking drunk the other night.
I don't drink, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You were fucking drunk. So, all right.
Do you drink?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, it wasn't me. I don't
That's
drink.
a lie, but... so you've got...
Hey, look, I'm just going to go on mute. You go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. We asked you why you went back to the ball, and you've given us two reasons why you shouldn't have gone back to the ball.
Isn't that great?
It's weird.
It's great. But I'm being honest with y'all. Something in my heart just says, I just don't believe it anymore. But I love coming in here.
You keep using the term hide stuff from hide it from us, right? You keep using that term. I've heard you use it a few times now. Hide it from us, or hide it.
Well, if the astronauts really did go to the moon, they took these pictures.
No, I'm talking.
They would be the ones that would be.
I'm talking about flat Earth. How can you hide flat Earth when it's right in front of you?
No, I'm talking about they. I don't think they could hide it.
Yeah, they
It's
don't.
not
It's right
hidden.
in front of you. Who's got a big
Yeah.
blanket to cover the fucking surface? Who's
what
got
do
a
you-
big blanket? Who's covering
you-
the surface up? Who's
What
hiding?
do you think the? Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish whoever that is.
They're covering his eyes, bro, because the Earth's not hidden.
So, do y'all think that the pictures from the moon landing are fake, or they just didn't go to the moon, or what?
Are the pictures of Bigfoot fake,
I
or?
I mean, honestly,
I know they're fake, but that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Okay.
They're fake.
I mean, I used to believe the same thing. That was part of it.
Look, bro. I know they're fake, 100%, no doubt, 100% from one photo, and I'll tell you the photo. Famous photo where astronaut takes a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor. If you zoom in on that visor, what you'll see is the shadow from the LEM, the lunar lander, on the ground, go between the astronaut's legs and come out from behind him. It never falls on his body. This is impossible. That means that person was composited in. Okay, think about this. A shadow goes between your legs, out back behind you, up over your head, and never falls on your body.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. That sounds pretty interesting.
How can it? Yeah, how can it skip your body?
Refraction, bro. Moon refraction.
So I told you the photo. It's a famous photo. It's one photo taking a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor.
No, I got you. But I'm not trying. I'm not trying.
Look at the
check it out.
reflection. Is what I'm saying.
Wait, did you post it? I'm looking for this thing here.
No, I didn't post anything. So what we're saying is, you cannot hide flat Earth. You've been given a story, and you chose to believe it. That's all it is. And like whether you're a flat earther or not, I don't know. I have my doubts you weren't much of a flat earther. Because like if I go, hey, what's your best evidence for flat Earth? Like what was it that convinced you in the first place?
I just, not knowing enough about how light works, and yeah.
What does that mean? I don't understand. You became a flat earther because you don't know how light works? Are these tough questions?
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, my son just got home with my little girl.
Yeah, I just want to know why you told us
what
why
were
you
you
went
saying?
from flat Earth to the globe. I want to know how you went from globe to flat Earth.
Because
It's weird how you got to have very detailed description one way, but not the other.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. I was very gullible, I guess you would say. I believe the whole Alex Jones junk. Then it bumped into 9/11. Then it was like down.
Alex Jones ain't a flat earther. Alex Jones ain't a flat earther.
Yes, I am.
He shits on flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
No. This is it's just the path that got me on there. I just believed a lot of stuff.
I don't need your origin story.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna make this about me, so I'm gonna go on mute because I'm here to enjoy everybody's
You were
conversation.
never a flat earther, and you're busted, dude.
Yeah, you're cat, bro.
Whether you know Democ or not is irrelevant, dude. Fucking name dropping don't mean shit here.
What's funny is, so I spent, I don't know, 6 years of telling, no, more than that, it seems like, everybody I could that
Well,
about the Earth
you
being
obviously
flat.
didn't have a good.
So
yeah, but you didn't have a good reason, obviously.
But now I go back cleaning things up, saying I really don't believe it anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
you never believed it, brother.
Good for you, Mr. Reality. Congratulations.
An example, as of an answer to Indio would have been, oh well, the long distance observations. That's what convinced me. You're a fucking retard, man.
Oh, that's a great way to get someone back into your viewpoint.
Oh shit!
No one wants you.
Talk your shit.
It's always the same.
A lying sack of shit into us.
Wait,
Why would
so
we do
reality,
that?
you had a belief for 6 years and you just
more than
went
that,
with
probably.
Fucking
He
cat,
can't
As a
elucidate
belief?
how he came. And he can't elucidate how he became to that belief, but he can elucidate exactly how he went back to the globe.
Well, I mean, I believed all the stuff. I believed all that stuff that
don't make sense now, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I believed pretty much everything QE was saying. I would tune in like his little student. Nathan Oakley, Eric Dubay. I mean, I
what
was
did he
just,
say that convinced you?
I was soaking it all up.
Yeah,
I
and
was
what did they say
talking.
that convinced you? Yeah,
I
and what
was.
did they say that convinced you?
What's his name?
And what did they
Me
say
and
that
me
convinced
and
you? Fucking
me and
answer or
Witsit.
shut up.
Me and Witsit were talking like all the
Name dropping.
time.
That's all you're doing is name dropping.
Yeah, just
That's all
because
you're doing.
that's. But yeah, I mean,
And what
again, this
convinced you?
isn't
What
about
did
me.
they
But
say
if
that
anybody else
convinced
wants to
you?
talk, go ahead.
Are you deaf? What did they say that convinced you?
Hello.
You're gonna name drop and you can't say anything
Hello.
those names said. Go on mute, dude. Shut up.
Yo,
Dude, and the ironic thing is that your reason for going back to the globe is why would they lie? You just came in here and told so many fucking lies and ain't even funny. That is so ironic, don't you think? I can't believe that everybody would lie to me, so I'm gonna come in here and tell you guys a bunch of lies.
And he goes, "Oh, I soaked up all QE stuff." He doesn't even know anything that QE said.
He couldn't even find his videos.
Yeah.
6 years, man.
6 years.
6 years. Very convincing.
Yeah, 6 years can tell us 2 bad reasons for leaving the globe or leaving the flat Earth, but can't tell us even one single, not even a bad reason for being a flat earther.
I could explain more in the first 3 months when I was still a glober.
Well, according to him, he doesn't know how light work, right? So if you ask him, long distance observation destroy the globe, he would have say, "Oh, refraction."
Yeah, but he didn't say long distance observation. He just said, "I don't know how light works. That's why I became a flat earther." That's stupid. That's not a reason to become a flat earther, dude. You didn't know how light works when you're a globe earther, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't know how light works. Fuck that globe thing. I'm a flat earther now. Like, dude, shut up, man. Like, seriously. Fuck these guys, dude. Like, I don't know why they even tried this shit.
Someone came in before saying hello. Who was that?
Yeah, anybody else? If you're truthful, we're not going to be doing anything to you if you just like be honest. But if you're going to be a snake, then you're probably going to get smacked around. Just the warning. But if you're like intimidated by the last interaction, that's I wouldn't say it's unusual, but like you get what you give.
It was the headphones guy.
Yeah, just come in, start having an honest conversation. You know,
I think Maxim came back.
I've been here the whole time. I was just listening to you guys bash on Mr. Reality.
Yeah, because
was there a reason? Do you know the reason why we did it?
Well, part of it was that you disagreed with him on why he decided to, as you said, go back to being a globe earther.
No.
What do we disagree with?
I'll stop you there.
Yeah,
So he was never a flat earther in the first place. That's what we uncovered, right?
This sounds like the exact same thing that Christians would tell someone who's now either agnostic.
Yeah. But
and they're like, "Oh, you were never a real Christian, right?" Like, do you see how that's not actually refuting anything you said?
No,
the
reason is because he didn't answer a single question.
Did you have that one in the can? Is that like on a pull string?
Oh yeah, it was locked and loaded, baby.
Yeah, it sounded like a standard answer. Okay, so let me give you what happened. When
I heard
why he became a flat earther. What was his answer?
Part of it was something about he didn't believe part of it was something having to do with he didn't believe that everyone would be lying, or presumably the government wasn't lying. And the other one had to do with, and the other one had to do with his misunderstanding of light. And then he did an experimentation regarding a map and his phone.
You're lost. Okay, it's what you're recounting is out of order. Okay, it's not even the right chronological order, but that's not important. The important part is, okay, he didn't become a flat earther because he just all of a sudden, oh, the government lies to me. Oh, I'll just be a flat earther. No, he didn't. That's not what he said. I said, why did you become a flat earther? He said he went back to the globe because he realized everybody can't be lying to him. But I said, why did you go from globe to flat earth in the first place? And he couldn't tell me.
Well, we can always unmute him and ask
it never
him again.
happened. He said, I'll put myself on mute instead of answering the question.
Is he still in here?
He said he didn't want it to be about him. I'm putting myself on mute. That's what he said. Is that an honest, intellectual guy that would lie?
Oh, I forgot, because he said that his son got home with his daughter, so he wanted to spend time with them.
No, that was something else. No.
Oh, so you don't think it was because his son had gotten home?
He said the reason. No, that's not the reason. He said the reason he was going on mute. He said the reason. You're a bullshit artist, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
You're not even listening.
Yeah.
I just repeated everything that he said, so I don't understand what you're talking about.
He said his son came home, but that was independent of him saying why he was going on mute. He said he's going on mute because he didn't want to make it about him. He explicitly said it.
Listen here, partner.
So then it wasn't the case that he didn't have a valid reason why he went from being a globe earther to a flat earther. It was just that he didn't want to engage.
He never was a flat earther.
Why do you think he didn't want to engage? Because
the thing is,
have a reason.
he was asked that same question 5 times.
Why do I think he didn't want to engage? One possibility would be because 5 different people would overtalk him. He would be accused of lying.
Okay. That's kind of weak, but go on. Next one.
He did not get accused of lying until he could not answer the question about why he went from globe to flat earth.
Right, and then you accused him of lying because you supposedly know his mental states. Right, so you assumed that because he went on mute, that means that you know his mental states?
Look.
No, we discovered he was lying before he went on mute, dude. So.
Okay. Listen, I don't know why you're igniting for a dude that's an obvious liar. It ruins your credibility.
I still don't understand how you came to the conclusion that he's lying. That's the part I'm missing.
Okay. Because he said, I went from globe to flat earth, and I was a flat earther for 6 years. And he don't know why he became a flat earther. He couldn't give us a reason, and then started just name dropping flat earthers. Which means he follows this topic on the periphery, never actually listened to any of the arguments, and just came in here to fucking LARP. You think this is our first rodeo, brother?
You guys think that, probably.
It's your first rodeo, Maxim. It's not our first rodeo.
Okay.
Someone said, "Well, I used to think."
I don't exactly know what that's.
What that's
doing.
Every single player.
Say, hold on. There's two people talking at once. So, what was the first question?
Every flat earther knows exactly the piece of evidence that convinced them. Every single one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every single one. They'll know the specific observation. It'll be something like Chicago skyline. It was Canagoo. It was what's the center across freaking Toronto? I can't remember the name of it.
I saw Lake Erie from higher up, and I was like, "Fuck, it's flat as hell."
Yeah, Joey Media, San Jacinto, freaking Colorado Rockies. There's shitloads of them, right? So, but everybody knows.
You listed like three different reasons, but you said that everyone knows the exact reason.
I mean, no, they know the specific observation that convinced them. The specific one. I didn't list reasons. I listed actual observations. People know the actual observations when asked that convince them. They don't make a generalized statement.
Or name drop.
Her name drop, especially not name drops. But the thing is, that's the way Globers think, right? They think by appeal to authority. So they think if they, I'm going to appeal to what I see as the flat earth authorities, and somehow that'll be believable. But we don't believe in appeal to authority as an argument. So appealing to what you think are flat earth authorities isn't convincing because
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by you don't believe in appeals to authority.
Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. If you say you believe in the flat earth because X believes in the flat earth, that's an appeal to authority. X meaning quantum eraser, Witsit, whoever, right? So some flat earth person, I watched your channel and they're flat earthers, so I'm a flat earther too. Like, no.
So you do understand there's a distinction between fallacious appeals to authority and non-fallacious appeals to authority, right?
They're all fallacious.
They're all really?
Yes, they're all fallacious.
Man,
So
you justify guys like you justify when they lie like this. When they lie like this, you justify.
Right, I know you don't understand. You don't understand how basic philosophy works.
Really? So tell me, what characteristic of a person can prove a proposition?
What
characteristic about the person saying the proposition can prove the proposition?
That has nothing to do with the appeal to authority.
The appeal to authority is the characteristic about the person making the proposition. Right? They're an authority. This is a part of that person, right? This person is an authority. How does that information prove a proposition?
I never said that it did.
That's right. It can't. There is no case where being an authority proves a proposition. Unless the proposition is this person an authority? Telling me I don't understand philosophy, dude. You have an idiotic fucking bias, dude, a globe-target bias. You think all flat earthers are stupid and uneducated. I guarantee I have a higher level of education than you do. Guarantee it just from our conversation.
Us. Yes, this is why the Globers lie like that as well, because they know white knight on the globe.
You've never once appealed to.
Whoa, Maxim, what the fuck?
No, never.
Fuck up.
I didn't even do that shit when I was a kid and uneducated.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
India.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I don't know if he heard you, Maxim.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. This is why melts like Maxim. This is why guys like Mr. Reality Guy do the lies that they do, because they know that desperate globe believers like Maxim will then white knight and fight when the flat earthers call him out for being an obvious liar and saying shit like, oh, I used to be a flat earther because I was gullible and listened to Alex Jones. Obviously trolling, obviously lying, knowing that we're going to shut him down and call him out so that then new little gullible, naive globers like Maxim will step in and go, why would you silence him? He was a genuine flat earther.
I love how you drew out the distinction. I love how you drew out the distinction between him lying and being misinformed.
Like this.
So thank you for proving.
He
was copying, bro.
That's exactly why they do it. And you're like, oh, why would they do that? Why would they lie about this? Exactly to get the reaction out of you that you predictably would do, like a Pavlovian dog. Sad. You don't even believe that he was a flat earther.
It works every time. It works for these guys every time. Want to know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about flat earth. We're talking about trolls and freaking white knights and all kinds of other nonsense. That's the point. If you don't get it, that is the point, is to derail the entire thing, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I mean, I'm sure it was obvious to everyone, but continue, Maxim. Give us your globe proofs. I'm sure it's coming.
Gas containing gas.
You said that?
Yeah, I think
He
you
was
said
going to
that
show us
earlier before we left.
gas. Yeah, he's going to show us gas.
I interrupted your globe.
Oh, look, I'm finally unmuted.
Oh.
Yeah, Maxim, you can continue with your globe
Buttermilk.
presentation.
Yeah, I know you like to abuse mods so you can run roughshod over people who are actually refuting you.
Nope.
What were you refuting? What argument were you refuting exactly?
I was refuting the claim that there are no such thing as non-fallacious appeals to authority.
Right, so you weren't refuting anything about the Earth being flat.
We weren't talking about the Earth being flat at that moment.
That's what we're always talking about.
Hold on. What was your reputation? Hold on. Sorry. What was your reputation again? Restate it.
That there are such things as legitimate appeals to authority.
No, that's it. MC Dixit. That's an assertion, dude. What was your reputation? Just saying, oh, it is so, is MC Dixit. What was the reputation?
That they're not always fallacious. Right,
That's
so
just
I can.
asserting, dude. That's just an assertion.
I don't understand. Do you actually want me to give you the reason why, or
give me an example?
Right.
Give me an
so
example of an where appeal to authority and saying that proves a proposition and that's not fallacious. An example.
Say that again. You had cut out the last second.
Want an example where an authority states a proposition and their authority is what proves it?
Yeah. So if I'm going to pick up some medicine, right, from a pharmacy, and I don't understand what the active ingredients are or how they affect my body, why they would give me the symptoms that I have, if I appeal to the expertise of the pharmacologist at the counter, right, that's a valid appeal to authority because they're the relevant in that field.
Okay, we're talking about logical proof. We're not talking about your level of trust. Okay, and you brought up a very
that has
bad
nothing to do with
example.
trust.
You know how many? Yeah, that it actually is trust. Well, if that's a proof, give us the syllogism.
So Indio, do you not think that? Do you not think that a pharmacologist has the relevant expertise to give you reasons why particular pharmacy?
First of all, you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up a horrible example. You know how many people a year die in the United States for being prescribed the wrong medicine?
How many people die due to being prescribed the wrong medicine?
Yeah, from taking medicine that ends up killing them. Either they have a bad medicine interaction, they're prescribed the wrong dosage or the wrong medicine, they gave it to the wrong person. Okay, how many people a year die?
I'm very aware that many people die of being prescribed certain medicines. What does that have to do with the?
They shouldn't die because their experts gave them the medicine, dude. Right?
Those are two separate arguments. That just
no, they're not,
follow.
dude. The experts. You said being an expert.
Yeah, this is why I know you don't understand anything about philosophy, right? Because you just made a non sequitur.
That's why I asked you to put it in a no. It's called reductio ad absurdum, right? You know what that is? I just reduced your argument to absurdum.
I cannot understand like every other word you're saying because there's so much background noise in someone else's microphone.
Okay, so reductio ad absurdum. I reduced your argument. If I take the logical form and reduce it to an absurd conclusion, namely. That all those people you actually go even further saying those experts knew exactly what they were doing and they intentionally killed those people.
Again, that doesn't follow.
Yes, it does follow. Because
no, not at all.
You said that expertise is what proves it.
Steve, he just wants to be down this rabbit hole off into the weeds. This is where.
Wait, did you say that I said that their expertise proves that it is the case? No. Then again, you guys just aren't tracking anything that I'm saying, which is fine. I can walk you through it again.
What didn't you understand when I said? Give me an argument in which an expert makes a logical proposition that's proven by their expertise. That's exactly what I said, word for fucking word. And then you gave the example of a pharmacist.
Yeah, here, I'll give it to you.
You're a moron.
No, I got you, buddy. I got you. A qualified expert, premise one, right? A qualified expert in the relevant field makes a claim that is thus supported by the expert consensus, and it's reasonable to accept the claim given that expert consensus. Premise two,
You're already off. But the field of consensus is also a logical fallacy. Qualified is not
oh my God.
metric.
You guys really don't understand. There are formal and informal fallacies. You understand that?
Could you be less desperate to justify your logical fallacies in believing in the globe?
Yeah, could you be less desperate than to be a fucking wanker?
Right. So let's take it back to the Earth, where I know you don't want to be. We know you don't want to talk about the Earth. That much is obvious, but you're going to have to, because that's what we talk about here. So let's just forget that you consider yourself an expert in philosophy, because philosophy, unless you're claiming that the basis in your globe belief is philosophy, we'd be looking for actual empirical evidence, observations, measurements. Got any of that?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Believe him. Looking for empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe, not just verbal wankery about philosophy.
Right. So we're moving away from the fact that you don't understand.
Yes, we're moving away from your
fallacious and non-fallacious arguments.
Yeah,
I know, because you can't actually track the conversation.
I know, Maxim. I know it's upsetting. I know it's upsetting that we're not going to entertain your verbal diarrhea, and we're actually asking for some empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball. So if you don't have any of that, you can just say, no, I don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball.
So if I can't, well, here, let me ask for clarification. If I can't appeal to any experts in the relevant field,
would that be what you did if we asked you for evidence for the globe? You'd appeal
I'm asking if I can't appeal to anybody in their relevant respective field to make an argument.
Could you appeal to the Earth that you're claiming is a ball?
What?
Could you appeal to some Earth observation or measurement of the Earth for your argument that it's a ball that's spinning?
Dang.
Could you do that?
It depends.
Depends on what?
If I can appeal to any of the relevant experts.
No, we just said appeal to the Earth. Do an observation or a measurement of the Earth.
They can be an expert, but you should be appealing to what they did, i.e. the measurements or data they collected. That's empirical. We don't care about their expertise, dude. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, do you know an expert that measured the curve? That would work.
Yeah, there we go.
Who measured the curve?
Shit.
Go to your expert and then see if that can be verified.
Who measured the curve? Hold on. Oh, I've got 3 different people going after me again. So who's asking what?
You didn't hear it now?
You wouldn't believe it. They all asked the same bloody thing. Answer the question.
You just repeated it back. You just repeated it back, so I know you did hear it. Who measured the Earth curvature? Yeah? Anyone?
Who measured the Earth's curvature?
Yeah, you got to give him a chance to Google it, guys. Hold on.
The Earth's curvature? Yes, you believe the Earth has curvature, don't you?
Sure.
Okay. So when's that been measured?
I don't know.
Okay.
You've had time to Google it. Come on.
So how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Well, because if there's no curvature, then it can't be a ball, and it would just be flat. Yeah.
Nope. That still doesn't follow.
No. Okay, so if it's not curved, what would it be?
Presumably anything that's logically possible.
Anything that's logically possible, such as
how many options?
Do you understand what that means?
How many options do you have?
Curved, so what would
anything that's logically possible?
No, how many options do you have?
Possible. Well, let's say we've only got really 2 feasible choices here. We've got the observable, which is flat, and then we've got this story, which is it looks flat because it's such a big ball.
So what do you mean by the observable, which is flat? Because when I look out at the horizon, I can currently see mountains. That's not flat.
The horizon, what is that? That's flat though, right? That's horizontal.
The horizon, as far as horizontal, is not flat? Is that the question?
What do you mean? No, that wasn't a question. It was a statement. The horizon is horizontal.
Oh, okay, that's trivially true. Go on.
Yeah, so there you go. You see it flat.
Hooked.
Okay, how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Well, I didn't say it did prove that the Earth is flat. I said that's your choice. You've got flat. And then it only looks flat because it's such a big ball. Don't start being disingenuous.
Dude, like he was when he said, so you're saying curved and flat are not a true dichotomy. There's a third choice. Can you give us the third choice?
Yeah, what's the third choice?
Well, he'll say any old shit at this point. He's one of these desperate. I mean, yeah, he'll say anything. Let's hear it. Let's hear the third choice.
That's a new syndrome we dubbed recently.
I honestly don't understand. I don't understand.
I know you don't understand. You don't understand basic questions. Who measured the curve? Who measured the curve? The Earth curve.
What did I and Cyclone? What did I tell you?
Of the Earth. Who measured it?
If I say that I don't know who particularly measured the Earth, do you think it follows from that the Earth is followed?
No, but you would need to have some evidence that it is curved for you to claim that it's a ball, wouldn't you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Actually, no, you don't. You just get to claim it contrary to observable reality, and it's true. That's your standard.
So this is So here, I'll educate you on something that I know you guys aren't aware of.
Oh, please.
Yeah. No, I got you. I got you covered. Right? Do you know what the last man standing fallacy is?
Oh, here we go. Is that a formal or informal?
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Formal. Yeah. It's formal. So what it means is if you produce one hypothesis, right? And that hypothesis.
What?
This is not science.
I'm giving you an example so you can understand what the fallacy is, right?
You're giving us an example so you can dodge answering the question. Why don't you just say, I don't know, and get it over and done with?
Let's hear
it. Hey, what is that? Metetrix?
Let's see
Metetrix? I can get to you in a second, but yeah. So the last man fallacy. So if I propose that if I walk into a kitchen, right, and find a slice of cheese on the floor, right, and
so it's flat.
I ask, yeah, hey dumbass, let me finish.
You've been talking too much.
If we've got two propositions, right, two potential competing hypotheses. One is, well, the cheese just fell on the floor while I was making a sandwich, or there's fairies. There's fairies that put the slice of cheese.
No, I don't continue. Dude.
Yeah, let him do the slice of cheese proof. This is good.
Right. So I'm explaining to you guys how this works, right? If two people propose their individual hypotheses, right, and one of them turns out to be wrong, it doesn't automatically follow that other person's hypothesis is therefore true.
How do you decide which one's the true one? You make an observation.
Not even a good analogy.
You make an observation. And here's another funny thing is, you just mentioned a dichotomy, which you said don't exist 5 minutes ago.
I never said dichotomies don't exist.
No, you said the dichotomy of flat versus curved. You said, hey, dude, it's not curved. How does that prove a flat Earth? And Cyclone said, well, if it's not curved, then it has to be flat. And you're like, no, it doesn't. It could be any logical thing. The only other logical thing is flat, dude. Give me a third one, then. Give me a third one. Give me a third one. Flat
give you a third one. What?
A third possibility beyond flat or curved.
I don't know.
The way you say that.
You're goddamn right you don't, because there ain't one.
I believe him.
Right. So again, this is where you don't understand the distinction between logically possible and metaphically.
I was asking you questions to try and get you on some kind of track.
You're literally the dumbest person in here posturing, dude. You're crazy, dude. You're posturing. You said that gas contains gas. The stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, this is why I'm trying to get it focused, because Maxim, you keep wandering off into these little non sequiturs. We're trying to stay focused on some evidence for what the Earth is. You obviously believe it's a globe. You said you don't know who's ever measured the curve. Okay, well, can we start there? Could you find out? Because so far, if our position is there is no curve, and you can't produce any for it, then you don't really have much of a rebuttal to our argument. You need to rebut our argument, which is that there's no curve. And if you can't do that, then I guess welcome to Flat Earth.
No facts.
I mean, what is there except flat and curve surface? Like, what is the third option? And he said, I don't know. What the
I
hell,
can't believe
man?
you brought up a slice of cheese as an example to try to debunk that dichotomy. That's crazy. So if you have cheese on the floor, then flat and curved are not a dichotomy. What the fuck?
Yeah, if we ask you to build your case, I'm tempted to make you build your case from cheese on the floor to Earth being a globe, because
it's not even a good analogy because the cheese slice because the cheese slice could have got there by any means, right? So that you using a cheese slice is not a dichotomy. Like, it could have got. It's not a true dichotomy anyway. Yeah, because it could have got there by any means. But when they're asking flat or curved, that's a true dichotomy. If it's not curved, then it's flat.
they just can't address the topic. Some of them.
Yeah. Got to go to cheese slices.
But if you take a
on the
slice
floor.
of cheese,
It's like we're asking you for evidence that the Earth is this giant spinning ball that everyone's being taught, and then you're like, "Well, let me educate you. If there's a slice of cheese on the floor, no, I don't know who measured the curve." It's like, come on, dude.
bro, he said, well, let me tell you about this fallacy. All right, is it formal or informal? He was trying to explain, like, well, it's okay to use fallacies.
And his example of what the conversation was before with appeal to authority. He actually changed the appeal to authority to actually getting information from the authority. So that was his answer to it's okay for an appeal to authority. He was talking about information and not the authority. He's a fucking idiot.
Is he still here or is he just getting roasted on mute?
Dude, you know how many times he moved the goalposts? Those goalposts are all over the field.
His cheese analogy just got graded. Mic drop.
Shredded.
Shredded.
Dude's about to be gone too.
Who eats cheese slices anyway? Fucking
Who eats cheese slices like that? I know, right?
That's not real cheese, man.
Processed cheese.
It's the one that comes in plastic wrappers.
Golly, bro. So low IQ. When you said you're the dumbest one in the panel, like, that's facts. Is he still here?
Yeah.
He's probably running a YouTube channel and he's off telling his little YouTube mateys how he towed up all these flat earthers that they know nothing about philosophy. Like we care. Hey, Maximum, wake up. Oh, Maximum, since you fucked my name up, you clown.
Yeah, he said Matrix or whatever.
Yeah, made a Tetrix.
He doesn't know it's pronounced Matrix. Fucking idiot.
Matrix. That's hilarious.
You know how many times Globetards actually try to argue in favor of using a logical fallacy? It's almost mind-boggling. It's like they're actually trying to convince you that it's a valid argument. It blows me away.
I know, right? Wait, who was that that just chimed in?
You can literally just Google it, man. It ain't even me. Like, you could just Google it.
Get him, CB.
Who was that?
I
know, but I've heard that.
I wish we could change names, man.
We got a white knight in the panel, guys.
Dude, I'd change his name to Cheese Slice if I could.
Oh, is that what it is? It's Mr. Cap in here?
No, no.
Mr. Cap.
Someone just chimed in and said, well, you didn't pronounce his name. Like, who was that?
Sprightly, he's above you.
Oh, hey, no one's above me.
We're whistling all past the graveyard while you guys weren't in here, but he left and said, hey, man, I'll be right back. He was supposed to come back with a demonstration of gas containing gas. So we're still waiting on that, I guess.
Might be waiting a while. Ain't that right, Meta Tetrix?
Oh, that's gonna stick, isn't it?
It's never gonna go away. It's never going away.
Meanwhile, all the flat earthers have ZZ Top beards waiting.
What's up, Sonny?
And not only that, he said it's observed all the time in nature. And I said, where? He said it's very commonly observed. So, okay, just go get it. The gas containing gas.
Oh, hell no.
We observe that?
It's very common.
He said all the time.
Yeah. Okay, like give us one example. Well,
That's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the example.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Gemsy said to him, he's like, I go to Home Depot and get like propane. And they're like, where's your container? He's like, well, I got a gas container for it.
We'll just put it on the outside of the container.
Well, I want two gases. I'm going to take one gas and put the other gas inside the first gas.
Yeah. Well, that's how you save money.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to carry, man. Why do you have those heavy metal containers?
Right. But they're expensive. Like, nah, you can do without it.
Wouldn't he be talking about two different density gases inside the container? So one gas will be surrounded by the walls of the container, and the other part will be in edge with the other gas, the less gas one, the less dense gas. That will be...
No, there was no container. The gas was the container for the gas.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I know. It's so dumb. It's hard to comprehend. He was going to come back with a demonstration of gas containing gas without a container. The gas is a container for the gas.
And without understanding what gas pressure is.
Where did our white knight go?
Oh, Sprightly, I see it.
Yeah. That's
hey, Sprightly, welcome, caller. You are up. Caller, you are up.
He wasn't white knighting, CB. He was taking the piss out of old mate for wrecking me name.
I don't know. I think he was upset that we were roasting him for pronouncing it wrong.
No, that guy's a fucking idiot. Who made a Tetrix.
He made a Tetrix.
Comments every now and then. That's what this Sprightly guy does.
Hey, Sprightly.
Hey, DJ, do you ever remember that, hey, it's Saturday when that Dickie Knee used to poke his head up under the camera? Say random shit.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, it's called it. Change his name to Dickie Knee.
Oh no, we got cheese on the floor in the chat.
Nice. Yeah, give that.
Oh,
so
no.
Quick rundown for everyone. Hey, it's Saturday. It used to be this comedy show, but you can't guess what day it was on. And they do all sorts of random shit. But when the compere was talking, every now and then this little sock puppet thing it was just a hat on a stick with some hair hanging out the back of it, and his name was Dickie Knee. But from the camera side, so us watching television, all you'd see is this little head set up, and he'd say something cheeky, and then he'd bolt. And yeah, that's Sprightly. So yeah, if you punch into YouTube, hey, it's Saturday, and yeah, you'll get to see and understand what we're talking about.
Sprightly, you're just gonna sit there and let them talk about you like that?
Yeah, Dickie Knee.
Excuse me, Mr. Summers. Yes, Dickie, you're a clown.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'd do.
Damn, Sprightly, you're just gonna sit there and take that, bro?
If he could, he'd probably pop up and go, your sister.
CB, man, you're messing up, dude. You only ask for W's in the chat. You need to start asking for L's in the chat, man. That dude gets mad at L's.
All right, guys, you heard the man. Let's get some L's in the chat. I want to see the chat flying right now for Sprightly. More like lightly, because dude's taking hella L's right now.
Lightly.
Do kids nowadays know what L7 means?
L7. What is that?
Square.
Oh, really? I only know O slash.
Yeah. You're L7, you're square.
Hey, India, what you know about that O slash? Yeah, you guys don't know about that O slash, huh?
What's that?
So, dude, give it a wave.
That's the Roman salute right there.
God damn.
Oh boy, here we go. Where's my picture? I got a picture of Myron throwing it up. I never heard of L7 though. That's cool. It just reminded me of O slash. Let me see if I can find a picture. There it is. Yeah. Oh, earlier I was driving and I think TW were like, "Bro, you were drunk. Shut up." And then he's like, "I don't drink." And then he asked you if you drank. I forget what you said, but the whole time I was thinking.
Oh, it was me. It was Timbo.
It was Timbo.
Shit. Same shit.
Yeah, I said no, I don't, and then I said, "Oh, that's a lie."
Well, I was just thinking of that fucking VB long neck. The whole time. He's like, "Of course I drink VBs." Get up, your dog tucks. Anyway.
So Maxim did the walk of shame. He's not here anymore. He left in silence.
Fucking L, bro.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing in PNR? What do you guys? This the spot for now?
Oh, you found us. Now we got to find a new place.
Oh Lord. We got Amish in the chat. What's up, man?
Doing all right. Just hanging out. Got a lot on my mind.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
Just stuff I've been working off and on this paper. Just a thought piece regarding flat Earth.
Nice.
Exploring the concept of models and reification fallacies through the philosophy of mathematics, semiotics.
Nice.
I'm sure India would probably love it.
Nice, bro.
Nerd.
Yeah, that's some geek shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's some L7 shit there, mate.
You know, but it really it really digs at the heart of what this conversation's all about. You know, we're really dealing with the biggest concept reification fallacy ever. And you can kind of think of semiotics as a field that really seems to be focused on what that is. And how people take signs and symbols and meaning and turn it into reality and then destroy meaning in the process and create a hyper reality. That's kind of exactly what the globe is.
It's kind of certain. I looked up the etymology of the word mathematics, and it originally means to learn or learn. So it's anything that's learned with called mathematics. It means you don't know it, right? You just learned it. Whatever that means.
I think that could explain why they differentiate arithmetic from mathematics. You know, arithmetic is going through the accounting process of things. And you can learn things mathematically. And so we have signs and symbols that help us do that procedurally. You know, one of the things that's been on my mind is this idea that for the whole globe concept to work, with celestial navigation and geodesy. More specifically, I guess like astrogeodesy, astrogeodetics, where you take the stars and use that for surveying stuff on the ground. And all of this relies on this interpretation of starlight being parallel rays, so you can't triangulate it on a globe. And then the globers make fun of us when we show them that the observer-dependent stars on flat Earth can also not be triangulated, because the observers call them rays shooting out from your eyes don't intersect in 3D space. That's something you talk about a lot, Indio. So in neither interpretation of the world can you triangulate the height of a star or any luminary above the Earth. And so what the globe does is they take this concept of parallel rays, and they take the flat surface that we know and can experience and realize, and they take that away from you. And they put that flat surface way up to where the star is. And the star's got an effectively flat surface. How's that? Well, the star's supposed to be fucking huge compared to a tiny ball curving Earth. And so its relative flatness is the reason for the parallel rays, they say, and how also you can't triangulate its position because of the consequence of parallel rays. So they preserve the geometry. They take a flat surface you can measure and put in a place you can't measure, and then the parallel rays, and they preserve this geometric equivalence between what we can experience and what we don't. So there has to be an adjudication process here. You know, we've got these two interpretations, but one of them can be independently and empirically validated, and that's the flat surface of the Earth, and that's the tiebreaker. That's kind of the concept for the paper that I've been nugging on for a while.
W.
I also produce a model for a flat Earth coordinate system that is completely congruent with globe interpretations of coordinates.
Another W. Nice.
Yeah, that part's done. That part was easy, and you'll know why when you read it.
Is that the one you sent me a while back with the hypersphere?
That's how it started. I originally started off with the idea of so yeah, the hypersphere idea came to me when I was kind of studying the mathematics of the ECEF and ECI coordinate reference systems that satellites use. And I was looking at this and thinking, holy shit, like the local tangent plane square that's on the ball, what they've done is the ball is actually 4 spatial dimensions with a radius that is a common equidistant point to all points on that tangent plane. And the tangent plane repeats itself with a periodicity that you can express with a modulo operation, which I put in an algebraic expression. And the periodicity can correspond to like the circumference of a globe Earth, if that makes any sense. And a modulo just basically does a remainder from how many times you like go around it and wrap around it. And you can think of like the remainders telling you how far you go past the point that you started when you loop. So you create this looping plane that is experienced in a Cartesian way, as we do in reality, X, Y, and Z planar. But in a 4th hyper dimension, the looping is done where the radius and curvature exists in a dimension you can't see. And this is interesting because what they've done for satellites is they create a fictitious absolute frame of reference, point of origin of the Earth. Whether you conceive of it as like underneath or above, it doesn't matter. It's in hyperspace. And that absolute frame of reference serves as a way to keep track of all the assets that are in motion above this call it an XY plane, if you want to use that convention, and Z is the vertical axis. And this was interesting to me because satellites exhibit no rotational vector with ECEF. So as satellites go through an orbital period, they have to maintain down with respect to the Earth, and that's not captured in anything I've ever seen, and not even in their own coordinate reference system. So I'm like, okay, they're obviously operating with a flat concept because they forego any rotation. And so how are they doing this? Well, insert the freaking hypersphere mathematics. in a looping world. I don't know if these things actually loop around like this. I don't claim that Earth is like a Pac-Man world, but you can certainly build one that way. So I moved on from that, and because I didn't want to like go Pac-Man Earth with this shit and invoking like Einstein's fucking Minkowski space and metric tensor bullshit, and just kind of keep it more empirical. And so I went with another direction. That's all.
Well, the thing I never understood about the GPS and the ECF coordinates is, as soon as you move in either direction, you're off the plane. If you're on a globe, right? If you're on a globe. As soon as you move, you go a freaking millimeter, you're off the plane.
Right. And so you need like a Taylor function, right, to determine how far off the plane you are, where the tangent meets the curve and approaches zero. Yeah, as soon as you move, you go into that weird space in between the tangent and the curve. And so, yeah, I mean,
well, then when you get an update, right? So you can say you got one tick of the GPS, right? You get one message, and a millisecond later you get another message. Is it just recalculating the tangent plane every single time it gets an update? So each individual tick is basically redoing the entire thing all over again?
Dude, that's a good question. I wonder, and these Globers, dude, they talk about how GPS is completely open source and everybody understands it. But no, like what they're doing is they're taking ground tracking stations all over the world, and they use azimuth and elevation to track satellites. And they can't track a satellite below a certain elevation angle due to path loss. So, I mean, they're doing like what you do with the freaking Mariner sextant. And then they aggregate this all together, compute coordinates, and calculate this freaking Keplerian orbital elements, and solve for like the mean anomaly and all this shit. And they tell the satellites where they think they should be in this fictitious coordinate system made out of Keplerian orbital elements. And then that shit like computes ECEF out of it and then broadcasts it back down to Earth. And it's like, what the fuck? You have no idea how they're doing all the shit on the back end with updating. And then you're updating like the ephemeris and the almanac and introducing relativity corrections, they say. Nobody has access to any of this shit. So you can't call GPS open source at all. Nobody fucking really understands how the thing actually works.
Yeah, it's definitely a black box.
It is. So yeah, I'm mystified by it. I really am. Also, I know enough to know that people don't really know what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's also, according to Trimble, that makes GPS handsets, right? They say they also do tropospheric refraction corrections.
Yeah, right, for communications, right? Because the ionosphere and yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't say how they do it, because I looked in, I tried to figure out how are they doing this, right? Like if refraction's doing all this shit. Are they doing a refraction correction for GPS? Find out. They claim they are. Okay, let's find out how they do it. It's a dead end. There's nothing to find.
I was going on a tangent earlier in the week and last week on Schuler tuning. Another fucking dead end. It only exists in theoretical models and concepts. And this, for the audience listening, this is where they supposedly account for the rotation vector over the curvature of the Earth in inertial navigation systems that use like fiber optic gyros or ring laser gyros, or even mechanical gyros that are high speed. So boats, airplanes, and even satellites. They calculate this, supposedly calculate the Schuler tuning, and then kind of when you look at the whole system, what it's doing is it's calculating the rotation vector to update the graphics on the screen that people are watching of a spherical coordinate reference system, which is like not reality. It's almost like it's like the Coriolis computers that they give snipers who have like globitis and need to feel like that they're doing something to correct for the curvature of the Earth, and it's not really doing shit. So,
we know it's ridiculous. they're just bad shots, and they're trying to come up with an excuse. It must be because I didn't use Coriolis. That's why I can't hit the target.
Yeah, like a bad tennis player's got excuses every day.
Yeah, it's my racket. I need a better racket, man.
Yep.
The chat's going crazy.
Yeah, but Schuler tuning's interesting, man. So this guy back like 100 years ago conceived of a way to mathematically account for the curvature of the Earth, regardless of however fast or what direction an object is navigating over it. And so he envisioned a big fat pendulum underneath a moving object that has a length of 3,959 miles and swings, and the swing is determined by gravitational acceleration, and it completes a period every 84.4 minutes. And so you use this constant, and you can correct for your curvature rotation at any point in time that you're navigating, and you're always maintaining conceptual theoretical down with respect to a globe Earth. And so they factor in this calculation into all these modern INS systems. And you start reading, well, how this become popular? Well, Apollo said that they started incorporating Schuler tuning to make their moon mission succeed. And then after that, like Boeing, Honeywell, Rockwell Collins, they're like, fuck, we'll update our INS systems too. If it worked great for Apollo, we'll start putting this in 747s. And so then they started integrating this black box into these systems. And the Schuler tuning mechanism or subcomponent is embedded within the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, the ADIRU, within the INS. And we've all heard stories about that, like from Globebusters and Taboo Conspiracy, where 777 pilot had his ADIRU unit malfunction while he was on the tarmac. And these technicians, and he was like worried because he thought without it, he'd be thrown way off from his flight plan, because he was relying on negotiating over the curvature of the Earth. And so the technicians didn't have any replacements, and it'd take too long to fix it. And so they said, well, you're just going to have to rely on your own skill as a pilot to get the job done. And he did. And he described that his flight took place without any problems whatsoever. All of his systems were working just fine. It was as if it didn't fucking matter at all. And so he was perplexed, and he said he sat down to research what the hell this unit was, and he kept reaching dead ends with it.
That was the guy that freaking got to the NASA site eventually. Didn't he say? Well,
yeah.
Was that the same guy who was like, let's just break into it? And they were like, no.
Yeah.
You can't go into it.
National security reasons and all this other shit.
No. Yeah, dude, you just open it up and it's just like.
Yeah, it's specifically
dude, it'd be funny if like a freaking a computer unit to a freaking like 1998 freaking Camaro, or something that just doesn't even do anything, just some shit they threw in there. Yeah. Holy shit!
Oh, that's probably speak and spell inside there, son.
Yeah, it probably does fuck all, or if it does anything.
Oh my god!
The only thing it does useful is update like your little airplane and like snap it to a coordinate reference system. Or maybe like your TomTom GPS might have something, huh?
Well, you mentioned they did it on Apollo. Well, why did they do it in intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Yeah, right. I don't know. I know you have to ask for that one, but if it serves any necessity, it's to reconcile. So what it's doing, what the avionics systems are doing, is they're taking Euclidean measurements of your world. Your attitude indicator, your compass, and everything is all azimuth elevation angles. And it's doing this mathematical conversion to synchronize it to spherical coordinate reference system. I think Schuler tuning might be a necessary component in reconciling, Euclidean world with geodesic world. And it's all to reify the ball, to take the flat real world terrain and map it into a freaking ball. Just like Helmert's 7 steps of transformation or whatever, it does the same kind of thing for geodesy. And that's all this is. So going back to what my paper is about, it's this hyper real world that Globers live in, that has no basis in actual reality, which is all based off of, their symbolic representations of the world as a globe thrown at them from birth, causing them to reify everything into existence they believe to be true when it's not. I have to go, guys. I'll be listening later, but I'm pulling into my driveway now. Just had a few minutes. Thanks for letting me ramble.
All right, thanks.
Let's get some W's in the chat.
Thank you.
Facts. Let's get some W's in the chat for Amish. That's some nerdy shit, man. Holy, bro. What the hell?
Fascinating.
We got some geeks in the panel. Love it.
It's not even that complicated, actually. It's just a terminology you are unfamiliar with.
Yeah, here's a bunch of $10
I
words.
could literally show you everything he said with like popsicle sticks and a piece of paper.
You know what? That sounds good.
Unless in retard language.
Yeah, you got to put it in like, yeah.
How come we're the largest room wherever we go?
We're hot, bro. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot.
Who said they were listening to retard language? What? I'm sorry that it wasn't put in crayon.
Yeah.
No, that was me. I'm sorry.
But I'll put it in the translation. They made shit up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, really?
We got Hans Strudel going hot in the chat side.
Strudel, you're up. I feel like we can cook him so hard on this edge thing.
Hans Strudel,
here?
you wanna? Supposed to be here, yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do with strudels, isn't it? Cook them?
Good
Strudel.
He's Yodeling.
Bro, what is that profile picture, man?
Yo, Hans, if you want better answers, you can speak up, ask your questions. Let's have a conversation.
He's saying that because it's flat, it has to have an edge. But I guarantee we start asking him about his edge of the universe, and he's like, well, I don't know. I don't even care.
But look at this picture I posted up in the side chat. Maxim was Rich Evan's girlfriend the whole time.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's his little bitch who ran back to him.
Oh,
crazy.
Oh, now that's gay.
Yeah. Lizzie does it.
I did
You
amazing.
did amazing.
So they're sending people up here to stir the pot, basically.
Oh, shit.
Mm.
Yeah, I saved that one. Definitely.
Oh, it's Richie, little cheerleader.
Was that in their channel?
They have like a Globe channel, right?
Yeah, they listen to us. They listen to us on YouTube now.
W. Pat in the numbers. W.
Yeah, they listen to us and then talk about us in the Globe Room.
I mean, that's
Beautiful.
stupid because any normie that comes in, they're going to look at it and go, oh, duh, you may as well have a 24/7 blue sky channel, right? Like, they're gonna look crazy.
What? Loy Mumato. Is he in the call? Loy Mumato. Tomato. Are you there?
What are you looking at?
Come off mute. The one with the red octopus.
Oh. Hail Hydra.
Hey, bro, you gotta come off mute, dude. Because he's saying in the chat, he said, could it be that the Earth is like a billion times larger than they claim? Hell no.
He doesn't have a working mic, guys. It's 2025.
That's fucking bullshit.
It's 2025.
Oh.
Microphones haven't been invented where he lives.
Bro, guarantee you have 5 mics around you right now. At least. At least. Dude, my fucking smartwatch has a goddamn mic on it, bro. What do you mean you don't have a mic?
Talk through the
Maybe
watch.
he's using a library computer right now.
Okay, Dick Tracy. Settle down.
Easy there.
He said, couldn't the Earth be a billion times bigger than they say? No. Fuck no. There's no
Hans.
BYOB here.
Sir Hans, do you hear us?
Hans.
Mr. Hans. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Wait, it could be a billion times bigger, but it's still flat.
Facts.
Yeah, that helps the globe side, obviously. Make it bigger.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Oh my.
Oh my.
All right, bro. Hans, come off mute so you can get cooked.
Oh, he's ignoring us, man. Just fucking chat warrior.
Says he can hear us. Yeah, they're scared to talk when they know they're being recorded.
Doesn't their bigger already imply a bigger ball? Flat Earth Ranger, by the way.
Oh, that's Flat Earth Ranger? What the hell? You're on a new account?
Wait, what the hell?
What happened to your other one?
Yeah, my buddy that I invited, I'm with them right now, so I'm on their account.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Bomb has been planted.
Bomb has been planted. How come they don't have Sunboard in this server?
I know. I don't know.
It'd be nice to use, actually.
Facts.
In a sensible way, of course.
I mean, of course.
But I see Matrix has... maybe you can...
Oh, yeah. Metatetrix has his soundboard with him.
Metatrix. Metatrix.
Metatetrix. I'm never letting that go.
And CB has no problem with Matrix being in charge of the soundboard at all.
Facts. I trained him up nicely.
But can you do the same as him?
What? He's like, what do you... Listen.
Can hear it in your voice, CB.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's hurting him.
What? No.
Just you admitting that it's okay. I can hear that anger.
Listen,
coming
I
to the
proudly
surface.
passed the torch.
What are we seeing here? Obi-Wan versus Anakin thing going on here, or what?
Pretty much.
And I've got the high ground.
That's actually on the soundboard. That's actually on my soundboard. Oh, nice.
That's funny.
Sorry, let me just go cry in the corner real quick.
Where's
All right, take a slice of cheese with you, mate.
Yeah,
Here comes. Do it. Perfect.
Oh, shit.
Sure, you put some cheese on that bread.
Wait. So CB's Newton and Matrix is Einstein.
Bro.
Get it right. It's Metatetrix.
Metatetrix, bro.
Metatetrix. Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, that's so great.
Sad part is, I even tried changing it too. You can't change your name in this server.
Oh, man. Don't worry. We're not going to forget.
Nah, there's no way anyone could ever replace CB.
Facts.
The legend.
Listen, bro. This is the head of the
man.
cultural...
Stop the...
Oh, man. You know, I'm just... As the head of the cultural development department, you know, just keeping the lights on here, folks.
What are we learning how to make in your crew? in your cultural development? What are we working on this week?
This week, we're just turning the grills up just a little bit hotter. We're gonna be roasting. I think last panel, yesterday or 2 days ago, we were roasting like I guess I can't say the T word. We were roasting some Skittle guzzlers. That was fantastic. Have you guys heard of that? India was like, "What's a Skittle guzzler?"
So instead of we're going to add in CB. Instead of ladies' night, we're going to have DEI afternoon as well. So anyone who's a minority can get the mic.
Well, that's why we have CB. That's why we have him.
Yeah, I am the DEI hire, bro. What do you mean? You don't need anyone else.
Yeah, but you only get half hire.
Yeah, you only get half the credit.
It was your melanin level that got you fired from the keyboard anyway, the soundboard.
Yeah,
Pretty
probably.
Sure.
Probably. Oh, man. Good times, good times. You guys don't believe me? I'm going to post my placard.
Hey, can you get DEI if you're a flat earther?
Maybe. I don't know.
Not in the U.S. We voted DEI out. Started in 2025, so it doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, good. It's a relief.
If you can really sell it, they'll let you be a Walmart greeter or bagger. But that's about it.
Who's that?
Get him. No. Okay.
That was no one.
No one?
Somebody of no one.
It was someone. No one can talk to someone?
Do you know one or no two?
I'm here.
I see no one or two.
Bro, these like random drive-by chime-ins, like we don't do that here.
Telling you, look up at the dicky knee.
The squawk and run.
The squawk and run, the drive-by. You're all dumb.
It's the globe. See you later.
No one. Are you a squawker?
No, I debate from time to time.
That's cat, bro.
Right.
Not even a debate. Talking about.
What are we debating about?
Right now, nothing.
Reality.
All right, fire it up. Are you a flat
know
earther?
about the globe?
What? We already know about the globe.
We know it's bullshit.
It wouldn't be any point in asking you anything about the globe. You don't know anything about the globe. Why would I ask somebody who I know doesn't know anything about it? You'd be like asking you to say, how do you change your spark plugs? You don't even know how an engine works. As far as you know, you turn the key in and room.
Well, let me ask him
You
abroad.
don't have to know how an engine works to replace a spark plug.
No one. What's your
I know that
favorite
'cause I've done it,
globe?
and I don't.
What's your favorite globe evidence?
An engineer?
My favorite, like personally, or my favorite to talk about with people who deny 99% of it.
Your favorite, whatever. Your favorite. What's the best according to you?
Do both.
I mean, my favorite are the pictures. But
Your favorite are the pictures. Which pictures?
any of them.
Any of them.
Yeah.
What about the Black Swan picture?
What about it?
Got him.
Is that one of your favorite globe proofs?
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
So how's it a globe proof if the horizon isn't where the globe claims it should be?
Well, because that's not where the globe claims it should be. That's where QE claims it should be.
Okay, so where should the horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
Where does the globe claim?
it should be.
For a 1 foot observer?
Yeah.
Do you know any 1 foot observers?
Yeah, I caught a camera.
Yeah, you put a camera on the ground.
Your sister.
Or your sister. Shut up. So where should the horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
Depends on a lot of different things.
Dude doesn't know shit, man.
Okay.
This guy.
Of course, Crit. Of course he
Give us
doesn't. That's
one
the whole
thing that it
point.
depends on. What's one thing?
Atmospheric conditions.
All right. What else?
So where? So give us a range then. Where should it be
wait.
with a
Hang on a
percentage
sec.
difference?
He could correct the first premise of the argument. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, now add whatever you need to that, and then give us every distance to the horizon measurement should be no more than X. You fix that part up for us.
He's gonna say.
I'd have to look into the math, I guess.
What's the range?
Yeah,
I feel like that was a good question.
That's not gonna happen. So a 1 foot observer, where are you putting it?
Wherever it needs to go.
Wherever it needs to go. So 1 mile?
No, it'd probably be more than that unless it's foggy, I guess.
5 miles.
For a 1 foot observer, probably not. No.
Not 5 miles.
I mean, I'm assuming we're talking 1 foot elevation, not 1 foot off the ground, right?
What?
Yeah, 1 foot above sea level.
We're talking 1 foot above sea level. Yeah, I would have to look at the math, but I think 5 miles would probably be too far.
Okay. 5 miles.
Given any refraction.
Okay.
Any
So what
realistic
if we see it
reflection.
then? So what if we see it at 10 miles then?
At 1 foot?
Yeah.
1 foot elevate, I don't know. I'd have to see it, I guess. I'd have to see the picture
Okay, well, we can post
and the location data.
We can post the videos in the chat. So you didn't know about this? You didn't know that this was going on? I mean, this is the whole point. We're talking about this like all the time. You didn't realize?
Oh no, I'm aware of the black swan
So you know that
photos.
the
I've never
horizon's
seen where
beyond the
they were
rig.
taken from, though. I know what the claim is, but it's never been
Never been verified. How long have you been looking into this?
Do you have the GPS coordinates of where the camera was?
No, about the GPS coordinates. Miramar Beach, California.
Okay, yeah. So the claim of where the camera was.
Well, they've posted a video. I'm sure the guy has the position on Google Maps and all that information on the video.
Hasn't been
In the
verified.
video. On the beach, go to Google,
that's always the claim. I've never seen it come to
line up
fruition,
the
though.
oil rigs, and then place yourself on the beach on Google Maps and line up the oil rigs, and that's approximately where he was at.
But that's okay. You don't have to believe this video. I just want to know that you understand the principle. So if you went down to the beach, wherever you live, and you put a camera down at 1 foot, and you saw the horizon beyond 10 miles, what would that mean?
He doesn't know.
I guess it would mean there's a lot of refraction.
There's a lot of what?
Refraction.
A lot of refraction. Meaning what? Exactly.
You don't know what refraction is? I thought you guys have looked at it.
I'm wondering what you mean when you say when there's a horizon at 10 miles for a 1 foot observer, you're saying there's a lot of refraction. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying if that was the case, like if I went to the beach and if I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this has happened, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what happens, but fair enough, you don't know that yet. You've not looked into it. I'm
Okay,
saying when you
that's the
do.
claim.
So when you do, and if this is what occurs, what does that mean?
It means there's a lot of refraction going on in the atmosphere.
Okay, so
Does it not mean that the horizon is not the geometric curve of a ball Earth with a 3959 mile radius because it's not at the position that it's claimed to be, and it's 10 times further? Isn't that what you mean?
Again, of course, the horizon isn't the curve.
Oh.
The horizon is
So
the
boats
line where
aren't
the
going over
sky
a curve
and the.
then. So when they're telling the kids ships are going over the horizon, which is a curve of the Earth, that's not true, right?
I mean, ships go beyond the horizon.
But they don't go over a horizon, which is Earth curve, right?
I mean, over in the sense of like you can climb over a hill.
And
No,
going around
it
the
doesn't make
curve.
any sense.
Yeah, as in it's a curve. Okay, so you agree it's not a curve of water.
Not a hill of water.
Oh shit.
So you agree with that?
Yeah, no, it's not a hill.
So why are
because
they
it's
telling the
at
kids?
zero elevation?
So why are they telling the kids that it's a hill of water?
Hills aren't at zero elevation.
So why are they telling kids
I don't
it's
know.
a curve of water the boats are going over?
Well, because it is a curve of water. So
Oh, it is a curve of water now. You just said it wasn't a curve of water.
No, I said it wasn't a hill.
That's trademarked.
It's not a hill.
No,
but
before
it's a
you
curve.
mentioned the hill, dude, you did say that.
Yeah, you said it's not a curve of water. But you're saying it is a curve of water now.
Oh, the horizon? Yeah, no, the horizon is just the line where the sky and the water meet.
Line?
Where
The
the
horizon
ships meet.
isn't the water itself.
So it's not a curve of water again.
The horizon is not a
Yeah,
curve
it's
of
the
water.
horizon
no.
where the curve
Right.
starts, dude. You're playing dumb.
I don't think
Is the horizon where the curve starts?
So can something
No.
No.
from view?
They've lied to the children. Right, so no one...
I just want to ask
Sorry,
you,
was that
can
too young?
something be obstructed from view, right, by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon?
You're a bit quiet for me, T.
You're coming in really low, but
Sorry guys. Yeah, all right, don't worry about it.
So it's not a curve of water that boats are going over, so they are lying to the children. That's what you're saying.
what's not a curve of water?
The horizon. What do you think?
No, it's not.
Okay. So boats don't go over the horizon being a curve of water. Just so we're clear.
That's not the terminology that I would use.
Can I ask him a question now?
Yep.
All right, so can something be obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon?
Like it's between you and the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Something being obstructed by the curvature of Earth. Before no, I can't.
There you go.
So,
in order to be obstructed, it would have to be beyond the horizon.
So if you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator and you click on one of the calculators, have you seen those?
Sure. What about them?
So when you put in like 1 foot, what does it say the distance to the horizon should be?
I'm not a mathematician.
Huh?
I said, I don't know. I can't do that math in my
Well,
head.
that's why I'm saying you can go on the calculators. There's calculators online if you Google distance to horizon calculator. And then you click on the calculator.
Okay, so what's the point though?
So go on one of the calculators and then put in 1 foot and tell us what distance it says the horizon should be.
Why? What's the point?
Well, just do it, because we're discussing this claimed geometry of an Earth that they're teaching to all the
Yeah,
children
if
and everyone
you
else.
do that and say the number out loud to us, we'll know you got it right.
Yeah, so we know that you know what the globe claim actually is, because it sounds like you're maybe unsure. And how are you going to be able to figure out if it's true or not if you don't even know what the actual claim is? So have you done that? You got one of the calculators open? One foot observer height. What's the horizon distance? Still there? What happened?
The burnout.
It happens.
Go on, no one. Didn't even get to the good bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you leave the app, it freezes all the controls.
What?
So the calculator doesn't take into account any form of optics at all. It just takes into
Give
account
him Walter
pure
Bislin.
Pythagorean.
Look up Walter Bislin so you can type in all the funky things you want, and you're still not going to make it turn into a ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, use whichever calculator you want to use. One of them must be representing the globe correctly, no?
No, they're all approximations.
Oh. So how do you know what the globe is supposed to look like if none of the calculators are accurate?
With distance measurements.
Well, yeah, but you're just saying you don't know what distances you would be comparing to because none of the calculators are accurate.
No, that doesn't.
Okay, so which calculator are you going to use? So how are you going to figure out what the distance to the horizon should be according to this 59 mile radius ball claim that you've been taught?
Why do I care?
Well, to figure out if what you believe is true.
I don't need horizon distance observations to do that.
Well, but that would be a part of it. Your horizon distance would be a factor in the ball. It's supposed to have a geometric horizon.
That would be one of the weakest ways.
No, that would be actually the only way that you could actually observe this claimed curvature. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, you can't get to an altitude that they say you would be able to see curvature.
There's too many factors that go into this calculation, right?
But curvature ain't one, right? All the factors, the refraction, the atmo conditions, but no curvature. That's never a factor, right?
I mean, it's the main factor, but there's too many other factors.
It's not any factor. Because if we're going on by the curvature, the horizon for a 1 foot observer would be 1 mile, but we're seeing horizons at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. So curvature ain't a factor.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, look in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring something up. The horizon is the most important number because you can't calculate any other number without it. It is literally the first variable that must be calculated. And all other ones are derived from that horizon.
Can you calculate what?
You have to calculate the drop, how much should be hidden, any of those, how many degrees the dip should be, any of those things, you have to calculate the horizon distance first.
Yeah, how could you go on to make any argument about a globe if you can't even evidence the fundamental necessity of curvature? How would that work?
And if you're saying if there's too many factors, then how did they measure it in the first place?
Yeah, they can't figure out the horizon distance in 2025, but apparently they could figure out the Earth was a spinning ball in the BCs somehow.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It's not really adding up,
You
no
don't-
one.
You don't have to know all of the numbers to see that
But you do. But you do have to have curvature for a ball, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't have
Yeah, we
that.
do.
So no,
We
you
do.
don't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where's that been measured?
Where's it been measured?
Yeah.
Are you kidding
But
me?
it hasn't. It hasn't been measured.
It hasn't been measured,
It's been calculated.
but not measured.
From what? Don't they have to make a measurement and put that measurement
Measure-
variable into the calculation?
Yeah, so it was just
Measured
like
with what?
an imagined
Like,
calculation.
Are you measuring curvature of a surface of a planet with a protractor? What are you measuring it with?
Well, you tell us because it's your
With a
claim.
protractor.
You're
You
saying
need to
there is
measure it.
curvature.
Sorry.
Where is it? It's not been measured and it's not being observed.
Before you can claim it's a planet, you need to measure it as a globe first.
No, you don't.
Are you telling me you're doing all this
That's ridiculous.
without actually having any evidence that there's any curvature? You're doing all this on assumption.
Oh, we do have evidence that there's curvature.
Okay, so who measured it?
The curvature itself wasn't measured. It's calculated based on
That's
other
an assumption.
measurements.
That's an assumption. then.
Measurement.
It's not an assumption.
Okay, measurements of what?
What's the other measurements? Because I'm going to go do it right now. It's daylight, and I can go out and get this curve done, and Indio can shut the servers down.
God damn, I can't.
You're not going to go do it right now.
Yeah, you're not going
Don't
to.
lie to me.
Well, what was measured?
Because you're making shit
Why
up.
wouldn't I, dude? Why wouldn't I? It's nice out. It's like 75. I have a P900. I can do whatever you want. I've got a lab here. We can do all kinds of shit.
All right.
Do you feel like
So curvature
do you
wasn't
feel like
measured.
driving hundreds of miles today?
What was measured?
Do you feel like driving hundreds of miles today?
Is that what they did?
Miles.
Drove
That's
100
linear.
miles today. Yes, I did. I drove 100 miles. Half of it was along Lake Erie, and that didn't curve. How come?
No, I said hundreds. Do you feel like driving hundreds of miles today?
Dude, we've all driven hundreds of miles.
Yeah, you should have
wasn't
a
curved.
drop of 66 feet for 10 miles, and that stretch
That's
is
not what I'm
longer than
asking.
10 miles, and I could see all the buildings all the way in downtown Cleveland.
Well, just tell
That's
us.
not what I'm
You're saying the curvature wasn't measured. It was calculated based on other measurements. What measurements?
Elevation angle to Polaris, along with distance traveled.
It's a flat
An
earth.
elevation angle.
Oh.
How's that going to get you a curve?
Who did that, bro? Who did that?
One elevation angle measurement won't. No, you have to make multiple at different
Yeah.
locations.
Okay.
Specifically,
Who did this test?
specifically different.
When was this test done?
Specifically at different locations
So
away
you're
from.
going to tell your
or
narrative
towards
instead of
the
giving us
equator.
the empirical. So you're going to tell your narrative instead of give us your empirical evidence. Cool story, bro. Can we have the evidence for the story now?
Yes, I'm going to finish my sentence before moving on.
No, you're
That's
going
correct.
to. Yeah, we know what you're going to. We know the claim. We've heard it 1,000 times. The problem is there's no evidence for the claim. So maybe you're the guy with the evidence.
People
How would
ascertain
measuring an elevation angle? How would measuring an elevation angle
Every
confirm to you that the surface is curved anyway?
That's a lie.
because the rate of change is linear.
Change of what?
Yeah. What's the evidence of that?
Latitude measurements.
Latitude. Yeah, that's a circular logic row. Latitude measurements are looking at the sky.
Yeah, they're not measuring
Yeah,
curvature of the ground.
The rate of change is linear.
Okay,
An
compared to
elevation
what?
angle.
What do you mean compared to what?
What is the linear rate of change? The angle or what?
Yeah, the elevation angle to Polaris
Yeah.
coupled
The
with
linear
distance
relationship
traveled.
with-
That
Okay,
relationship.
that's
is
the evidence
linear.
I want right there. That right there. That's the evidence I want. The linear relationship between distance traveled and the angle. Go.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
So, okay.
The evidence.
Is this
Not
just
more
a thought
story,
experiment? Is this a thought experiment, or has
away.
someone done it?
Okay. I'm explaining the experiment. You can do it right now.
No, the one that was done.
Yeah, that's what we're asking, if it was done, not what you're imagining.
Oh, you want one that was done?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, something that's been done would be good, because then we know it's not just in your imagination, right?
How do you know it's not just in someone else's imagination? And
Well,
I'm just
because
reading
you
what they
would provide an actual measurement. That's how we would know. A demonstration of your claim is how we would know. But if you don't, then yeah, it could just be from someone's imagination.
I'm telling you how you can demonstrate it.
Okay, what you're telling us is the goal prediction, okay? What we want is the test of the prediction, okay? We want that. The test of the prediction. Don't sit here and claim that the prediction came true when you don't have the come true part.
Yeah, because remember, this whole thing started because we said, who measured the curve? And you said, no one's measured the curve. They did other things. And we're saying, what other things? Oh, they measured something else. What did they measure? They measured this. Who measured that? And now you're saying, well, no one, I'm just imagining it.
No, I'm not. People take latitude measurements every single day.
Doing what you just claimed.
Yes, that's
And
literally how
demonstrating a curve.
latitude is
Okay,
derived.
post it. Post it. Put it in the chat.
No, he's got to show
Alright,
the
give me a
linear
second.
relationship between the distance measured on the ground and the latitude measurement.
Yeah, that's what he's claiming.
Between latitudes. Not just a latitude measurement.
Yeah, that's what you said people are doing all the time. So I said, post it.
Okay, yeah, give me just a second.
Yeah, we'll let you search for it. It's funny, like they don't realize that we already know the answers. We already know the answer. Nobody's done it. It's just a calculation based on faith. And he's going to search right now, Google, ChatGPT, all this shit. He's going to come back with nothing and spiral into oblivion.
Don't give the ending away.
Oh, God, sorry. Fuck, dude. Spoiler alert. I gotta do
The viewers are on the edge of their seats.
Oh, I was hoping, man. Come on.
No one's going to prove the globe.
Or alternative ending would be, he goes, shit, I actually don't have a measurement. Maybe there's something into this flat earth thing because I have a baseless belief. Where can I find more information? That would be a good ending.
I mean, I'm already pretty satisfied with the concession that no one's ever measured the curve. I mean, that's not going to disappear from your psyche. That's in there for life. That's a big realization.
Oh, but Cyclone, you forgot. They do it every day by walking 69 miles and measuring 1 degree.
No, that's right.
That's what he said.
It's fun to watch this because last time I talked to this dude, he was basically running an anti-flat Earth server and just pounding those, mod perms. He can't do that here.
Yeah, what a difference, eh? So, free to talk.
Who did that?
No one. The only person he can mod now is
No
himself. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he used to be a mod in this really big anti-flat Earth server that burned out when all the different admins got pissed at each other. They're trying to figure out what is appropriate level to allow flat earthers to talk. One of the admins was like, let them always talk. They're fun, they're entertaining, and it's harmless content. Another admin was like, it's harmful disinformation. You need to shut it down. I'm like, well, why do we open a flat earth channel if we don't want flat earthers to talk? And the other guy was just kind of like, I don't know, whatever. I mean, just if it's not TOS, just let them do what they want to do.
Well, I'm curious on that, where no one leans. No one. Do you think this discussion is harmful misinformation?
No, not this one in particular, but I've been on
When
other
do you
flat Earth
think?
servers where it does lead to that.
Have you heard anything that we've
What
said that
way?
you'd consider harmful misinformation?
No, not here.
Not yet, but there's always the possibility, guys, that we might point out a very harmful horizon.
What have you heard that's
I didn't say not yet. I said
What
not
have you
here.
heard that?
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
What have you heard that's harmful disinformation in other servers?
Well, it didn't relate to flat Earth. It was just other conspiracy theories.
Oh, right.
So not flat Earth.
So the flat earthers aren't doing the harmful misinformation. That's good. Glad you agree with that, Nolan.
The
I
globalists
mean,
are the ones doing
they
it.
were themselves. They were themselves flat earthers, but they weren't currently talking about flat Earth.
Oh.
Well, then you could say, well, Globers are peddling harmful misinformation because Globers have peddled harmful misinformation.
Yep. So
Yeah, sure.
all
That happens.
Globers are harmful disinformation.
But this isn't a Glober server, is it?
Thank God it's not.
It's not a Goldberg voice chat. It's definitely a Goldberg server.
Nah, you can't have a
I mean,
Glober
it's
server on a flat
politics
Earth.
and religion server.
They're all flat Earth servers. They just don't know it.
I'm just going to say this. Anyone that thinks dangerous misinformation even exists is a statist nanny state cuck. It shouldn't be allowed to vote.
That's borderline harmful.
I mean,
feeling
what
harmed.
happened to like personal responsibility where you have to vet the information?
Yeah, I'd be thinking twice before accepting worldview advice from people who are so scared of alternative opinions.
It shows that they're not really about science because science requires free speech. They really don't want free speech.
Yeah, do you think
he did counter no measurement with no measurement? So, I mean,
do you think flat Earth discussion should be censored? No one.
No, I'm of the same opinion that Indio just said. I'm a free speech absolutist. I just mean I've been in voice chats where terms of service, which I disagree with, but it's still objectively true that the terms of service were being violated, right?
Okay, so you don't think what we're talking about, what we're doing, is bad? You support what we're doing, basically?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. There's some hope. Why do you think some people act like what we're doing is dangerous or should be censored? Where do you think that comes from?
Probably the gateway to into other conspiracy theorists that they do deem harmful.
Gateway.
If I had to guess, I don't know, but that would just be my guess.
A gateway conspiracy theory.
So wait, do you disagree
So
with
we're
Michelle?
are we like the marijuana of the conspiracy world? There's a gateway to other drugs.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. Like I said, I don't know.
You're saying we're the weed of anti-establishmentism. Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Actually, it was the last thing I really came across. Like, yeah, I pretty much heard it all.
Yeah, I would
Everything
agree.
else went out the window. Yeah.
if anything, you want to be going after those 9/11 truther guys, I would say.
Oh, now that's harmful. That's harmful.
That's a harmful gateway.
Yeah.
You might end up questioning if 2 planes can knock down 7 buildings.
Yeah.
What they try to do.
I don't think that's conspiracy they're worried about.
What
are they worried about? Which one are they worried about? Sorry, Crit, just very quickly. Which one are they worried about, do you think? That we're getting
this is
to?
live on this is live on YouTube, isn't it?
Oh, you're talking about the thing that happened a few years ago. Are you talking about that?
There's that one, and then there's the thing that happened several decades ago that people deny.
Yeah, it is the JQ question. Dude, you have no idea. So you got constantly remind the globalists, Von Braun, was a Nazi war criminal. Just harp that point. It's not flat earthers who are Holocaust deniers. It's you. You denied justice by letting them get away with it. You let these criminals get away with it. In the name of what? Going to the moon?
I mean, I wasn't even born yet, so I didn't do any of that.
Yeah, but still today, how come you're not beating the drum? So anytime someone mentions NASA, you tell them it was founded by war criminals.
I mean, I don't think it was founded by them. It was staffed by them, right?
All of them. The whole Apollo program. It wasn't just von Braun.
Why is NASA harmful disinformation? What? I don't get it.
He's trying to say that the flat earthers were the actual. He's trying to say flat earthers were the rocket scientists that were part of Operation Paperclip.
No, that's not what I was saying.
No, but it is odd. It is odd that somehow you would link pointing out a horizon to things like what you were intimating. And I know you're trying to think what the other people are thinking, but why would that even be a thing in their head?
Just straight up, you have Elon Musk doing a Roman salute at inauguration, and they're like, "Oh, flat earthers are the JQers." Huh. Absolutely fucking amazing. The mental gymnastics these guys will go through to try to brand flat earth as some kind of harmful conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I would probably wager that anyone you could find that's really been prominent on those topics is probably a globe believer. Odds are.
Throw up your // in the chat, guys.
Sorry, I got a phone call, but last thing I heard was why would it be linked? And I don't know. I've been in this circle for a while, and they do coincide a lot. That's all I know. Well, okay.
Bullshit.
Agree to disagree. My experience begs to differ.
How about this? Side with flat earth and let's bring it to public national attention that NASA was founded by war criminals and still to this day has war criminals in its ranks as defense contractors. They were all, and not only that, not only that, but you could say they are all worried about naming the James Webb Telescope because James Webb had done some investigations on people's personal lives. He wanted to cleanse NASA of anyone with alternative lifestyle. They're worried about that the space station, they want to call it the Von Braun space station, and eventually they had to change the name to Gateway.
What I think is going on.
Like, who's this Von Braun guy? Holy fucking shit! They want to name a space station Von Braun? Are you fucking kidding me? This guy's a war criminal. Why would you name a space station after a war criminal?
Well, if you ask
me, is that the marijuana to space then?
Yeah.
Well, if you ask me, what it seems to be to me is more like it's an easier and cheaper argument to make to try and tar flat earthers with some conspiracy brush than it is to explain why the horizon is not matching the globe model. So I think when people clutch their pearls and feign some kind of moral outrage about those particular topics in relation to flat earthers, it's more because they don't actually want to deal with what flat earthers are putting forward, which is observations, measurements taken in the natural world that debunk this globe fantasy cartoon that they're teaching the children.
It almost seems like they don't understand what the argument is.
Well, they don't want
people. What they want to do is make it about people. It's not.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the horizon. They want to deal with fuckwit69 on Facebook.
Yeah, he said this, therefore all flat earthers think this.
Yeah, and notice this too, like, there's been one group of people who dehumanize the other based off wrongthink. Only one group of people in all of human history who did such a horrible thing. And they'll come in here, tell you, the flat earther, you're a neo-Nazi, and you're a flurman. You're a flat earth vermin. You're vermin. You should be eradicated. You're like, holy shit, dude.
That's a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, it's because they think they're fucking cloaked. They think by acting like that and being very vitriolic towards flat earthers, they'll get us to respond, and then they'll clip it. That's when they clip it. They'll say, look how flat earthers talk. It's like when you play basketball and someone elbows another player, it gets the ref's attention. The ref looks over there and they see the other player shove back. Foul. They see the second thing, not the first thing. You gotta be aware that they're always listening and they're ready to clip anything at any time for any reason to try to frame flat earthers as some sort of conspiracy kook to try to avoid the conversation. They can't win.
Let's do a review and wrap up this interaction. Okay. Well, Cyclone says, hey, why doesn't this horizon distance match the globe? Dude said, well, the horizon's not physical. Then he said, well, it's kind of physical, but it's not physical. And he said, well, you can't really tell. There's too many variables. It's too many confounding factors. You really can't measure any of that stuff like the horizon. But you can tell by driving a distance and looking at the linear relationship between the angle of a star, like Polaris, and the distance you drive. He was asked to show the evidence that is the case, and we're still waiting.
Yeah, I was just making conversation while he was searching, but it has been quite a while, no one.
Dude, you'd be able to read the entire Encyclopedia Britannica backwards and forwards before he came back with that evidence.
Yeah, I'm halfway through War and Peace at the moment. Did you find what you were looking for, no one?
He got a call again.
Yeah, okay.
Who, Rich Evans?
I was going to say it's probably Red.
Yeah, it's his boyfriend.
Hey, Crit, all I can say to our mate down there by himself is nice echo chamber, fuckwit.
How many people are in this chat?
45.
44.
Okay.
Minus 2 bots.
Well, someone snap that, and then snap his one, and then just post them side by side in his chat.
Okay, I don't think he's Well, let's put that go on it as a save game. We'll start a new game, and then if he comes back, we'll go load the save game. So, anybody else?
Yep.
Well, it's a shame he won't speak up on the VC.
No, he ran away. He wants to fill a text chat with inane garbage. And then when it's your turn. It's time to talk. He runs to another VC, then tells you're the one who ran away.
They're like children in school running from room to room to gossip about each other.
Yeah.
Amazing. And they do this every few months. There's like a bad week for the Globe, and it spurs one of them on to make a I'm upset about Flat Earth channel. No one joins it, and then it just disappears. And then next month, the same thing happens.
Yeah. He's part of the Rich Evan crew. He can just fuck off anyway.
It's like they're so he's so desperate to get us to come and talk to him.
Yeah.
While saying
strength of their crew, then fucking hell.
Imagine being so confused in your own dislike of someone that you make channels promoting them, beg them to come and talk to you, whilst at the same time maintaining that you really dislike this whole thing.
And then provide no evidence of your claim in your own channel.
They come here to stir things in the pot, make you trigger, and then they try to lure you back to their VC to populate it. And they think that's going to work? Hello?
Yeah, it's like, hey, look, we got a flat earther in here now. Attention, everyone. Yeah, if you want to talk about flat Earth, you know exactly where to find it. The room with all the people in it.
I don't know. They told me to leave when I went in there a couple days ago. Rich Evans posted the Wikipedia article about the Cavendish experiment. I saw it, so I went in there and I posted 5 or 4 actual experiments of them doing it and it not doing what they say it does. And he said, "You're not supposed to be in here." So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So I thought it was just a cope session, like they just cry to each other in there.
Yeah.
They sit in there and all they do is talk about flat earthers. It's like, yeah, Gossip Girls. It's TMZ and BuzzFeed. Top 10. Number 1 will surprise you.
Is he banned from the channel? Is that what it is? Or is he not
No,
banned?
he got tech suppressed.
Oh, so he could be in here.
No, he won't. He refuses to.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
I got some questions for.
Pretty sure he's banned.
Yeah, he's on the ban list. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, better way. Stop annoying us for real.
This Reek guy was just in here. Yeah, Rich is banned.
It's anything to get our attention, isn't it? It's like, you mean, you've been here for a year, Rich, and you weren't banned completely. You were in here a lot of the time talking. You pretty much gave up trying to prove the globe after a month, and then you spent the next 11 months just retardedly spiraling. And now you're making channels and all this shit. Come on, dude. It's a bit much. If he could plug the YouTube into his veins like an IV, he would.
It's like, and then he goes one sock into the next sock, into the next sock. And he's not even smart enough to try to just offer some kind of different idea. He just can't even just be like, oh, hey, what's going on in this channel? I'm kind of new to the server and a flat earth section. What's this about? Instantly comes in and picks up exactly where he left off at the last, like, you wouldn't even be able to tell. Like, he'd be like, okay, Rich, yeah, you're done for the day on your sock. Comes back in and picks up the conversation, next sentence.
Yeah, well, I mean, he'll be enjoying this anyway, because just talking about him, I'm sure, makes his whole day.
Oh yeah, he loves attention. It's attention seeking.
It's like a personality disorder.
What are you feeding the trolls for? Don't feed that guy, let him starve.
We've got mouths to feed.
Okay, it's fair enough. Everybody can have bread.
But no, it's right. There must be someone else in this channel who thinks the Earth is a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball. Come on.
Well, just to close it out, the reason to bring him up is so other globalists can see the difference between a flat earther and an anti-flat earther, or a flat earther and a globalist. When you get someone like that, they're just completely obsessed. They've lost any ability to think with logic or reason.
If one is not willing to criticize their own worldview, they're not thinking critically. Folks come in here acting like everyone just fell off the flat earth turnip truck. Dude, we left that worldview, and we know more about that worldview than most of you guys do. We've already changed our minds. So then the question remains, are you willing to change your mind? Are you open-minded? Probably not.
Violet Agony says,
yeah.
Where the what?
No?
We have globers and auto-globers who are just globe earth believers, and then there's the globe-tard who does not think critically at all. They're just, yep, earth globe, man, you dumb. And that's their whole argument.
Well, while we've got 40 odd people in the chat, let's see if there's any new people who have questions or whatever.
Violet Agony in the chat says that I think the Earth is round, but I'm here to hear why it might not be. Lol, and he's down there at the bottom of the. He's in the voice
Great.
channel. Are you there, Violet Agony, or he or she?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. So you want to know why we're here saying the Earth isn't a spinning ball and is actually flat?
Yes. Do you think other planets are round?
Well, let's start with this one that we're on.
Okay.
Because that whole being taught that the lights in the sky are what we are on is a bit of a fallacy anyway. But we can get to that. So the Earth, what we're talking about, is the Earth's surface that we all live on and physically experience every day. That's observed, measured, and practically used as flat, not curved. And we're told a story, right? We're on such a specific size of ball that it just seems flat, but it actually measures flat, in contradiction to the globe model's claim of curvature. Over large bodies of water, we're talking about generally, because, you get topography
Well,
and
then
everything
what's
else.
your view on how gravity works?
Ooh. Well, it depends what you mean by gravity, and it depends what you mean by works.
I mean, well, do you believe gravity exists?
Well, what do you think? What do you mean when you say gravity, specifically?
I mean, the scientific equation that says it's proved that gravity is a thing.
And what is that thing, do you think? What does that mean when you say gravity?
A force? I don't know. I forget what gravity is supposed to be described as, but
Yeah. No, see, this is the thing. I mean, they've done a good job at confusing people with this gravity concept, because you only need some kind of pulling to the center force if you think you're on the exterior of a spinning ball. They had to come up with some story about how you could possibly be in this situation, stuck to a spinning ball. So it was out of necessity that there's this desire to find this force that pulls things to the center of an imagined ball. But it's not considered a force currently. It's thought of as the bending and warping of space-time, which is a concept that Einstein imagined. But they mix that in with the real observations that we have of things falling to the ground, like if you drop your phone. When in reality, that only tells you that there's a downward vector for things that have more density than the medium they're in, and they'll go downwards. But that doesn't tell you that we're living on a spinning ball. They've just mixed those concepts together so that you kind of reify it in your mind. But things are basically ordering themselves by density relative to the medium that they're in, and we have an objective up and down with a planar surface. So we don't need a pulling to the center force, it's just there's an up and down.
do you think we've been to space in order to observe our own world?
No. What they show us as space on TV and on the internet, textbooks, none of that's real.
None of that. So, how is that shown or created? Do you think that's just Hollywood
Yeah, that's Hollywood. That's
getting
special
paid
effects.
by the government?
Well, no, it's, I mean, in the sense that it's special effects techniques similar to the ones we see Hollywood using. I mean, back in the day, it was scale models and stop motion and things like that. And now it's, more advanced techniques, green screen, blue screen, chroma key, composite imagery.
So then what do
all
you
kinds
think
of
every
stuff.
time you see a rocket launch, like Elon Musk's, for example, because his rockets are different than a traditional NASA rocket. His go up and then land back down on their own bottom.
Well, you can
that's
have
fake too?
Well, no, you could have rockets going up and coming back down on a flat surface. You never see them going around the ball. If you actually went and observed a rocket launch, what you see it do is go up, level out, and then appear to come back down. Now, what they say is it appears to come back down because it's looping around the ball, but in actuality, it's just coming back down on the flat surface, which is what we observe. So that's fine. You can have rockets, but when you watch the videos, you'll notice it then cuts. Once it starts going out of the line of sight of the observers on the ground, there'll be a cut in the video, and then it'll be like, look, now we're flying into space. And that's just Hollywood.
What about some satellite imagery, for example, or like imagery from something like the Mars rover?
Yeah, just more production, special effects, Hollywood.
Interesting.
And they admit this. They admit this, right? I mean, you can look into someone called Robert Simmons, who's an employee at NASA. And he's essentially a digital artist, and he's spoken on record about how he created the famous blue marble image, which was put onto everyone's iPhone back in the day. And he's talking about taking flat strips of data, turning them into images, and wrapping them around a ball in Photoshop to create these images. So they're composite images, they're not photographs, even according to them.
Well, thank you for all your time. I defer.
Okay, no problem. Any questions? Let us know.
Some people put some information there for you in the chat, Violet, if you want to see some more.
And yeah, Violet, I understand that you've got all these kind of questions, like you just asked, but what I would say is you should think about the Earth from your perspective. And what I mean by that is we are generally educated to think about the world in these high-level conceptual ways. Hold on, we've got some background noise. You guys mute your mics if you're not talking. So we're given these kind of images and these ideas and concepts of a ball Earth in space, and that's how you've been taught to think about the Earth. But what I would recommend is that, even if only for a mental exercise, you think about it through your view of things, right? What can you observe? What can you experience? What can you detect? And then branch that out and see what other people have observed, what they've measured, what they've experienced. Go from a first person perspective and go from there. Since that's the only actual perspective you can have of the Earth, these third-party God's eye view images that were shown, they're not something that's ever part of our actual experience. So yeah, try that and do some research and ask questions. Good luck. Anyone else with questions? Or Violet, do you want to ask another one? Or maybe we can ask you some questions, if you're interested. But no worries, if not, the floor is open.
Kevin, I'm looking at you, bro.
Kevin, you've been spotted.
Earth is round, obviously, he says in the side chat.
Round? Pizzas are round, obviously. What does that tell us?
I have one question.
Just one?
Just for now.
Okay. Wait.
Earth being flat, do you believe it's the same shape as a pie, or is it a little?
No, we're not making a claim. We're not making a claim as to its shape, quote unquote. We're not even claiming that it is a shape. We're not claiming it as an object. Right? Again, this goes back to what I just said about we've been trained to think about the Earth as an object in a larger space. So we don't actually know that that's the case. We don't know what the shape of this place is. We don't know its total size. We don't know its location on a larger scale. We don't know any of that. We're not claiming it.
what we're talking about is the surface observing and measuring flat. So it can't be the ball they're showing us. But exactly what it is, more research required. Does that make sense, what I just said? Or are you confused?
You know, the shape question makes me think that, like, you know, in the globe paradigm, everything's like this perfect sphere. But there's no perfect spheres in nature, right? On the Earth. I challenge you to go find a perfect sphere on the Earth. It ain't going to happen. But they have no problem thinking that the Earth and what's in the sky is the same, right? They think it's all just the same. Well, there's really not like what you see in the sky. There's nothing on the Earth that's the same as that. It just but like you said, that's how they've got people to think about it, right? That Earth is like some object, like that you can hold in your hand, and it's just floating in this nothingness.
Well, that's where they've done a bit of a bait and switch, right? Because, yeah, you're not going to find a perfect sphere in nature. But this didn't originate based on observation of nature. This was a philosophical, quasi-religious notion in its origins with Pythagoras and all that. So, yeah, I mean, now they've phased it into this idea of empiricism and reality, but it didn't start that way. And yeah, that's why we were getting these.
Yeah, because we have these like shapes, right? Like cubes, pyramids, spheres, right? All these shapes. None of these exist in nature, right? And if we see something that's close to them, we're like fascinated. Like, holy crap, man! How did nature create, you know, a rock that kind of looks like a pyramid? Now it ain't exactly like a pyramid, but it's close and it catches our attention when it happens. So, like, I don't know where they get this idea. So I asked them, like, okay, what's the shape of a rock? Because in nature we see rocks, but we don't assign a shape to it, right? Because we kind of can't. It has a form, but it doesn't have a shape.
Yeah, and just to close that off, the reason I was mentioning that is because Pythagoras is generally thought of as the first or one of the earliest to really popularize this concept of the Earth as a ball. But they did so because they believed the sphere was this kind of special shape, like unique to all the others, a perfect shape that they would conceptualize. And then they reasoned that the perfect God who made this perfect Earth would do so in a perfect shape, which would be a sphere, according to them.
Here's the irony. Even the mainstream admits that the Pythagoreans was a cult.
Yeah.
They even admit it.
They're persecuted. The Greeks were hunting them down, being like, you think what? You crazy bastard. You're going to jail.
And now everyone's in the cult. Now everyone is in the cult. It's crazy.
Everyone's in the cult. We're dealing with a bunch of Pythagoreans. So yeah, there's a little bit of history for you new globies.
What's up? How are you guys all doing this fine afternoon or morning?
What's up? Very well. What's up?
Not much, man. Just chilling.
Cool.
Just came back from the gym.
Nice. What's your
Did you do eyes? Did you do eyes and just watch everybody else work out?
What do you have to say when you talk to him? Did Jim tell you it's flat too?
Oh, snap.
Yeah, what's your name, guy we're speaking to? I'm not looking at the chat.
It's Kevin Casalana.
Kevin, Kev, what's up? What's your thoughts on the topic of the server? Jim and Kev, good to have you aboard.
I mean, I already came to the conclusion that I know the Earth is round.
Okay.
From the object.
Okay. How did you come to that conclusion?
Did you say it was obvious? Where do we go? Like, I want to see this obviousness. Where do I go where it's obvious?
Where's it obviously a spinning ball, Kev?
I don't know if it's spinning, but I know it's round.
Okay, how did you come to that conclusion? Walk us through your steps.
I did observations by naval gear by using a telescope by an elevation
Observations of what? What were observations of what?
To see if the horizon is block, and it was block in my point of view with the telescope.
If the horizon was what?
The horizon was block when I was using the telescope.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick about
What does that even mean?
You guys
Sure.
don't use zoom cameras. You just use a fixed focal point telescope
Right.
that you can't really do anything with.
Yeah, they're not designed for terrestrial observations.
So,
Are
so
you-
you
are you
observe the
continuing-
horizon.
Oh, go ahead.
Nothing
No, well,
in Indio.
No, I was just going to ask you, like, so you're claiming the horizon is where the curve starts?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if that horizon moved around, what would that mean?
what that means?
Like one day you go out, it's like 3 miles away. Another day you go out, it's 10 miles away. Another day you go out, it's 30 miles away. Another day it's 2 miles away. What does that mean? Does that mean the globe? Does that mean the globe is changing size?
I mean, could that be due like to variety of types of refractions, like superior, inferior refraction, right?
Yeah, I guess it could be, but then that begs the question: how do you know you're looking at either a refracted optical illusion or the geometric curve? How can you tell the difference?
Yeah, and how can you just say, isn't that refraction? Well, you just said it was Earth curve, not refraction. So that doesn't make sense. Have you got Google open?
No, I don't have Google open.
Okay, well, if you go on Google, you can type in distance to horizon calculator, and then you can put in your observer height, say 6 feet if you're standing at the beach, and then it'll tell you how far away your horizon should be on this spinning, wobbling space ball. How far away do you think the horizon would be for a 6-foot observer? I don't expect you to know off the top of your head, but you could guess. How far away do you think?
Are you talking about like what I?
I'm talking about the geometric horizon that you were talking about. How far away that should be for a 6-foot observer on this globe model.
More than 17 miles, right?
So for a 6-foot observer, you're saying the horizon should be 17 miles.
Wow.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
Big
are we
Earth.
talking about the horizon in the front or in the back?
Well, there's only one horizon.
No, I'm
It's where
talking about
the...
the location of the horizon of an object.
No, I'm saying if you're a 6-foot observer, how far away do you think that horizon line should be from you? Any thoughts? Do you want me to tell you?
Sure, you can tell me, but I'm look. It's that's what. Are you asking me the radius?
Well, it would be based on the radius. It would be your distance to... Right. So based on that radius of a ball, then the horizon, the curve of that ball, should be a calculable distance away from you based on your observer height. Yeah?
Yeah.
It would be the line, the tangent line from your eyeball to the bit of the curve that you can no longer see beyond.
Okay,
Yeah?
so I got the answer here to your question.
Okay.
So distance to the horizon is 2.9995
Miles.
miles. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you go down to the beach and you're 6 foot tall and you look out and you see the horizon at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, what does that mean? What do you think? Hello?
Oh, I'm here.
So what would you think if you saw the horizon beyond 10 miles? What do you think that would mean?
That could be basically maybe flat or maybe round.
Well, if it was round, it would be at 2.9 miles, like you said.
Right.
But you're seeing it beyond 10. Even 15, 20, 30. Right, so this would, if we saw, we've got examples, right, and people can post them in the chat if you're looking. And you can do this yourself, that's what we would recommend. Go and do these tests yourself. Now that you are looking at the curve calculators and thinking about this, look at some of the examples online of the tests people are doing, and you can go and do it wherever you live. But the point is, if you've got like a 1 foot observer and you see a horizon at 10 miles, like we've got in some of these examples, that changes, if it's a geometric curve of an Earth making this horizon, that changes the radius from less than 4,000 miles, like they're telling us, to over 250,000 miles, which is their distance they're claiming is to the moon. So, I mean, it's not just a little bit off. That's orders of magnitude wrong. So you find yourself in the position of saying, right, well, the observation isn't matching the model. So if you're trying to understand reality and the Earth, what are you going to go with? The observation or this model, these calculators? What do you think?
I'm probably gonna have to go do it again, honestly. Rip.
Yeah, go and do it. See what you see.
Let's see. DJ, are you on VC? Or you are? Check my DMs real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on the same topic. Just
Yeah, what about it? I see.
What is he talking about? I was gonna post in the chat, but I'm muted. So I just sent it to you.
Well, he says the apparent height horizon isn't the geometric horizon, right? So the only horizon is the apparent horizon, right? That's what the definition of horizon is, right? What's in question is the existence of a geometric horizon, which has never been validated, right? Geometric horizon would be necessary on a ball for the Earth to be a globe. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, now you're going to be confronted with the esoteric globe copes about the magic of light bending around a non-existent ball. Now that you've seen or will see a bunch of the observations and tests that people are doing to show that the horizon isn't where it should be, the curvature isn't there. So they're just coming up with all these mad bastardizations of the term refraction and claiming that it's doing whatever they need it to do to optically flatten everything out. Where they're saying basically that everything beyond 1.2 miles is a mirage, an illusion. It's just illusion water all the way up to those rigs and beyond. But they've got no evidence for that. They just have to say it to maintain their belief.
Yeah, every observation that don't match the globe, they'll tell you that is an optical illusion.
Right. Okay. So from the globe
Well, I mean,
side, right?
if you want to run around thinking the world's an optical illusion, man, that's on you.
Okay. Well, from the globe side, so you're saying that refraction, right? Like it's hard for them to say like where is this so-called curvature is at, right? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand that. Like there's obviously
There's no evidence of the curvature to even assert it to begin with. So they have to beg the question of the curvature still being there, even though it's obviously not there. It's not curving down in a way. It's just flat as far as the eye can see, like water always is. So it's not a question of, oh, we're just not detecting this curve. Yeah, it is that. There is no detection of this curvature to even posit it as a possibility for light to be curving around.
Of course, there's a possibility.
No, there's not.
Why do things disappear from the bottom up when they go off into the horizon?
Because the angle's too
Hold
small.
on. No, hold on, Castle King. We're speaking to someone.
Fine.
You can wait. So do you understand what we're saying? I didn't
Yeah, I
catch the
do
guy's name.
understand. I do understand.
So that's it. So the observations are not matching the model. So what do we do? Do we discard the observations because we like the model?
No,
Is that
it's just
the scientific way? Yeah, we just keep doing it and we just keep proving the point. Longer distance observations, longer distance laser tests. It's only going one way.
Or
No
I
one's
can use
met.
my phone. I mean, it's
Who are
probably.
you going to call? Who are you going to call?
No, I'm not going to call anyone. No, it's for the observation because Indio said that a telescope is it's incompatible for long distance observations. So I'm going to use a phone.
Use whatever you want. Use pair of binoculars. Get yourself a zoom
Oh, I do
camera.
have binoculars, but how would binoculars help if, like, obviously I'm standing right and I have like tremors in my hand, so I'm going to be kind of shaky with it. I mean, not too shaky, like not too too frightening.
Stabilize yourself. Sit on the ground or something. Sit on
Oh, you have a
something.
telescope. You typically binoculars have a screw that'll go in the same fitting. Screw the freaking binoculars to the tripod.
That is true. Yeah, I can do that with the
You
tripod.
can figure it out. You sound intelligent enough. And have you got the link to our home server where we've got?
I'm actually banned from there.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Don't worry about it. It's not worth it. Not worth the discussion.
Well, just look online for some of the examples of what people are doing, and you can figure out which ones you can do.
The one I was thinking to do was, I think I couldn't find it because you know how YouTube is censorship on this topic. There was one that I wanted to do, and it's very cheap. It's basically use a mirror, and then you use a camera on one other end. Let's say point A was someone using a mirror on the beach. Point B, someone is using a camera on the end. So basically, what was supposed to happen in that experiment is that the mirror shouldn't be like visible, like the light of the mirror going to across of the water shouldn't be visible, meaning like the horizon would be supposedly black. So that's something I want to do on Lake Michigan. I don't know if it's gonna work, but it's worth a try. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, mirror flashes. Those can go a good distance.
Oh yeah, you
can
told
try
us
that.
the other time. He said he was in Chicago. I remember. Yeah, you said you were going to do some more tests. That's good.
Well, when you want your flat Earth badge, just let us know.
Yeah, I will.
Right. I'm going to mute up for a bit, but it was good hearing you all.
See you later,
Have a
buddy.
good night.
Stay blessed, man.
Yeah. Roll on to the next
Bye-bye.
queue, though. It's going well.
Yeah, you had some good work there.
That was excellent.
See ya.
Loy Mumato had a question in the chat earlier. Do you still have that question, Loy Mumato, or did that answer some of your questions? I'm trying to get back to what it was. Oh, yeah, you said 36 minutes after the hour. If the Earth would be round as they claim it to be, what would be enough evidence for it? Or do you think there are just too much contradictions in their claims? Does anybody want to answer that question?
Yeah, there'd be measurable curvature. Doesn't even matter how big they're. Like they claim they measure like 1,000th of a proton radius. I'm sure they can measure like if there's Earth curve.
Yep, that's a good answer. There'd be some verifiable, repeatable measurements, and there's just not. There's just a bunch of stories that don't hold water when you investigate them. It's just a claimed model. You have to rely on an authority figure to believe that it's accurate, and then you might assume that there was some credible authority figure that demonstrated it in a scientific or mathematical way, but there wasn't, hasn't been proven. As soon as you start looking into it, then you realize the so-called proofs of the globe are no such thing. They don't hold up to any kind of stringent scrutiny. I don't know, are you able to talk there, Loy Mumato? That was your question. I think most people in here assumed, like a lot of people coming in here who are new to the topic, assume that there was evidence of a globe and something beyond just TV shows and pictures that couldn't be verified. We were all surprised to find out that there wasn't. It's just, but some people don't even want to go down that road. Like they really don't want to know. It's more comfortable to just stay on the fantasy globe.
How come there's no movies talking about a flat Earth, presenting or depicting a flat Earth?
All movies are on a flat Earth. What are you talking about? Every movie I've seen is filmed on flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about, you know, when they go into outer space and they see the other planet,
Lord of the Rings,
Earth.
dude. Lord of the Rings is a flat Earth.
There you go.
Oh, so it's fictional?
Yeah, just like all space movies. Even the ones that claim they're real. So I got a question for you, Catholic King. What do you think there's more of? Pictures and video of space claimed to be real, or pictures of video from of space that are admitted to be fake?
The ones that are real?
Really?
Yeah.
So you think there's more real pictures of planets than fake pictures? All those artist renditions that you see in the newspaper that says, this is an artist rendition. How many of those have you seen?
Well, I haven't seen all those renditions, but I imagine there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. And then if you count the movies, right, and the kid shows and all the crap, and you pile all that in, there's a lot more fake space than real space.
Are you sure?
Dude, go on Netflix and count the space movies on Netflix.
I'm saying,
and then go count the space documentaries.
And can I count all the hours of the people being up in the ISS?
Damn, 3 S's? What's the last one for?
Samoa.
Oh my god. Yeah, you need to be worried about your ancestors looking at you sideways.
You can point to that island from where you're at and it's straight across.
Yeah, you can't appeal to your Samoan culture, man. Them guys knew the Earth was flat. Because they knew the Earth was flat. Oh, yeah.
They didn't think it was flat.
Yep. They navigated across the oceans knowing that the horizon was horizontal. Yep. They sure did.
Look, your people were sailors, right? How far away did they sail?
All around the world.
Okay. Do you think, like, hey, we're going to sail that way to that island? Did they point down?
No, they pointed straight ahead.
That's right.
Told you.
Yeah, but they understand that it goes around.
No, they didn't. Dude, you need to go talk to your elders, man. You're misinformed. You're being indoctrinated by this weird cult idea of a globe, and you're trying to think that your ancestors were thinking that way, dude. I'm telling you, somebody needs to sit you down and set you straight, man. Just because you think you're
Samoa at the end of the year.
Go talk to your elders, man.
I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna tape it, and then they're gonna tell you how round the world is.
Nah,
bring it back.
Bullshit.
You better tell them. You better tell them how they navigated the oceans long ago. Speak to somebody that knows something. Don't just speak to like your buddy or whatever. Speak to an elder, someone that knows all the stories. That knows all the stories. Yeah, those guys.
Okay, all right, I'll do it.
And if they tell you, huh? What do you mean? What's my name again? Well, I'm not gonna tell you if I know your name and you don't know mine. Why should I tell you?
Well, I mean, I know a few voices. I don't know your voice yet.
Okay, you don't have a phone that you can look at that sees a green light around.
Can't you just tell me? I'm Castle.
I could.
Who are you?
Man, I'm Alpha.
Oh, you're Alpha. Okay.
How do you not recognize his voice? He's chewed you out like
I haven't talked to Alpha enough times.
Dude,
Anyway, go out some more till he remembers your name.
Anyway, when you go talk to your elders, I hope that you talk to somebody that knows all the stories of your ancient people. And then when they tell you, you better not change the story when you come over here. Be like, no, they didn't say that. They actually thought the Earth was a globe. Because I guarantee you, if they know all the stories, they're not going to tell you they traveled the waters like it was a globe. They will never tell you that.
You know what's going to happen? I'm going to talk to one of the elder chiefs over there, and he's going to tell me it's round. Then I'm going to bring the video back, and you're going to say, well, he's not the right elder.
No.
The wrong one.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
He can't be
I was
using
just
the
saying,
TV. He can't be using the TV as a reference.
Yeah, I was talking about the stories of the ancient past. Like, if he knows those stories, even if he thinks the Earth is a globe right now, that doesn't count. I'm talking about how they did it in the past.
Oh, wait, what? You mean the time when they didn't know any better?
No, know any better? Dude, they would travel the oceans with knowledge superior to the navigators today, dude.
But they were using the stars, not the flat Earth.
Bro, listen, man. Them guys were smarter than these sailors they got now. They would never get lost because they knew their way. You should be, I don't know, proud of your people, man. Like, they were the first, like, mariners of the world. And yet, they knew the Earth was flat. So, if you had, like, any historical knowledge from your elders, they would tell you. Now, if they say, well, the Earth is a globe, that's because they're believing the same crap you have. You've been fed the same stories, man. You've adopted this, like, new way of thinking. But that's not how it was long ago. Not the ancient people, man. They never depended on outsiders. They only depended on their tribe and the knowledge they had from, long time ago. So,
did you know that the Mayans thought the world's going to end in 2011?
No, it's 2012.
There you go, 2012.
From which ancient aliens?
What did they put? Did they put like an X through the world at the end of the calendar? Is that what they did?
Which ancient aliens episode did you get that from?
That's not what that's not what they were saying, man. They didn't depict that the world was going to end. That's not what it's. Wherever you got that.
Their calendar, that's as far as they went with it. They didn't need to go farther because the guy that was making calendars said, well, what the fuck? I'll make another one in 1,000 years. And he's like, I'll be dead. Yeah, somebody else could make it.
Yeah, it didn't really matter. They just needed the calendar only went to that time period. So anyway, not that the world was ending. It's just, that doesn't.
These guys believe anything on TV.
That doesn't follow. Yeah.
No, what I'm trying to say is the people of old didn't always get it right now, did they?
No, they did, bitch, because they're traveling the waters of the earth. So if they didn't get it right, they wouldn't be able to write down how they traveled.
Bro, they're looking at the stars.
I know that. So they're utilizing the earth as a horizontal plane. Because they were the first mariners to use like a type of sextant anyway, because they used a coconut. But it was very ingenious how they did it. I'm trying to tell you, man, these guys were like way ahead of their time. So if you like, I don't know, any of your elders, Dave, you talk to them, but if they remember, because aren't they supposed to like remember the stories? They should. I'm talking about the
they've
real.
got these myths and legends that nobody today would believe.
I heard a few of them. Yeah, I heard a few of them. But that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm only talking about like how they travel the water. No, how they travel the waters, man.
I'm saying they use the stars.
See, but what I'm telling you right now, dude, is that you mocking this right now isn't going to change the fact that if you talk to somebody about those people that traveled long ago, they're gonna make you look like a fool, dude. You're gonna be like, damn, why am I people thinking like that? You're gonna be walking away from that story like that, dude. Or at least you probably be. I don't know how you're gonna act. You might interrupt them like you do here to say your foolish globe earth nonsense. Who knows?
I interrupt people.
Yeah, you do. I'm just saying, man. I don't know how you act around like your elders or what, but I would just listen. They might tell you a few things you didn't know.
In my culture, we're supposed to be quiet when the elders speak.
That's what I'm talking about. So, I don't know. But like I said, them guys that hold the stories, they have the key for knowledge for you to understand the way that people actually did things. Not how you perceive the earth that right now you think it is, based on some like weird cult idea that it's a globe.
Well, you guys are in the cult.
Hell no, dude. Like this cult that you're in right now, it's all fantasy, bro. Like it's nothing real. Nothing.
Castle, can you explain to me how the observable horizontal horizon is a cult?
Look, we're just too small to see the full picture.
No, dude. You're trying to say that we're all in a cult, and I'm telling you that the horizon's horizontal. Explain to me how that is a cult.
No, look, I get it. From your field of view as a
and I've
human
already shown you the image of the Globus Cruciger, right? So there's that ball that's an idol. It's literally a religious idol that people worship. So you can't say that that's not a cult, because that is.
It is a cult,
and then you got the cult of Pythagoras too. But back to you, Alpha.
People worship the cross too that Jesus died on.
Yeah, but that's not the earth. It's not the earth that they were standing on. What you're doing right now is you're putting this above all else. Even the knowledge of your elders, dude. And that's that's hitting home a little bit, I think, for you.
No.
That's hitting home, man. It is, dude. Like, really. Because the intelligent people long ago that navigated the waters, you're reducing them to being some, like, ignorant fools, bro. Like, that hits home. That hits home hard, man, for you.
Oh, it does, Alpha. You're trying to put a false guilt trip on me. It doesn't work.
No, it does, because you got this mentality right now that you think your knowledge is a bit superior to the ancient peoples, man. You're like, them guys didn't know any better. Bro, if you would have talked to those guys and how they took on a voyage that was not only just like a long distance, but dangerous. They had to navigate through those like dangerous waters to get to their destination. Bro, they're not going to be like, well, we just hoped and prayed that we would get there. They actually knew how to do it. This technique was taught to other wayfarers, dude. This would travel the oceans. I'm telling you, man. Like, it's like when I looked into this, like, it was so fascinating, dude. Like, I don't know. And you got this globe cult mentality. I don't know, man. Like, maybe hopefully they could knock some sense into you. Be like, dude, like, hell no. Them people knew what they were doing. They didn't like just get in a boat and be like, man, we don't know anything. Like, shit.
Why would the Earth being round mess with the way they navigate the stars?
Because, dude, you'd have to account for the curvature of the Earth when you're traveling. Because there's a lot to deal with the idea that it's just not a globe, it was spinning too. The cult idea that you have is that the Earth is not just a globe, but it's moving too. So I'm telling you, none of the ancient people even subscribe to this, except for you right now. Like, I think you need to get back to your roots, bro. Like, maybe that's a good thing for you.
You're saying the Earth stays still. It's the stars at night that move around.
I'm telling you, man, your elders are going to tell you, they're going to school you, man. They're going to be like, this is how it is. This is how it was.
But did you know that the stars are not always in the same place every night? They move a little bit.
Yeah, I know that. So that's how they
So
knew
that
that
means
too.
something's moving. It's either us or them.
Yeah, and what can we tell? We can tell that
It's
they're
us.
moving. Now that's what you're hoping for, because that cult idea,
No.
that cult idea that somebody put in your mind is like a mind virus, dude. It's eating away at your ability to discern reality. The ability to discern reality. Dude, you can't discern reality, bro. Like it's all you're confused. That's
You're here, right? Alpha?
Bro, I'm
Am I
hoping
talking to you? Yes or no?
Yeah, you're confused about what reality is like outside. You think you're living on a giant ball, dude. Like that's foolishness, dude. That's foolishness.
No, listen. It doesn't affect my life when I walk out there. It
It
looks
does,
flat,
dude.
just like how
Because you
look at it.
sound like a cult member, dude. You're like, oh man, the Earth is globe, it's spinning, and dude, like we witness none of that. We don't see any of that.
The Earth is too big to feel the spin.
But that's what you call an excuse right there. That's an excuse.
No, it's a fact.
How is it a fact, bro? You can't prove it.
Castle King, the only reason you're saying that is because your cult told you to say that. Literally.
My vault?
Cult.
Your cult. Your cult told you to say
You're
that.
going to fall out for on me.
You didn't
over
come
here.
on. Listen, you didn't come to that conclusion yourself. Someone told you that, and you're just spitting it back at us.
Well, someone told you about the flat Earth too, buddy.
No,
No,
they didn't.
it's self-evident, man. You can see it like that.
Oh.
I've been trying to tell you, man. Like, I hope, because you don't listen to anybody, right? But your elders, they actually have some weight. At least I think they do right now, or at least you haven't thrown them under the bus yet. But if your cult idea is strong enough, you just might walk away from there throwing them under the bus. So at that point, man, I think you need to do some soul searching, because if you're throwing your elders under the bus, man, you gotta question your own culture, bro.
I told
Your
you,
heritage,
I'm going
man.
to Samoa in December of this year, and I'm going to ask around different villages, different high chiefs, and I'm going to say, is this place flat or is it round?
Nah, man, you gotta tell them to tell you the stories of old, about the ancient stories of how they traveled the oceans. They're gonna tell you.
While you're at it, ask them how your ancestors accounted for different stars appearing as they traveled.
Yeah.
Well, no, obviously, there was clearer nights than others.
Yeah, obviously, but that's not what we're talking about. Like the way they use the Earth to navigate. It's gonna like if my research and like your people's culture, like it's gonna blow your mind. But it's definitely not going to be your globe cult ideas. Definitely none of those. Not a single one.
It's a globe.
Yeah, because, dude, like, when did humanity adopt this idea? Your people didn't come up with it.
But what's the problem with it?
Dude, it's a fantasy. They're making you believe that it's like they put the mind virus on you, and you just accepted it. You didn't even. I'm telling you, man, like, you should have grown up with some people in your, like, and, talk to your elders and shit.
What's more fantastical? The idea of a globe or the flat Earth where there's no boundaries?
Nah, we're not even talking about boundaries right now. We're just talking about your immediate, like, area, what you could see, what you could tell.
What I'm trying to say is, my people went around the world and they didn't run into any walls or barriers or
I know
fall
that.
off the world.
So you got to ask how they did that. How did they navigate?
Because the place is round.
No, that's what
how they did it.
Dude, that's your mind virus speaking right now. But
No,
you need to ask them. That's the whole thing I want you to do is just to ask them. Tell them to tell you the ancient, like, the stories.
I'm going to talk to them. You know what they're going to say to me? They're going to say, David, you've been hanging around in that Discord with the flat earthers for too long.
You don't even know what they're gonna say, dude. Like, and that's the thing.
I know what they're gonna say to me. They're gonna, David,
you're gonna be nervous.
Have you lost your mind?
You're gonna be nervous. Unless they've adopted the cult idea like you did, they're gonna tell you the stories.
So, Castle King,
99% of the world believes this.
Who cares? Listen, what's more ridiculous? No edge, no indeterminate edge to a flat Earth, or upside down people.
No edge.
Really? You think upside down people isn't crazier? Well, when your ancestors sailed, did they encounter upside down people?
No, because they were smart enough to understand that there's gravity.
Oh
no, they didn't. They did not know that. They
knew gravity because when we drop each other in sparring, we knew that somebody was helping them get to that floor. It wasn't just them by themselves.
About some bullshitting ass
pulling them down too.
Fucking stories, bro. They did not. No, hell no.
Well, we used to run each other over with the rugby.
Like literally
we knew that
you're in a
something was
cult,
going
man.
on. It wasn't just the man-on-man violence.
I'm telling you, man. If you say all that stuff you just said, they're gonna look at you sideways. They're gonna be like, dude, nobody did
that.
Gravity.
Yeah, go to the elders and ask them, when did our ancient Samoans discover gravity?
They're gonna.
They're gonna say when the coconut dropped on your head. That's when we knew.
That's how they knew there was upside down people. Coconut.
That's
fell on
how
their
we
head. They're
knew
like,
there was
there's
something
got to
that
be
brings
some
everything
people
down to
upside.
earth.
Yeah. So Castle King. So a coconut bound somebody's head, and they were like, "There's people upside down from where I'm standing." Come on, dude. You don't believe
means that everything comes down to the ground, no
That's
matter
right.
where you're at.
That's
Even
right.
if the
Don't
world
come-
is
and it
round,
don't
it still
come
goes
up,
to the
right?
ground.
You have to believe there's somebody somewhere else. When there's something falls, the coconut that falls and hit their head is coming up relative to you.
Yep.
You don't get it. It doesn't
I
matter
get
if no, because the world is big enough and round enough, and the gravity is keeping
Who told you
everything
that?
on
Yeah,
the
and your
ground.
And your cult told you that, dude.
You're a part of this cult, man. I'm telling you, this globe
Sounds like a
cult.
nut job,
Floating
man.
objects out here.
You're sounding like a nut job, Castle.
There's no floating objects. You guys act like we're living on that,
What are clouds?
that Navi planet.
What are
You know,
clouds,
the
man?
one
What are
from
clouds?
Avatar.
What are
I think
clouds?
if you zoom in from the ISS, they're going to see some ships upside down in Australia, sticking to the underside of a ball, upside down.
What are clouds, Castle?
If they're in space, they're going to be able to see that the people are right side up. They're just underneath. They're on the
Cool story,
bottom
bro.
part of the
Cool
earth.
story, bro.
That's how it works.
That's another cool story.
You got asked a really good question. Your people didn't know that things were floating, or they didn't see things floating. Then what are clouds?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, got you, man.
Oh
I'm
my
telling you.
gosh!
You're the one. You're the one that said it, man. That's you know what they utilize. They could know by the cloud. They could tell by the clouds what kind of if they're going to be able to go out and take their boats out. They knew that they could tell by the clouds. They could read the clouds, dude. That's how smart those ancient people were. I'm telling you, man, they were
experience.
Yeah. And that's something that they had that was a lot better than a lot of people that would navigate the waters. So their experience would always tell them how to find their way because they knew how to navigate the earth. So therefore, they didn't think of it like a globe, dude. This is a cult idea. I'm trying to tell you, man, if your elders have good common sense and they have good stories to tell you, they'll tell you that. Exactly that.
Yeah, and there's studies on your ancient ancestors. There's studies being done on your ancient ancestors and their cultural beliefs and all that. And they did not think the Earth was a globe. They did not understand gravity. They didn't understand all this bullshit that you claim they understood. They didn't.
Yeah, you're actually just lying
There's a good
by
write-up.
saying such a thing.
Sorry, Flatsy. There's a good write-up on it in the side chat there, Castle, and I reckon you should read that out. Read that out for
I should read it out. How do I know I can trust this
Because
source?
you're good at reading stuff out. I've heard you do it before. So can you read it out? It's about your people's history.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank
They
you.
did not
Thank you,
say
DJ.
it was flat. I bet you that.
Now, hold up, man. Look, I'll read it out if you want me to, because I think this is important. It's exactly the point when I was doing research on your people, man. Check it out. Actually, traditional Samoan and wider Polynesian cosmology wasn't based on a spinning globe or gravity the way modern science describes it. Before Western contact, Samoan understanding of the world came from observation and oral tradition. And what they saw was a stationary Earth under a moving sky. Their ancestors navigated thousands of miles across the Pacific without ever needing to account for curvature or Earth's motion. They described the Earth as flat and the sky as a dome. The word lagi in Samoan even reflects the layered sky idea. The idea that the heavens were once close to Earth and had to be pushed apart is a part of the old legends, and it clearly supports a fixed Earth with a firmament, not a spinning sphere in space. Gravity wasn't a part of their worldview. That was a foreign concept introduced later. What kept people grounded was never questioned because it was natural and self-evident. Their observations worked without needing imaginary forces. So no traditional Samoan cosmology didn't teach a globe, Earth, or gravity. It was much closer to what we now call flat Earth, a motionless, level world under a moving sky.
I was reading that with you.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Get wrecked, please.
Listen, your people are going to agree with me on us in here.
You people are in here right now.
Just saying, dude, like,
Hell no.
like if you look into history, man, they were very intelligent. And you said something correctly, though. They had experience. And that's, like I said, a lot of people didn't navigate the waters like they did, and they were very advanced in the ways they would navigate, right? Because they understood you have to account for a lot of things that people really didn't pay attention to. Is like they could read the waves, dude. They could read fucking waves. Like, that blew my mind. I'm like, how the fuck can you read a wave? That doesn't make sense. But they could. I don't know. This is like different waves that they would encounter in their travels. They could tell where they were. Fucking, that's so amazing, dude. Like, how can you even... That's something that you have to, like, experience in order for, like, you know, to teach it to somebody. Yeah, they could read clouds, read waves, like, fucking... That's some, like, not even navigators today, dude, have to depend on GPS and shit like this. Your cult-believing, fantasy, globe-believing people, they have to depend on all kinds of shit, technology. Your people didn't. They went out with skill, bro, onto the waters. And
you know
yeah.
what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Eternia. You know, He-Man's home world, where there's a mix of magic and science.
Bro. You trying to downplay. I'm telling you, don't demean your people when you go talk to them, man, them elders. You gotta
You
at
think
least.
I'm gonna disrespect my elders? You think
I'm just saying, bro. Look at how you're doing right now. You're talking about.
I didn't know you were my elder.
I'm talking about. Oh, so that makes a difference. You're gonna.
Am I disrespecting here, or what am I doing here?
Yeah, dude, because you're speaking this globe nonsense. Why do we gotta hear this globe nonsense? You could be like, yeah, you know what? You guys got a point. My people actually did travel the earth like this.
Your room, this space, only exists because of us.
You bring shame to your ancestors.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you guys only exist because we're here.
I told you. Listen,
Samoans created Discord.
No, what I'm saying is the Globers.
Nah,
you
bro.
flat earthers only exist because we all believe it's a globe.
Dude, you're not a part of the freaking Glober cult, dude. Your Samoan people are the ones that you're culturally linked to. This is how weird it gets, man. You'd rather be a part of a globe cultist group than your people, man, who are culturally more advanced in the ways they traveled than anybody that shit, dude. I would dare even say today. People today depend on technology, bro.
Did you know that 99%, probably about 99% of Samoans are Christian?
So?
Yeah. What do we mean so? It means we don't believe in the polytheistic gods of old.
That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, beliefs in gods and such. I'm talking about navigating the earth practically. That's what I mean. I'm talking about, yeah. We're not talking about what they could have believed in whatever, right? But if they navigated the earth in a specific way, that's something that's something to be said, right? Because that's experience, that's a skill, that's something you have to teach somebody. I mean, whether or not they believed in whatever they believed in, that's separate, because they believed in many different things. But that specific thing has to be taught to somebody. You have to teach somebody how to do something like a skill. So that's only learned by experience. So therefore, your people are in line with us in here. They're speaking against you right now, man. And it seems like your cult globists, right, are the ones that you'd rather back instead. I don't know, man. That's up to you. You can, you know what I mean? Demean your peoples and stuff. That's up to you.
I'm not demeaning my people.
You said that, well, they didn't know any better. You said that when we first started talking. They didn't know any better.
Obviously, there's a lot of things they didn't know about yet.
Dude, they knew how to travel the world on the water.
Yeah.
And they were experts. And they were experts.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, they didn't. It's like you're saying that they didn't know doesn't change that fact. They knew.
Well, I'm pretty sure they knew it wasn't flat because they didn't fall off the flat Earth.
I just read to you that's part of their history.
That's such a stupid argument. Hold on a second, dude. You said that shit probably 20 times in the last 3 days. Listen, bro. They also didn't smash into Europe. Is Europe there? Why didn't they hit it? Europe?
I'm pretty sure it's still there. Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't they run into Europe? Does Europe not exist now?
I'm pretty sure they got there somehow.
You think they got to Europe?
Maybe. I don't know.
Dude.
Some of them as well. Awesome.
They only went so far, dude. You can only carry so much food on a ship.
What do you mean? We got the ocean.
Well, the main problem is water.
What would it be? You fish are in the water.
You can't drink salt water, Castle King.
We just drink the blood of the fish.
What?
Fucking hell, dude.
You said drink the blood of the fish? What are you talking about, man?
He's spiraling because he's trying to defend his cult globe people versus his own cultural experienced navigators that he's trying to speak against those guys. And he's going more for the globe cultists. That's funny, huh?
All the dudes are coming out.
That's all right, man. You keep doing that.
You collect rainwater.
Dude, that makes more sense.
Water.
That makes more sense. You just tripped me out with the drinking fish blood thing, dude.
That's a joke, obviously.
So
I know that's a dark joke.
When you're sailing, what do you collect? What kind of containers do you collect that rainwater?
We have coconut shells.
So they just hold them up in the air?
No, you put them down inside the boat.
Oh, and you get salt water in it?
No, you don't know about our boats, man.
Boats they don't get water, never gets in the boat.
I'm sure sometimes it does.
You can't